In the evening in Jiangnan City, Xiagua,
Lin Feng came out of the flower shop, holding a bunch of bright roses in his hands.
Today is his girlfriend's birthday. The flower shop is only 500 or 600 meters away from Jiangnan University, where he and his girlfriend study. He walked towards the university. But less than a few meters away, he suddenly tripped over something, stumbled, and almost fell. Ouch, it hurts so much.
At the same time, an old man shouted. Lin Feng found that he had stepped on the feet of an old man sitting on the side of the road. The old man had white hair and a white beard, and his clothes were shabby, and it looked like he hadn't washed them for many days. There was a stainless steel basin in front of him. The old man rubbed his feet in cloth shoes with his hands, groaning and crying out in pain. Lin Feng looked embarrassed and kept saying sorry to the old man.
Then he took out his wallet. There were only a few red RMB in the wallet. He took out one and put it in the basin in front of the old man. After putting down the money, Lin Feng turned around and was about to leave. "Don't leave," the old man suddenly said. Lin Feng couldn't help but stop. His heart skipped a beat. Would the old man blackmail him? He was a poor boy, and his family didn't have a mine. "Old man, what else do you want?"
Lin Feng's voice was a little trembling.
"Young man, I am the 198th generation descendant of Zhongnan Mountain Xuanzhen. I have been wandering for many years. Now I am old and want to return to Zhongnan Mountain."
The old man raised his eyes and looked at Lin Feng and said, "Just give me another 200 to make up the travel expenses for me." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was 200. If it was 200,000, he would have to call 110 to report the crime. Although Lin Feng was also very poor, he had indeed stepped on the old man's foot just now, so he gave him 200 more, just as if he was buying medicine for the old man. Swish! Lin Feng took out another 200 from his wallet and put it in the basin in front of the old man.
"Old man, 200.
After saying that, Lin Feng wanted to run away,
in order to prevent the old man from doing anything else.
But at this moment, a bony hand suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's right wrist. It was the old man's hand that grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. Lin Feng's face changed, and he asked the old man, "Old man, what's wrong, young man? Since you are so kind, I have nothing to repay you.
There is a pill of my Zhongnan Mountain elixir in this box for you to express my gratitude."
The old man stuffed a small wooden box into Lin Feng's hand.
"As long as you take the elixir in this box of mine, you will be immune to all diseases.
The spiritual energy of the elixir will cleanse and strengthen your skin, flesh, tendons and bones, making you a peerless master.
When the spiritual energy opens up the acupoints in your body, you will be able to see the world and all the things that others cannot see. All the secrets in this world will be seen clearly by you like a mirror." Lin Feng's mouth twitched twice. Divine charlatan, this old guy is definitely a charlatan. The elixir from Zhongnan Mountain? You can become a peerless martial arts master after eating it?
Why don't you say that you are Chong Yang, the founder of Xuanzhen sect?
You can also see things that others can't see? Why don't you say that you are a god? I would be a fool if I believed you. Young man, you don't believe it? Seeing Lin Feng's disapproving look, the old man said seriously, "You may not know, something is going to happen to you soon?" Lin Feng didn't believe it. Then I dare to ask the old man, "What will happen to me?"
"Your head will soon become a big grassland." The old man looked at Lin Feng's head and said in a dignified manner.
Lin Feng reacted and said to the old man angrily, Why did you curse me to be cuckolded? You are too bad, aren't you?"
"That's right. Now if someone says there is a big grassland on your head, it means you are cuckolded."
How can Lin Feng not be angry? This old man is really mean. However, the old man laughed. "I curse you? I didn't curse you.
Your girlfriend is about to break up with you. However, the old doesn't go and the new doesn't come, and there will be a big peach blossom waiting for you soon. As for whether it is peach blossom luck or peach blossom disaster, it depends on your luck."
After hearing this, Lin Feng just wanted to laugh. "Old man, what are you kidding? My girlfriend and I have a good relationship. How could we break up?"
As for the old man saying that there is another big peach blossom waiting for him, it is even more nonsense. The old man didn't explain much, let go of Lin Feng's wrist and waved his hand.
"Go quickly. If you don't go, your girlfriend will go with a rich young man." "Old man, I'll be back soon," Lin Feng said angrily, and then walked quickly to Jiangnan University. He wanted to bring Li Siyu here to let the old man know that he and his girlfriend have a good relationship. "Old man, dare to curse my head to turn into a prairie, wait for me." At the gate of Jiangnan University, students walked out of the school gate at the end of the school. Lin Feng saw a long-haired girl standing at the gate of Jiangnan University from a distance. The girl had a beautiful face and wore a slim-fitting royal blue dress, showing her ladylike temperament.
The soft light of the setting sun in the evening outlined her beautiful curves, which made the boys entering and leaving the school gate couldn't help but cast their eyes on her. Lin Feng smiled. The beautiful girl in a long dress at the school gate was his girlfriend Li Siyu. She must be waiting for him. Li Siyu didn't see Lin Feng because her eyes were always looking into the school. Lin Feng wanted to quietly approach and give Li Siyu a surprise. He put the small box given to him by the old man into his pocket, tidied his clothes, and then held the flowers and walked towards Li Siyu. But at this time, a royal blue BMW drove out of the school and stopped in front of Li Siyu. Li Siyu's face suddenly showed a happy smile and waved to the people in the car. Lin Feng stood there for a moment, his body froze, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The window of the BMW was rolled down, and a handsome boy was sitting in the driver's seat. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that this boy was Zhao Feiyun, a freshman in the piano department, who was known as the Piano Prince.
Zhao Feiyun's family was a business family in Jiangnan City.
His family was rich, handsome, and he played the piano well.
He was the Prince Charming in the minds of many girls in Jiangnan University.
Because Zhao Feiyun had such excellent conditions, he never lacked a girlfriend. Lin Feng did not expect that Li Siyu was not waiting for him, but Zhao Feiyun. Zhao Feiyun in the car said to Li Siyu with a smile on his face, "Siyu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time.
Get in the car.
I have booked a seat at the Hilton Hotel." Li Siyu smiled sweetly and nodded gently to Zhao Feiyun, "Okay." Then, she walked briskly to the other side with her slender figure. Lin Feng saw Zhao Feiyun leaning forward in the car and opening the passenger door for her.
Li Siyu got in the car.
She plucked the hair hanging down in front of her forehead with her fingers. However, the next moment, she saw Lin Feng several meters ahead.
"What's wrong?"
Zhao Feiyun naturally saw Lin Feng as well. He also knew that he was Li Siyu's boyfriend. But he deliberately pretended to know nothing and asked Li Siyu with interest. The expression on Li Siyu's face almost instantly returned to normal and she said, "Nothing.
Let's go."
Zhao Feiyun's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile.
Since he could let Li Siyu sit in his BMW, he naturally investigated Lin Feng's background.
He was a poor boy whose parents were farmers and he didn't have any real background. So Zhao Feiyun didn't find it strange that Li Siyu would choose him. As the saying goes, people tend to follow. If you walk high, water will flow to low places. Although he was just playing a trick on Li Siyu, they both got what they wanted. The contemptuous smile on Zhao Yunfei's lips and Li Siyu's cold and ruthless eyes like a stranger really hurt Lin Feng's self-esteem. He remembered what the old man said on the road just now.
Lin Feng was struck by lightning. Unexpectedly, everything the old man said was right.
His girlfriend really betrayed him.
He was engulfed in anger. Could it be that Li Siyu's previous purity, not admiring vanity, and not being moved by money were all fake?
The BMW started, and Zhao Yunfei did not leave, but parked the BMW directly next to Lin Feng. Needless to say, this was intentional by Zhao Yunfei.
He looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Lin Feng, right? The flowers in your hand are not for Siyu, right?"
"But I'm sorry, she is my girlfriend now." He robbed Lin Feng's girlfriend and did not forget to mock Lin Feng.
Being flamboyant, arrogant, it's outrageous.
This is Zhao Yunfei.
Relying on his family's wealth and power, he didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Facing Zhao Yunfei's humiliation, Lin Feng was unusually calm and calmly counterattacked. "Mr. Zhao, you are wrong.
This flower is not for her, but Mr. Zhao likes women I have used and has a good appetite."
"What did you say?" Zhao Yunfei immediately flew into a rage.
Facing Zhao Yunfei's anger, Lin Feng did not fluctuate at all.
Didn't Zhao Yunfei want to humiliate him?
Now let him know what it means to humiliate yourself.
"Lin Feng, what are you talking about?"
"I have never liked you, don't be self-indulgent, I am Zhao Yunfei's girlfriend." Li Siyu was very nervous, fearing that Zhao Yunfei would misunderstand, and shouted at Lin Feng angrily. When she shouted, the students who were leaving school around stopped and looked over here. Lin Feng could hardly believe his ears. Li Siyu actually said that she had never liked him and said that he was self-indulgent. And deliberately shouted loudly to let people around know that she was Zhao Yunfei's girlfriend.
Is it obvious that she wants to cut off ties with Lin Feng and show her loyalty to Zhao Yunfei? Absolute. She did it so utterly. She didn't show Lin Feng any mercy at all.
She is completely different from the simple and pure Li Siyu he knew.
This is clearly a scheming person.
Lin Feng sneered, "So she is a scheming person, I am really blind." After saying that, he didn't even have the interest to look at Li Siyu with an ugly face, and turned away directly. "Hey, poor boy, find a girl and give her your flowers.
Maybe she will really like you, ha ha ha."
Zhao Yunfei's shrill laughter came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was boiling with anger. Zhao Yunfei's words were clearly a satire on him being a poor boy who was so naive to believe Li Siyu.
You would like him?
At this moment, Lin Feng saw 3 or 4 girls coming out of the school gate. The girl in the lead had long flowing hair and a beautiful face, as perfect and exquisite as a master's work of art. Her skin was whiter than snow, delicate and fragile, her eyes were clear and shining, her smile was like 2 charming moons, her figure was slender, her curves were charming, and her whole body was full of the charming demeanor of a goddess. Almost all the boys who were leaving school were attracted by this goddess-like girl. Lin Feng was also stunned, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He felt that this beautiful girl looked familiar. The humiliation of Zhao Yunfei and Li Siyu made Lin Feng make a decision in his heart. He stepped forward and stuffed the bouquet in his hand into the hands of this beautiful girl in the astonished eyes of all the students around him. The girl's beautiful eyes were also full of astonishment and questions. Several girls around her couldn't help but cover their lips with their hands, and were so surprised that they couldn't speak. What's going on? Just when everyone was shocked, Lin Feng didn't wait for the beautiful girl to react, and he hugged the girl in his arms.
The girl was like a frightened rabbit, and she didn't have time to react. I like you,
Lin Feng said in the girl's ear. Then he lowered his head and kissed the girl's face lightly, let go of the girl, and left. The unruly figure was domineering.
Then, several girls came back to their senses, looked at the kissed girl with disbelief and said, Chen Jia, is he confessing to you? Our beautiful girl was kissed by someone? I wonder if the beautiful girl will get pregnant if she is kissed by someone.
Chen Jia's pretty face flushed immediately, although she was also surprised and even angry that Lin Feng kissed her. But Chen Jia said nothing and left in a hurry.
Several girls didn't expect Chen Jia to say nothing, so they hurriedly followed. In the BMW, Zhao Yunfei and Li Siyu couldn't believe what they saw.
Especially Zhao Yunfei's heart was full of shock.
Lin Feng actually confessed to Chen Jia and kissed her? He knew very well how Chen Jia existed in Jiangnan University.
Regardless of her beauty or her family's strength, he, a second-generation rich man, could not reach her. It can be said that he was not even qualified to touch Chen Jia's finger. But Lin Feng, a poor boy, actually hugged Chen Jia in public and kissed her. This made Zhao Yunfei feel like he was hit by 1,000 points of critical strikes, and he was jealous to the point of going crazy. Similarly, Li Siyu was also shocked. In her eyes, Lin Feng was already worthless.
He actually confessed his love and kissed Chen Jia, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan University, in front of her face?
This was simply a slap in her face. The reason why Lin Feng gave roses to Chen Jia, hugged and kissed her in public was certainly not because he really liked her.
Because he didn't even know who she was?
The reason he did this was just to fight back against the humiliation of Zhao Yunfei and Li Siyu.
Didn't Zhao Yunfei say that no girl would like a poor boy like him?
Then he gave the flowers to a beautiful girl in front of him, hugged and kissed her for him to see. And this girl is dozens of times more beautiful than Li Siyu.
Zhao Yunfei and Li Siyu were so angry. After Lin Feng left the school gate, he went to find the old man. The reason why he went to find the old man. This is because the old man had said before that Li Siyu would betray him and fall in love with a rich man. As a result, everything he said came true. The old man was a master who was hidden. But when he returned to the place where the old man had been sitting, he found that the old man had left. Lin Feng felt a sense of loss in his heart. Did the old man really go back to Zhongnan Mountain? He subconsciously took out the small box given to him by the old man from his pocket. As long as you take the elixir in this box of mine, you will be immune to all diseases. The spiritual energy of the elixir will cleanse and strengthen your skin, flesh, tendons and bones, making you a peerless master. When the spiritual energy opens up all the acupoints in your body, you will be able to see everything in the world that others cannot see. All the secrets in this world are like a mirror for you to see clearly. This is what the old man said when he gave him the elixir. He did not believe what the old man said at the time, but now he believes it. But now the old man is gone, and he can't ask the old man for the truth. Lin Feng decided to find a place to study the elixir that the old man gave him. More than 10 minutes later, in a room of an economy hotel, Lin Feng sat on the bed and opened the small box given by the old man. Immediately, a strange elixir fragrance appeared at the tip of his nose. It made him feel refreshed. In the small box, a thumb-sized black pill can be seen. Lin Feng took out the pill and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to chew, but he didn't expect that the pill melted in his mouth. It flowed down his throat like liquid, warm and comfortable. Finally, it flowed into his dantian under his abdomen. Then the calm dantian suddenly became like a raging sea. Boom! Lin Feng felt a roar in his dantian. He was extremely shocked and didn't know what was going on. Then, endless airflow burst out from his dantian, flowing through his meridians and limbs in an instant. The powerful airflow, like a torrent, washed his meridians over and over again, removing hair and washing marrow. He could even feel that his meridians were expanding and becoming tougher. His bones and muscles made strange creaking sounds and were constantly strengthening. As his physical meridians strengthened, Lin Feng then felt that every orifice in his body was also opened up by the airflow. Every orifice that was opened up made a beeping sound, which came from all the orifices in his body, like the sound of cooked popcorn in a bamboo tube. When all the orifices in his body were opened up by the airflow, boom! Lin Feng's ears buzzed. All of a sudden, he heard all kinds of sounds in his ears, including the sound of cars and horns in the city, the sound of waves, the cry of seagulls, the whistling of the wind, the cry of eagles, the sound of horses' hooves on the grassland. It was as if all the sounds in the world had gathered together. His ears seemed to have opened up a new world. Then, his sense of smell became unprecedentedly powerful. The smell of oil emitted by cars, the salty smell of seawater, the fragrance of flowers brought by the strong wind, and the fresh smell of grassland all appeared in his nose one by one. It seemed that his nose could smell all kinds of smells from all over the world. However, what surprised him even more was his eyes. His pupils contracted, and he actually saw eagles flying in the sky, horses galloping across the grassland, continuous mountains, and endless sea. It seemed that he could see all the beautiful scenery in the world at a glance. In the end, these scenes disappeared one by one. Then, Lin Feng returned to reality. Lin Feng said not surprisingly, his eyes, nose, and ears seemed to have mutated. He could see, hear, and smell all kinds of things. Could it be that he really was like the old man said, that after taking the elixir, his spiritual energy opened up the acupuncture points all over his body, and he could see many things that others could not see? Lin Feng had many questions in his mind. Since he could see many things that others could not see, could he see what Li Xiyu and Zhao Yunfei were doing now? As soon as the thought came to his mind, his pupils shrank, and then a magical scene appeared. He actually saw a brightly lit, high-end, and luxurious hotel. In the hotel, Li Xiyu and Zhao Yunfei were sitting in a private room, enjoying Western food. Li Xiyu and Zhao Yunfei raised their glasses and clinked them lightly. After drinking half a glass of red wine, Li Xiyu's face flushed a little, and her eyes and eyebrows became more charming. Zhao Yunfei put down his wine glass and said, "I didn't expect that Lin Feng was so bold that he dared to be rude to Chen Jiayi in public. This kid really doesn't know how to live or die." Li Xiyu seemed not to want to hear about Lin Feng's affairs, and said, "Yunfei, let's not talk about him. Tonight is our date." Zhao Yunfei reacted and smiled meaningfully, yes, let's not talk about that poor boy. Today we have to live a close and intimate life for the two of us." Li Xiyu's eyebrows were full of affection, and she said coquettishly, "You are so bad." Lin Feng cursed in his heart, movie emperor. Sure enough, all the innocence she had in front of him before was fake. After Lin Feng finished cursing in his heart, he immediately thought of Chen Jiayi, whom Zhao Yunfei had just mentioned. Why is this name so familiar? Suddenly, Lin Feng shuddered and remembered that Chen Jiayi was not the #1 campus beauty of Jiangnan University? And she was from a wealthy family in Jiangnan City, with a terrifying background. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. No wonder he felt a little familiar when he saw Chen Jiayi at the school gate. It turned out that the person he kissed was Chen Jiayi, the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan University. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he cried out inwardly, "It's over." The reason why Lin Feng secretly cried out bad was that he realized that he had made a big mess. He kissed Chen Jiayi at the school gate just to vent his anger. Who would have thought that such a kiss would cause such a big trouble? With Chen Jiayi's background as a wealthy and powerful family, wouldn't she kill him? Even if her family didn't kill him, the countless rich and powerful young men in Jiangnan University who pursued Chen Jiayi would not let him go. He suddenly remembered the old man, saying that there was a big peach blossom waiting for him. And he also said that it was peach blossom luck or peach blossom disaster, it depends on his luck. The old man's prophecy was undoubtedly fulfilled again. However, what was waiting for Lin Feng was undoubtedly peach blossom disaster, not peach blossom luck. Lin Feng was depressed. At this time, Lin Feng saw that Zhao Yunfei and Li Xiyu had finished their meal. Zhao Yunfei put his arm around Li Xiyu's slender waist and entered the elevator. Room 302 on the 30th floor of the hotel. The door was closed, and the two hugged each other without any scruples. However, at this moment, Zhao Yunfei's cell phone rang. Zhao Yunfei immediately stopped what he was doing, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and when he saw the caller ID, his expression suddenly became serious. "Yunfei, who is it?" Li Xiyu suddenly saw Zhao Yunfei stop and couldn't help asking. Zhao Yunfei said to her, "A friend may have something urgent to talk to me about. Go take a shower first."
Although Li Siyu was very curious about who called Zhao Yunfei, she still obeyed and went to the shower room. Li Siyu didn't know who called Zhao Yunfei, but Lin Feng could see it. He saw that Zhao Yunfei's cell phone was calling, and the name displayed was Yi Shuerwa. Zhao Yunfei saw Li Siyu enter the shower room before answering the call from Yi Shuerwa, and his face changed to a flattering look like a pug. Shuero, do you have something to talk to me about? Zhao Yunfei, where are you and why did you take so long to answer the phone? A dissatisfied woman's voice came from the phone. Shuero, I'm attending a friend's birthday party. It was too noisy in the private room just now, so I didn't hear the phone ringing. Zhao Yunfei said. Wenru said, which friend's birthday is it? I'm your girlfriend, why don't you take me with you? Shuero, it's a friend's birthday party, and all the people who come are men. How dare I bring you? What if they fall in love with you, where can I cry? Slippery tongue, okay, I'll let you go today. Yes, goddess. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yunfei's face showed a look of relief. Lin Feng thought, so Zhao Yunfei already has a girlfriend. Seeing Zhao Yunfei trying to please Yi Shuerwa on the phone, it can be seen that Yi Shuerwa is of great background. Otherwise, Zhao Yunfei would never send Li Siyu away as soon as he received her call. It can be seen that he is very afraid of Yi Shuerwa, a woman. And Li Siyu is naturally a condiment for Zhao Yunfei's rich life, and he doesn't really like her at all. Zhao Yunfei put his mobile phone on the bedside table and went to the shower room. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone on the table, and he couldn't help thinking, if I use Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone to send a message to Yi Shuerwa to let her know what Zhao Yunfei is doing now, will there be a good show immediately? Thinking of this, Lin Feng reached out to Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone on the table. But when his hand fell on Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone, the mobile phone was like air, and he couldn't catch anything. Although he could see Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone, the mobile phone was not really in front of him, but in the room of the Hilton Hotel, which was at least 10 minutes away from his hotel. So he couldn't get Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone. Unless his arm can reach thousands of meters away. Or break the spatial distance and bring the space closer to within reach. But this is also impossible and violates physical science. At this moment, a pale white light appeared on his palm, like a faint moonlight. This was like a faint moonlight, covering his palm. Lin Feng knew that this was his own aura. The aura suddenly appeared and wrapped around his palm. This made Lin Feng think in his heart, his palm suddenly, aura appeared on the table. Could it be that he could get the phone on the table? With the idea of trying, Lin Feng reached out to Zhao Yunfei's phone on the table again. He could see that as his palm stretched out, the air had a slight fluctuation, as if some kind of boundary was broken, and there were ripples in the air. In an instant, the barrier distance of space disappeared. Lin Feng's palm, which was full of aura, actually picked up the phone on the table. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It turned out that the aura that appeared on his palm could break the barrier distance of space and get the phone. This is equivalent to saying that Lin Feng has the superpower of hyperspace. This discovery made Lin Feng very excited. After Lin Feng got Zhao Yunfei's phone, he quickly found Yi Shuerwa's phone number. Then, he had an idea and sent a text message to Yi Shuerwa. After sending the message, Lin Feng deleted the message from his phone without leaving any trace. Then, he put Zhao Yunfei's phone back on the table. It was as if nothing had happened. The aura on Lin Feng's hand disappeared, and the ripples of air fluctuations also disappeared. He really wanted to know how Yi Shuerwa would react when she saw the message from Zhao Yunfei's phone. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and then he saw a luxurious villa. A powerful woman with long beautiful hair walked out of a luxurious villa. The beautiful woman had a murderous look on her face. She wore a red OL women's dress with an S-shaped hot body and red high heels, like a queen. As she walked, she ordered the dozen bodyguards in the compound, "Everyone follow me to the Hilton Hotel immediately to deal with this pair of dogs," and, after being stunned, the dozen bodyguards immediately replied, "Yes, Mississippi, that's right, this beautiful woman with a strong face was Yi Shuerwa." The reason why she was full of murderous look was that she received the message sent by Lin Feng using Zhao Yunfei's phone. Yi Shuerwa got into a red Ferrari and quickly drove away from the villa under the protection of several bodyguards' cars. 10 minutes later, Yi Shuerwa and her group of vehicles had arrived at the Hilton Hotel. Yi Shuerwa entered the hotel quickly with a dozen bodyguards. The door of room 302 of the hotel was violently kicked open with a bang. Yi Shuerwa's mobile phone was recording, and she rushed in quickly with a dozen bodyguards. Zhao Yunfei and Li Siyu on the bed hurriedly tidied their clothes. "You guys continue, don't worry about me," Yi Shuerwa said to Zhao Yunfei while filming with her mobile phone. It seemed like she was going to broadcast it live. Zhao Yunfei looked embarrassed and flustered, and stammered to explain to Yishu Arawa, Roshua, I was drunk at a friend's birthday party, it was
this woman who seduced me.
Zhao Yunfei seemed to have found an excuse to exonerate himself, and immediately pointed his finger at Li Siyu.
Yishu Arawa smiled coldly, really? Then what about this message?
After speaking, Yishu Arawa pointed the screen of her mobile phone directly at Zhao Yunfei. Zhao Yunfei immediately saw a text message on his phone. Yishu Arawa, please don't call Zhao Yunfei anymore.
He is not interested in you.
He and I are in room 302 of the Hilton Hotel now.
A good night is worth 1,000 gold.
Li Siyu, say good night to you.
The sender was Zhao Yunfei's mobile phone number. After reading this message, Zhao Yunfei had the urge to strangle Li Siyu.
He didn't expect Li Siyu to use her own mobile phone to send such a stupid message to Yishu Arawa.
No wonder Yishu Arawa would bring people to kill him. Zhao Yunfei cursed in his heart, what a pig-like woman.
Then, Zhao Yunfei turned around and slapped Li Siyu. There was a crisp sound, and Li Siyu screamed. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that Zhao Yunfei actually hit her. Zhao Yunfei said angrily, You took advantage of me being drunk to seduce me, and sent messages to my girlfriend, deliberately making her misunderstand. What is your intention? Li Siyu couldn't believe that Zhao Yunfei, who was so affectionate with her just now, suddenly became a stranger. She looked at Zhao Yunfei with a face full of grievance. Yunfei, you.
What's wrong? Didn't you say that you only like me? And I didn't send any messages at all? She was indeed wronged.
Because this message was from Lin Feng using Zhao Yunfei's phone, she sent the message to Yishu Arawa in the name of Li Siyu. However, even if she said that she did not send a message to Yishu Arawa, Zhao Yunfei and Yishu Arawa would not believe her.
Pa. Li Siyu's defense earned Zhao Yunfei 2 slaps.
You, who likes you? If you keep talking nonsense, I will smash your mouth.
Zhao Yunfei warned angrily.
Li Siyu's cheeks were red and swollen, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. Zhao Yunfei turned his face and was ruthless, just like a stranger, which made her terrified. This reminded her that she treated Lin Feng in the same way after school in the afternoon to please Zhao Yunfei. But now Lin Feng's role has changed to her. Zhao Yunfei was so ruthless to her just to please his real girlfriend Yishu Arawa. Li Siyu felt that her heart was bleeding. Zhao Yunfei was ruthless to Li Siyu, and it was indeed a show for Yishu Arawa to see. Yishu Arawa was not only his girlfriend, but also needed the care of the Yi family in many aspects of the Zhao family's business.
After offending Yishu Arawa, Zhao Yunfei and the Zhao family wanted to die?
If Yishu Arawa hadn't been so strong that she wouldn't even let him touch her hand, he wouldn't have used Li Siyu to relieve his loneliness. Who would have thought that he would be caught by Yishu Arawa when he was out having affairs?
It was really unlucky.
So, Zhao Yunfei was so anxious to cut off his relationship with Li Siyu. After watching Zhao Yunfei's performance, Yishu Arawa stood up and applauded, saying, Very good. So, I misunderstood you, Zhao Yunfei. Zhao Yunfei hurried forward and said self-blamingly, Shuero, it's all my fault that I drank too much, so I was.
Pa. However, before he finished speaking, he was slapped on the left side of his face by Yishu Arawa.
This slap made his cheek burn. Zhao Yunfei was surprised, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses and said, Shuero, what are you?
However, before he finished speaking, Yishu Arawa slapped him on the right side of his face for the second time. You're acting in front of me, do you think I'm really stupid? If you're unfaithful once, you'll be unfaithful 100 times.
From now on, I'm not your girlfriend, and our Yi family will no longer have any business dealings with your Zhao family. Zhao Yunfei was struck by a bolt from the blue, with a look of horror on his face. He knelt down in front of Yishu Arawa with a plop. Shuero, don't do it. It's my fault, please give me another chance. Then, Zhao Yunfei started slapping himself in the face with one slap on the left and one on the right. However, Yishu Arawa was indifferent to what Zhao Yunfei did, and said to all the bodyguards, Let's go.
Yes, miss.
The bodyguard agreed. Yishu Arawa left with all the bodyguards.
Zhao Yunfei suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face pale, and murmured, It's over, it's over.
Then, the distraught Zhao Yunfei came to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. The room suddenly became quiet, leaving only Li Siyu, covering her red and swollen cheeks, crying. I pretended to be pure and ladylike for so long, and finally attracted Zhao Yunfei's attention.
I thought I could find a rich boyfriend, why did it turn out like this? I'm not reconciled. Can I only be with a pauper like Lin Feng?
Wu. Seeing this, Lin Feng finally understood why Li Siyu had always been so simple and pure in front of him. She was neither vain nor materialistic like other girls. It turned out that she was pretending, just to stand out among the money-worshipping girls, so as to attract a rich man like Zhao Yunfei.
She was very scheming. However, now Lin Feng saw that the scheming girl was finally abandoned and suffered from her own actions. Zhao Yunfei was also dumped by Yi Shuerhua, and the Zhao family was about to be retaliated by the Yi family, causing great damage. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was finally avenged for being betrayed by Li Xiu and humiliated by Zhao Yunfei. The scene in the Hilton Hotel disappeared from Lin Feng's eyes, and he returned to reality. The hotel room was still the same room, nothing had changed, and Lin Feng felt like he had just had a dream. But everything he had just seen and happened was not a dream, but a real thing. And he, because of the elixir of the mysterious old man, had incredible superpowers. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyelids jumped, as if something was about to happen. At this moment, his pupils shrank, and he seemed to see something unknown and extremely serious. Lin Feng's face became solemn, and he said to himself, I didn't expect that Zhao Yunfei wanted to kill for money. No, human life is at stake, I can't just sit there and watch. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun shines on the seaside of Jiangnan City, where there are many sea view villas. Jiangnan City is a coastal city, and the sea view villas on the seaside are favored by the rich because they can see the sea and have soft sand. A young and beautiful woman walked out of a large sea view villa. This woman is Yi Shuerhua. Yi Shuerhua wore a white hat, sunglasses on her delicate and smooth nose, a white fashionable t-shirt, denim shorts, 2 straight and slender long legs, and white running shoes on her feet. It can be said that her youth, sunshine, and good figure are all displayed. In her hand, she held a white bichon frise, which was like a cute pom-pom. The little guy had 2 big, black, round and watery eyes, which was very cute. This is Yi Shuerhua's beloved dog, named Little Snowball. Yi Shuerhua did not let the bodyguard follow her and came out to walk the dog alone. Along the seaside road, walking the dog comfortably. Although she experienced unpleasant things last night, Yi Shuerhua did not seem to be affected much. To be precise, a scumbag like Zhao Yunfei is not worth her worrying about, let alone being sad. Holding the puppy, Yi Shuerhua walked slowly on the seaside road. After walking a few hundred meters, Yi Shuerhua saw a young man lying on a reef not far away by the sea. He was wearing a hat pulled down on his head, covering his eyes and most of his face. He was holding a fishing rod with one hand in fishing. Seeing this, Yi Shuerhua couldn't help but mutter to herself, is this man here to fish or to sleep? It would be strange to catch fish like this. However, at this moment, the young man lying on the reef suddenly took off the hat covering his face, revealing Lin Feng's face, sat up all of a sudden, and shouted happily, finally a fish is hooked. Lin Feng quickly reeled in the line, and saw that the fishing rod caught a fish weighing more than 1 pound from the seawater. Take the fish off the hook and throw it into the small bucket beside you. Then, Lin Feng raised a smile at the corner of his lips, and said to Yi Shuerhua, who was standing by the road not far away, who said you can't sleep while fishing. I can fish and sleep at the same time. After that, Lin Feng stopped looking at Yi Shuerhua, put bait on the hook again, and threw it back into the sea. Then he lay down on the reef again, took the hat and covered his face again to block the sunlight. Seeing this, Yi Shuerhua couldn't help but smile, this person is really interesting. I didn't expect that I could catch fish this way, it's interesting. Yi Shuerhua didn't stay any longer, and took the puppy and continued to walk. Hearing Yi Shuerhua's footsteps going away, Lin Feng, who was lying on the reef, gently moved the hat on his face and sat up. Glancing at Yi Shuerhua's receding figure, he thought to himself, the time is almost up, Zhao Yunfei is about to take action against Yi Shuerhua. He took the fishing rod, put on his hat, and walked in the direction where Yi Shuerhua left. The seaside highway is very quiet, and high-end luxury cars can be seen occasionally. There were few pedestrians on the road going to and from the Sea View Villa area. There were all kinds of trees growing on the roadside, with green leaves. The sun shone through the branches, and the light was twinkling. Sparrows jumped between the branches, chirping happily. This made Yi Shuerhua feel unusually good, and she said to the cute bichon frise beside her, Little Snowball, say hello to the sparrows on the tree. Little Snowball looked at his smiling owner with black eyes, as if he understood what his owner said, and then barked a few times at the sparrows on the tree. With the enthusiastic greetings of Little Snowball, the sparrows on the tree immediately flew away chirping. Seeing this, Yi Shuerhua couldn't help laughing out loud, and said to the cute Little Snowball, you scared away all the sparrows on the tree. Next time you say hello to them, remember to be gentle. Woof woof woof. But the Little Snowball raised his little head and barked a few times to his owner. It seemed to protest that his owner said it was not gentle enough. The man and the dog played for a while and continued to walk forward. When they came to a turning intersection, Yi Shuerhua, who was holding Little Snowball, suddenly saw a man wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask flashing behind a big tree.
Before Yi Shuerwa could react, the man in the hat, sunglasses and mask grabbed one of Yi Shuerwa's arms and pulled her behind the big tree. Yi Shuerwa was strangled by the man's hand and pressed against the tree trunk. This made her unable to shout and difficult to move. She was powerless and saw Little Snowball at her feet, and loosened the dog leash in her hand. Little Snowball looked at his owner with a painful face with black eyes, and then turned around and ran away quickly. Seeing that Little Snowball was running in the direction of her Seaview villa, Yi Shuerwa couldn't help but pray in her heart, "I hope Little Snowball can bring the bodyguards in the villa in time, so that she can be saved." "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Although the other party was strangling her neck, Yi Shuerwa could still make a weak hoarse voice. "Yi Shuerwa, you and the Yi family are so cruel that you even announced that you would cut off all business dealings with the Yi family and put the Zhao family's company to death. Now I have been expelled from the Zhao family by my grandfather. Today, I will make you feel worse than death." The man in the hat made a low and hateful voice in his throat. "You are Zhao Yunfei, you. How come you are here?" Yi Shuerwa recognized Zhao Yunfei's voice at once, and was angry and surprised. The reason why she said this was that she had a Seaview villa here. Except for the people in her family, she did not tell Zhao Yunfei and other people. Zhao Yunfei grinned. "More than a month ago, I secretly installed a tracker in your Ferrari. Not only do I know that you have a Seaview villa here, I also know that you like to walk the dog on this seaside road." Yi Shuerwa finally knew why Zhao Yunfei was ambushing behind a big tree on the side of the road. It seemed that her whereabouts had already been mastered by him. "Zhao Yunfei, what do you want?" Although Yi Shuerwa was held hostage by Zhao Yunfei, her expression had regained her composure. Zhao Yunfei took off his sunglasses with his other hand, looked at Yi Shuerwa fiercely and said, "First, I want your Yi family to agree to resume business dealings with the Zhao family, and must sign a long-term cooperation document agreement with the Zhao family. Second, transfer 500 million yuan to my Ruishi bank account as a deposit for the cooperation between the Zhao and Yi families. Once the Yi family violates the agreement with the Zhao family, the 500 million yuan will be used as compensation." The reason why Zhao Yunfei made two requests was that, first, once the Zhao and Yi families resume long-term business cooperation, he could return to the family. Second, the reason why he wanted the Yi family to deposit 500 million yuan into his Ruishi account was, of course, not to use it as a deposit, but to save a huge sum of money for himself, so that even if he was expelled from the family, he would still be worry-free with this huge wealth. Yi Shuerwa looked calm, looked at Zhao Yunfei, and said, "I can agree to your two requests, but you have to let go and let me call my grandfather." Zhao Yunfei released the hand that was strangling Yi Shuerwa's neck. At the same time, he took out a dagger from his pocket with his other hand and pointed it at Yi Shuerwa. "Call your grandfather quickly. If Yi Shuerwa plays tricks, he will make her regret it." Yi Shuerwa took out her mobile phone and started dialing a number. Zhao Yunfei watched Yi Shuerwa calling without blinking, and at this moment, a car drove past on the road outside the big tree with a whoosh. Although there was a big tree blocking the way, it was not easy for vehicles passing by to find out what was happening behind the big tree. But when the car passed by, Zhao Yunfei subconsciously glanced at the road outside. At this glance, Yi Shuerwa seemed to see a rare opportunity. Swish! She threw the mobile phone in her hand at Zhao Yunfei's face. Although Zhao Yunfei was prepared, he was caught off guard and was hit on the left cheek by the mobile phone, and he cried out. Yi Shuerwa had taken the opportunity to quickly escape from behind the big tree to the road. "You want to escape? It's not that easy." Zhao Yunfei ignored the pain on his face, got angry and chased after her with a dagger in hand. Yi Shuerwa tried her best to run, but her feet slipped on the sand and she fell to the ground with a crash. Zhao Yunfei saw Yi Shuerwa fall. His face was ferocious. "You stinky woman, how dare you play tricks on me? Today I will send you to hell." Zhao Yunfei, whose reason had been completely devoured by anger, stabbed Yi Shuerwa with the dagger in his hand. Yi Shuerwa's face changed and she shouted, "Help!" Seeing that Zhao Yunfei's dagger was about to stab Yi Shuerwa, at this moment, a whoosh sound of breaking through the air was heard. A shadow shaped like a long pole swung over and hit Zhao Yunfei with a snap. With a scream, Zhao Yunfei was immediately like a kite with a broken string, and was knocked out all of a sudden, and fell heavily several meters away, unable to get up for a long time. Yi Shuerwa's face turned pale when she saw Zhao Yunfei falling several meters away, groaning and unable to get up. She came back to her senses from the shock, and her eyes immediately fell on the person who saved her. The man wore a hat and held a fishing rod in his hand. His face was calm, but he had a sense of righteousness. Seeing this man, Yi Shuerwa was startled, because she recognized that this was Lin Feng, who was sleeping and fishing on the rocks by the sea. Seeing the fishing rod in Lin Feng's hand, Yi Shuerwa remembered the shadow of the long pole that had just knocked Zhao Yunfei away.
Did Lin Feng use this fishing rod to knock Zhao Yunfei away? And Zhao Yunfei fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Is this Lin Feng a martial arts master? After a long while, Yi Shuerwa came back to her senses and immediately said to Lin Feng with great gratitude, "Sir, thank you for saving me." Lin Feng extended his palm to Yi Shuerwa and smiled, "You're welcome, are you okay?" Yi Shuerwa shook her head, "I'm fine." However, she still reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, and slowly stood up from the ground. She was indeed fine, except that her right foot was sprained and the skin on her right calf was abraded. The rest of her body was fine. Not far away, Zhao Yunfei was hit hard by Lin Feng's fishing rod and couldn't get up for a long time. When he heard Lin Feng's voice, he felt it was very familiar. When he looked up and saw Lin Feng, he was immediately furious and shouted, "Lin Feng, it's you." Yi Shuerwa couldn't help but look at Lin Feng curiously and said, "Your name is Lin Feng, does he know you?" Lin Feng helped Yi Shuerwa to sit down on the curb and said, "Yes, my name is Lin Feng, he knows me, and I know him too. I just didn't expect that we would meet here doing such a heinous thing." When Yi Shuerwa heard Lin Feng say that he and Zhao Yunfei had a narrow path to each other, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes, I have a grudge against him, but thank you to this for letting me see a woman clearly." Woman? Yi Shuerwa couldn't help but think of something, and said, "Did this scumbag steal your girlfriend?" Lin Feng frowned, as if he remembered something painful, and said, "Well, this Zhao Yunfei stole my girlfriend yesterday." "Is your girlfriend called Li Siyu?" Yi Shuerwa asked hurriedly. Lin Feng looked surprised, looked at Yi Shuerwa and asked, "How did you know?" Yi Shuerwa looked at Zhao Yunfei not far away, and said contemptuously, "I caught this and Li Siyu in the Hilton Hotel last night." Then, Yi Shuerwa looked at Lin Feng and said, "However, I have avenged you. I have asked my family company to cut off business dealings with his family company. Without the products provided by my family company, his family company will go bankrupt." Lin Feng was surprised and held Yi Shuerwa's perfect and delicate hands and said, "Really, then I really thank you." Yi Shuerwa did not expect Lin Feng to be so excited. Her hands were held by Lin Feng, which made her feel a little embarrassed, but she was not angry. She pulled her hands back from Lin Feng's hands and said to Lin Feng, "Don't thank me. I am his ex-girlfriend. I am also a victim like you." Lin Feng nodded to Yi Shuerwa with sympathy, "Yes, we are both victims, but with me protecting you, he can't hurt you." Yi Shuerwa. How come the conversation between the two of them is developing more and more into a love relationship between a man and a woman? Yi Shuerwa immediately showed the reserve of a goddess and said, "Well, thank you for saving me. Your foot is sprained. I will carry you to the hospital." Lin Feng looked at Yi Shuerwa very sincerely and said. Yi Shuerwa hesitated for a moment and said, "Call the police first. Let the police catch this scumbag. Don't worry about that. I called the police before I saved you just now. I believe the police will be here soon," Lin Feng said. "And I also recorded the scene of Zhao Yunfei chasing you with my mobile phone. This video is enough to charge him with murder." Yi Shuerwa was stunned. What? Lin Feng called the police before saving her? He also recorded the scene of Zhao Yunfei trying to kill him with his mobile phone? How did he do it? In such a short period of time, and the incident happened so hastily, it is impossible for ordinary people to call the police, use their mobile phones to record the scene of the crime, and save people in time. Ordinary people can only do one of the three things: call the police, take pictures of evidence, and save people. But Lin Feng actually did all three things at the same time. One person did what three people could do. How could Yi Shuerwa not be surprised? Lin Feng seemed to see Yi Shuerwa's confusion, smiled and said, "I was using my phone to take photos of the surrounding scenery before I came here, so I happened to capture this trying to kill you, and then I quickly called the police." Of course, Lin Feng didn't just take photos of the surrounding scenery with his phone and happened to capture the scene of Zhao Yunfei's vicious behavior. Instead, last night, when he was in the hotel room, with a twitch of his eyelids, he saw in advance the scene of Zhao Yunfei's vicious behavior against Yi Shuerwa today. Including when Zhao Yunfei was lurking behind a big tree on the roadside, when Yi Shuerwa went out to walk the dog, and when Yi Shuerwa left Zhao Yunfei. Yi Shuerwa escaped from Zhao Yunfei's hands. He knew everything clearly in advance. It was precisely because he knew that Zhao Yunfei wanted to murder Yi Shuerwa's life, and Zhao Yunfei was Lin Feng's enemy in a sense. Therefore, whether it was out of a sense of justice to save people or to deal with the enemy Zhao Yunfei, Lin Feng felt it necessary to do this. After all, making the enemy uncomfortable is also happy for yourself. So, he appeared at the beach near Yi Shuerwa's Seaview Villa and fished. What he caught was not only the fish in the sea, but also the big fish Zhao Yunfei.
because he accurately controlled the time point of the entire Yi Shuarawa crisis and every step of the development of the situation. So before Yi Shuarawa was about to encounter danger, he had already called the police in advance. He calmly took a picture of Zhao Yunfei's murderous scene and saved Yi Shuarawa in time. Of course, Lin Feng would not tell the fact that he had superpowers. Obviously, Yi Shuarawa listened to Lin Feng's explanation and reluctantly accepted it, but she still felt a little incredible in her heart. However, Zhao Yunfei, who was not far away, heard that Lin Feng had called the police and filmed the evidence of his murder, but he could not remain calm and roared, "Lin Feng, I will kill you." He struggled to get up, but it caused a huge pain like a broken rib piercing his heart. Then, with a heart-wrenching scream, Zhao Yunfei fell back to the ground, and he was in so much pain that he was dying. Lin Feng came in front of Zhao Yunfei, squatted down, smiled at him, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Zhao Yunfei, you dare to murder Yi Shuarawa, the daughter of the Yi group, you can just wait to spend the rest of your life in prison. Lin Feng, I must kill you, it must be you who killed me, I want revenge." Zhao Yunfei's eyes were wide open, panting, like a trapped beast struggling to death. Lin Feng smiled coldly, "The dignified young master of the Zhao family has fallen to a point worse than a dog, how pitiful." Then, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Yi Shuarawa. "Your foot is injured. I'll carry you to see a doctor." Lin Feng looked at Yi Shuarawa sincerely and said. Yi Shuarawa's eyelashes drooped slightly, and she whispered, "No need for you to carry me, I can walk." However, before she finished her words, she was picked up by two strong arms and carried like a princess. Yi Shuarawa raised her eyes were a little flustered, and her eyes met Lin Feng's. Lin Feng smiled at her, "No need to carry me, I can carry you, okay?" Yi Shuarawa blushed. At this time, Zhao Yunfei's almost crazy howl came, "Ah! Woo woo woo!" The sound of police sirens was heard, and two police cars drove quickly from the distant highway. At the same time, from the other direction of the highway, the sound of a puppy barking woof 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 was heard, and there were footsteps of many people running. Lin Feng saw Yi Shuarawa's little snowball running at the fastest speed, and behind the puppy were 4 or 5 tall bodyguards. That's right, the little snowball who had run away from Yi Shuarawa earlier went back to the villa to ask for help. The bodyguards in the villa saw that only the little snowball came back, and Yi Shuarawa was missing. The little snowball was restless and barking, and even bit their pants with his mouth and pulled them out. They thought that something happened to Yi Shuarawa. So, several bodyguards followed the little snowball and came to look for Yi Shuarawa. 10 meters away from Lin Feng and Yi Shuarawa, several bodyguards began to point at Lin Feng and shouted angrily, "Boy, put down our little girl. Don't be rude to our little girl." Needless to say, they regarded Lin Feng, who was holding Yi Shuarawa, as a bad guy, thinking that Lin Feng wanted to do something bad to Yi Shuarawa. Lin Feng. Seeing that her bodyguards had misunderstood Lin Feng, Yi Shuarawa hurriedly whispered to Lin Feng, "Put me down quickly." In front of her bodyguards, she was a little embarrassed to be held by Lin Feng like this. Lin Feng was holding the beauty, and his nose could smell the faint fragrance of the beauty. He couldn't say how he enjoyed it, but the police car was about to arrive, and Yi Shuarawa's bodyguards were also here, so there was no need for him to hold Yi Shuarawa. So Lin Feng put Yi Shuarawa down. Several bodyguards quickly rushed over, trying to capture Lin Feng, the bad guy. Yi Shuarawa immediately stopped them and said, "He is not a bad guy, he is my savior, and the one who wants to harm me is that Zhao Yunfei." At this point, Yi Shuarawa pointed her finger at Zhao Yunfei, who was lying on the ground and screaming not far away. The bodyguards realized that they had misunderstood Lin Feng, and immediately rushed up to handcuff Zhao Yunfei and took him down. Zhao Yunfei screamed again, in excruciating pain. At this time, 2 police cars also came in front of the crowd, and 7 or 8 police officers got out of the cars. The middle-aged police officer in the lead looked at the bodyguards and the captured Zhao Yunfei, and asked, "What happened? Who called the police?" "It was me." Lin Feng stepped forward and said, "You said that someone killed someone, what's going on?" the middle-aged police officer asked. Lin Feng then used his mobile phone to record the scene of Zhao Yunfei chasing Yi Shuarawa and showed it to the middle-aged police officer. After watching it, the middle-aged police officer's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said to the 2 police officers beside him, "Brother Xing, please call the police. Take the person back." "Yes, Captain." 2 police officers immediately stepped forward, handcuffed Zhao Yunfei, and took him to the police car. Zhao Yunfei shouted, "I am innocent, I am innocent." The middle-aged police officer smiled coldly, "Whether it is innocent or not, you will know it when you get to the police station." Then, the middle-aged police officer looked at Lin Feng and Yi Shuarawa, "You also go to the police station to cooperate in making a statement." Lin Feng said to the middle-aged police officer, Yi Zion's foot is injured and needs treatment.
Why don't I go with you to the police station to make a statement?
The middle-aged police officer glanced at Yi Shuarawa's injured foot, then nodded. Then I will leave 2 colleagues to ask Yi Zion in detail about what happened.
Yi Shuarawa nodded. The middle-aged policeman, Lin Feng, and other policemen got on a police car.
Woo woo woo, the police car left with its sirens blaring. Yi Shuarawa watched the police car go away, thinking of how Lin Feng was concerned about the injury on her foot before he left. Her heart seemed to have followed the police car.
Yi Zionki, let's take you to the hospital first. A policeman looked at Yi Shuarawa and said with concern.
Yi Shuarawa came back to her senses and shook her head at the policeman. My foot is just slightly injured, it's okay, let's go to my villa and let my private doctor prescribe some medicine.
Okay, then let's go to Yi Zionki's villa. The police officer nodded and opened the back door of the police car for Yi Shuarawa.
Yi Shuarawa got into the police car with the help of another police officer. 2 police officers sat in the front passenger seat, and the police car started and drove to Yi Shuarawa's villa. Yi Shuarawa's bodyguards and Xiao Shuechu followed the police car to the villa. More than an hour later, Lin Feng finished his statement and walked out of the police station. Seeing that it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning, he found a roadside restaurant to have lunch. After eating, Lin Feng went back to the hotel. When returning to the hotel, passing by a sports lottery shop, Lin Feng's ears suddenly made a rumbling sound. Lin Feng stopped for a moment, thinking that there was something wrong with his ears. Then, a voice like a TV host rang in his ears. Super Lotto number 20200 is out. The winning numbers in the front area are 15, 25, 17, 19, 03, and the winning numbers in the back area are 02, 08. Super Lotto number 20200 is out. The winning numbers in the front area. Super Lotto number 20200. This was just like the live broadcast of the lottery draw. The host announced the winning numbers, and it was repeated 3 times in Lin Feng's ears. And the 7 winning numbers in the back area are also deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng looked at the lottery shop, where he could see several men buying sports lottery. On the wall of the shop, there was a large screen color TV, which was playing the content of the lottery. The host on the screen was announcing the winning numbers. Super Lotto number 20199. The winning numbers in the front area are 08, 11, 05, 01, 22. The winning numbers in the back area are 03, 12. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw this. Super Lotto number 20199? Then the winning numbers of the Super Lotto that he heard just now were the winning numbers of the 20,200th issue, not the 20,199th issue. Could it be the winning numbers of the next issue? After taking the old man's elixir, Lin Feng had the superpower of foresight. Therefore, it is not surprising that Lin Feng can predict the winning numbers of the next Super Lotto. Then, Lin Feng walked into the sports lottery shop. In the lottery shop, he bought a 12-fold single-entry lottery ticket according to the winning number of the next issue he just obtained. After buying the lottery ticket, Lin Feng looked at the lottery draw time, which is every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and today is Friday. In other words, Lin Feng will know tomorrow whether the lottery ticket he bought has won the prize. Lin Feng put the lottery ticket he bought into his wallet and returned to the hotel. He did not check out, but decided to stay one more day. After the lottery draw tomorrow night, he will check out and claim the prize the day after tomorrow. Sitting on the sofa in the room, Lin Feng casually flipped through the news on his mobile phone.
Then, he was suddenly attracted by the news on his mobile phone.
There were many news about the Yi family and the Zhao family. Yes Group, the largest chip company in Jiangnan City, announced today that it would stop supplying Zhao family smartphone chips. The Zhao family's smartphones are cut off from chip supply and face a bankruptcy crisis. Xiao Yunfei had a secret meeting with a woman in a hotel, and his girlfriend Yi Shuerwa announced her breakup on the spot. Xiao Yunfei retaliated against the Yi family for cutting off chip supply, and his plot to assassinate Yi Shuerwa was exposed and he was arrested by the police. The Yi group sent a team of lawyers, and Zhao Yunfei is very likely to be convicted and imprisoned. When Lin Feng saw this, a calm
smile appeared on his face. Zhao Yunfei went from being a domineering and ostentatious rich boy to a murderer. He is about to be sentenced to prison and will never be able to turn over again. The famous Zhao family is also on the verge of collapse and is in danger. However, no one knows that this time Zhao Yunfei and the Zhao family suffered a catastrophe, which was easily accomplished by Lin Feng with his superpowers. Lin Feng, who has superpowers, can be said to be a mastermind behind the scenes who is sure to win. Turn your hand to make clouds and turn your hand to make rain. Around 9 p.m. of the next night, Lin Feng sat on the sofa in the hotel room, holding a lottery in his hand, and was concentrating on watching the live broadcast of the sports lottery draw on TV.
On TV, the host was announcing the winning numbers. The 20,200 Super Lotto is out. The winning numbers in the front area are 15, 25, 17, 19, 03, and the winning numbers in the back area are 02, 08. Lin Feng compared the lottery in his hand with the winning numbers on TV, and found that the 7 numbers in the front and back areas he bought were exactly the same as the winning numbers on TV. The TV also announced the winning prize and number of bets for this period. Lin Feng calculated his single bet bonus and additional bets 12 times, and the prize reached 140 million. Even if the bonus was deducted from the tax, he could get almost 100 million yuan. For Lin Feng, this was simply a huge fortune from heaven. You know, he only spent a few dozen yuan to buy the lottery. And the reason why he was able to obtain such a huge fortune all came from his superpower of foreseeing. Superpowers bring great benefits, making Lin Feng feel that it is so easy for him to get wealth. After turning off the TV, Lin Feng lay on the sofa, and the whole person was indescribably relaxed. Immersed in great joy. He felt a little light and seemed to be flying. This can't be blamed on him. He came from a small county town and his family was not rich. Suddenly he had billions of wealth. This impact was explosive. It was rare that he didn't act abnormally or crazy. That night, he was almost sleepless in bed. After having billions of wealth, he wanted his parents and sister to come to the big city of Jiangnan City to live a better life. With billions of wealth, he can also enter the mall, dominate the world, and build his own business empire. With billions of wealth, Li Xiu, a scheming watch, can no longer look down on him. It can be said that his life is no longer just the single option of being poor, but there are many options at once. Lin Feng's chest is full of ambition and beautiful vision. Of course, in his heart, he is most grateful to the old man who gave him the elixir. If the old man hadn't given him the elixir, he wouldn't have had superpowers, nor would he have won the 100 million yuan prize. It was just a pity that he didn't know where the old man had gone, or even his name. He thought that one day he would find the old man. When I see the old man, I must thank him well. Lin Feng thought a lot like this, and fell asleep very late. The next day, Lin Feng woke up. It was already past 9 in the morning, and he checked out of the hotel. After leaving the hotel, he had calmed down a lot after the great joy last night. He found a small food stall on the street to have breakfast, and then passed by a toy store. After thinking for a while, he went in and bought a panda toy. The reason why he bought this panda mask is that people who won the lottery jackpot usually appear on TV wearing masks when they go to receive the prize. For safety and confidentiality. Then Lin Feng stopped a taxi and went directly to the Jiangnan Sports Lottery Center. On this day, Lin Feng, who won a prize of hundreds of millions wearing a panda mask, appeared on the TV in the homes of thousands of people in Jiangnan City. This lucky man who won a prize of 100 million wearing a panda mask naturally became a hot topic of discussion among many citizens in the streets and alleys. Who is this person wearing a panda mask? How will he spend the hundreds of millions of dollars in prize money? With these hundreds of millions of dollars in prize money, will he still work in this life? He certainly won't work, it's enough for a lifetime. After Lin Feng completed a series of procedures for claiming the prize at the sports lottery center and deposited all the prize money into his bank account, he walked on the street and heard many citizens talking about him like this. He smiled. When he saw others wearing masks appearing on TV to receive awards, didn't they also talk about the winners like this? Unexpectedly, he is now the object of others' discussion. He thinks this role change is quite interesting. He reached out and touched his pocket, where his wallet was, and of course, more importantly, the bank card with the 100 million prize money in his wallet. It can be said that Lin Feng is now an invisible rich man with a net worth of over 100 million. With a wealth of over 100 million, the first thing Lin Feng thought of was to buy a house. He wanted to bring his parents from the countryside to Jiangnan City, and also bring his sister who was in high school to the big city to study. In Lin Feng's heart, family is the most important. Since he had money, he naturally wanted to let his family live a better life. Since he wanted to buy a house, he naturally wanted to learn about the property. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a person, his best friend Fan Xiaodong. His best friend and deskmate, and Fan Xiaodong was from Jiangnan City. His family also had a company with tens of millions of capital, which was considered a rich kid. So Fan Xiaodong knew a lot about the newly opened real estate projects in Jiangnan City. So, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called his best friend. The call was quickly connected, and Fan Xiaodong's anxious voice came from the phone. Lin Feng, you finally called me. If you don't call me again, I will call you. Lin Feng couldn't help but curious. Do you have something to talk to me about? You kissed Chen Jiayi after school 2 days ago, and it caused such a big incident. As your brother, how can I not worry about your safety? Fan Xiaodong said angrily. After hearing this, Lin Feng knew that the news that he kissed Qin Jiayi after school that day had spread among the students of Jiangnan University. But he didn't care, and said to his friend on the phone, "I will tell you about this later. I want to buy a house now. You know more about the good real estate projects in Jiangnan City than I do. Today, you will accompany me to see the real estate projects. Buy a house." Lin Feng, are you kidding? The lowest house price in Jiangnan City is more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. Did you win the lottery? Fan Xiaodong said unhappily. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. I did win the lottery. The other party was silent for a while. After a few seconds, Fan Xiaodong couldn't wait to ask, "Lin Feng, you really won the lottery? How much money did you win?" "Not much, tens of millions." In order to prevent his friends from being too excited, Lin Feng did not say that he won the 100 million jackpot. Several. Tens of millions? This is not much? But it is obvious that Fan Xiaodong was still shocked by Lin Feng's shrunken tens of millions. "Lin Feng, send me your address quickly, I will go to find you now." "Okay, I'll send you the location on WeChat." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng sent the location to Fan Xiaodong on WeChat. 10 minutes later, a domineering and sturdy white Land Rover, with a bang, quickly stopped in front of Lin Feng. The car door opened, and a young man with short and neat hair and sunglasses got out of the car. He was slightly fat, wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body, brown shorts on the lower body, and a pair of limited edition sports shoes of a big brand on his feet. It can be said that this is a little fat man with some fashion. Seeing Lin Feng, the little fat guy stepped forward and hit Lin Feng on the shoulder with his fist, with a happy smile on his face. "Brother, you are great. You became a multi-millionaire in just 2 days. You must take me with you in the future." Yes, this little fat guy is Lin Feng's good brother Fan Xiaodong. Lin Feng got into Fan Xiaodong's car and just fastened his seatbelt. Fan Xiaodong asked Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, what price and size house do you want to buy?" "A few hundred square meters, a single-family villa, the price will be 10 or 20 million. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, "Anyway, he has hundreds of millions on hand. It's not too much to buy a single-family villa of 10 or 20 million. Even if it is a villa of several hundred square meters, it is a bit big for him, his parents and his sister to live in. But in the future, when he has a wife and children, it won't be considered big with more people. The most important thing is that he has superpowers that others don't have. A pair of eyes can see through life and death, disasters and blessings, and can also see the wealth and fortune in the world. With such divine eyes, Lin Feng doesn't have to worry about money at all. Therefore, Lin Feng doesn't feel bad about spending 10 or 20 million to buy a villa." However, Fan Xiaodong was so surprised that he opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in. A single-family villa of several hundred square meters, 10 or 20 million. It came out of Lin Feng's mouth lightly. Even if he was born in a wealthy family, he couldn't be so generous. Why did he feel that Lin Feng's lottery winnings were not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions? However, he did not ask more. He could not ask about how much wealth others had. He just needed to know that Lin Feng was now a nouveau riche. Fan Xiaodong thought for a while, his eyes lit up, and he said to Lin Fei, "I got it. A few days ago, a friend who works in real estate told me that today Huafu Real Estate has a top-level property for sale. I heard that they are all top-level villas worth tens of millions. Let's go and have a look." Huafu Real Estate is not only the largest real estate group in Jiangnan City, but also a very famous real estate developer in Xia Country. But in addition to these, Lin Feng also knew that Qin Jiayi, the campus belle of Jiangnan University who was kissed by him 2 days ago, was the jewel in the crown of the chairman of Huafu Group. By the way, maybe Qin Jiayi will come to the launch of Huafu Group's top real estate. Fan Xiaodong started the car and asked Lin Feng like a woman, gossiping, "Brother, you haven't told me yet, how did you hook up with Qin Jiayi?" Lin Feng said honestly, "I didn't hook up with her." "What?" Fan Xiaodong stepped on the brakes, and the car just stopped again. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "You didn't hook up with Qin Jiayi, but you kissed Qin Jiayi after school 2 days ago, what happened?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Can you stop being so surprised? Drive faster, I'll tell you slowly." More than 10 minutes later, Fan Xiaodong, who had heard the whole story, was stunned. My God! What kind of plot is this? Originally, he thought that Lin Feng and Qin Jiayi were a romantic story of a poor boy bravely pursuing a rich girl. As a result, Lin Feng was betrayed by his scheming cousin. In order to save his dignity as a man, he dared to kiss any girl at random, but the girl he kissed was Qin Jiayi. But we can't blame Fan Xiaodong for not knowing the whole story. It's just that Qin Jiayi is too famous. So everyone only saw that Qin Jiayi was kissed by Lin Feng, but no one knew that Li Xiyu betrayed Lin Feng. After knowing the whole story, Fan Xiaodong frowned and was very worried about Lin Feng. The news that you kissed Chen Jiayi has spread all over Jiangnan University.
Why don't you hide outside for a few days and go back to school after this is over? Lin Feng smiled. Are you worried that those rich boys who like Chen Jiayi will come to me to settle accounts?
Fan Xiaodong nodded and said, you may not know that there is a suitor of Chen Jiayi. Not only can we not afford to offend him, but other rich boys are also afraid of him.
Who? Lin Feng couldn't help but be curious. Zhang William.
Fan Xiaodong said solemnly.
A name that is neither Chinese nor Western. But it is a very famous name in Jiangnan University and even in Jiangnan City.
Zhang William's family, Meihua Group, is a giant enterprise involved in many fields such as biopharmaceuticals, medical devices, beauty, and cosmetics. The financial resources are strong, comparable to the wealthy and powerful Chen family.
Because of this, Zhang William, the third generation of the Zhang family, the eldest son of the Zhang family, is also well known in Jiangnan University and Jiangnan City.
However, although Lin Feng has known the name of the eldest son of the Zhang family for a long time, he just learned from Fan Xiaodong that Zhang William is also a pursuer of Chen Jiayi. Although not many people in Jiangnan University know that Zhang William is pursuing Chen Jiayi, almost everyone in the business circle knows that the Zhang family and the Chen family have close contacts and intend to form a good relationship.
Fan Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng. So, if Zhang William wants to harm you, you can't beat him at all.
Lin Feng thought to himself, that's not necessarily true. Now, his spiritual energy is surging like a river. Even if he is a peerless master, he is not afraid.
Why would he be afraid of Zhang William?
Not to mention that he has superpowers, a pair of divine eyes, which can predict dangerous disasters, and can fully grasp the opponent's every move, making him invincible. However, Lin Feng did not say all this, but just said to Fan Xiaodong calmly, well, I will be careful. 20 minutes later, with a click, Fan Xiaodong's Land Rover stopped in the parking lot of a newly opened real estate project. This new real estate project for sale is the Houting Garden, a top-level villa project newly developed by Huafu Real Estate. After getting out of the car, Lin Feng saw that the parking lot was full of luxury cars. All that caught his eye were Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Mercedes-Benzes. It seems that this top-level luxury real estate project has attracted many wealthy people in Jiangnan City. Luxury villas can be seen standing around the parking lot, which are luxurious and elegant and of extremely high grade. With so many top luxury cars, it seems that many big guys have taken a fancy to this real estate project. Fan Xiaodong was a little worried when he saw the parking lot full of luxury cars, while there are only 500 units of Houting Garden launched by Fu Real Estate this time. With so many people rushing to buy, it may be difficult to get one. Lin Feng was not too worried. If he couldn't buy it here, he could go somewhere else. The two walked into the sales office. The extremely spacious sales hall was crowded with people and the voices were noisy. Most of them were middle-aged and elderly men in suits, with big bellies and expensive watches, and middle-aged and elderly wealthy ladies wearing expensive diamond rings on their hands, huge pearl necklaces on their necks, and carrying limited-edition foreign handbags. These were all wealthy people who were not short of money. As soon as they opened their mouths, they asked for several villas of several hundred square meters. Buying villas was like buying cabbage. Although there were dozens of staff members in the sales office, there were too many buyers, and everyone was busy like a spinning top. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry. Even if he wanted to buy a villa, he couldn't find a sales lady to consult. And Lin Feng did consult one or two sales ladies, but he only said one sentence. The sales ladies saw that he was dressed ordinary and was a young man in his 20s. It was unlikely that he was the kind of wealthy boss. They were all polite and asked Lin Feng to take a look at the brochure on the luxury garden first, and then turned around to continue entertaining the big bosses and rich wives who asked for several villas. You look down on people. Fan Xiaodong cursed in a low voice. However, in front of those big bosses and rich wives who asked for several villas, Fan Xiaodong, who only had tens of millions of yuan at home, was not confident enough. Lin Feng saw this group of local tyrants scrambling to buy villas worth tens of millions. Even if it was his turn, the villas would probably be snapped up. So Lin Feng wanted to leave and go to other places to take a look. But at this moment, he saw a familiar and beautiful figure walking into the sales hall. Long hair draped over the shoulders, a flawless melon-shaped face, dark eyebrows like smoke, eyes like clear water in autumn moon, beautiful beyond words, and lips as red as rouge. She was dressed in a black OL women's dress, standing tall and graceful, and she had the intellectuality and neatness of a female white-collar worker in the workplace. Chen Jiayi, she's really here. Fan Xiaodong was also a little surprised to see this beautiful figure. That's right, the beautiful figure who walked into the sales hall was Chen Jiayi. Similarly, Chen Jai, who walked into the sales hall, also saw Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong. However, she did not pay much attention to them, but ordered the dozen sales ladies behind her who were transferred from other places to support the sale of the new property to start working immediately. After explaining the work, Chen Jai, who was a little tired, found a sofa in a quiet corner of the sales hall and sat down. Lin Feng saw Chen Jai sitting in the corner to rest alone. He said to Fan Xiaodong, "Wait for me here." Then, he walked towards Chen Jai. Fan Xiaodong's eyes widened. What on earth does Lin Feng want to do? The reason why Fan Xiaodong was nervous was that he was afraid that Lin Feng would kiss Chen Jai again at the school gate. However, his worry was unnecessary. The reason why Lin Feng walked towards Chen Jai was that he kissed her 2 days ago and felt a little sorry for Chen Jai. He happened to meet her here today, so Lin Feng wanted to formally apologize to Chen Jai. Chen Jai also saw Lin Feng and walked towards her. She frowned slightly, her eyes were calm, and there was a hint of doubt. She didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do? Of course, if Lin Feng did the same thing to her after school that day, she would never let Lin Feng succeed, and she would make Lin Feng suffer. Lin Feng smiled and sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Jai. Chen Jai looked at him calmly, waiting for him to speak first to explain his purpose. "Hello, Chen Jai. I came here to buy a house today, and I didn't expect to meet you." Lin Feng took the initiative to speak to Chen Jai. Chen Jai was a little surprised. Lin Feng came to buy a house? Lin Feng kissed her 2 days ago, and she asked someone to check Lin Feng's background afterwards. His parents are farmers, not rich people at all. Therefore, Chen Jai didn't think that Lin Feng could afford such a top-notch villa as Howding Garden. However, when she saw Fan Xiaodong, she understood a little bit. He should be accompanying Fan Xiaodong to buy a house. Chen Jai nodded to Lin Feng. "I welcome you on behalf of Huafu Real Estate. 2 days ago, I was a little abrupt to you. I'm sorry here." Lin Feng bowed slightly and said to Chen Jai. Chen Jai smiled coldly. "This is the first time I've been used by someone since I was a child." When Lin Feng heard this, he knew that Chen Jai had already known about Li Siyu's betrayal. "Chen Xianqi, this matter is indeed my lack of consideration and a big mistake. If possible, I am willing to make some compensation for Chen Xianqi." Lin Feng changed the address to show respect, and his tone was also very sincere and frank. This melted Chen Jai's coldness towards him. How to compensate? Chen Jai looked at Lin Feng and asked. She was very curious what Lin Feng could compensate her for. Lin Feng said, "This depends on what Chen Xian has to say. The compensation I said doesn't count." The ball was kicked back to Chen Jai. Chen Jai, she really couldn't think of how to let Lin Feng compensate her? Because she seemed to have everything she needed. "I can't think of how to let you compensate me now. I'll tell you when I think of it." Chen Jai had no choice but to say this. Lin Feng nodded, "That's fine." When Chen Xian thinks of it, at this point, Lin Feng paused. "That Chen Xianqi. Can I add you on WeChat?" Chen Jai felt something was wrong. "Why do you want to add me on WeChat?" Lin Feng said seriously, "In this way, you can contact me via WeChat at any time if you want me to compensate you." Seeing Lin Feng's eyes without any other mixed feelings, so upright that people can't find any suspicion, Chen Jai was actually bewitched and unknowingly clicked on the WeChat business card QR code. Beep. Lin Feng moved skillfully and scanned it with his mobile phone. Then, Lin Feng said to Chen Jai very politely, "Please approve Chen Xianqi." Chen Jai said oh and approved his friend. Then, Lin Feng had a friend nicknamed Xiaoi on WeChat, and the avatar was naturally Chen Jai's beautiful avatar. Sister Chen Xianqi's avatar is so beautiful. Lin Feng did not forget to give her a compliment. A crow immediately flew over Chen Jai's head. Why did she feel that Lin Feng at this moment did not look like someone who had made a mistake and was waiting for punishment? On the contrary, he added her WeChat and praised her beauty in a flowery way. Why did she feel like she was picked up by Lin Feng? Chen Jai suddenly realized that she was being tricked by Lin Feng again. Chen Jai's heart was suddenly itching with hatred, and she wanted to kill Lin Feng immediately. Chen Jai, who was about to explode, suddenly saw a person walking in from the door of the sales office out of the corner of her eye. Then, Chen Jai immediately made a 180-degree turn, her dark eyebrows stretched, her eyes were clear, as if there were beautiful stars twinkling, her smile was crisp and sweet, and she was so charming that she would kill people. She got up from the sofa, suddenly stretched out a slender jade hand, gently held Lin Feng's arm, and her voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, so gentle that it almost made people's bones soften. "Lin Feng, didn't you say you wanted to see a house just now? I'll take you to see it." Lin Feng was stunned. What's going on? Am I lucky in love? Fan Xiaodong, who was not far away, was also stunned. What was going on?
Chen Jia was holding Lin Feng's arm. Are they in love? Lin Feng has caught up with the goddess in the minds of all the boys in Jiangnan University? This happened in less than 10 minutes. What kind of secret book did Lin Feng use to pick up girls? He is simply a master of love. Fan Xiaodong's admiration for Lin Feng is like the torrent of the river, endless. But at this time, Fan Xiaodong heard the people around him respectfully calling out, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is here to see the house too? Mr. Zhang must be here to give Huafu Real Estate a venue. I'm here to show my support." Then, Fan Xiaodong saw a young man who was 185 meters tall, with a cold face, sharp eyes, and a strong aura walked in. The man was dressed in casual clothes. As soon as he walked in, the momentum of those big bosses and rich wives who bought houses suddenly weakened in front of him, and they were left with only timidity and caution. Seeing this strong and cold man, Fan Xiaodong couldn't help but be shocked, because he recognized this man as Zhang William, the eldest son of the Zhang family, Chen Jia's most important pursuer. Fan Xiaodong came back to his senses, and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, who was holding Chen Jia's arm, and shouted in his heart, "It's over, it's over, if Zhang William sees it, Lin Feng will be finished." Then, his eyes turned, he was quick-witted, walked towards Zhang William, smiled brightly, and deliberately said in a loud voice, "Young Master Zhang, what a coincidence, you are also here to see the house." The reason why he greeted Zhang William loudly was naturally to remind Lin Feng to keep his distance from Chen Jia. However, after Zhang William glanced at Fan Xiaodong, he was as cold as an iceberg, walked directly past Fan Xiaodong, and walked towards Chen Jia and Lin Feng in the corner of the hall. Fan Xiaodong saw that it was not good, and wanted to catch up with Zhang William to delay time and let Lin Feng get away. However, two bodyguards wearing black vests and with bulging muscles on their arms and chests following Zhang William blocked Fan Xiaodong's way. The two bodyguards stared at Fan Xiaodong fiercely, with a warning that if Fan Xiaodong dared to disturb Zhang William again, they would definitely serve him with their fists. Fan Xiaodong naturally did not dare to anger the two big bodyguards, so he had to stand still. At this time, he could only pray for Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw Zhang William when Fan Xiaodong greeted Zhang William loudly. Then, he suddenly understood why Chen Jia was so intimate with him all of a sudden. Needless to say, it was all because of Zhang William's appearance. Fan Xiaodong has already told him that Zhang William is Chen Jia's most important suitor. Therefore, it is certain that Chen Jia's sudden intimacy with him, like a couple, is all for Zhang William to see. But Lin Feng is not sure whether Chen Jia is using him as a shield to reject Zhang William, or is she using him to make Zhang William jealous and test how deep Zhang William's feelings for her are? However, no matter which situation it is, Lin Feng is bound to be used as a shield. Thinking back to a few days ago when he used Chen Jia as a shield, he didn't expect that he would become Chen Jia's shield again so soon. Does this count as helping each other? Will no one owe anyone anything in the future? Zhang William came in front of Lin Feng and Chen Jia. He was so cold that he actually smiled, and his smile was very nice. "Jia, I heard that you were attending the opening of Houting Garden on behalf of Huafu Real Estate today. I came to support you." Although Chen Jia was holding Lin Feng's arm and Lin Feng was standing beside her, Zhang William never looked at Lin Feng from beginning to end. It was as if Lin Feng did not exist. Lin Feng also felt his extreme disregard and arrogance towards him from Zhang William's face. However, Lin Feng was not angry. This so-called noble arrogance of a rich man was worthless in his eyes. Chen Jia naturally knew that Zhang William was deliberately ignoring Lin Feng. She showed a very polite smile on her face. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for your support." "You're welcome." Zhang William smiled. "Jia, I have to say given the relationship between our two families, shouldn't you call me William?" However, Chen Jia seemed not to hear Zhang William's reminder, but pointed to Lin Feng beside her and said, "By the way, I forgot to introduce you, this is my boyfriend Lin Feng." Zhang William seemed to have just seen Lin Feng, and looked at Lin Feng with a sharp and strong gaze, with a strong pressure to dominate, overwhelm and defeat Lin Feng from the momentum. However, Lin Feng didn't buy his tricks at all. The corners of his lips curved upwards in a funny arc, and he looked at Zhang William without blinking, as if he was looking at a clown. Zhang William, who looked at him with a strong and dominant gaze, felt inexplicably humiliated. This made him want to psychologically oppress and defeat Lin Feng, but he failed. A smile appeared on the corners of his lips, and he stretched out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Now it was Chen Jia and Fan Xiaodong's turn to be surprised. Zhang William was not angry, did not do anything bad to Lin Feng, and even shook hands with Lin Feng. Isn't this too peaceful and weird? However, in Lin Feng's eyes, he didn't think Zhang William was that peaceful. On the contrary, when the woman he liked introduced her boyfriend to him, he was still so calm, as if nothing had happened. This shows that Zhang William either didn't fall in love with Chen Jia at all,
or he was too cunning and hid all the hatred in his heart. Needless to say, Zhang William belongs to the latter. This is much more terrible than Zhao Yunfei, the rich second generation who has impulsiveness and irritability written all over his face. Of course, no matter how cunning Zhang William is, Lin Feng is not afraid of him. Lin Feng shook hands with Zhang William with a graceful smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." After shaking hands, Zhang William looked at Chen Jiayi and said, "Jai, all the villas in the Houting Garden are for sale this time.
Can't you recommend a few house types to me?"
Chen Jiayi apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I have to accompany my boyfriend to look at houses."
"How about this? I'll ask a staff member to introduce them to you."
After that, Chen Jiayi didn't wait for Zhang William to answer, and went directly to a salesgirl in the hall. She called out, "Li Ran, come over here and introduce the apartment types of Houting Garden to Mr. Zhang."
"Yes, little girl." The salesgirl immediately trotted over.
Chen Jiayi still held Lin Feng's arm, completely ignoring the fact that Zhang William was right in front of her, and looked at Lin Feng with affection.
"Lin Feng, I will accompany you to see the house now."
Seeing this, Lin Feng understood.
Chen Jiayi definitely doesn't like Zhang William.
She wants to use Lin Feng to reject Zhang William, or she doesn't want to get along with Zhang William. Since the beautiful woman wants him, he is naturally happy to serve.
He nodded to Chen Jiayi. "Okay, let's go and have a look."
Chen Jiayi held Lin Feng's arm, like a couple, and walked past Zhang William, whose face had turned cold. Fan Xiaodong and the two salesgirls who had looked down on Lin Feng before were so surprised to see Lin Fei and Chen Jiayi leave intimately that they were speechless. The two salesgirls secretly warned themselves, when they see Lin Feng in the future, they must be polite and must not be rude like today.
"Mr. Zhang, what type of villa do you want? There are a total of..."
The salesgirl who was called by Chen Jiayi to introduce the types of houses to Zhang William said carefully to Zhang William, who had a cold aura. However, before she finished her words, Zhang William had already turned and walked out, and the two bodyguards followed him and left, leaving the salesgirl with a stunned look. Amid the deafening engine sound, Zhang William drove a Lamborghini and the bodyguard driving a Mercedes-Benz and quickly left the Houting Garden. Then, from a luxurious single-family villa, two people walked out, looking at the departing Lamborghini and Mercedes-Benz, and the two smiled knowingly. "That's right, these two people are Lin Feng and Chen Jiayi."
"The show is over, can I leave?"
Lin Feng said to Chen Jiayi.
Chen Jiayi nodded. "Thank you for cooperating with me, so that I don't have to face the person I least want to see."
Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chen Jiayi to dislike Zhang William so much.
But he didn't ask more questions.
After all, this was someone else's private matter.
Lin Feng said you're welcome and was about to leave. Anyway, if he went back to the sales office now, there would be no villas waiting for him to buy. It would be better to go somewhere else.
However, Lin Feng had just taken 2 steps when Chen Jiayi called from behind, "Lin Feng, wait a minute."
Lin Feng looked at Chen Jiayi and had a bad feeling. He said, "Why, is there something else?" "It's indeed a small matter." Chen Jiayi showed a sweet smile on her face. "Can you be my contract boyfriend?" Lin Feng was directly confused. This is a small matter? And what the hell is a contract boyfriend? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't understand, Chen Jiayi explained, "It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth.
I hate Zhang William because he is not the type I like at all. But my parents and my sick grandfather like him very much and hope that I will be with him in the future can marry him."
At this point, Chen Jiayi looked at Lin Feng and said, "And I have just told Zhang William that you are my boyfriend, so I want you to continue to pretend to be my boyfriend. I can give you a high salary."
"Sorry, I'm not interested." Lin Feng refused without thinking. This surprised Chen Jiayi. How many people want to be her boyfriend, although they are fake boyfriends, but there are also many people willing. But Lin Feng refused. The reason why Lin Feng didn't agree is that he knew that being Chen Jiayi's fake boyfriend is not only not a real boyfriend, but also very easy to attract jealousy. This is simply a target, attracting all kinds of attacks.
So he didn't do it.
Chen Jiayi showed a flattering smile on her face, pouted her cute pink mouth, and shook Lin Feng's arm. "If you agree to sign a contract boyfriend agreement with me, I will leave the most luxurious and high-end villa in Houting Garden for you to live in."
Lin Feng glanced at Chen Jiayi. Beauty trap?
But he had to say that Chen Jiayi's coquettishness almost made his bones soft.
The goddess's coquettishness was lethal.
But since Lin Feng took the elixir, he not only possessed superpowers, but also had spiritual energy to protect his body.
His mind and will were much stronger than ordinary people.
So he did not fall for Chen Jiayi's coquettishness, but said firmly as a rock, "Miss Chen, if you want to give the villa to someone else, then just give it to someone else.
You don't need to discuss it with me. I have something to do and I'll leave first."
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he walked away.
"Lin Feng, stop right there.
This time, Chen Jiayi no longer begged Lin Feng, but ordered. Lin Feng could not help but turn around and look at Chen Jiayi, and found that Chen Jiayi's eyebrows were raised, her eyes were wide open, and she was aggressive. But even so, the angry Chen Jiayi's appearance was still as high as 99.99999, in short, she was still as beautiful and charming. Lin Feng said helplessly, "I'm sorry, although you are very beautiful and the price you offered is very high, I am a principled person, and I can't agree to be your contract boyfriend."
Chen Jiayi looked at him and said, "Does what you said before about compensating me count?"
Lin Feng frowned slightly, and said, "You wouldn't be."
"Yes, I want you to compensate me."
"I didn't think of any compensation before, but now I think of it, that is, let you pretend to be my boyfriend," Chen Jiayi said in an unquestionable tone.
Lin Feng.
He did tell Chen Jiayi that he would compensate her. He also did tell her to tell him if she wanted any compensation. Why did Lin Feng feel like he had dug a hole for himself? 10 minutes later, a house purchase contract and a bunch of villa keys were handed to Lin Feng. Without spending a penny, he got a villa worth about 20 million. And he officially took office and gloriously became Chen Jiayi's contracted boyfriend, in short, pretending to be a boyfriend.
Fan Xiaodong finally found Lin Feng in front of a villa. Lin Feng looked at him curiously. "How did you find me?"
After getting the purchase contract and the villa key from Chen Jiayi, he came to take a look at villa number 1. Because there are 500 villas in the entire villa area of Houting Garden, it is a bit difficult to find someone with so many villas. Lin Feng originally wanted to call Fan Xiaodong to come over, but he didn't expect Fan Xiaodong to find him. Fan Xiaodong wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and said, "You made it difficult for me to find you."
"Fortunately, I met Chen Jiayi on the way here. She told me that you were in villa number 1.
Lin Feng then realized that it was Chen Jiayi who told him. Then, Lin Feng asked tentatively, "Did she tell you anything else?"
"Yes."
Fan Xiaodong hit Lin Feng on the shoulder with his fist and said, "She also said you were her boyfriend."
"Lin Feng, you are so awesome, aren't you?
What trick did you use to win her over?" Lin Feng smiled, "If I tell you that I didn't win her over, I'm just her fake boyfriend, would you believe it?"
Fan Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng in a daze, then burst out laughing. "Brother, stop teasing me, okay? I almost believed it, haha."
Lin Feng threw the house purchase contract in his hand to Fan Xiaodong. Fan Xiaodong was stunned for a moment, and then he was deeply moved. "Brother, I didn't expect you to give me such a luxurious villa without even thinking about it. But it's also true that Chen Jiayi is the only daughter of the chairman of Huafu Group. You will become the son-in-law of the Chen family in the future, and the entire Huafu Group will be yours."
"You don't even care about a mere villa?"
Lin Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. "Fan Xiaodong, I didn't say I would give you the villa."
"I want you to turn to the last page of the contract and the last clause." Fan Xiaodong was confused. The villa was not given to him, but he misunderstood Lin Feng's meaning? This is a bit embarrassing. Then, he immediately turned to the last page of the contract, and saw that the last clause read, "From the signing of the house purchase contract, your contractual boyfriend relationship with Chen Jiayi is officially established. You need to cooperate with Chen Jiayi and prevent outsiders from seeing the true relationship between the two. After signing the contract shall not be breached unless both parties agree to terminate the contract. The breacher needs to pay 10 billion. 10 billion. Fan Xiaodong hissed and took a breath of cold air. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. He said anxiously, "If Chen Jiayi refuses to terminate the contract, won't you always be his fake boyfriend?" Lin Fei showed an unfathomable smile and said, "But on the other hand, if I don't terminate the contract, won't she still be my girlfriend?"
Fan Xiaodong savored Lin Fei's words carefully, and then suddenly realized, and said, "I understand. Chen Jiayi originally thought that she could use this contract to make you obey her and become her fake boyfriend. But she forgot that this contract has the same effect on her. If she wants to terminate the contract with you, she also needs your consent.
In this case, if you don't agree to terminate it, won't Chen Jiayi always be your girlfriend?"
After Fan Xiaodong finished speaking, he gave Lin Feng a thumbs up.
"Hi."
On the surface, it seems that Lin Feng has been trapped by Chen Jiayi.
But in fact, Chen Jiayi has also been trapped by Lin Feng.
But no matter how you look at it, Lin Feng has Chen Jiayi. Because Chen Jiayi is very likely to lose herself and become Lin Feng's woman. The reason why Lin Feng finally agreed to be Chen Jiayi's contracted boyfriend was because he read this last clause of Chen Jiayi. Chen Jiayi thought she was foolproof and could control him firmly and make him be her fake boyfriend. But Lin Fei saw that there was no reason for him to refuse a rich girlfriend with high appearance and high temperament who was given for free.
Did you really think that he signed the contract just to compensate Chen Jiayi? That was impossible.
After all, licking one's boots was not suitable for him.
By the way, Lin Feng, Why does Chen Jai want you to be her fake boyfriend?
Fan Xiaodong suddenly asked in confusion. Lin Feng had to tell him everything that Chen Jai didn't like Zhang William and wanted Lin Feng to be her fake boyfriend to make Zhang William give up.
Fan Xiaodong finally understood.
But he couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Zhang William is not easy to deal with. Are you really not afraid that he will cause you trouble? Lin Feng said, tomorrow Chen Jai will assign me a bodyguard to protect my personal safety 24 hours a day.
Fan Xiaodong looked envious. It's no wonder that he is Chen Jai's contracted boyfriend, and there are bodyguards protecting him 24 hours a day.
Lin Feng took the contract back from Fan Xiaodong and said to Fan Xiaodong, okay, stop talking nonsense, let's go in and take a look at the villa.
Fan Xiaodong agreed. The two of them walked into the villa.
The living room of the villa is very spacious, with crystal chandeliers, marble floors, mahogany tables and chairs, and leather sofas. Everything is luxurious and high-end. European marble, genuine leather sofas from France, precious mahogany tables and chairs from Southeast Asia, and top-grade crystal chandeliers customized from London are all high-end imported goods.
Each of them costs hundreds of thousands or even millions.
Fan Xiaodong said in amazement when he saw the things in the villa. Lin Feng also sighed in his heart. It is no wonder that Chen Jai left villa number 1 for her own use.
She is really willing to spend a lot of money.
He estimated that the value of all the things in the villa is likely to far exceed the price of the villa itself. It can be said that he and Chen Jai made a lot of money from this deal. Now that he has a villa, Lin Feng decided to find a time to bring his parents and sister to live in Jiangnan City. Because the villa has everything he needs for life, Lin Feng moved into the villa that day. At night, because they moved into their new home, Lin Fei and Fan Xiaodong went outside to find a restaurant and had a good meal to celebrate.
After eating and drinking, the two returned to the villa.
Back at the villa, Lin Feng took out the key and was about to open the door when his eyelids suddenly jumped. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and then his eyes saw two more uninvited guests in the villa. The corners of his lips immediately curled up into a smile. I didn't expect them to come to my house so soon. Then, he looked at Fan Xiaodong and whispered, a thief has entered the villa.
Go call the community security. I'll watch here. Fan Xiaodong was shocked. Really? How did you know?
Lin Feng tapped his head with his hand. Intuition, my intuition will never be wrong. Although Fan Xiaodong was skeptical, Lin Feng was so sure that he had to nod. Okay, I'll go call someone, but you have to be careful.
Lin Feng nodded. Fan Xiaodong tiptoed away.
After Fan Xiaodong left, Lin Feng inserted the key in his hand into the door lock of the villa.
With a click, Lin Feng opened the door.
The villa was dark without lights on.
Lin Feng walked in and closed the door with a click.
Then, in the dark living room of the villa, there were whistling sounds of fists and feet, broken bones, and screams of pain. In the darkness, it seemed that a dangerous and fierce life-and-death struggle was going on.
Soon, all the chaotic noises fell silent.
At the same time, hurried footsteps were heard outside, and Fan Xiaodong's voice, quick, the thief is in the villa. The door of the villa suddenly opened, and then the lights in the villa came on. Then, Fan Xiaodong and 5 or 6 community security guards saw a shocking scene. On the floor of the villa's living room, there were 2 big men with bruised faces and swollen noses, as strong as bulls. They were groaning and moaning, but they couldn't stand up like mud. Fan Xiaodong recognized at a glance that these 2 strong men were the 2 big bodyguards of Zhang William who had seen him during the day. They appeared in Lin Feng's villa. Fan Xiaodong knew with his toes that they were sent by Zhang William to cause trouble for Lin Feng.
Wasn't Lin Feng in trouble?
Fan Xiaodong immediately searched for Lin Feng's figure in the living room. Before he entered the villa, he found that Lin Feng was missing, so he rushed in a hurry. He didn't find Lin Feng in the living room, and his heart sank.
Not good.
Lin Feng must have been captured by Zhang William. Fan Xiaodong immediately shouted to several security guards, not good, Lin Feng was kidnapped, call the police. However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a creak, and the door of the bathroom in the corner of the living room opened, and a person walked out. It was Lin Feng who was kidnapped.
Fan Xiaodong. Several security guards also looked at Fan Xiaodong with questioning eyes. Didn't you say that someone was kidnapped?
Seeing the looks of the security guards, Fan Xiaodong smiled awkwardly, no need to call the police.
Then, Fan Xiaodong asked Lin Feng, why are you in the bathroom? I was in a hurry.
Lin Feng said.
Fan Xiaodong pointed to the 2 strong men with bruised faces and swollen noses on the ground and asked, how did they get injured like this?
Lin Feng said, I was waiting for you to call someone, but then I was too anxious and couldn't hold it anymore, so I rushed into the villa to go to the bathroom.
In the dark, someone attacked me.
I was scared, so I kicked and punched randomly, and I didn't expect to hurt them by accident.
Lin Feng certainly didn't hurt the 2 bodyguards of Zhang William by accident.
This was because since he took the elixir, his eyes were like divine eyes that were opened. Not only could he see things that others didn't know, but he could also see at night as clearly as during the day. He could see the two bodyguards of Zhang William in the dark clearly. Then, he hit them accurately. Of course, Lin Feng would not tell all this. Fan Xiaodong and several security guards were shocked. Looking at the two sturdy men on the ground, their faces were bruised and swollen like steamed buns in a steamer. They couldn't believe that this was caused by Lin Feng's accidental injury. The hit rate of this accidental injury is too high, isn't it? Fan Xiaodong admired Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng, you are so lucky. Lin Feng smiled thickly. My luck has always been so good. A young man who looked like the security captain said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, let's take these two people to the security room first, and then call the police to deal with it. And for your safety, I will let 2 security guards stay in your villa tonight. Mr. Lin, do you think it's feasible to guard the door? The reason why the captain of security was so thoughtful and attentive was that when Chen Jia, the eldest lady of Huafu Group, left today, she asked him and all the security guards to protect Lin Feng more and not let Lin Feng have any accidents. Now that Lin Feng's villa has been robbed, the captain of security suddenly feels nervous. If the eldest lady knows about this, it will be a problem whether he can continue to work as the captain of security. Can he not send people to guard and protect Lin Feng? Lin Feng said to the captain of security, thank you for your help. The captain of security was flattered and waved his hands quickly. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It is our honor to serve you. Then, the captain of security asked several security guards to take away 2 strong men who were as weak as mud. Before leaving, the captain of security closed the door of the villa. He was really thoughtful. Sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Fan Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng uneasily and said, Zhang William sent someone to trouble you so soon. You are in a very dangerous situation. Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets, his face calm. When the enemy comes, we will fight back. What's more, Chen Jia will send bodyguards to protect me 24 hours a day tomorrow. However, Fan Xiaodong was still very worried. Zhang William's power in Jiangnan City was terrifying. Even if Chen Jia sent bodyguards to protect Lin Feng 24 hours a day, there would inevitably be some omissions. Just like tonight, the security force in Houting Garden community was so tight, but 2 of Zhang William's bodyguards still easily sneaked into Lin Feng's villa. It can be seen how terrible Zhang William's methods are. Lin Feng reached out and patted Fan Xiaodong on the shoulder, and said, Brother, don't worry about me, Zhang William can't do anything to me. Fan Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng and said, how about I call a few security guards from my dad's factory to protect you? Lin Feng. Is he so weak? Does Fan Xiaodong have to ask the factory security to protect him? He is a peerless master after all. He is just a little low-key. How come he needs protection? Ding dong. At this moment, Lin Feng's WeChat rang a few times. Lin Feng picked up the phone and found that it was a message from Chen Jia. He clicked on the message. Lin Feng, tomorrow I will send an ace special warfare member who has recently retired to protect you. His name is Qin Feng, nicknamed Wolf Warrior. Qin Feng is a martial arts master. He has gone deep into war-torn areas to carry out extremely dangerous missions. He was surrounded by bandits, but he still killed the enemy leader and escaped unscathed. He is an ace guest. The following is his photo. Lin Feng saw that the person in the photo was a young man of about 21 or 22 years old, with a stern and heroic brow, a firm and powerful gaze, and a strong look on his face, just like a wolf without fear of fighting. Needless to say, the person in the photo is Chen Jia. Chen Jia will send a bodyguard to protect Lin Feng tomorrow. Qin Feng, a newly retired ace special forces member. Lin Feng did not expect that Chen Jia would send such a powerful bodyguard to protect him. It seems that Chen Jia also knows that Zhang William is very scary, so she dare not take it lightly. Then, Lin Feng handed the phone to Fan Xiaodong and said, take a look. Fan Xiaodong took the phone and read the message Chen Jia sent to Lin Feng, and he was surprised. Chen Jia actually sent a retired ace special forces guest to protect Lin Feng. This treatment is really extraordinary. However, this also made Fan Xiaodong completely relieved. With such a top master protecting Lin Feng, what else does he have to worry about? There was no conversation overnight. The next morning, it was just after 8 o'clock. The sound of a horn outside the villa startled Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong. The two walked out of the villa and saw a latest black luxury Mercedes-Benz. Lin Feng had guessed that the Mercedes-Benz was most likely Qin Feng, the bodyguard sent by Chen Jia. At this time, the door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and a young man with short hair, sunglasses, black clothes, and black pants got out of the car. He was strong and muscular, standing straight, standing like a mountain, with an extraordinary momentum. Lin Feng looked at the man in sunglasses, stretched out his palm, and said, "You are Qin Feng."
Yes, I am Qin Feng.
Qin Feng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Feng. "I am here to protect Mr. Lin." Then, he handed the Mercedes-Benz car key to Lin Feng and said, "Miss Chen said that during your cooperation, this Mercedes-Benz is your car for you to use." Fan Xiaodong's eyes widened suddenly. This Mercedes-Benz is the latest, top-level configuration and the most expensive one, with a price of up to 3 or 4 million. Chen Jiayi gave Lin Feng a villa worth tens of millions and a luxury car worth millions.
This is simply the treatment of a billionaire. What kind of good luck did Lin Feng have?
Lin Feng did not expect that Chen Jiayi would give him a car worth millions.
However, the current Lin Feng is not the same Lin Feng as before.
His vision is much higher.
In his eyes, a luxury car worth millions is just a means of transportation.
He does not regard it as a rare treasure. Lin Feng did not take the car key from Qin Feng's hand and said, "You drive today, I will drive tomorrow." Qin Feng did not expect Lin Feng to react so calmly. He did not take the luxury car worth millions seriously at all, but he appreciated it. He did not refuse and said readily, "Okay, I will drive today."
"Mr. Lin, please get in the car."
Lin Feng said, "Qin Feng, call me Lin Feng from now on."
Qin Feng smiled slightly, "Okay."
After the three got in the car, Qin Feng drove the Mercedes-Benz away from Houghton and headed for Jiangnan University.
Jiangnan University.
The Mercedes that Lin Feng was riding in was stopped by 2 security guards as soon as it arrived at the school gate.
"Please show me your student ID."
A security guard in his 40s, who was a little fat and greasy, tapped the window next to Qin Feng's seat. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought that Qin Feng and the car could not get in. Although Jiangnan University allows college students to drive to school, Qin Feng is neither a student here nor a faculty member of Jiangnan University.
The security guards will never let Qin Feng drive into the school.
Qin Feng rolled down the window and smiled at the security guard. "I am the new supervisor of the school security department.
Please open the door."
When Qin Feng said this, not only Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong were stunned, but also the 2 security guards outside. The security guard, who was about 40 years old, immediately became unhappy and said, "I don't care if you are the new supervisor of the security department, please show your ID, otherwise don't even think about entering the school." He looked upright, but in fact, this security guard who thought he was experienced did not believe that Qin Feng was the new supervisor of the security department. Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong also felt that Qin Feng's trick of using the new head of the security department could not fool the shrewd security guard.
Qin Feng nodded, "Okay, I'll show you the ID."
After that, Qin Feng took out an ID from his trouser pocket and handed it to the security uncle outside the window.
The security uncle took the ID and looked at it.
He saw that the photo on the ID was the same as Qin Feng in the car, and that the job title was the head of the security department, and the work unit behind was the security department of Jiangnan University. The most important thing was that there was a special stamp of Jiangnan University on the ID. When the security uncle saw this, the fat on his face trembled twice, and he was completely dumbfounded. The Qin Feng in the car was really the new head of the security department. Another security guard who was only about 30 years old also saw that the ID was authentic, and he quickly snatched the ID from the security uncle.
Then, with a smile on his face, he said to Qin Feng in the car, "Manager Qin, here is your ID. I will open the door for you right now." Qin Feng's lips curled up into a smile, took the ID, and said, "Thank you. What is the name of the colleague next to you?"
The security guard was suddenly constipated and could not speak. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he still said to Qin Feng, "His name is Lu Dahai.
He just bumped into Manager Qin.
I hope Manager Qin will not bear grudges." After saying this, the security guard immediately used the wireless remote control to open the electric telescopic door of Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz. Qin Feng did not answer the security guard, but smiled, rolled up the car window, and drove the Mercedes-Benz into the school. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz that had already entered the school, the pale-faced security uncle's legs softened and he sat down on the ground. Then, he beat his chest with both hands and cried out, "It's over, it's over. I actually offended the new manager of the security department, he will definitely fire me."
Bang!
The Mercedes-Benz stopped in the underground garage of the school.
Lin Feng unbuckled his seatbelt, looked at Qin Feng and said, "Are you really the head of the security department of Jiangnan University?"
Qin Feng nodded and said, "In order to protect you, Miss Chen arranged for me to be the head of the security department of this university." Lin Feng thought, as expected of a wealthy family, there is really nothing they can't do.
But it's not surprising.
With the huge size of the Chen family in Jiangnan City, let alone arranging a head of the security department, it is not difficult to replace the president of Jiangnan University.
This is my business card. If you have any trouble, just give me your phone number and location, and I will definitely arrive as quickly as possible to ensure your safety. At this time, Qin Feng handed Lin Feng a business card. The business card is very simple, with only the two words Qin Feng and a mobile phone number on it. Lin Feng accepted the business card, and the three got out of the car. Qin Feng took out his sunglasses and put them on. Fan Xiaodong couldn't help but ask curiously, "You won't really go to work in the security department, will you?" Qin Feng looked at Fan Xiaodong and said, "If I don't go to work in the security department, will I go to your classroom to attend classes?" Fan Xiaodong. After saying this, Qin Feng put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the exit of the parking lot with a cold figure. Lin Feng smiled, "With the support of this head of the security department, is there anyone in this school who wants to trouble him?" The answer is that someone is looking for trouble with him. Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong are freshmen in the medical department. On their way to the teaching building of the medical department, more than a dozen people blocked their way. "Hey, isn't this the boy who was rude to our Jiangnan University goddess Qinjai?" The boy in the lead had a feminine face and an angry smile. Lin Feng recognized this feminine boy, named Zhang Tao. His family is also a wealthy family with assets of over 100 million yuan, and he is also a pursuer of Qinjai. As for the dozen boys around Zhang Tao, they are all running errands and flattering for Zhang Tao. It's nothing more than eating and drinking under Zhang Tao, a rich young man, and having fun. If it were in the past, Lin Feng might have been very afraid of Zhang Tao and his gang. But now, he doesn't take them seriously at all. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Tao and smiled. "Zhang Tao, you are not jealous that I kissed your goddess, right? But it's normal for you to be jealous, because you are as timid as a mouse and dare not kiss Qinjai, so you are only worthy of being jealous of me." Zhang Tao was retorted by Lin Feng, and he was almost vomiting blood in anger. What made him even more angry was that Lin Fei was right about everything. He really didn't dare to kiss Qinjai. The huge size of the Chen family was such that even if he was given 10 times the courage, he would not dare to make such a bold move towards Qinjai. So, he was really jealous of Lin Feng for being able to kiss Qinjai. And he could only be jealous and dared not do anything. This was too infuriating. Zhang Tao he immediately became angry and said to the other boys around him, "This Lin Feng insulted Qinjai and dared to say such rude things. Let's teach him a lesson." A dozen boys immediately rushed forward and surrounded Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong. However, Lin Feng seemed not to see it and picked up his mobile phone, as if he was sending a message. Fan Xiaodong, who was standing aside, was a little nervous and whispered to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, what should we do now?" In Fan Xiaodong's opinion, if the other side had more than a dozen people and took action, he and Lin Feng would definitely suffer a great loss. Seeing Fan Xiaodong nervous, Zhang Tao said with a smug look on his face, "Fan Xiaodong, are you scared? If you are, ask your friends to do 100 push-ups in front of me and kowtow to me to admit their mistakes, and I can let you go." Fan Xiaodong immediately said angrily, "Zhang Tao, you are too much, we will never kowtow to you." After Lin Feng sent the message, he looked up at Zhang Tao and smiled coldly. "Today someone has to kowtow to admit his mistakes, but that person is not me, but you kowtow to me to admit your mistakes." Zhang Tao ran away on the spot. "If I don't let you kneel down and admit your mistakes to me today, I will be your grandson. Come on." More than a dozen boys were about to take action. Suddenly, a neat and powerful sound of footsteps sounded, and Qin Feng, who was wearing sunglasses and had a strong physique, ran over with a dozen young security guards. "Someone is gathering in the campus to provoke trouble and bully other students. Take them all down." Qin Feng shouted with thunder. More than a dozen young security guards immediately attacked decisively and quickly. Zhang Tao and a dozen boys were all stunned. Then a dozen boys shouted and all ran away. Before Zhang Tao could react, the dozen boys ran away without a trace. Zhang Tao was naturally captured and subdued by several security guards. Zhang Tao refused to obey and shouted, "Let me go, what right do you have to arrest me?" Qin Feng said coldly, "Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, bullying classmates, send to the police station." Zhang Tao's face turned pale. Going to the police station is not fun? If he was sent to the police station for bullying his classmates, once it was spread out, it would damage the family's reputation, and the family would definitely punish him severely. It's chilling to think about it. Zhang Tao immediately became scared, and when he saw Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong, he immediately felt like he had found a life-saving straw and begged, "Lin Feng, Fan Xiaodong, I was wrong, you guys come and talk to me, I don't want to go to the police station." Lin Feng looked at Zhang Tao as if nothing had happened and said, "Why should I speak for you? I'm not your father. Besides, you just said that you want us to do 100 push-ups and kowtow to you to admit your mistakes.
At this point, Lin Feng looked up at the sky with an arrogant look. Unless you do 100 push-ups for me and kowtow to us to admit your mistakes, maybe I will consider pleading for you. Jiang Tao's face was as pale as frost, as if he had lost his parents. Seeing Jiang Tao was extremely hesitant and in a dilemma, Qin Feng said to Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong, "You can go to class. We will send the student who bullied you to the police station and let the police deal with it." Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong looked at each other and knew that Qin Feng was putting pressure on Jiang Tao. They immediately nodded to Qin Feng in tacit understanding. "Thank you, security supervisor, for helping us." Then, the two were about to leave. However, Jiang Tao was anxious. If Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong left like this, he would really be sent to the police station. At that time, the family would definitely not let him go. "Lin Feng, wait a minute." Jiang Tao gritted his teeth and shouted to Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong, "I am willing to kowtow to you and admit my mistakes." Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong looked at each other and were secretly happy. In addition to kowtow and admit your mistakes, you also have to do 100 push-ups. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Tao and reminded him. This was exactly the condition Jiang Tao had proposed to Lin Feng before. Now Lin Feng imposed all of them on Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao frowned tightly. 100 push-ups were not easy for him. He had to be exhausted to death. However, he still said to Lin Feng, "I will do 100 push-ups." Qin Feng nodded. "Okay, since they are willing to give you a chance to correct your mistakes, I will not send you to the police station for the time being, but you must also complete what you just promised." The two security guards let Jiang Tao go. Jiang Tao endured the humiliation and knelt in front of Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong, saying, "I shouldn't let people bully you. I admit my mistakes to you. Please give me a chance to correct my mistakes." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad. A good student is one who can correct his mistakes." Hearing Lin Feng's teaching to him, Jiang Tao's facial muscles twitched, and he tried his best to suppress his anger in his heart. "Start doing 100 push-ups now," Qin Feng said. Jiang Tao lay on the ground, supported by his hands and feet, and started doing push-ups. Qin Feng asked a security guard to count as Jiang Tao did push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After doing 20 push-ups, Jiang Tao began to breathe heavily. After 30 push-ups, Jiang Tao's face turned red, as if he was constipated. After the 50th push-up, Jiang Tao was sweating profusely, and his breathing was as loud as a broken bellows, and the air he blew out was almost enough to blow up the dirt on the ground. 60, 70, 80, Jiang Tao began to roll his eyes. 90, Jiang Tao's body seemed to be broken apart, and he fell to the ground and could not move anymore. He was sweating profusely, soaking his clothes. He had no strength to speak except breathing heavily. Qin Feng looked at Lin Feng and said, "Do you want him to finish the 10 push-ups?" Lin Feng said, "Forget it, he has been punished. I hope he can remember this lesson." Then, Lin Feng seemed to think of something and said to Qin Feng, "If someone troubles me next time, why not punish them to do 100 push-ups? This way, they won't hurt their bones, but they can be very uncomfortable." 100 push-ups are indeed very uncomfortable for ordinary people. Qin Feng promised, "Okay, I'll do 100 push-ups as you said." Lin Feng stretched out his palm to Qin Feng and said, "Thank you for this time." Qin Feng shook hands with Lin Feng and said, "It is my duty to protect you." Jiang Tao and the other security guards on the ground were stunned. Could it be that Lin Feng and Qin Feng are good friends who know each other? Jiang Tao reacted all at once, panting and pointing his finger at Lin Feng and Qin Feng, saying, "Okay. So you guys were colluding with each other to deal with me. You're taking revenge on me. I want to complain about you." Qin Feng immediately agreed, "It's okay to complain about us. However, I didn't collude with others to take revenge on me. It was you who suggested kowtowing and admitting your mistakes, and it was you who said to do 100 push-ups. Since you want to complain about me, it's just right for us to go to the principal's office together. I will also report to the principal about you gathering a crowd to cause trouble and bullying other students." Having said that, Qin Feng said to the two security guards, "Pull him up and take him to the principal's office." The two security guards agreed and were about to pull Jiang Tao up from the ground. However, Jiang Tao waved his hands and shouted, "Manager Qin, I won't complain anymore, I won't complain anymore." Qin Feng looked at Jiang Tao with a puzzled look on his face. "Didn't you say that I colluded with others to settle personal grudges? Why don't you complain?" Jiang Tao forced a smile on his face and said, "I was wrong, Manager Qin was just in dealing with it." Qin Feng said, "That's what you said, if you don't complain, I won't care about you." Then, Qin Feng said to Lin Feng, "If anyone dares to cause trouble for you, send me a message and I will rush there as soon as possible." Lin Feng nodded. That's right, this time Qin Feng led a dozen security guards to and rushed over. It was the message Lin Fei sent to Qin Feng. Originally, even if Lin Feng was not called Qin Feng, he could still deal with Zhang Tao and other rabble.
But taking action in school would be more or less troublesome.
And if Qin Feng, the security supervisor, took action, there would be no such trouble. Therefore, without having to do it himself, Lin Feng tried not to do it.
Fighting and killing are so tiring.
He should just enjoy life. Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong said goodbye to Qin Feng and walked towards the teaching building of the medical department.
Qin Feng also left handsomely with a dozen security guards.
Zhang Tao, who was left with a bitter face and sore body, struggled on the ground for a long time before getting up. Although he hated Lin Feng and Qin Feng in his heart, he didn't dare to provoke these two people again. With Qin Feng, the security supervisor, there, it would be stupid to go to Lin Feng to make trouble.
Zhang Tao dragged his sore body away.
Lin Feng was in trouble all day. A group of people stopped him in the corridor and asked him why he kissed Chen Jai.
Another group of people followed him in when he went to the toilet.
Some people came directly to the classroom, slapped his desk, and asked him to go outside to talk. Others asked him to go to the rooftop and warned him that if he did not go, he would bear the consequences. Facing these troublemakers, Lin Feng had only one way to deal with them, which was to send a message to Qin Feng. Then, Qin Feng, wearing sunglasses and with a majestic figure, led a group of security guards, shouting 1234, taking neat and powerful steps, and moving quickly. So, those who blocked the toilet, wanted to talk outside the classroom, and wanted to go to the rooftop were all caught in one net. Then, these people did push-ups in the toilet, in the corridor, outside the classroom, and on the rooftop. It can be said that push-ups became a unique landscape on the campus that day.
So the next day, when Lin Feng went to school, no one at Jiangnan University dared to trouble him.
He had the security director as a backer at Jiangnan University, and the news spread like wildfire, and all the students in the school knew about it. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the result. It seems that having a bodyguard of the security director is not bad, at least there is no need to worry about the disturbance of those cats and dogs.
The day passed peacefully.
After school, Lin Feng and Fan Xiaodong drove to the underground parking lot. However, when they arrived at the parking lot, Lin Feng saw someone standing in front of his Mercedes.
Li Siyu.
Lin Feng frowned slightly.
What was she doing here? Lin Feng, someone seems to be looking for you. I'll go drive and wait for you outside the school gate.
Fan Xiaodong also saw Li Siyu, and whispered to Lin Feng. He knew that Li Siyu was Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, but he didn't have a good impression of this woman who betrayed Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to Fan Xiaodong.
Fan Xiaodong walked to his Land Rover, got in the car and drove away. Lin Feng walked to his Mercedes-Benz. He took out the electronic lock and pressed it, and the Mercedes-Benz beeped.
Lin Feng seemed not to see Li Siyu, and walked straight to the front of the Mercedes-Benz and reached out to grab the door handle.
Lin Feng, I have something to tell you.
At this time, Li Siyu finally plucked up the courage and said to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng had a sarcastic smile on his face, and he looked at Li Siyu and said, Miss Li Siyu, do you have anything to say to me?
Li Siyu twisted her fingers together, looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I broke your heart that day, you must be very sad. But I'm not with Zhao Yunfei, he's not suitable for me, I have cut off contact with him. Lin Feng smiled coldly.
This woman is really good at lying and acting.
No wonder Zhao Yunfei fell into her hands.
Who said I was sad? It's you who are sad, right?
It's so hard to catch a rich boyfriend, but in the end it's all in vain, it's a pity. After saying this, Lin Feng opened the car door. He didn't want to waste too much time with Li Siyu.
Lin Feng, wait a minute.
However, Li Siyu grabbed the car door frame and pleaded with Lin Feng, Lin Feng, I was wrong. I only realized later that you are the one who really loves me.
Let's start over.
The reason why Li Siyu came to Lin Feng and begged for reconciliation was certainly not because she was deeply in love.
But she and many people in the school noticed that Lin Feng drove a luxury car to school yesterday and today.
She heard that Lin Feng won the jackpot in the lottery and was worth tens of millions. Yes, this news was spread by Fan Xiaodong. So, she felt that Lin Feng liked her in the past, as long as she admitted her mistake to Lin Feng and mentioned a few more words about their previous relationship. She could win back Lin Feng's heart. In this way, Lin Feng's money would also be her money.
However, how could Lin Fei not know Li Siyu's intentions?
I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend, Chen Jai, whom I kissed at the school gate that day.
We will no longer have any relationship. Please let go of the car door.
Lin Feng looked at Li Siyu's hand holding the car door and reminded her. Li Siyu's face was as white as frost. She was deeply shocked and her hand holding the car door was unconscious.
Released.
Lin Feng immediately got into the car, slammed the door, started the car and left. The car drove past the distraught and heartbroken Li Siyu, and Lin Feng no longer looked at her. You used to ignore me, but now I am out of your reach. This woman has completely disappeared from his heart. Looking at Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz leaving the parking lot, Li Siyu's eyes flashed with resentment. Lin Feng, I will make you regret it. I can't be with you, and I will never let you be with Chen Jiai. At night, this is a villa manor covering a vast area. There are more than a dozen luxurious villas in the brightly lit manor, like a castle. This huge villa manor that looks like a castle belongs to the wealthy Chen family. At this moment, in a villa, in a luxurious and spacious living room, a middle-aged couple and Chen Jiai are sitting on the sofa.
In addition, there are several young maids standing in the living room. The middle-aged couple is about 40 years old. The man is handsome and smiling. The woman looks very similar to Chen Jiai.
Although she is actually about 40 years old, her skin is well maintained and she looks as young as 30 years old. She has a noble temperament.
This middle-aged couple is Chen Jiai's parents. Chen Guoshan, chairman of Huafu Group, and his wife Yi Tsuiwei. Yi Tsuiwei picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, looked at Chen Jiai lovingly and said, Jiai, in 4 days, today's Saturday will be your 20th birthday. Your dad and I are going to hold a grand birthday party for you.
Chen Jiai hugged her mother's arms with both hands, tilted her head on her mother's shoulder, and was as happy as a little girl. Mom and Dad are so good to me. Chen Guoshan had a kind smile on his face, looked at his daughter and said, Your mom and I have sent invitations to all our friends. Your birthday will definitely be very lively and unforgettable. Yi Tsuiwei lowered her head and looked at her daughter who was leaning on her, and asked softly, Jiai, is there anyone you especially want to invite? Chen Jiai couldn't help but look up and looked at her mother. Someone I especially want to invite? Yi Tsuiwei nodded. For example, someone who has always cared about you and cares about you very much. Then she took the LV bag beside her, took out an invitation from it, and said, Mom has one last invitation here.
Tomorrow you can give this invitation to the person you most want to invite. Chen Jiai took the invitation.
It was a gold-plated invitation with 2 red hearts connected to each other and the English letter L in the middle of the 2 hearts.
Ove. At first glance, this invitation looks more like a Valentine's Day postcard than a birthday invitation.
By the way, Jiai, I gave your Uncle Zhang and Aunt Su 2 invitations, and William didn't get one yet. Yi Tsuiwei seemed to casually tell her daughter about Zhang William's family. The invitation in your hand is the last one, you have to give it to the most important person. How could Chen Jiai not hear that her mother suddenly mentioned Zhang William, which was clearly a reminder to her that Zhang William was the most important person? She wanted her to give the last invitation to Zhang William. Her mother wanted her to personally invite Zhang William to the birthday party to facilitate her and Zhang William to be together.
Of course, Chen Jiai didn't want to invite Zhang William, and she didn't want to be with Zhang William.
But she also knew that if she told her parents that she didn't want to invite Zhang William, her parents would definitely talk endlessly, telling her how excellent Zhang William was and how good he was to her. Her ears were calloused from talking so much that she wanted to doze off.
Suddenly, Chen Jiai's eyes lit up, and she thought of Lin Feng. Isn't Lin Feng her contracted boyfriend?
Then this invitation would be given to Lin Feng, inviting Lin Feng to attend her birthday party. In this way, the people in the Zhang family would know at the party that she had a boyfriend, and they would give up. Thinking of this, Chen Jiai immediately showed a happy smile and said to her parents, Mom and Dad, I will give the invitation to this most important person tomorrow. Hearing this, the couple looked at each other, and happy smiles appeared on their faces. Needless to say, they all understood that the most important person Chen Jiai mentioned was Zhang William.
They never thought that there was someone else.
Dad, Mom, I'll go upstairs to rest first.
Chen Jiai stood up from the sofa with the invitation. Chen Guoshan and his wife nodded. Well, have a good rest. Good night, Dad, Mom. Good night.
Chen Jiai went upstairs and returned to her room. Yi Tsuiwei took out her mobile phone, glanced upstairs, and saw no movement, then made a call. After the call was connected, Yi Tsuiwei whispered into the phone, Old Zhang, I have given the invitation to my daughter, and she will give the invitation to William tomorrow.
Let's wait for good news. Tsuiwei, Jiai really wants to give William the invitation personally?
This is great, I will remind William to prepare well, and there must be no mistakes tomorrow. On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice sounded a little excited.
Don't worry, Lao Zhang, they will definitely succeed.
Yi Tsuiwei also smiled happily.
The Zhang family villa manor is brightly lit and covers a vast area. Like the Chun family, there are many villas in the manor, which are magnificent.
In a villa, in a magnificent living room, a fat man in his 50s, wearing a golden nightgown, hung up the phone. He put the phone on the table and smiled. I can't believe that Jiai is finally willing to accept William.
This man is the head of the Zhang family and the chairman of the Meihua Group, a giant in the Jiangnan business community. Sitting on the sofa are Zhang William and a middle-aged woman who is also wearing a golden nightgown. This middle-aged woman is Zheng Hao's wife Su Feng. Su Feng put a mask on her face and asked her husband, "What did you say?" Jai is willing to accept William. Sitting on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone, Zhang William, with a stern expression, also raised his eyes and looked at his father. Zheng Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, Jai's mother just called and said that she has given the last invitation to Jai, and asked Jai to use this invitation to invite William to her 20th birthday party. Really? Su Feng was so happy that she took off the mask on her face and looked at her husband. Is Jai really willing to personally invite William with an invitation? Zheng Hao smiled. If you don't believe it, you can call Tsuiwei now. Su Feng laughed. I believe it, of course I believe it. Huh? It seems that the plan we discussed with Tsuiwei this time was very successful. That's right, we were only given 2 birthday party invitations, but William was not given an invitation, and the last invitation was given to Jai. In this way, Jai must give the invitation to William. Zhang Hao also felt that this plan was perfect. However, Zhang William on the sofa disagreed and said, if Chen Jai doesn't give me the invitation, won't I even be able to attend her birthday party? Zhang Hao laughed. William, your Aunt Yi and Uncle Chen will naturally hint to Jai to give the invitation to you. No matter what happens, Jai will not embarrass us. The Chen family and the Zhang family are both wealthy families in Jiangnan City, and the two families have many business dealings. The relationship between the two families has always been very good, which is why Zhang Hao believes that Chen Jai, who comes from a wealthy family, will not do anything to embarrass the two families. William, your father is right. When Jai gives you the invitation tomorrow, you must seize the opportunity. Su Feng also reminded her son. Zhang William still had a cold look on his face and hummed. But he secretly mocked in his heart, seize the opportunity? He has been seizing opportunities all the time. Seize every opportunity to get close to Chen Jai. Try every possible way to get into Chen Jai's heart. But Chen Jai is not like this. He didn't give him any chance. A few days ago, the property of Houting Garden was put on sale. Chen Jai even took Lin Feng's arm in front of him and introduced him as her boyfriend with a sweet smile. He also found out that Chen Jai gave Lin Feng the luxury villa she kept for her own use. He also sent bodyguards to protect Lin Feng 24 hours a day. The 2 bodyguards he sent to cause trouble for Lin Feng, but they were caught as thieves and went to the police station. So many people in the school were causing trouble for Lin Feng, but they were caught by a group of security guards and had to do push-ups. Zhang William didn't even need to think about it, and he knew that behind all this, Chen Jai used her power to protect Lin Feng from behind. The last invitation in Chen Jai's hand is also likely to be given to Lin Feng. However, Zhang William would never let Lin Feng get this invitation as he wished and appear at Chen Jai's birthday party. At the birthday party 4 days later, he will be the only boyfriend who can appear at her party. Zhang William's cold eyes flashed a sharp light. At this moment, in the villa of Houting Garden, Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and WeChat on his mobile phone rang. Lin Fei opened his phone and saw a message from Chen Jai. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, you wait for me at the basketball court of the business department. I have something for you. Something for yourself? Going to the basketball court of the business department? Lin Fei couldn't help but be very curious and sent a message. What is it? Chen Jai replied, you will know tomorrow, no more, I need to rest. Lin Fei replied with one word, oh. In the bedroom of the Chen family villa, Chen Jai saw the message from Lin Feng, which only had one word oh, and her head was immediately full of black lines. How can this boy not even say good night? He really doesn't understand girls' minds at all. Chen Jai snorted coldly, feeling very dissatisfied. At this moment, with a ding-dong sound, she received a message on WeChat on her mobile phone. She clicked it and saw that it was from Lin Feng. Good night. Seeing this, Chen Jai, who was full of resentment just now, immediately raised a charming smile at the corner of her mouth. You still know how to say good night. Then, she replied proudly with one word, well. The next day, at the basketball court of the business department of Jiangnan University, Zhang William was wearing a white basketball sportswear, shorts and a shirt with a big number 23 on it, indicating that he was a fan of James of the Lakers. He was tall and cool, holding a basketball in his hand, and walked into the court with several other boys who were also wearing basketball uniforms. Zhang William was a junior business student. Although he studied business, he loved playing basketball and was also very good at it. He once led the Jiangnan University team to win the championship in a basketball competition held in Jiangnan City. So, he was in Jiangnan University. He is known as the basketball prince of the business department. Every morning at 8 or 9 o'clock,
he and several classmates would go to the basketball court of the business department to play. Around the playground, you can see dozens of onlookers, most of whom are girls who admire and love him.
Zhang William comes from a wealthy family. He is good at basketball and tall and cool.
It can be said that he has captured the hearts of many girls in Jiangnan University. Therefore, they would wait by the playground every morning just to see the handsome and cool Zhang William on the court.
Zhang William and several boys started playing basketball on the playground.
I saw his figure quickly shuttle through it, grabbing the ball, dribbling, leaping into the air, and with a thud, he dunked the basketball in his hand into the basket. The girls on the side of the court immediately boiled and screamed like star chasers. On the court, several boys played basketball, which became more and more intense and exciting.
But the most dazzling one was still Zhang William. He could get the basketball every time and dunk it into the basket accurately.
It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and suddenly a beautiful figure appeared on the other side of the basketball court.
It's Chen Jiai.
Why is she here?
Is she here to watch William play basketball, too?
Dozens of girls on the playground saw Chen Jiai appear on the other side of the playground, and their tone was full of jealousy and disappointment. They all knew that Zhang William was surprisingly good to Chen Jiai, but Chen Jiai was very cold to Zhang William.
This made them all hostile to Chen Jiai.
But Chen Jiai was the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan University, and the daughter of a wealthy family.
In addition to being jealous, they dared not do anything to Chen Jiai.
At this moment, seeing Chen Jiai rarely appear on the side of the basketball court, they naturally thought that she was here to watch Zhang William play basketball. On the basketball court, several boys also stopped playing basketball, and they whispered to Zhang William, "Mr. Zhang, the goddess you like is here.
This is the first time the goddess has come to see you play basketball. It seems that the basketball prince is going to get the goddess love."
Zhang William ignored the jokes of several classmates, and his eyes fell on Chen Jiai on the side of the playground. Chen Jiai has long flowing hair and a beautiful face, like a dream. She was wearing a school uniform with a white collar, a plaid skirt, long legs, and a pair of black women's leather shoes. In the morning sun, she was beautiful in a white shirt and skirt, youthful and pure, and quickly captured the attention and hearts of Zhang William and the other boys. Zhang William and the others could not take their eyes off Chen Jiai. At this moment, Zhang William saw a slender hand holding an invitation.
His eyes lit up. Jiai was here to give him an invitation?
The sternness on Zhang William's face softened unconsciously.
Was it really as his parents said, that Chen Jiai was willing to accept him? Or did she have to give the invitation to herself because of the relationship between the Chen family and the Zhang family? However, no matter what the situation was, Chen Jiai's first appearance on the basketball court was a great surprise for Zhang William. He threw the basketball in his hand to a classmate, and then he walked towards Chen Jiai at the edge of the basketball court with his eyes and eyebrows shining in the morning sun. Chen Jiai was the most perfect girl in his heart, with perfect temperament, beauty, and character. This was the only woman who deserved his lifelong love. He was getting closer and closer to Chen Jiai at the edge of the basketball court, 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters. When he was halfway to the court, suddenly a boy came to Chen Jiai in a hurry and said, "Jiai, I'm sorry, I'm late."
Zhang William stopped in his tracks, his face suddenly frosted with ice and frost, and his eyes flashed with a faint cold light.
Lin Feng. It's him again.
Zhang William subconsciously clenched his palms, using up all his strength. That's right, the boy who appeared in front of Chen Jiai was Lin Feng. Now, several boys who were playing basketball with Zhang William on the basketball court, as well as dozens of girls on the sidelines, all couldn't believe their eyes.
What? Chen Jiai appeared on the sidelines of the basketball court, not for Zhang William, but for someone else.
Several boys playing basketball could feel Zhang William's embarrassment from a distance. Those girls who admired Zhang William felt sorry for Zhang William. How they wanted to rush up and tell Zhang William that Chen Jiai didn't cherish you, but we cherish you.
They were almost crying.
Chen Jiai seemed to be unaware of Zhang William's embarrassment. She was like other little girls in love, and said to Lin Feng with some emotion, "Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." In fact, Chen Jiai said this just to let Lin Feng coax her. The reason why she chose to meet Lin Feng at this basketball court was that she knew that Zhang William would play basketball here with others every morning. In this way, he would be very angry when he saw Lin Feng and her intimate.
As long as Zhang William gave up liking her,
then her parents and Zhang William's parents wouldn't always ask her to be with Zhang William. However, Chen Jiai's little mood was not comforted by Lin Feng, but she got a paper bag containing 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. Lin Feng brought the fried dough sticks and soy milk to Chen Jiai and said, "In order to give you bought breakfast, so you are late."
"I'm so sorry, Chen Jiai." Zhang William
Several boys playing basketball on the court, girls on the sidelines. Then, Zhang William's icy face twitched. This boy actually bought fried dough sticks and soy milk for Jai for breakfast. This is too much. Several boys playing basketball despised Lin Feng in their hearts. The three views of the girls on the sidelines were also refreshed to a high level. The breakfast bought for Qin Jai, the #1 goddess of Jiangnan University, was fried dough sticks and soy milk. Big brother, you are awesome. How they wished that God would send a lightning bolt to strike Lin Feng, this weird guy, to Mars immediately. In this way, they would not be poisoned by the fried dough sticks and soy milk he bought for the goddess. Chen Jai was also hit hard by the fried dough sticks and soy milk in Lin Feng's hand. She didn't think that the fried dough sticks and soy milk in Lin Feng's hand were not delicious, but he asked her to eat fried dough sticks and soy milk in front of so many people. How embarrassing is this? The eldest daughter of a wealthy family, experiencing the life of ordinary people? Or is she eating fried dough sticks and soy milk for true love? Although Qin Jai was deeply frustrated with Lin Feng, she also knew that she had to act. So, she took the soy milk and fried dough sticks from Lin Feng's hand and smiled. Thank you for your breakfast. With a beautiful and delicate little nose, she deliberately sniffed the fried dough sticks and praised, It smells so good. As soon as Qin Jai said this, Zhang William, several boys playing basketball, and the girls on the sidelines almost fell to the ground. Especially Zhang William, it was as if a knife was stabbed in his heart. He invited Chen Jai to Michelin restaurants, or to eat high-end delicacies such as Chinese and Japanese cuisine countless times, but was rejected by Chen Jai one by one. And now Chen Jai actually said that the fried dough sticks bought by Lin Feng smelled good. He felt that he was seriously double-standardized. Lin Feng, I will eat these fried dough sticks and soy milk later. Chen Jai avoided the main point and said to Lin Feng, I came to you today because I have something to give you. Lin Feng was also very curious about what Chen Jai said on WeChat last night. Chen Jai held the invitation in her hand, stretched it out in front of Lin Feng and said, Invitation. Lin Feng saw the invitation with a heart-to-heart pattern and the English word love in Chen Jai's hand, and his mouth twitched fiercely. This invitation design is so tacky. From the heart-to-heart pattern and the English word love, Lin Feng couldn't help but think, is Chen Jai going to have a fake marriage with him? But he and her signed a contract boyfriend. There is no fake marriage condition. Of course, it's not impossible for Chen Jai to have a fake marriage. But there must be a wedding night, otherwise he won't do it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. However, Chen Jai's next words broke Lin Feng's fantasy. Today is Saturday, and it's my 20th birthday. This is an invitation to the party. Please attend my birthday party on time. Lin Feng was stunned, not a fake marriage? But attending the party is not bad either. Lin Feng then took the invitation with a smile and said, Please rest assured, I will definitely attend your birthday party on time on Saturday. Then I'll wait for you on Saturday. I'll go back to the art department for class first. After that, Chen Jai was about to leave. Lin Feng said, I also want to go back to the medical department. Let's go together. Chen Jai nodded gently. But less than 10 meters away, Lin Feng asked Chen Jai, Why, don't you like fried dough sticks and soy milk? Chen Jai wanted to cry but had no tears, but she smiled with great love on her face, I like it. Then why don't you eat it? Soy milk and fried dough sticks are not delicious when they are cold. Okay. Then Chen Jai opened her mouth and took a bite of fried dough sticks. Zhang William and others were shocked again. It was not until Lin Feng and Chen Jai disappeared from their sight that they came back to their senses from their surprise. Then, Zhang William left without saying a word, with a gloomy face. Everyone else on the basketball court knew why Zhang William left without saying a word. The invitation to Chen Jai's birthday party was not given to Zhang William, but to Lin Feng. How could Zhang William be in a good mood? But what they couldn't believe the most was that Chen Jai, the first goddess of Jiangnan University and the daughter of a wealthy family, actually ate fried dough sticks and soy milk that Lin Feng bought for her at most a few dollars. Is this world too crazy, or are they too crazy? On a secluded path on campus, Chen Jai, who had just separated from Lin Feng, looked at a half-eaten fried dough stick in her hand and a third of the soy milk in her hand. She was full of resentment and muttered, Lin Feng, he made me eat fried dough sticks in front of so many people. My image is completely ruined. Hateful Lin Feng, I will bite you to pieces one by one. However, she was not biting Lin Feng, but the remaining half of the fried dough stick in her hand. The fried dough stick filled her mouth, and finally she couldn't scold Lin Feng. But after chewing and swallowing the fried dough stick, she savored it and said, I didn't expect the fried dough stick to be so delicious. Let that hateful Lin Feng buy me another one tomorrow. At night, in the living room of the Chen family villa, Yi Tsuiwei said angrily to Chen Jiayi on the sofa, "Jai, how can you be so ridiculous and give such an important invitation to an insignificant person casually?" Su Feng from the Zhang family had already told Yi Tsuiwei over the phone that Chen Jiayi gave the invitation to Lin Feng today. Knowing that Chen Jiayi did not give the invitation to Zhang William, but gave it to Lin Feng who came from nowhere, Yi Tsuiwei was furious. Chen Jiayi said very seriously, "Lin Feng is my boyfriend, he is the most important person to me, why can't I give him an invitation? I don't agree, I will never let you associate with a poor boy of unknown origin." Yi Tsuiwei immediately objected strongly. Chen Jiayi stood up from the sofa, looked at her mother and said, "You can object to my association with Lin Feng, but don't expect me to be with Zhang William." After that, Chen Jiayi went upstairs. Yi Tsuiwei looked at Chen Jiayi who went upstairs and was so angry that she couldn't speak. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Guoshan, who had not been involved in the confrontation between mother and daughter, spoke to his wife in a kind voice, "Tsuiwei, look at you, you are angry with your daughter again." Yi Tsuiwei ignored Chen Guoshan and said, "Now my daughter is going to be with a poor boy. There is nothing wrong with Zhang William. Why do you look down on him? How can I not be angry?" Chen Guoshan reached out, patted his wife's back considerately, and said, "Okay, don't be angry. Maybe we were too anxious about Jiayi and William. As for Lin Feng, I think Jiayi is just using him as a shield." "Shield? What do you mean?" Yi Tsuiwei frowned and looked at her husband in confusion. Chen Guoshan said, "Didn't Su Feng say that Jiayi deliberately gave the invitation to that Lin Feng at the place where William played basketball today? This is clearly using this Lin Feng to reject Zhang William who he chose for her. She is just a little girl who was angry and deliberately found a boy to lie to us that he is her boyfriend." As the chairman of a giant company, Huafu Group, Chen Guoshan can easily deal with the turbulent business world, and his knowledge and wisdom are naturally extraordinary. If he can't see through Chen Jiayi's little tricks, how can he still be the helmsman of a giant company? After listening to Chen Guoshan's words, Yi Tsuiwei also suddenly realized that she didn't realize that her daughter just found a boyfriend to fool herself because she didn't want to be with Zhang William. What should we do now? Seeing that her husband could see through her daughter's intentions, Yi Tsuiwei couldn't help but ask him for a solution. Chen Guoshan said, "First, this Lin Feng must not appear at the birthday party, otherwise it will be embarrassing for us and the Zhang family, and the guests who come are all business celebrities, and this matter will definitely be a sensation if it is spread out. Second, let's not push Jiayi too hard about the matter with William. Let's slow down first, otherwise if we push Jiayi too hard, she will do something more risky." Yi Tsuiwei nodded seriously, thinking that what her husband said made a lot of sense. Then Guoshan, do you have any way to prevent that Lin Feng from attending Jiayi's birthday party? Chen Guoshan pondered for a while and said, "I'll go see this Lin Feng in the next 2 days." Villa bedroom. Chen Jiayi was depressed. She was lying on the Simmons mattress, with a graceful figure and graceful curves. She didn't understand in her heart why her mother had no other men to talk to her about except Zhang William all day long. It seemed that there was only one Zhang William in the world. What's good about this Zhang William? He was cold all day long. She had no common language with him. There was no heartbeat feeling when getting along with him. Apart from the fact that he was the son of a wealthy family, Chen Jiayi really couldn't find any reason why she was suitable to be with him. Anyway, even if there was only one man left in this world, Chen Jiayi decided not to marry Zhang William. Just as Chen Jiayi was swearing in her heart, someone knocked on the door. "Miss, I'm your sister-in. Madam washed fresh strawberries for you and asked me to bring them to you to try." Chen Jiayi answered directly, "No, take the food away." However, the person outside the door did not leave, but opened the door and walked in. This was a maid in her 30s, with a smile on her face, and walked in with a plate of strawberries in her hands. "Miss, this is your favorite strawberry, try it quickly." The maid put the plate of strawberries in her hand on the table and advised Chen Jiayi. Chen Jiayi didn't move. She looked at the maid and said, "Sister-in, isn't my mother angry with me? Did she really ask you to bring these strawberries?" Sister-in said very seriously, "It was Madam who asked me to bring them, and Madam washed the strawberries herself. And Madam also said that she shouldn't push you too hard, and she won't force you to be with young Master Zhang anymore. It's just that Miss just casually found a boyfriend, and I'm afraid she'll be cheated." When Chen Jiayi heard this, she was delighted. Is my mother really not forcing me to be with Zhang William? So, giving the invitation to Lin Feng and inviting him to the birthday party really worked this time. She can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for her mother's worry that she was cheated by Lin Feng, how is this possible? She and Lin Feng signed a contract. Once she was sure that her mother would not let her be with Zhang William, she would terminate the contractual boyfriend relationship with Lin Feng.
Sister Ing, give me a strawberry. Chen Jiayi was in a good mood and wanted to eat strawberries. Sister Ing smiled. Miss, you are not angry anymore? Sister Ing, why are you so talkative, just like my mother? Chen Jiayi muttered. Sister Ing has been a maid in the Chen family for more than 10 years, and everyone in the Chen family treats her as their own. This is also Chen Jiayi's mother, who will let Sister Ing pass the message to her angry daughter and stop forcing her to be with Zhang William. Sister Ing had no choice but to smile and say, okay, Sister Ing is talkative, come, have a strawberry. As she said, Sister Ing took a strawberry from the plate and stretched it to Chen Jiayi's mouth. Chen Jiayi opened her mouth and ate the strawberry into her mouth. Don't say how delicious it is. 2 days later at night, a Rolls-Royce, protected by 2 black commercial vehicles in front and behind, came to Villa Number 1, Houting Garden. A dozen strong and powerful bodyguards got out of 2 business cars. A bodyguard opened the door of the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, and Chen Guoshan, dressed in a suit, got out of the car. Then, under the protection of the bodyguards, Chen Guoshan walked towards Lin Feng and Qin Feng in front of the villa. Hello, Chairman. Qin Feng in front of the villa immediately greeted Chen Guoshan. Lin Feng, who was also standing in front of the villa, also politely said to Chen Guoshan, hello, Uncle Chen. This time, Chen Jiayi's father, the chairman of Huafu Group, wanted to meet Lin Feng. Qin Feng had received a notice from Chen Guoshan in advance and told Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was not too surprised by Chen Guoshan's visit. You are Lin Feng, right? Chen Guoshan looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded, yes, I am Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his hand into the villa, Uncle Chen, please. Chen Guoshan nodded, then looked at Qin Feng and other bodyguards, and said, you wait for me outside. He wanted to talk to Lin Feng alone and didn't want too many people to follow him in. Yes, Chairman. Qin Feng and the other bodyguards agreed. Chen Guoshan and Lin Feng entered the villa. Qin Feng stepped forward and gently closed the door of the villa. In the spacious living room of the villa, Chen Guoshan and Lin Feng sat down on the luxurious leather sofas respectively. The two looked at each other, and Lin Feng smiled. Uncle Chen, what kind of tea do you like to drink? I'll make tea for you. Chen Guoshan smiled indifferently. Longjing. Okay, I'll make Longjing for Uncle Chen. Lin Feng took out the tea can and started to make tea. Lin Feng used a wooden spoon to take out the Longjing tea from the ceramic tea can, put it into the purple clay teapot, added water, rinsed it, added water again, filtered it into another small teapot, and then poured out 2 cups of clear and mellow Longjing tea. During the whole process, Lin Feng was calm and orderly. It can be said that this calm and composed demeanor made Chen Guoshan feel good about Lin Feng. If it were someone else, let alone someone in his early 20s like Lin Feng, even those billionaires and old Chinese businessmen in the business world would be nervous in front of him, the chairman of Huafu Group. Before Chen Guoshan came, Qin Feng had already informed Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng could not be unaware of Chen Guoshan's identity. However, Lin Feng was still able to remain calm in front of him, which showed that Lin Feng was not ordinary. This made him seem less concerned about his daughter choosing Lin Feng as a boyfriend to deal with himself and his wife. Of course, not minding is one thing, but in his mind, Lin Feng still cannot compare with Zhang William. Because he knew Zhang William inside out, he knew that the Zhang family and the Chun family were both wealthy and powerful families, and he also knew that Zhang William really liked his daughter. Uncle Chen, have some tea. Lin Feng put a cup of tea on the tea table in front of Chen Guoshan and said. Chen Guoshan hummed, picked up the teacup, took a sip of Longjing, savored it carefully, and praised, this is the new Longjing picked during the Qingming festival this year. It is sweet and fragrant, and it leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and it is endless aftertaste. Lin Feng also picked up the teacup and tasted it. It was indeed as Chen Guoshan said. The tea was sweet and fragrant, and it left a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. The tea was good tea. But Lin Feng was also offering a gift to Buddha. Because the Longjing on the tea table was left by Chen Jiayi when Lin Feng moved into the villa. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Chen Guoshan, as the chairman of a giant company, came to see him on purpose, not to taste tea. In fact, he learned from Qin Feng that Chen Guoshan was about to come to see him, and he had already asked Chen Jiayi on WeChat. Chen Jiayi also told her parents about the invitation she gave to Lin Feng. And Chen Jiayi also specifically instructed that no matter what her father asked, Lin Feng must not let on that he and her were in a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Of course Lin Feng agreed. He was still waiting to turn the fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship into a real one. Telling the future father-in-law that he was Chen Jiayi's fake boyfriend was something that would never be possible in this lifetime. Putting down the teacup, Chen Guoshan's eyes fell on Lin Feng's face. He was calm, but gave people a sense of invisible aura. This was the aura of a true business tycoon that was visible but not revealed. I know that you and Jai are not in a real relationship, and I won't do that in the future. Force her to be with Zhang William again, and you don't have to cooperate with her to act out a play. When Lin Feng heard this, he was not surprised. So, Chen Guoshan knows everything? But then he thought about it and felt relieved. Chen Guoshan is a business tycoon. He has seen all kinds of people and things. It is not surprising that he can see through that he is Chen Jiayi's fake boyfriend. Of course, even if he sees through it, Lin Feng can't admit it. Not to mention that he is trustworthy and has a spirit of contract. Can he let go of such a beautiful girlfriend, Chen Jiayi, the future goddess wife? No. Therefore, Lin Feng said very firmly, Uncle Chen, you may have misunderstood. Jiayi and I are really in a relationship. My daughter gave you this villa with a total value of over 100 million yuan, and gave you a Mercedes-Benz car worth several million. This is the price she paid for you to pretend to be her boyfriend. Chen Guoshan still looked at Lin Feng calmly, but his aura became stronger, like a mountain pressing down on his head. After a pause, he continued to ask Lin Feng, do you still want to say now, are you and Jiayi really in a relationship? Faced with such a strong momentum of Chen Guoshan, pressing forward step by step, and even clearly stating that Chen Jiayi used a villa and a luxury car as the price for Lin Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend. Most people would be scared to their knees at this point, tell the truth obediently, and be completely swept away by Chen Guoshan from Chen Jiayi. But Lin Feng is not an ordinary person. Not to mention Chen Guoshan's momentum, it can't have any pressure on him who possesses vast spiritual energy. Even if Chen Guoshan knew that Chen Jiayi used a villa and a luxury car as the price for Lin Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend, he didn't care. If Chen Guoshan wanted him to leave Chen Jiayi, he would leave, and then he really had to leave. If he didn't leave, Chen Guoshan couldn't control him smoothly, and he would become passive from active. Thinking of the key, Lin Feng was not in a hurry at all. He added tea to Chen Guoshan's teacup, and then said slowly, Uncle Chen, you are right, Jiayi did give me a villa and a luxury car. Then he changed the subject, however, that was because Jiayi saw that my family was too poor, so she wanted me to live a good life. Chen Guoshan smiled, do you think I will believe it? Lin Feng said, okay, even if what you said is right, Jiayi gave me a villa and a luxury car, and I cooperated with her to act in front of you. But that was in the past, but from now on, I am serious, I really like her, and we are going to become real lovers. Chen Guoshan frowned, his eyes were fixed, and he looked at Lin Feng like a tiger's gaze. What you mean is, you and Jiayi is a fake lover, but from now on, we will become real lovers? Lin Feng picked up the teacup, took a sip of Longjing tea, and said, that's right, from now on I will really seduce your daughter. Chen Guoshan glared at Hao Qian, and his anger was instantly ignited. He shouted angrily, how dare you? He slammed his broad palm on the table with a bang. In an instant, the tea set in teacups fell to the ground and broke, making a clanging sound, making a mess. At the same time, Qin Feng and a dozen bodyguards heard the noise in the villa and rushed in quickly. Then, they were surprised to see that Chen Guoshan's face was full of anger, his eyes were blazing, staring at Lin Feng, and the teacups on the ground were broken and very messy. It was the first time that Qin Feng and the other bodyguards saw their chairman so angry. They were all wondering, how did Lin Feng anger their boss? However, no matter Chen Guoshan scolded angrily, or slammed the table in anger, causing the tea set and teacups to fall to the ground and break, and Qin Feng and other bodyguards rushed in quickly. Lin Feng was calm from beginning to end, and calmly tasted the Longjing in his hand, without being affected at all. Uncle Chen, why are you so angry? Didn't you come to me just to solve the problem amicably? Lin Feng looked at Chen Guoshan, looking at Chen Guoshan with some confusion. Chen Guoshan's heart was awakened as if from a dream, and then he found that he was actually angry. As a business tycoon, Chen Guoshan has seen all kinds of battles, but no matter how big the matter is, it is difficult for him to be angry. However, now, he was unexpectedly disrupted by Lin Feng and was angry. It can be said that Lin Feng completely controlled his thinking and emotions. And when others can grasp your emotions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, you will be played around by others. Therefore, as a business tycoon, Chen Guoshan knows that being angry is a taboo. He was extremely horrified in his heart that he was actually angry and confused in front of Lin Fei. This Lin Feng is simply terrifying. The anger on his face gradually faded, and he quickly regained his original calm. He took out a checkbook and a pen from his suit pocket. Then, holding the pen in his hand, he wrote something on the checkbook. After writing, Chen Guoshan tore off a check, put it in front of Lin Feng, and said, the villa and luxury car that Jiayi gave you belong to you. This is what I gave you separately. From now on, you have nothing to do with my daughter. Then, Chen Guoshan put the pen and checkbook into his suit pocket, got up and left. Uncle Chen, wait a minute.
However, Lin Feng on the sofa called out. Chen Guoshan did not turn around, but turned his back to Lin Feng and said, "Why, I didn't give enough?" Lin Feng looked at the number on the table, and there were 8 zeros after the 1.
Chen Guoshan gave him 100 million yuan for this lottery ticket.
It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a big deal. However, Lin Feng also knew that for Chen Guoshan, a business tycoon, this 100 million yuan was just a fraction of his huge wealth. If it were in the past, this 100 million yuan might be a dream that Lin Feng could never achieve in his lifetime. However, since he had superpowers, 100 million yuan was what he could achieve by buying a lottery ticket. Therefore, he really didn't take this 100 million yuan to heart.
Uncle Chen, you gave me 100 million yuan and wanted me to stop dating Jai. Then I will use this 100 million yuan to earn back 1 billion yuan in 2 days to give you in exchange for my dating Jai. What do you think?
Lin Feng said to Chen Guoshan, who had his back to him. As soon as Lin Feng said this,
Qin Feng and the other bodyguards in the living room were surprised.
Using 100 million yuan to earn back 1 billion yuan in 2 days. How is this possible? In the eyes of Qin Feng and others, Lin Feng was crazy.
Chen Guoshan could hardly believe what he heard. He turned around, staring at Lin Feng with a fixed gaze. In 2 days, you can earn 1 billion from 100 million.
Are you sure you are not talking nonsense? It is not impossible to earn 1 billion from 100 million in 2 days. For example, you can make 1 billion or even tens of billions by entering the stock market. But Lin Feng is not the stock god Buffett, who knows which stock will rise and which stock will fall.
So Lin Feng may not be able to make 1 billion by entering the stock market, and he may even lose everything.
Of course, if Lin Feng had a large company like Huafu Group and a large number of business transactions, it would not be difficult to make 1 billion in 2 days. But unfortunately, Lin Feng has neither the talent of the stock god Buffett nor a giant company like Huafu Group. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to make 1 billion in 2 days. Lin Feng was not surprised at all that Chen Guoshan would question him, and said with a smile, "Uncle Chen, please rest assured. I just drank tea, not wine, and I am not talking nonsense. If Uncle Chen dares to bet with me, I will accept your 100 million. If Uncle Chen does not dare to bet with me, please take back your 100 million.
My integrity is really not something that can be bought with your 100 million.
Although Chen Guoshan did not show any emotion on the surface, he was still shocked in his heart.
Even 100 million cannot buy Lin Feng's integrity. This Lin Feng is really very strong.
However, he only has integrity, but no self-ability.
If you are too blindly confident, you will fall into trouble.
Therefore, Chen Guoshan agreed immediately. Okay, I will make a bet with you. If you can't make back 1 billion in 2 days, you must cut off all contact with Jai.
Also, don't think you can fool me by borrowing 1 billion through Jai or other people. These tricks can't be hidden from me.
The reason why he reminded Lin Feng like this is that he was afraid that Chen Jai would help Lin Feng, so that Lin Feng could naturally win the bet. Lin Feng smiled calmly. These little tricks, of course, can't be hidden from Uncle Chen. Please rest assured that I will not use these methods to deceive you.
Chen Guoshan nodded. Okay, it's settled.
If you make 1 billion in 2 days, come to my house to verify it for me. If you really make 1 billion after verification, then at Jai's birthday party, I will personally announce that you are her boyfriend. Although Chen Guoshan promised that if Lin Feng won the bet, he would announce that Lin Feng was his daughter's boyfriend. But the probability of such a thing happening, in his opinion, is almost zero. Even if Chen Guoshan didn't rely on his own company resources and connections, he couldn't make 1 billion from 100 million in 2 days. Of course, even if you lose the bet, you don't have to return the 100 million, but please don't get close to Jai in the future.
Okay, we have a deal, Lin Fei said. Then see you in 2 days.
After saying this, Chen Guoshan walked towards the living room door.
A dozen bodyguards immediately followed him.
After a while, the sound of a car was heard outside, and Chen Guoshan's car left. Only Lin Feng and Qin Feng were left in the living room. The reason why Qin Feng didn't leave with Chen Guoshan was because he was a bodyguard sent by Chen Jai to protect Lin Feng 24 hours a day. In 2 days, 100 million made 1 billion, how dare you boast like this, how can it be done? Qin Feng couldn't help but say to Lin Feng. After a few days of getting along, Qin Feng and Lin Feng were also friends.
So, he couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was not in a hurry at all. He smiled at Qin Feng in a mysterious way. Qin Feng, how do you know you can't do it if you don't try?
No one knows the result until the last moment.
After that, Lin Feng went upstairs. I'm going to rest, remember to close the door.
I will close it. Qin Feng agreed.
Looking at Lin Feng's back as he went upstairs, Qin Feng pondered what Lin Feng had just said.
No one knows the result until the last moment.
As a member of the Ace Special Forces, Qin Feng's understanding of this sentence can be said to be more profound. Facing the desperate situation of life and death, and the rain of bullets, he once persisted to the last moment and never gave up.
This made him wonder, could Lin Feng really make back 1 billion with 100 million in 2 days?
For a moment, he actually expected a miracle to happen. In the bedroom, Lin Feng did not rest, but used the computer to open the International Stock Market Index. All the stock indexes of listed companies were on the screen, and the amount, number of shares, and rise and fall of today's transactions were all clear at a glance. That's right, Lin Feng wanted to make back 1 billion with 100 million in 2 days through stock speculation. The stock market has high risks, but the rewards are also high, and the profit speed is far better than other investments. It can be said that it is the only way for Lin Feng to win the bet. Looking at the countless company stocks on the screen, he really doesn't know which stock will soar and which stock will plummet tomorrow.
But he has the divine eye.
As long as he uses the special ability of the divine eye, he can know which stock will rise and fall. Then his pupils shrank, and he had only one thought in his mind: divine eyes, please find me the stock with the highest increase in the past 2 days. Then, he saw the stock index on the computer screen in front of him suddenly start to move. Trading data, ups and downs, K-line charts, all began to change instantly. And Lin Feng knew that the stock market was closed at night, but now the stock index on the computer was in trading status.
Needless to say, the market trend and stock index that Lin Feng saw were the changes in the stock market in the next 2 days that he saw in advance.
It was not the stock market that had closed today. Soon, a stock with the highest increase appeared on the screen. The name of the stock company was Meihua Group, the stock code was, and the share price was 32 yuan. Lin Feng did not expect that in the next 2 days, it was the Zhang family Meihua Group that had the highest increase. In reality, he and Zhang William had an undercurrent because of Qin Jie, but now they had to fight in the stock market. It was getting more and more interesting. At this moment, the screen in front of Lin Feng returned to today's stock index. Lin Feng checked and found that the stock price of Meihua Group was 4 yuan per share today, which was 10% lower than the day before. And Lin Feng just saw through his divine eye ability that the stock price of Meihua Group will rise to 32 yuan per share in 2 days, an increase of 800%. Lin Feng seemed to see a mountain of RMB in front of him. The next day, Lin Feng went to the bank to transfer the 100 million yuan that Chen Guoshan had withdrawn from the lottery to his newly opened account on the spot. Then he went to the Jiangnan branch of the International Securities Company to open an international stock market account. In this way, he opened an international stock market account. After returning to the villa, he turned on the computer. The international stock market had already opened. He used the 200 million yuan in his account to buy all the shares of the Meihua Group. A total of 50 million shares were bought. Some people may say that Chen Guoshan only gave Lin Feng 100 million yuan in funds.
How could there be 200 million yuan? This is because he also had a 100 million yuan prize from the Super Lotto in his personal account.
The Meihua Group rose by 800% in 2 days.
There is no reason not to make money.
So Lin Feng threw his own 100 million yuan in it and let it make money. In addition to the 10 billion yuan from the bet, the rest of the money earned in this way belongs to Lin Feng himself. Not long after Lin Feng bought the shares, the Meihua Group began to turn red, rising straight up, rising by 1%, 10%, and several dozen percent. The speed was so fast and the increase was so large that it was like a cheat. When Lin Feng saw this, he knew that his divine eyes had once again accurately predicted the trend of the stock price of Meihua Group last night.
He stopped watching the stock price and went to Jiangnan University for classes.
Qin Feng set off with him, but Qin Feng already had his own car, a Warrior Jeep, so he did not take Lin Feng's Mercedes to school. At this moment, in the living room of the Chen family villa, Chen Guoshan was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, while Yi Tsuiwei was sitting next to him drinking coffee.
Guoshan, you haven't told me how you met that Lin Feng last night. Did he agree to leave Jai?
Yi Tsuiwei put down the coffee in her hand and asked with great concern.
After Chen Guoshan browsed the important economic, people's livelihood, domestic and international news in the newspaper, he put the newspaper on the table. I went to see him last night and explained my intention to him, but Chen Guoshan was about to tell his wife about the bet with Lin Feng. But at this moment, 2 people laughed from the door of the villa. Guoshan, Tsuiwei, we are here to see you. Chen Guoshan looked up, smiled and stood up, and said, Old Zhang, sister-in-law, why are you here? Yes, the 2 people who walked in were Zhang Hao and Su Feng. Zhang Hao was wearing a suit and tie, with a fat belly, and Su Feng had long curly hair, a pearl necklace around her neck,
and a big brand handbag in her hand, looking like a lady. Yi Tsuiwei warmly entertained Zheng Hao and his wife and sat down. A maid in the living room immediately brought 2 cups of coffee. The 4 of them took a few sips of coffee and chatted about some family matters. The chat soon got to the point. Su Feng looked at Yi Tsuiwei and said, "Tsuiwei, William told me yesterday that Jai deliberately gave the last party invitation to that Lin Feng at the court where he played. This clearly tells William that she doesn't want to be with him." Yi Tsuiwei smiled. "Sister, you think too much. That Lin Feng is not Jai's boyfriend at all." "What, that Lin Feng is not Jai's boyfriend, then why Jai?" Su Feng couldn't help but wonder. Yi Tsuiwei then said that Qin Jai found a fake boyfriend to deceive everyone, just because she didn't want to be arranged by them to be with Zhang William. After hearing this, Su Feng and her husband Zheng Hao were not happy. Su Feng said to Yi Tsuiwei, "Although this Lin Feng is not Jai's real boyfriend, she still doesn't like William." Yi Tsuiwei said, "Although Jai doesn't like William now, as long as we don't push her too hard and let them develop slowly, it will definitely come to fruition." Su Feng looked at Yi Tsuiwei thoughtfully. "Will Jai be with that Lin Feng? I went to find Lin Feng last night. This Lin Feng is really difficult to deal with. He is unwilling to leave Jai." At this time, Chen Guoshan spoke. Su Feng was worried again. Jai didn't like William in the first place. If this Lin Feng stayed with Jai, then Jai would most likely really like him. There is no such possibility, Chen Guoshan said almost with certainty. This made Su Feng, Zheng Hao, and Yi Tsuiwei look at Chen Guoshan, wondering why he was so sure. Chen Guoshan immediately said to the 3 of them, "Because he has a bet with me." Then, Chen Guoshan told the story of Lin Feng's need for 2 days to make back 1 billion with 100 million. And the result of winning or losing determines whether Lin Feng can stay with Jai. Finally, Chen Guoshan looked at the 3 of them and said with a smile, "Even if I agreed to him and won the bet, I could become Jai's boyfriend, but he couldn't make 1 billion in 2 days." "But Guoshan, what if Jai secretly gave him 1 billion, wouldn't he win?" Zhang Hao said with some doubt. Chen Guoshan laughed and said that when he and Lin Feng made the bet, he specifically asked Lin Feng must not borrow the money from Jai or anyone else. Otherwise, even if Lin Feng gets 1 billion from Chen Jai, he has lost the bet and must leave Jai. Hearing this, Zheng Hao and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Jai didn't give the money to Lin Feng, it would be impossible for Lin Feng to turn 100 million into 1 billion in 2 days. Zheng Hao and his wife Su Feng finally felt relieved. When they left the Chen family, Zheng Hao and Su Feng left with a smile. 1 day passed and night fell. Lin Feng turned on the computer and logged into the international stock market page. Then, he saw that the stock price of Meihua Group had risen by 400% in 1 day, from 4 yuan per share to 16 yuan. The 50 million shares that Lin Feng bought for 200 million yuan suddenly became 800 million, and the floating profit reached 600 million. The trend of Meihua Group stock floating in the international stock market was exactly as Lin Feng's divine eyes predicted, without any error. After Lin Feng turned off the computer, he gently closed the laptop. According to what he predicted with his divine eye last night, at 2 p.m. tomorrow, the stock price will reach the highest point of 800%, and he must sell it at this highest point. Because in the next period of time, the stock price of Meihua Group will begin to fall sharply, and it will fall by 1000% in 2 days. That's right, Meihua Group has been sniped by an international consortium, and tens of billions will evaporate in 2 days, which will trigger an unprecedented crisis for Meihua Group. However, this is Meihua Group's business, and Lin Feng is not interested. And he will not warn the Zhang family, because the Zhang family is still his potential enemy in a sense. He only cares about selling all the stocks at 2 p.m. tomorrow and winning the bet. Stretching, Lin Feng stood up from the chair, then walked to the shower room, took a hot bath and went to bed. In a study room in the Zhang family villa, Zheng Hao sat at the desk and browsed the International Stock Market Index and the Meihua Group Stock Index on the laptop. Then, he leaned back in the big chair, his expression solemn. He sighed lightly, and said, "Not good." Zhang William, who was standing next to the desk, said with a twinkling look in his eyes, "Dad, have you found that a big financial group is shorting our Meihua Group?" Zhang Hao nodded. "It has increased by 400%. This group of people wants to empty our Meihua Group. Dad, why don't we food from them?" Zhang William said with a cold and wolf-like light in his eyes. Zhang Hao raised his eyes and looked at his son. Food from the wolf's mouth? Zhang Hao really wanted to know what countermeasures his son had. This time, the Meihua Group was shorted by the big financial group behind it in the international stock market. After the big rise, it will surely usher in widespread grief and bloodshed. This will also be a huge blow to the Meihua Group. Zhang William nodded. To food from the wolf's mouth is to compete with them for the opportunity. Whoever can sell at the highest price will win a great victory. As the chairman of the Meihua Group, Zhang Hao knew his son's strategy as soon as he heard it. You mean, we will also buy a large amount of our company's stock floats tomorrow, and when they are at the highest level, we will sell them before the other party, so that the other party will lose all their money. Zhang William said, yes, as long as the other party fails to short sell and returns empty-handed, even if our company's stock floats fall to the bottom, we will have a lot of funds to buy a large amount of company stock floats at a low level, and then pull our company's stock floats out of the low level and restore stability. Well, it seems that we have to fight this group of wolves, but now our company's stock price is so high, if we want to buy a large amount, I'm afraid we need a huge amount of cash. Zhang Hao said with caution on his face. Dad, our company has more than 5 billion reserve funds, it's better to invest in the stock market. Zhang William said firmly and decisively. Zhang Hao frowned slightly and said, these 5 billion reserve funds are for use when the company encounters a major crisis. Once invested in the stock market, the company will be in crisis and the consequences will be disastrous. Dad, if we don't take action and let these evil wolves short us, then our stocks will be ruined, we will lose international financing channels, and even affect the company's future operations. Zhang William tried his best to persuade him. Zhang Hao thought about it again and again, and decided to do as his son said, that is, to food from the wolf's mouth. If the company's stocks are shorted, the consequences will be disastrous. Instead of letting others bite, it is better to give it a try. Okay, tomorrow I will hand over the company's 5 billion reserve funds to you, and let you enter the stock market in your personal name. Zhang Hao has made up his mind. Zhang William said to his father with confidence, Dad, please rest assured. I will make those who short our company pay a heavy price. Zhang Hao nodded, well, I believe you can do it. The reason why he dared to put the company's vital he gave his son the important reserve funds and let him have a go. He knew that his son was a wolf who would attack quickly once he saw the right opportunity and would never give up until he eliminated his opponent. Moreover, Zhang William had many experiences in attacking the stock market, and he made a lot of money every time. Therefore, Zhang Hao was still full of confidence in his son. After a night, Lin Feng slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before getting up, because today was the most critical day of the bet, and Lin Feng did not go to school. He waited for the most critical moment at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to sell all the shares of Meihua Group in his hand. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin Feng went to the bathroom to wash up. At the same time, in an office in the headquarters building of Meihua Group, more than a dozen traders were skillfully and quickly tapping the keyboard, and the sound of tapping the keyboard echoed throughout the office. A breath of an impending war enveloped the office. Zhang William, dressed in a suit and a white shirt, was completely business-dressed, like a cold president, sitting behind a large desk, like a commander sitting on the front line, commanding the army to attack. Master, we have used all our 5 billion reserve funds to buy the company's stock. Master, the company's stock has risen by 50% in the past hour. Master. In the office, the staff members who were operating the stock kept reporting the latest situation to Zhang William. Time passed bit by bit, and the staff reported that the stock rose more and more. Master, our stock has risen by 100%. Master, it has risen by 200%. Master, it has risen by 300%. Finally, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Master, the stock has risen by 400%. Master, should we sell it? Zhang William had already stood up from the big chair and began to walk around the office with a serious look. Whether to sell it or not was a big decision for him. The stock of Meihua Group rose by 400% today, plus the 400% rise yesterday. It has risen by 800% in total. But no one knows whether this is the highest point. If you sell it too early, it will be impossible to hit the consortium behind the short selling. But if you sell it too late, Zhang William will also suffer heavy casualties. Zhang William stared on a computer. The index of the Meihua Group's stock float was still rising. With a wolf's blood in his eyes, he said, don't sell it. Wait until it rises to 900% before selling it. Yes, master. The trading staff agreed in unison. However, just as Zhang William and the short-selling consortium were spying on each other, waiting to hit each other at the last high. In the Meihua Group's stock float transaction, someone suddenly sold 50 million shares. Master, someone sold 50 million shares, and the successful transaction amount was 1.6 billion. Master, our company's stock float fell by 0.5%. Master, someone sold another 10 million shares. Zhang William made a prompt decision and immediately ordered, sell all. At the same time, the staff saw on the computer screen that someone had sold a large number of Meihua Group stocks, and the decline quickly widened from 0.5% to 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. It can be said that the first 50 million shares sold triggered a major earthquake in the Meihua Group's stock float, which directly caused the Meihua Group's stock float to fall into destruction. That's right, the 50 million shares that triggered the stock market earthquake of Meihua Group were the stocks sold by Lin Feng.
Looking at the 1.6
billion yuan in funds in his account, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. In addition to the 200 million yuan cost, he made a full 1.4 billion yuan in his first stock market debut. In one word, cool. Looking at the decline of Meihua Group's stock market on the computer, it has been close to 200%, and it is still falling. Lin Feng laughed unkindly. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. In the office of Meihua Group, Zhang William suddenly fell heavily on the big chair, and the whole person seemed to have been drained of all his strength. His face was pale and his eyes were empty, as if he had no soul.
Master, it has fallen below 300%.
Master, we still have 4 billion yuan of stock market, no one takes over, and the transaction cannot be completed.
Master.
Listening to the bad news reported by the staff, Zhang William frowned and held the armrests of the big chair tightly with both hands.
It's over.
This time he suffered a terrible Waterloo. If he didn't want to sell at the high point of 900% increase. Instead, he decisively sold it when the price rose by 800%. He would not have fallen into such a desperate situation.
The chairman's office of the Meihua Group.
Dad, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Zhang William stood in front of Zhang Hao's desk, bowed deeply, and said in great pain. Zhang Hao's face changed, and he looked at his son Zhang William. After a while, he reacted and said calmly, William, losing a few hundred million is no big deal. However, Zhang William, who bowed, did not raise his head or answer. This made Zhang Hao immediately have a bad feeling.
Did he lose more than a few hundred million? Lost 1 billion? Zhang Hao asked. Zhang William still raised his head and did not answer. Zhang Hao then asked, 2 billion?
I bought it at 16 yuan per share, and now it has dropped to 4 yuan per share, and it is still falling.
Zhang William finally spoke.
Zhang Hao felt as if something was blocking his heart.
He opened his mouth and said, Tell me, how much money did we lose?
Zhang William gritted his teeth and said, From the account book, we have lost 4 billion, because after selling the stocks, no one took over, and the stocks continued to fall.
That means 5 billion, all of them were trapped, and in the end, we lost everything, right?
Zhang Hao's voice was almost about to roar.
5 billion. This is the company's reserve funds.
It was trapped like this, and lost everything. Zhang Hao's heart was bleeding.
Dad, I'm sorry.
Zhang William said apologetically. Zhang Hao frowned, looked at his only son, and suppressed the anger in his heart.
He waved to him and said, You go down.
Zhang William agreed, turned around and left the office mechanically. After Zhang William left, Zhang Hao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He quickly took out a bottle of medicine from the drawer, poured out a few pills, and took them with boiled water. The discomfort in his heart finally disappeared, and then he picked up the phone on the table and started calling several executives of the company. Although the company's lack of reserve funds would not immediately lead to a crisis, once the company has a problem or a financial problem, there will be no reserve funds to remedy it. Therefore, Zhang Hao called the company's executives to strengthen the security of the company's operations and funds, to ensure that there are no mistakes and no problems.
Otherwise, the consequences for the Meihua Group will be disastrous.
Zhang Hao will be vigilant to all those who need to be. After explaining all the problems to the company executives one by one, he relaxed a little. As the head of the giant enterprise Meihua Group, Zhang Hao knew that he could not wait for a crisis to appear before he got nervous, but he had to take precautions before it happened. He looked at the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling glass of his office, thinking to himself, I hope the company can get through this difficult time peacefully.
Ringing.
At this moment, Zhang Hao's mobile phone on the desk rang. Zhang Hao picked up the phone and found that it was Chen Guoshan calling. He couldn't help but remember that today was the last time for the bet between Chen Guoshan and Lin Feng. Is the result of the bet out? He answered the phone. Guoshan, call me, is there something important? Chen Guoshan's laughter came from the phone. That Lin Feng just called me and said that he would come to my house in an hour, and he also said arrogantly that in order to make William give up Jai, Yu Zheng family should also come to witness it.
Zhang Hao laughed. Okay. We also want to see how this strange man won the bet? Then Lao Zhang, we will meet later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hao's eyes sank. This Lin Feng is so arrogant. Want my son to give up Chen Jai? I want to see how you can turn 100 million into 1 billion in 2 days.
Zhang Hao immediately called his wife and son and told them that he was going to the Chen family.
A few minutes later, Zhang Hao, his wife Su Yun, and his son Zhang William took a stretched version of Rolls-Royce and left the headquarters of Meihua Group under the protection of 2 bodyguards. Chen's villa. Time passed bit by bit. Zhang Hao and his family have been at Chen's house for nearly an hour. The maid has refilled their cups with coffee several times. But Lin Feng, who was supposed to arrive in an hour, has not shown up yet. Even Chen Guoshan and Yi Tsuiwei felt very strange. Finally, Zhang Hao said, "It seems that there is no need to wait. Lin Feng will not come." Chen Guoshan and his wife Yi Tsuiwei looked at each other. They also felt that Lin Feng would not come. It has been an hour. If he wanted to come, he should have come. And Lin Feng did not show up. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that Lin Feng must have failed to complete the bet. In 2 days, he did not turn 100 million into 1 billion. Old Zhang, I'm so sorry for calling you here. I didn't expect that we were all teased. Chen Guoshan felt a little sorry and said to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao laughed, "Ha, this just shows that this Lin Feng, apart from being arrogant, is not trustworthy at all. How can such a person be worthy of Jia?" Chen Guoshan thought it was true and nodded. Originally, when he met Lin Feng that night, he felt that Lin Feng was a little different from other young people. However, now it seems that he is a little disappointed. He dare not show up, which shows that he still has self-knowledge. Otherwise, if he comes and can't take out 10 billion, he will only humiliate himself. Su Feng smiled coldly and sarcastically. Then she picked up her handbag and said to her husband and son, "Let's go back. This Lin Feng is a coward and will not come again." Zhang William, who was sitting on the sofa, was in a very low mood because of the huge loss in the stock market today. However, seeing that Lin Feng finally did not have the courage to show up, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to withdraw from the competition with him for Qinjai. This undoubtedly made Zhang William feel much better. Zhang William and his father got up from the sofa one after another and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a lazy voice came. "I was just late for a while. Who said I was a coward?" Chen Guoshan and his wife, Zhang Hao and his wife, and Zhang William looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a figure walking in from the gate of the villa. The person who walked in was Lin Feng. Chen Guoshan, Zhang Hao and others all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. This Lin Feng actually came? Chen Guoshan looked displeased and said to Lin Feng, "Why did you come just now? We have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Feng said, "Uncle Chen kept you waiting for a long time. There was a traffic accident on the way here, so I was late." Chen Guoshan's unhappy face was relieved, and he said, "So, did you come today to complete our bet, or not?" "Fortunately, I have fulfilled the bet." Lin Feng smiled and said calmly. Zhang Hao and Su Feng's expressions changed slightly unconsciously. Zhang William, with a stern expression on his face, was also shocked. He really did it, making 10 billion in 2 days with 100 million? Chen Guoshan and his wife Yi Tsuiwei were also stunned. After coming to his senses, Chen Guoshan said, "Where is the 10 billion? Lin Feng immediately took out a bank card from his pocket, put it on the table in front of Chen Guoshan, and said, "The money is all here." Chen Guoshan picked up the bank card on the table and said to Lin Feng, "I want to check the funds and source of this bank card. You don't mind, do you?" Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and said, "No problem." Chen Guoshan nodded, then took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Zhang Hao's family of 3 also sat back on the sofa. They also wanted to know whether Lin Feng really had 1 billion in this bank card. After Chen Guoshan got through, he said to the phone, "General Manager, I want to check the funds and source information of an account of your bank." A middle-aged man on the phone said politely, "Chairman Chen, please tell me which account you need to check." Chen Guoshan then read the bank card account number in his hand to General Manager Yu on the phone. In order to avoid mistakes, Chen Guoshan read the bank card account number twice. "Chairman Chen, we can find the account funds quickly, but it will take about 10 minutes to find the source of funds." "Okay, the amount of funds in the account and the source of funds, please send them to my WeChat after you check them." "Okay, Chairman Chen. Then I'll hang up the phone." After saying that, Chen Guoshan hung up the phone. Lin Feng was not surprised at all that Chen Guoshan could find out the funds and sources of the account. With the huge strength of Huafu Group, how could it not have connections in the financial system of Jiangnan City? It only takes a phone call to find out the funds and sources of an account. This is why when Chen Guoshan and Lin Feng made a bet, he reminded Lin Feng not to play tricks and not to fool him. As long as Lin Feng's 1 billion came from Chunjai, Chen Guoshan would know it immediately. Ding dong. At this moment, Chen Guoshan's WeChat on his mobile phone rang. This made Yi Tsuiwei, who was sitting on the side, and Zhang Hao's family on the sofa opposite, couldn't help but look at Chen Guoshan's mobile phone immediately. Only Lin Feng sat on the sofa and remained unmoved, with a calm face. Chen Guoshan clicked on WeChat. The WeChat message was sent by General Manager Yu, who had just talked to him. Chairman Chen, I have helped you find that there is 1 billion yuan in the account with the last number. Later, General Manager Yu sent a screenshot of the account. The screenshot clearly shows the account amount and the name of the account holder, which is Lin Feng's name. After seeing the account balance was 1 billion, Chen Guoshan's face fluctuated even though he was calm. Yi Tsuiwei, who was standing by, was also shocked and speechless after seeing the message on WeChat. Guoshan, how much money is in the account? Zhang Hao, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, couldn't help but ask Chen Guoshan. Chen Guoshan didn't answer him directly, but handed the phone in his hand to Zhang Hao. Old Zhang, take a look for yourself. This made Zhang Hao have a bad feeling. He took the phone, and then he saw the information and screenshots of the account funds of 10 billion sent by General Manager Yu on WeChat. Similarly, Su Feng and Zhang William, who were sitting next to Zhang Hao, also saw it. Their faces changed drastically. They thought they had seen it wrong. But after they looked at it carefully many times, they found that the information and screenshots were indeed 10 billion. This was a bolt from the blue for them. How could this be possible? Su Feng couldn't sit still on the spot, and couldn't accept it and shouted, impossible, he can't make back 1 billion in 2 days with 100 million. Zhang Hao handed the phone back to Chen Guoshan and said, a young man without any background and strength, making back 1 billion in 2 days with 100 million, there must be something wrong with this money. Lin Feng seemed to have expected that Zhang Hao and his wife would question and slander him. He smiled faintly, Boss Zhang, please rest assured, there is nothing wrong with my money. If you must say that there is a problem with my money, then your Zhang family may not be able to get away from it. Hearing this, Zhang Hao laughed, ha ha, how is this related to our Zhang family again? Is it possible that I gave you this money? Anyone could hear that Zhang Hao was mocking Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was not angry, and nodded very seriously, yes, this money comes from your Zhang family, no, to be precise, it is earned from the stocks of your Zhang family's Meihua Group. If there is a problem with my money, it also comes from your Zhang family's stocks. Does this mean that your Zhang family is also related? Zhang Hao frowned and said, did you buy the stocks of our Meihua Group? Lin Feng smiled and said, that's right, Boss Zhang, your own stocks have risen so wildly in the past 2 days, didn't you take the opportunity to buy stocks and make a profit? Zhang Hao suddenly remembered that Zhang Williams' company had lost more than 5 billion in reserve funds today, which made his face look very ugly. Zhang William was like a scar in his heart, which was opened by Lin Feng. He unconsciously clenched his fists. On the other side of the sofa, Chen Guoshan heard that Lin Feng made 1 billion by speculating in stocks, and from Zhang's company stocks. He was so surprised that he couldn't describe it, although he had thought that Lin Feng might earn 1 billion by speculating in stocks. However, given the unpredictable risks of the stock market and the short time of 2 days, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to earn 1 billion. Unless Lin Feng knows that the stock will rise wildly in these 2 days, thus earning 1 billion in one fell swoop. But how could Lin Feng know which stock will rise wildly? Just when Chen Guoshan was surprised, his WeChat on his mobile phone rang with a ding-dong. Then, Zhang Hao's family of 3 and Yi Tsuiwei immediately looked at Chen Guoshan's mobile phone again. Chen Guoshan knew that this message must have been sent by Manager Yu, and he also wanted to know where Lin Feng's 1 billion came from. So he opened WeChat on his mobile phone. After reading it, Chen Guoshan and Yi Tsuiwei were stunned again. Seeing Zhang Hao and his wife opposite, they wanted to know the content of the mobile phone message very much. Chen Guoshan handed the phone to Zhang Hao again. After Zhang Hao took the phone, he looked at it anxiously. His wife Su Feng and Zhang William's eyes also focused on the WeChat message on Zhang Hao's mobile phone. Account 5643865XX, account amount 1 billion. Source of funds, stock trading. Yesterday, August 5, 50 million shares of Meihua Group were purchased from the international stock market, with a total share capital of 200 million. At 2 p.m. today, 50 million shares were sold, earning a total of 1.6 billion yuan. 1 billion of which was transferred to this account. The source of funds is legal and compliant. This is the message that Manager Yu sent to Chen Guoshan. This is also why Chen Guoshan showed his mobile phone to Zhang Hao and others without explaining the reason too much. Because he didn't know how to tell Zhang Hao and others. Zhang Hao saw from the information on his mobile phone that Lin Feng actually made 1 billion by buying his own company's stocks. His heart twitched fiercely, as if a sharp knife was stabbed. Similarly, when Zhang William saw the information that Lin Feng sold 50 million shares at 2 p.m., he suddenly erupted like a volcano, and his anger rolled. At 2 p.m. today, it was someone who first sold 50 million shares that caused the Meihua Group stock to fluctuate and begin to plummet.
He could not imagine that the murderer behind the scenes who caused the plummeting stock price of the Meihua Group and trapped more than 5 billion yuan of his company's funds, and lost all his money, was actually Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and fiercely with wolf-like eyes, and said angrily, "You are the one who first sold 50 million shares this afternoon, causing our company to plummet?" Lin Fei pretended to be surprised, looked at Zhang William, and said, "Mr. Zhang, hasn't the stock of Meihua Group been rising wildly? Now it's falling?" Zhang William's facial muscles twitched, and he thought to himself, "This is all because of you. If you hadn't been the first to sell 50 million shares, how could the stock of Meihua Group plummet? How could he have suffered heavy losses?" And now, Lin Fei pretended not to know in front of him. Zhang William really wanted to beat Lin Fei up. However, this is the Zhang family, he could only hold back his anger and ignore Lin Feng. But Lin Feng hurt him so badly, he would not let it go. Zhang Hao had already known from his son's words that the plummeting stock of Meihua Group today was caused by Lin Feng. "I didn't expect that the plummeting stock of my Meihua Group was caused by you. I didn't expect that my Meihua Group would fall into the hands of a young man. I admire you very much." Zhang Hao emphasized the 4 words "admire very much," and gnashed his teeth as soon as he heard it. "Thank you." Lin Feng took his gnashing of teeth as a compliment, and said with a smile. This made Zhang Hao very angry. This kid must have done it on purpose. Lin Feng seemed not to see Zhang Hao's ugly face. He looked at Chen Guoshan and said, "Uncle Chen, I have made back 1 billion in 2 days according to the bet. You promised me that you will not change, right?" Chen Guoshan and his wife Yi Tsuiwei looked at each other, and he was embarrassed. For a while, he couldn't speak. He agreed to it, and he didn't agree to it. If he agreed to let Lin Feng and Chen Jiayi be together, how could he explain to the Zhang family? If he didn't agree, he and Lin Feng had agreed that if Lin Feng won the bet, he would let him be with Chen Jiayi. After hesitating again and again, Chen Guoshan finally made a decision. As the chairman of Huafu Group, he is a benchmark figure in the business world with tens of billions of wealth. How can he go back on his word? A man without faith cannot stand. Huafu Group can be so big, relying on credit. This is the golden signboard of Huafu Group, a giant enterprise. It is also Chen Guoshan's golden signboard. So, Chen Guoshan looked at Zhang Hao and Su Feng, and said apologetically, "Old Zhang, sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Zhang Hao and his wife knew that Chen Guoshan chose to fulfill his promise and agreed to let Lin Feng and Chen Jiayi be together. Zhang Hao put Chen Guoshan's mobile phone heavily in Chen Guoshan's hand and said, "Guoshan, I didn't expect that our friendship of more than 20 years could not match this kid. This kid is just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. From my beautiful Hua Group has made 10 billion from stocks. You will regret handing your daughter over to him." After saying that, Zhang Hao said to his wife and son, "Let's go. Old Zhang, I also want our 2 families to become relatives, but since I have made a promise with him and he won the bet, I can't go back on my word, otherwise how can I gain trust in the business world in the future?" Chen Guoshan looked at Zhang Hao and said solemnly. Zhang Hao's body paused before he left. This time he didn't say anything. As a business tycoon, he naturally knew what breaking his word meant. That will ruin your reputation in the business world, and your peers will avoid you like the plague. Then, Zhang Hao left with a gloomy face. Su Feng and Zhang William also followed with grim expressions. "Uncle Chen, I'm very sorry that I have caused unhappiness between you and the Zhang family because of me." Lin Feng looked at Chen Guoshan and said apologetically. Although he didn't like the people of the Zhang family and the Chen family were business partners after all. Chen Guoshan shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. Although the Chen family and the Zhang family can't be relatives, they can still be business friends." Lin Feng said, "Uncle Chen is trustworthy, which makes me admire him very much. Please rest assured that Jiayi is with me, and I will make sure she is safe." This is what Lin Feng really thinks. Chen Guoshan kept his promise and did not break his promise because Lin Feng was not the best candidate or because of the relationship between the Chen family and the Zhang family. He admired him very much. "Lin Feng, I underestimated your business talent before. I believe you will achieve greater success in the future. I am very relieved that Jiayi is with you. Please be sure to come to Jiayi's birthday party tomorrow." Chen Guoshan showed an appreciative smile on his face and stretched out his hand to Lin Feng. He said this from the bottom of his heart, admiring Lin Feng, a man who could make 1 billion from 100 million in just 2 days, and he made 1 billion from the ever-changing stock market. In his opinion, Lin Feng's business talent is unquestionable. As a business tycoon, there is no reason for Chen Guoshan not to appreciate such a business genius. It's just that he didn't know that Lin Feng's ability to make 1 billion from the dangerous stock market had nothing to do with business talent, but he made a fortune by relying on the special ability of the divine eye. Lin Feng smiled and shook hands with Chen Guoshan. Uncle Chen, please rest assured, I will come on time tomorrow to attend Jiai's birthday party. Then, he bowed slightly to Chen Guoshan and Yi Tsuiwei, and said, Uncle, Aunt, I'm leaving first.
Chen Guoshan and his wife Yi Tsuiwei nodded.
After Lin Feng left the villa, Yi Tsuiwei's face showed some worry.
She looked at her husband with some complexity and said, Guoshan, do you really want him to be our future son-in-law?
Chen Guoshan nodded seriously. Tsuiwei, I lost the bet with him, so I should keep my word and fulfill my promise. Yi Tsuiwei frowned slightly. Although she said that, she always felt a little uncomfortable about letting her daughter be with this inconspicuous Lin Feng.
Seeing that his wife was unhappy, how could Chen Guoshan not know what he was thinking?
He smiled and continued, of course, keeping one's word and keeping one's promise is only one of them. In fact, the reason why I agreed to let Lin Feng and Jiai be together is that I value his great talent and unlimited potential in business.
Just because he made 10 billion by speculating in stocks?
Yi Tsuiwei disagreed and said, who knows, is he just lucky, as old Zhang said. Chen Guoshan smiled and said, it is true that luck is involved, but did you notice that Zhang William said that the sharp drop in the stock price of Meihua Group was caused by Lin Feng's selling of the stock? If Lin Feng's choice that Meihua Group's stock would rise was luck, then was it luck that he sold the stock before the Meihua Group plummeted? And old Zhang and Zhang William looked so ugly, they must have invested huge sums of money to buy stocks, and they didn't have time to sell the stocks before the big drop. With old Zhang's many years of experience in the business world, and Zhang William's reputation as a stock market genius, they failed to seize the critical opportunity to sell at a high position and suffered heavy losses.
Do you still think that Lin Feng relied on luck?
The choice of business and the grasp of timing, Lin Feng is simply so accurate that it is unbelievable.
This business talent is far better than the Zheng family father and son. After listening to her husband's analysis, Yi Tsuiwei was silent. So this Lin Feng is really talented?
Seeing that his wife began to understand, Chen Guoshan said the most important sentence, let me ask, with such a genius with business talent, how can I not recruit him to Huafu Group? In this way, he can not only help my Huafu Group make more money, but also become a real support for our daughter.
Keeping one's word and keeping one's promise just happened to be his excuse.
As a tycoon with a huge business empire, Chen Guoshan not only values credit, but also values value. He just saw the potential value of Lin Feng, so he chose Lin Feng as his daughter's future support. After listening to her husband's words, Yi Tsuiwei's doubts were all gone, and she nodded unconsciously. Nothing is more important than giving her daughter real support. She has accepted Lin Feng from the bottom of her heart.
Night falls. The largest bar in Jiangnan City, the Hot Bar.
In the explosive music, the lights flashed in the huge dance floor, and men and women followed the music like a group of demons dancing wildly. In front of the bar sat Li Siyu, who was wearing a red dress, heavy makeup, and seductive red lips. The deep V on her chest showed her full, and the long skirt was very high on both sides, and her white thighs were almost faintly visible. Seductive, exposed, like a beauty in the night, full of charm.
This is completely different from Li Siyu, who has always been pure and ladylike.
She drank glass after glass of red wine. Since Zhao Yunfei abandoned her and she and Lin Feng failed to get back together, she began to degenerate. She went to the bar every night to get drunk.
She was exposed and heavily made up.
In the bar full of lights and wine, she was unrestrained,
hunting for all kinds of rich men.
After drinking 2 glasses of red wine, Li Siyu's face was flushed. At this moment, a bar waitress came over with a glass of red wine and a blue rose on the tray in her hand. The waitress placed the red wine and the blue rose on the bar in front of Li Siyu and smiled. Miss Li, this is booth number 8 over there.
My young master's friend asked me to bring it to you.
As she spoke, the waitress pointed to a booth in the bar. Li Siyu looked in the direction she pointed, and then saw 2 boys sitting on the large sofa in the booth, and a few bar princesses. With the light of the bar that was not too bright or too dark, Li Siyu saw 2 boys on the sofa in the booth. One was Jiang Tao, a famous rich second-generation student from Jiangnan University, and when she looked at the other, Li Siyu was shocked. It turned out to be Zhang William, the eldest son of the wealthy Zhang family. Li Siyu knew that the hot bar was opened by the rich second-generation Jiang Tao's family, so he was the young master mentioned by the waitress. The one who asked the waitress to bring the wine and blue rose was Zhang William. After the waitress explained to Li Siyu, she went back to work. Li Siyu was surprised to learn that it was Zhang William who sent the wine and roses. She was even a little panicked. She couldn't help but think, could it be that Zhang William was fascinated by her appearance tonight? Or did he recognize her as a classmate from Jiangnan University? Whatever the reason, Zhang William's sending of wine and roses had already made Li Siyu's heart beat faster.
After all, it was a great honor to be able to get the attention of the famous Zheng family's eldest son. This was enough to make Li Siyu secretly happy. At this moment, Zheng William, who was sitting on the sofa in booth number 8, raised his glass to Li Siyu from a distance, as if to toast with Li Siyu in this way. Li Siyu was surrounded by happiness in her heart, and then she also picked up the glass of red wine brought by the waitress and toasted Zheng William from a distance. Zheng William drank the red wine in his hand. Li Siyu also drank the red wine in her hand. After a glass of wine, the light in Li Siyu's eyes became more intoxicated. Zheng William, that is the young master of a wealthy family, the cool and stylish basketball prince of Jiangnan University, who has fascinated many girls. Li Siyu was also fascinated by Zheng William's heroic figure, who galloped on the court and was unstoppable. However, Zheng William was too outstanding and his background was too amazing, and she heard that Zheng William seemed to like Qinjai. So Li Siyu was not serious enough to take Zheng William as her target. However, Li Siyu, who had successfully caught Zhao Yunfei, now has bigger ambitions and goals. In this bar full of lights and wine, where hormones are abnormally high, the wine and roses sent by Zheng William aroused Li Siyu's irrepressible ambition. Her biggest target tonight is undoubtedly Zheng William. On the sofa of booth number 8, Zheng William looked at Li Siyu at the bar and said to Zhang Tao, "Is she Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend?" Yes, she betrayed Lin Feng in order to be with Zhao Yunfei. Later, after Zhao Yunfei said goodbye to her, she saw Lin Feng driving a luxury car and wanted to reconcile with Lin Feng, but was severely humiliated by Lin Feng. Zhang Tao said in a low voice with a gleam in his eyes. That's right, Zheng William has been asking Zhang Tao to help him check everything about Lin Feng these days. Zhang Tao has always wanted to get close to Zheng William, a wealthy family, so he has always been his lackey. Zheng William was naturally very concerned about what he told him. For this reason, when he was following Lin Feng, he also saw Li Siyu wanting to reconcile with Lin Feng in the parking lot. You did a good job on what I asked you to do. I'll leave first. You can ask her to come to my room later. Zhang Tao showed a meaningful smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, do you want to relieve your heat tonight? Zheng William smiled and said, yes, I'm very angry today and need to cool down. Zheng William, who was in a bad mood today, came to the bar opened by the Zheng family to do things, but this thing was to deal with women. He asked the waitress to bring wine and roses to Li Siyu. Just want to have something wild with this woman. Of course, in addition to this, he also wants this woman to do something for him at Chen Jiai's birthday party tomorrow. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will definitely send this woman to your box. Zhang Tao's eyes flashed with a charming smile. Zheng William got up from the sofa, and several bar princesses were reluctant to leave and called him coquettishly, Mr. Zhang, don't leave. Mr. Zhang, let me accompany you tonight. Mr. Zhang. However, Zheng William seemed to have not heard it and left coldly. Several bar princesses couldn't help showing a lost expression on their faces. Zhang Tao smiled and said to several bar princesses, don't think about it tonight, next time. After that, Zhang Tao left several bar princesses and walked towards Li Siyu at the bar. Li Siyu looked at Zheng William's figure and walked through the crowd to leave. She couldn't help feeling lost. Why did he leave? Didn't he just give her wine and roses? Is it because I am not attractive enough? Just as she was thinking about it, a figure appeared in front of her. Li Siyu, are you looking at why young Master Zhang left? The man said with a smile. Li Siyu then realized that Zhang Tao had come to her. Although her thoughts were exposed by Zhang Tao, she did not admit it. Who said I was looking at young Master Zhang? Zhang Tao smiled. It turns out that I guessed wrong. Young Master Zhang asked me to come over just now and told you that he wanted to drink and chat with you tonight. Since you don't want to go, forget it. After that, Zhang Tao looked like he was about to leave. Li Siyu hurriedly called him, Zhang Tao, wait a minute, you just said that young Master Zhang wanted to drink with me? Zhang Tao said, that's right, there are so many people here, how can we have fun drinking and chatting, but it's different in the luxurious box of the bar specially used to entertain young Master Zhang. When Li Siyu heard this, how could she not know what Zhang Tao meant by drinking and chatting? However, Zheng William is the eldest son of a truly wealthy family, so she will naturally not let him go? If she can take down Zheng William, Zhao Yunfei and Lin Feng are all not worth mentioning. So, Li Siyu picked up the handbag on the bar, stood up from her seat, with flaming red lips and a charming smile, let's go. Don't let Mr. Zhang wait too long. Zhang Tao showed a happy smile on his face, Miss Li Siyu, you are right, we will go over now. Then Zhang Tai took Li Siyu, who was wearing a charming red dress, away from the noisy bar hall. The hot bar at night was full of noise and restlessness. In a luxurious box, Zheng William and Li Siyu, who were drunk, had entered a crazy passion. The whole box was filled with a strong atmosphere like fire.
At the same time, in the study of the Zhang family villa, Zhang Hao's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was in a trance and sat on a big chair behind the desk. Although his eyes were slightly closed and he seemed to be in a trance, his heart was not as calm as it seemed.
Too many bad things happened in this day.
First, Zhang William failed in the stock market, causing the company's more than 5 billion reserve funds to lose everything. Then Lin Feng won the bet, causing Zhang William to lose the opportunity to be with Chen Jia. And these two things were caused by Lin Feng. Therefore, Zhang Hao hated Lin Fei to the bone.
He couldn't swallow this breath.
At this moment, a soundless and almost undetectable footsteps came.
An old man wearing a grey cloth and looking very simple walked into the study.
The old man's hair was half a century old, and his temples were protruding high on his forehead. It seemed as if he could feel the strong pulse beating. His eyebrows were hooked, and his eyes were like hawks, shining with brilliance. The invisible aura that emanated from him made Zhang Hao, who was slightly dozing off, open his eyes all of a sudden.
"Master, you called me?" The aura on the old man was almost immediately put away, and he bowed and said respectfully to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at the old man, and his face was rarely peaceful. "Old Su, where did William go?"
Old Su, whose name is Su Ping, is the housekeeper of the Zhang family and one of the most important masters of the Zhang family. Su Ping replied to Zhang Hao, "Master, the young master went to the Zhang family's hot bar. Well, he suffered a lot of blows and grievances today, and he really needs to vent.
Let him go."
Zhang Hao sighed.
Then, Zhang Hao looked at Su Ping and continued, "Old Su, I'm looking for you this time because I have an important matter for you to do."
Su Ping clasped his hands together and said to Zhang Hao, "Master, please tell me, what important matter do you need me to do?"
"I want you to find someone for me, and then ask him to help me get rid of someone."
Zhang Hao said word by word without disguising anything.
"Master, who are you looking for, and who do you want to get rid of?"
"The man you are looking for is called Dai He, a truck driver. Many years ago, I saved his son's life.
I owe him a great favor.
He said that he owed me his life and was willing to do anything for me."
The man we want to get rid of is named Lin Feng, a student at Jiangnan University."
Then, Zhang Hao told him that Lin Fei had messed up the stocks of the Meihua Group and had taken away Chen Jia, whom Zhang William liked. At last, Zhang Hao's eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he said, "If this Lin Feng doesn't die, it will be difficult to vent my hatred, and William will not be able to get Chen Jia, let alone get all the property of the Chen family."
Su Ping's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he said, "Master, since you want to get rid of this Lin Feng quickly, why don't you let me deal with him?
I can get rid of this breath for you tonight, and I will never let him see tomorrow's sun alive." Zhang Hao shook his head. "No, Chen Jia sent a bodyguard to protect him 24 hours a day. This bodyguard is a retired ace special guest, and his hands are very hard. Although you may not be unable to defeat him in this way, it is very likely that this Lin Feng will escape.
But it's different if we let Dai He do it. We just need to let Dai He drive a large truck to hit his car hard at an intersection near where he lives, Houting Garden, where he must pass by. He will never be able to escape and will definitely die."
This is Zhang Hao. Why didn't he let Su Ping kill Lin Feng, but asked him to find the truck driver Dai He? There is uncertainty if Su Ping kills Lin Feng, but Dai He drives a large truck and hits Lin Feng's car quickly, which will make Lin Feng die without a doubt. Su Ping already understood Zhang Hao's intention and said, "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely get it done for you."
Zhang Hao nodded, then opened the drawer and took out a bank card and a piece of paper with words written on it and a red fingerprint as a deposit.
Dai He lives at number 6, Building 5, Lane 78, Wenchang Street. There is 1 million in this card, and there is also this letter of promise he wrote that year. You give it to him and tell him that the money in the card is for his son. As long as he finishes this matter for me, the life he owes me will be repaid." Su Ping took the bank card and the life-saving letter, put them away and put them in his pocket. "Master, I will do it."
Zhang Hao nodded. Su Ping left just as he had come, quietly and unnoticeably, like a ghost.
Zhang Hao leaned his head on the big chair, his eyes flashing with a deep light. "Lin Feng, tomorrow is the day you die."
The next morning, the sun shone on the Chen family's villa.
The manor had been decorated with balloons, ribbons, and flowers by the servants, making the manor colorful and filled with joy.
The main venue of the party is in the largest villa in the manor. This villa is 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary villa.
Its extremely luxurious living room is very spacious and can accommodate more than 100 people. There are neatly dressed male and female servants standing in the living room.
Bread, fruit, roast chicken, desserts, champagne and other delicious foods can be seen everywhere in the hall. These are all prepared for the guests attending the birthday party today. It was close to 10 o'clock in the morning and the guests began to arrive. At the gate of the villa manor, there were 2 rows of handsome bodyguards in suits and sunglasses.
They were welcoming the guests sitting in luxury cars.
Of course, before these guests enter the villa manor, the bodyguards will check their invitations.
Among these guests, there is Zhang Williams' family who are riding in an extended version of Rolls-Royce. However, Zhang Hao and his wife, who originally had 2 invitations, only took out 1 invitation for the bodyguard to check. Although the bodyguard felt that the 3 people of the Zhang family should not have only 1 invitation, the Zhang family and the Chen family have a close relationship, so it is no problem to use only 1 invitation. So, they immediately let the Zhang family's car enter the villa. Similarly, there was a familiar figure among the guests, that is Yi Shuerua. She drove a Ferrari, with long hair, wearing sunglasses, fair skin, and the temperament of a rich lady. The bodyguards were very respectful when they saw Yi Shuerua, and they didn't even need to check the invitation, and let her in directly. The reason why they treated Yi Shuerua so specially was because Yi Shuerua was the niece of Madame Yi Tsuiwei. The guests entered the villa hall one after another, and the servants began to get busy, entertaining the guests. For a time, the villa living room was crowded with guests, and laughter filled the hall. The villa's owners Chen Guoshan and Yi Tsuiwei also appeared in the hall, chatting and greeting the guests with smiles on their faces. Just when the Chen family villa was crowded with guests and laughter was lively, Lin Feng and Qin Feng drove out of the Houting Garden in a Mercedes-Benz. Then the car they were in had to pass an intersection. At this moment, a large truck suddenly drove up on the road on the left side of the intersection, rushing at a terrifying speed as if it was out of control.
Lin Feng's Mercedes was still driving towards the intersection. A few seconds later, a terrifying crash sounded at the intersection. Bang! The living room of the villa. Chen Guoshan and his wife and Zhang Hao's family of 3 walked together. Zhang Hao raised a glass of champagne in his hand and said, "Guoshan, happy 20th birthday to Jai." "Thank you. I am very happy to see you, old Zhang. Come to Jai's birthday party."
Chen Guoshan also raised a glass of champagne in his hand and clinked it with Zhang Hao. They each took a sip of champagne. Zhang Hao said, "Although Jai doesn't like our William, we have always regarded her as our own daughter. Of course, we have to attend her birthday party."
Jai will be very happy to hear this. Chen Guoshan laughed.
Su Feng, who was standing aside, took out a small black box from her handbag. After opening it, a jade bracelet with a lush green and translucent luster was placed on the yellow silk cloth inside. Su Feng said to Yi Tsuiwei, "This is a small gift I bought for Jai. I wish her a happy birthday." Yi Tsuiwei showed surprise on her face and said, "Tsuiwei, why did you buy such an expensive gift for Jai?"
As the wife of a wealthy family, Yi Tsuiwei could tell at a glance whether gold, jade, and jewelry were valuable or not.
The jade bracelet Su Feng gave was an extremely rare and incredibly expensive imperial green jade bracelet. Such a top-quality imperial green jade bracelet cannot be bought without 1 million, and it is a treasure that may not be available even if you have money. Su Feng smiled and said, "Old Zhang also said just now that we treat Jai as our own daughter, so naturally we have to give her an expensive gift. What's more, if someone treats Jai badly in the future, our Zhang family will welcome her at any time." "Sister Feng, from what you said, it seems like you hope Jai will have a bad life." Yi Chui smiled and took the bracelet box.
Su Feng said, "Who made me like Jai so much?
Of course I hope she can enter our Zhang family." Chen Guoshan said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I won't let you have this opportunity. Whoever dares to treat Jai badly, I will be the first one to not let him go." Zhang Hao looked around among the guests in the hall with a look, and asked Chen Guoshan, "Guoshan, why don't I seem to see your future son-in-law Lin Feng?"
Chen Guoshan smiled and said, "Old Zhang, Lin Feng is just Jai's boyfriend, not a son-in-law yet.
He should be here soon, and I'll ask him to say hello to you when he comes." No, I'm just concerned and asked, but I didn't ask him to say hello to me."
Zhang Hao waved his hands repeatedly. Then, Zhang Hao asked quietly, "Guoshan, do you think Lin Feng will be here today? Will he come? After all, this guy is not very reliable, so it is possible that he will not come."
"Old Zhang, I have agreed with him today that he will announce in front of all the guests that he is Jai's boyfriend. If he does not come, then he is not qualified to be Jai's boyfriend,"
Chen Guoshan said very seriously. Zhang Hao smiled and deliberately raised his voice. "Guoshan, are you serious? Who are you going to announce at Jai's birthday party later?" His deliberately raised voice immediately attracted the attention of the guests around him. They all looked over, then walked over slowly, and asked Chen Guoshan happily and curiously, "Chairman Chen, who is so lucky to be Miss Chen's boyfriend? I wonder if Chairman Chen can announce it now. Which rich young man can get the favor of Miss Chen?" All the guests were very curious. Who is the boyfriend of the eldest daughter of the wealthy Chen family?
And Chen Guoshan is going to announce it at the party, so grandly, it is obvious that he is the candidate for the future son-in-law of the Chen family. How can all the guests not be curious? Chen Guoshan did not expect that Zhang Hao would say so loudly that he would announce at the party that Lin Feng was Chen Jiai's boyfriend. In Chen Guoshan's opinion, Zhang Hao did it on purpose, maybe he wanted to vent his anger. But venting his anger in this way is too much like a child throwing a tantrum. Faced with everyone's curious inquiries, Chen Guoshan knew that this matter could not be concealed any longer. So, he looked at all the guests and said, "Thank you for your concern. Yes, I do want to introduce my daughter's boyfriend to everyone at the party later. Please wait a moment." All the guests nodded, looking forward to it. "Dear guests, my wife and I will go to see my daughter first. Please eat more," Chen Guoshan said to the guests with a smile. The guests also responded politely, "Chairman Chen, Mrs. Yi, you are busy." Chen Guoshan and Yi Tsuiwei said goodbye to Zhang Hao's family before going upstairs. When Chen Guoshan and his wife went upstairs, Zhang Hao's cell phone rang. He avoided others, walked aside and took out his cell phone. Someone sent him a message. He clicked on the message. There were only a few words: "Master, the matter has been settled. Dai He." After reading the message, Zhang Hao's lips overflowed with a cold smile. "Chen Guoshan, the future son-in-law you chose is dead. I'd like to see how you announce Chen Jiai's boyfriend to everyone." "Who is it?" On the second floor of the villa, in a bedroom, Chen Jiai was in front of a large mirror, adjusting her white dress. Sister Ying and another maid were fiddling with the edges of her dress. The dress was an open-shoulder design, revealing her fair and round shoulders like peeled eggs. The narrow waist perfectly showed her slender waist. Under the thin long skirt, the outline of her long legs could be faintly seen. She was wearing a pair of beautiful red high heels. Standing in front of the large mirror, wearing a white long skirt, revealing her perfect shoulders, slender waist, and long legs, Chen Jiai was as beautiful as Snow White. "Miss is so beautiful. Miss is like a beautiful princess, and she will definitely marry a handsome prince in the future." Sister Ying and another maid were also fascinated by the beauty of Chen Jiai in a white dress, and couldn't help but praise her. Chen Jiai smiled faintly. From childhood to adulthood, she had heard too many words praising her beauty, and she didn't feel anything when she heard them. With the sound of footsteps, Chen Guoshan and his wife Yi Tsuiwei walked into their daughter's bedroom. Chen Jiai looked at them and called out, "Mom and Dad." Chen Guoshan and his wife looked at their daughter who had been dressed up, and they were delighted and praised her endlessly. "Daughter, you look so beautiful today." Chen Jiai smiled, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Chen Guoshan then remembered the business and said to Chen Jiai, "The guests are almost here. Call and ask Lin Feng when he will arrive." Chen Jiai had won Chen Guoshan's consent through a bet because she didn't know Lin Fei, and she could really become her boyfriend. Suddenly hearing her father care about Lin Feng so much, she was confused and thought, could it be that her parents deliberately wanted to test the true relationship between her and Lin Feng? If she didn't care whether Lin Feng came to the party, would her parents want to make do with her and Zhang William at the party again? Thinking of this, Chen Jiai nodded to her father quickly. "Don't worry, Dad, he will definitely come. I'll call him now." Then, she took out her mobile phone and started to call Lin Feng. Then she heard a voice coming from the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later." Chen Jiai. Then she hung up and called again, and the phone still said, "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off." Chen Jiai's mouth twitched. What exactly does this Lin Feng mean? You turned off your phone when the party is about to start? Are you kidding me or playing missing? Chen Guoshan hung up the phone when he saw Chen Jiai didn't say anything, which made him ask, "What's wrong with Jiai? Didn't the call go through?" Chen Jiai had to nod. It didn't go through, his phone was turned off. Chen Guoshan and his wife Yi Tsuiwei both showed a hint of surprise on their faces. This reminded Chen Guoshan of Zhang Hao telling him in the living room that Lin Feng was unreliable and might not come to the party. Is it true that Lin Feng is not coming as Zhang Hao said? At this moment, Chen Jiai suddenly thought of Qin Feng, who was protecting Lin Feng's safety 24 hours a day. Isn't Qin Feng by Lin Feng's side? If Lin Feng doesn't turn on his phone, then she will call Qin Feng. No matter what, she must let Lin Feng appear at the birthday party today. Thinking of this, Chen Jiai immediately picked up the phone and dialed Qin Feng's number. However, soon Chen Jiai heard a familiar voice on the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off." After hanging up the phone, Chen Jiai was really dumbfounded this time. Lin Feng's phone was turned off. Why was Qin Feng's phone also turned off? Can't get through to Qin Feng's phone? This time, Chen Guoshan asked without waiting for Chen Jiai to speak. Chen Jiai nodded. It seems that something must have happened to them. I'll ask someone to go to Houting Garden to check. Chen Guoshan frowned and said. Then, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. After the call was connected, Chen Guoshan said to the phone,
can you ask someone to go to Villa number 1 of Houghton Garden to check if Qin Feng and Lin Feng are in trouble?
Yes, Chairman. A respectful voice answered on the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guoshan said to his daughter, Jai, the guests are waiting downstairs, let's go down.
Chen Jai nodded. However, the calls to Lin Feng and Qin Feng did not go through, which made Chen Jai start to worry. Will they be in trouble?
Although she was a little worried, Chen Jai still followed her parents, left the bedroom, and went to the hall on the first floor. Mr. Chen and his wife, as well as Miss Chen Jai, are here. Miss Chen looks so beautiful in her white dress, just like Snow White.
Miss Chen is stunningly beautiful, she deserves to be the most beautiful girl in Jiangnan University.
Seeing Chen Jai walking down the stairs from the second floor with her parents, the guests in the hall were full of praise. Seeing Chen Jai, who was wearing a white dress and was the most beautiful woman in the audience, becoming the focus of everyone, Zhang William was also fascinated. Zhang Hao, who was standing by, saw that his son was completely fascinated by Chen Jai's beauty, so he whispered in his ear, Don't worry, William, Chen Jai will definitely become your woman, and Lin Feng will never get her.
Zhang William looked at his father and couldn't help wondering in his heart, did his father have any plans that he didn't know about? Otherwise, why was his father so sure? However, there were people everywhere around, so he naturally couldn't ask his father in such an environment. After Chen Guoshan and his wife came down the stairs with their daughter, they chatted with the guests again. Then, Chen Guoshan and his wife met Zhang Hao's family again.
Zhang Hao pulled Chen Guoshan aside and whispered, Guoshan, that Lin Feng doesn't seem to be here yet.
How are you going to announce who Jai's boyfriend is?
At this point, Zhang Hao smiled at Chen Guoshan, but I have a way.
Why don't you announce that William is Jai's boyfriend? This is what our two families have always wanted.
Chen Guoshan saw the smile hidden in Zhang Hao's eyes.
He suddenly seemed to think of something.
He looked at Zhang Hao and said, Old Zhang, Lin Feng hasn't shown up.
Did you do something behind the scenes? Guoshan, I didn't do anything. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Hao denied it. But how could Chen Guoshan believe it?
He secretly blamed himself in his heart.
Why didn't he think that the Zhang family would take action against Lin Feng?
In fact, the reason why Chen Guoshan didn't think of it was because the Zhang family and the Chen family had a close relationship, and with Zhang Hao's status and position, he shouldn't take action against Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng was protected by Qin Feng, so Chen Guoshan always thought that Lin Feng would be fine. But he didn't expect that Zhang Hao would take action against Lin Feng regardless of his own status and position, and his friendship with the Chen family for so many years. Chen Guoshan looked at Zhang Hao with dissatisfaction, and then left. It can be said that at this moment, Chen Guoshan no longer regarded Zhang Hao as his friend of many years. It was too despicable. Seeing Chen Guoshan leave unhappily, Zhang Hao had a smile on his lips. No matter how unhappy you are, I will not let Lin Feng show up at this party.
Will the Chen family's wealth and daughter belong to the Zhang family in the future?
Chen Guoshan, his wife, and daughter walked to the end of the hall, where a small circular stage was temporarily set up. Stepping onto the circular stage, Chen Guoshan took the microphone handed over by the servant and said to all the guests in the hall, Dear guests, today is my daughter's 20th birthday.
Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to my daughter's birthday party. I would like to toast you on behalf of my daughter. After that, Chen Guoshan took a glass of wine from the tray brought by the maid and raised the glass to all the guests in the hall. All the guests in the hall also raised their glasses. Cheers! Cheers! After Chen Guoshan and the guests toasted, the melody of birthday songs sounded in the hall. A middle-aged male chef wearing a tall chef's hat pushed a big and tall cake and slowly walked towards the round stage. The cake on the cart was 1 meter high, with cream, chocolate and fruit on it. The cake was pushed to the middle of the round stage, and then candles were inserted. Chen Jai made a wish and blew out the candles, and everyone applauded. Then the cake was cut and the servants put it in small plates and distributed it to the guests. As a result, the 1 meter high cake was divided up completely. Of course, the guests who were eating the cake had not forgotten what Chen Guoshan had said before, that he would announce who Chen Jai's boyfriend was. They all said to Chen Guoshan, Mr. Chen, please announce who Miss Chen's boyfriend is? Yes, Mr. Chen, we can't wait. Who is Miss Chen's boyfriend? Chen Jai, who was tasting the cake on the stage, was stunned. What did they mean? Her father was going to announce who her boyfriend was? Chen Jai panicked, it's over, it must be that her father saw that Lin Feng didn't come, and wanted to be with Zhang William again. He must have announced to all the guests that Zhang William was her boyfriend. However, Chen Jai had made up her mind that as long as her father announced that Zhang William was her boyfriend, she would deny it. Anyway, no matter how her parents would blame her, she would never let Zhang William be her boyfriend. However, Chen Guoshan picked up the microphone and said to all the guests, I'm so sorry, I wanted to introduce my daughter's boyfriend to everyone at this party, but unfortunately, he hasn't come to the party yet because of some things, so, I'm late. At this moment, a clear voice came from the gate of the villa. Everyone turned their eyes to the gate of the villa. Chen Guoshan and his wife, Chen Jai, Zhang Hao and his wife, Zheng William, like all the guests, looked at the gate of the villa. Then, they saw Lin Feng appear at the gate. Behind Lin Feng, there was another person, Qin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Chen Guoshan and his wife, Chen Jai all showed joy on their faces. Chen Guoshan was relieved to see that Lin Feng was fine. Chen Jai was also very happy in her heart. This guy finally arrived in time. However, after today's birthday party, she will take the contract of the contract boyfriend to claim compensation from Lin Feng. Apart from anything else, mental damages must be paid. Because of him, she waited and waited but did not show up, causing her to worry and feel so much pressure in front of her parents. Although she was dissatisfied with Lin Feng in her heart, his appearance still made her unable to hide her happiness. In this way, at least she didn't have to be with Zhang William. However, why did she seem to hear that her father seemed to announce that his boyfriend was Lin Feng? This was too illogical. So, Chen Jia thought she must have heard it wrong. Compared to the three members of the Chen family who could not hide their joy, Zheng Hao was horrified when he saw Lin Feng's appearance. How could this be possible? Didn't Dai He send him a message saying that the matter was settled? In other words, Lin Feng should have been hit by Dai He's truck and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. It is impossible for him to appear at this birthday party. Shocked, Lin Feng first thought of calling Su Ping. The plan of letting Dai He drive the car to hit Lin Feng was specifically responsible for Su Ping. Just as Zhang Hao wanted to walk to the corner of the hall and call Su Ping to ask what was going on. With a ding-dong, the sound of his mobile phone message rang. He clicked on the message and found that it was sent by Su Ping. After reading the content of the message, he was stunned. Message content: Master, Dai He's operation failed. Our plan was discovered by Lin Feng. Dai He failed to hit Lin Feng's car and crashed into a roadside electric pole and died on the spot. The bodyguard named Qin Feng found my hiding place and fought with me for a long time. After I defeated him and got away successfully, I sent you a message as soon as possible. Zheng Hao clenched his fists and looked at Lin Feng at the gate with an indescribable unwillingness. Dai He didn't kill Lin Feng with his car, so his plan to kill Lin Feng and prevent him from appearing at the party also failed. Chen Guoshan and his wife and Chen Jai, the guests walked through the hall and came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why are you so late? Chen Guoshan asked Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Chen Jia also echoed, that's right, why are you so late, and why are your phones turned off? Lin Feng showed a faint smile on his face. On the way here, I was almost hit by a speeding truck. Fortunately, I escaped, but the truck was not so lucky. It knocked down a telephone pole and the driver was killed by the pole on the spot. It was really horrible. When saying this, Lin Feng couldn't help but appear in front of his eyes, the thrilling scene. Lin Feng drove a Mercedes-Benz to Chen's house and was about to drive to the intersection in front. At this moment, his eyelids jumped, and he saw with his divine eyes that his Mercedes-Benz was hit by a truck more than 10 seconds later. Then, he also saw an old man in gray clothes on a high-rise building on the side of the road, holding a telescope in his hand, staring closely at the whereabouts of his vehicle. Lin Feng knew immediately that he was being targeted. Someone wanted to kill him, and they wanted to kill him by creating a car accident. At the intersection, when the truck suddenly hit him, Lin Feng braked suddenly and reversed quickly. Then, a hair's breadth away, the truck hit the truck at high speed, and Lin Feng ran past him. With a loud bang, the truck hit a telephone pole on the side of the road. The pole broke and hit the truck's cab, hitting the driver Dai He and killing him on the spot. His body fell from the cab to the ground. Lin Feng and Qin Feng got out of the Mercedes-Benz, and then Lin Feng whispered a few words in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng immediately ran to a building at a high speed, while Lin Fei walked to the dead driver and picked up the phone that fell from the driver's body. Then, he found Zhang Hao's phone and sent a false message to Zhang Hao, it's done, Dai He. When he saw Dai He driving to hit his car in advance with his divine eyes, he also saw that it was Zhang Hao who asked Su Ping to find Dai He to kill him. After sending the message, Lin Feng dialed 110 and 120. Soon the police and ambulance arrived. Lin Feng told the police what happened here. Then, Lin Feng and Qin Feng, who had just returned from work, drove to the Chen family villa. The scene in front of him returned to the reality of the Chen family villa. Lin Feng's eyes passed through the guests in the hall and fell on Zhang Hao's face. Seeing Lin Feng looking over, Zhang Hao's heart suddenly shuddered for no reason. However, he then thought that Dai He was dead, and Lin Feng had no way of knowing that he had instructed Dai He to do it. His face quickly calmed down. A faint light flashed in the depths of Lin Feng's eyes, this old fox, unexpectedly so vicious and cruel, actually wanted to put himself to death. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Dai He was dead, and it would not be so easy to find evidence of Zheng Hao's crime behind the scenes. But Zheng Hao poisoned him, Lin Fei would not let it go. At this time, Chen Guoshan stepped forward, gestured to Lin Fei and said to all the guests, "Now I solemnly introduce to everyone, this is my daughter Jiayi's boyfriend Lin Feng." As Chen Guoshan finished speaking, all the guests were surprised. Because most of them knew nothing about Lin Feng's identity and background. But to be able to catch Chen Guoshan's eye and become the boyfriend of his precious daughter, he should be a person of great origin. So many people speculated that Lin Feng might be a rich man from other cities. Among the guests, there was one person who had a complicated mood, and that person was Yi Shuerua. When Lin Feng appeared in the villa, Yi Shuerua couldn't express her joy. Ever since Lin Feng saved her life that day, Yi Shuerua had been wanting to find Lin Feng. In addition to thanking him for saving her life, she also wanted to get to know Lin Feng well. But she had too many things to do these days, so she didn't have time to find Lin Feng. But she didn't expect that after finally meeting Lin Feng again, Lin Feng became her cousin Chen Jiayi's boyfriend. This made Yi Shuerua feel inexplicably lost and complicated. Similarly, Chen Jiayi's mood was also very complicated, surprised, confused, and unbelievable. She couldn't believe that her father, who originally wanted her to be with Zhang William, actually solemnly introduced Lin Feng as her boyfriend in front of all the guests. Even TV dramas don't dare to play it like this. Chen Jiayi was a little panicked. She and Lin Feng were just a contractual boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It was suddenly turned into a formal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? But she said that Lin Feng was her boyfriend, and she also invited Lin Feng to attend the birthday party. Now I tell everyone that Lin Feng is her fake boyfriend. Will anyone believe it? Among the guests, Zhang William's eyes flashed with jealousy and coldness, then he walked to the corner, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. After the call was connected, Zhang William said to the phone, "Li Siyu, you can come in." After hanging up the phone, Zhang William looked at Lin Feng, who was the focus of attention in the living room, with a sarcastic arc on his lips. "Lin Feng, do you think you can really become Jiayi's boyfriend? This is impossible. You are just a poor boy. I don't know how all the guests will look at you when they know your identity and know that you have a girlfriend named Li Siyu." Zhang William couldn't help but recall the night he spent with Li Siyu at the hot bar last night. It was a wonderful night. He felt the savagery in Li Siyu's bones. Of course, his few sweet words and the promise to let her be his girlfriend made Li Siyu bow her head and do anything for him. That is to take revenge on Lin Feng and humiliate Lin Feng at today's birthday party. Just when Lin Feng became Chen Jiayi's boyfriend in the villa, and everyone was talking about it. At the gate of the villa manor, Li Siyu, dressed in a red dress and dressed glamorously, appeared. She was holding a latest LV bag in her hand. This was a gift from Zhang William after she spent the night with Zhang William last night. "Stop, who are you? This is the Chen family villa, no one is allowed to enter without permission." The bodyguard in suit and sunglasses at the gate stopped immediately. Li Siyu painted her red lips with lipstick, and a hint of cold and arrogant smile floated. "I have an invitation, can't I go in?" After saying this, Li Siyu took out an invitation from her LV bag and handed it to a bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately took the invitation, flipped it open, and after finding that there was no problem, the bodyguard said to Li Siyu, "You can go in." Li Siyu put the invitation back into the bag and walked into the villa. After entering the villa, Li Siyu thought to herself, "Fortunately, there is this invitation from Zhang Xiao, otherwise it would be difficult to enter the Chen family." That's right, the Zhang family originally had two invitations, one of which Zhang William took from his mother and gave it to Li Siyu. It was so that she could enter the Chen family villa. In the villa, Chen Guoshan and his wife, Chen Jiayi, and Lin Feng had already walked to the small round stage in the hall. Then, Chen Guoshan asked the servants in the hall to serve champagne to all the guests. He, his wife, daughter, and Lin Feng also took a glass of champagne. Chen Guoshan raised his glass and said to everyone, "Today is my daughter Jiayi's 20th birthday, and she finally found her lover. Cheers to my sweetheart." All the guests in the hall raised their glasses and said in unison, "Happy birthday to Miss Chen Jiayi, and wish Miss Chen Jiayi and Mr. Lin a happy and loving life. Cheers." Just as everyone was raising their glasses to celebrate, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, "Lin Feng, how could you bear to abandon me in order to climb up the Chen family? You are a heartless man." All the guests in the hall immediately became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. They all looked at the person who was speaking in surprise. A woman in a red dress walked in from the door of the villa. Yes, this woman was Li Siyu. This surprised all the guests. How could a woman come in and call Lin Feng,
who had just become Chen Jiai's boyfriend, a heartless man. What was going on? Even Zhang Hao, who was one of the guests, was very confused. However, seeing a woman calling Lin Feng a heartless man by name was something he wanted to see very much. Similarly, when Zhang William saw Li Siyu appear, his eyes sparkled. Finally, the show was about to begin. On the circular stage, Chen Guoshan looked at Li Siyu, who suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. He also wanted to know what was going on. If Lin Feng and this woman in a red dress really had an ambiguous relationship, he would definitely kick Lin Feng out immediately. He would not allow Lin Feng to have an ambiguous relationship with other women and be with his daughter. Such a man would not bring happiness to his daughter, but would only bring her harm.
Lin Feng, who is she? Chen Guoshan asked Lin Feng with a burning gaze.
Lin Feng looked at Li Siyu, who appeared at the party. He was also very confused. Why was this woman here? Because in Lin Feng's opinion, Li Siyu should be there to hook some rich second-rate guy. As he thought of this, his pupils shrank and his divine eye ability was immediately activated. Then, he saw Zhang William and Li Siyu spending the night together in a luxurious box in a bar, and discussing how to discredit and humiliate himself at Chen Jiai's birthday party.
Lin Feng finally knew why Li Siyu appeared at the party.
It turned out that it was Zhang William's doing. Although Li Siyu was just used by Zhang William to deal with himself, Li Siyu betrayed him and turned around to slander him as a heartless man. Lin Feng said he couldn't stand it. This woman is so rotten that she has no bottom line at all. Lin Feng showed a cold smile on his face and looked at Chen Guoshan. This is a shameless woman. I was blind to have a relationship with her. But this woman found a rich man behind my back, but this rich man's family went bankrupt not long after.
Now she wants to destroy the relationship between me and Jiai. This is the truth of everything.
Chen Guoshan saw from Lin Feng's eyes that he was not lying. As the chairman of a giant company, it is impossible to hide a lie in front of him.
After listening to Lin Feng's words, many guests in the hall began to doubt Li Siyu's motives.
Don't listen to him, he and I are from the same small county, our family background is not good, and similar family background makes us fall in love.
Li Siyu walked towards the round stage, speaking in an extremely sensational voice as she walked.
Although we are poor, we are very happy together. I thought we would love each other forever and grow old together. But I don't know when he started to like Chen Jiai and wanted to climb up the Chen family.
He began to hate me.
Today he finally betrayed me and became Chen Jiai's boyfriend. After saying this, Li Siyu looked sad and pitiful, and even had tears in her eyes. The story she woven about a devoted woman being betrayed by a heartless man really touched the hearts of many guests. Some people were already whispering about Lin Feng and felt ashamed of Lin Feng's character.
Chen Guoshan frowned slightly.
He had been in the business world for decades.
What kind of people had he not seen?
In Chen Guoshan's eyes, Li Siyu's acting skills were not technical at all. It couldn't be more fake, and he could see through it at a glance.
Miss, you said Lin Feng was your boyfriend. Do you have any evidence that he betrayed you? Chen Guoshan asked Li Siyu.
Li Siyu raised her head and said with courage, yes, I took a lot of photos with him. After that, Li Siyu took out a tablet from her LV bag and swiped through the pictures on the tablet one by one to show them to all the guests. The pictures displayed on the tablet were all of Lin Feng and Li Siyu, very intimate and loving photos. Seeing these loving photos, the guests in the hall were immediately in an uproar. If the story told by Li Siyu was not convincing enough, then the photos she showed on the tablet undoubtedly became more convincing. This made a large part of the guests think that Lin Feng abandoned Li Siyu in order to get close to the rich and powerful.
For a while, everyone whispered to Lin Feng.
This girl, you showed the photos, which only means that you and Lin Feng had a relationship, but it does not mean that Lin Feng abandoned you.
You can't say that Lin Feng is with my daughter just for wealth and glory, right?
At this time, Chen Guoshan smiled and said to Li Siyu.
Chen Guoshan's words made many guests in the hall feel reasonable.
It can be said that most of the guests did not know who was right. They could only find the truth and right and wrong from the words of Li Siyu and Chen Guoshan. Li Siyu really could not prove that Lin Feng abandoned her in order to get close to the Chen family. She could only use Lin Feng becoming Chen Jiai's boyfriend in the photos on the tablet to create a false impression that Lin Feng abandoned her for wealth and glory, so as to deceive everyone. Chairman Chen, now that Lin Feng has become your daughter's boyfriend, you will of course say that he did not betray me, and that he did not covet the wealth of your Chen family, and you must also think that he really likes your daughter. Li Siyu argued confidently, and of course some of her arguments were far-fetched, but she did not mention the evidence that Lin Feng betrayed her.
Chen Guoshan smiled and said the same thing. Then you say that Lin Feng betrayed you, you must have evidence, right?
Just because Lin Feng is with my daughter, Just because of a few photos you took in the past, you can say that he betrayed you. This seems a bit far-fetched. Li Siyu's face flushed, and she was speechless for a moment after being strongly refuted by Chen Guoshan.
I have evidence to prove it. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded among the guests.
All the guests, as well as Lin Feng, Chen Guoshan and others, immediately focused their attention on the woman who spoke. The woman who spoke was Yi Shuerhua. Seeing Yi Shuerhua, Li Siyu's face changed drastically almost immediately. Because she recognized Yi Shuerhua, it was the day when she and Zhao Yunfei were dating at the Hilton Hotel and were caught by Yi Shuerhua. Li Siyu was deeply impressed by the woman's cold and aggressive slapping of Zhao Yunfei twice. She was afraid of it. Later, she also learned from the news that Yi Shuerhua's family attacked the Zhao family, causing the Zhao family to immediately fall into bankruptcy crisis. So, seeing Yi Shuerhua come out to speak, Li Siyu's heart shuddered. Yi Shuerhua walked out from the guests and came to the round stage. She said to Chen Guoshan and Yi Zuowei, "Uncle, Aunt, I can prove that Lin Feng abandoned Li Siyu." Chen Guoshan and his wife looked at each other and thought to themselves, how can Shuerhua prove it? Could it be that she knows Lin Feng and Li Siyu, and knows about their relationship? Chen Guoshan had to say, then tell me, how did Lin Feng abandon this girl? Yi Shuerhua nodded, okay. Then, Yi Shuerhua came to Lin Feng. But everyone was surprised to find that Yi Shuerhua knew the truth about Lin Feng's abandonment of Li Siyu, but Lin Feng was not panicked in front of Yi Shuerhua. On the contrary, Lin Feng looked at Yi Shuerhua with a smile on his face. Yi Shuerhua also smiled and said to him, Lin Feng, we meet again.
Lin Feng nodded, yes, we meet again.
Then, Yi Shuerhua stretched out her palm to him. Lin Feng shook hands with her.
This scene once again surprised everyone. Didn't Yi Shuerhua want to expose Lin Feng's betrayal of Li Siyu? Why are the two smiling and shaking hands? Similarly, Chen Jiayi couldn't say she was surprised.
When did Lin Feng know her beautiful and strong cousin? And seeing her cousin smiling and shaking hands with Lin Feng, this relationship seemed unusual. She knew that this cousin, who was only a few months older than her, was very strong, not to mention smiling and shaking hands with ordinary men. Even her temporary boyfriend Zhao Yunfei couldn't even think of holding her cousin's hand. This was the first time Chen Jiayi saw her cousin so close to a man. Although Lin Feng was only her contracted boyfriend, she saw her cousin showing unusual kindness to Lin Feng. Chen Jiayi had a strange feeling in her heart that someone had moved her cheese. Seeing Yi Shuerhua shaking hands with Lin Feng, Li Siyu knew that she would be in trouble next. So, Li Siyu wanted to leave quietly while everyone's attention was on Lin Feng and Yi Shuerhua. Otherwise, when Yi Shuerhua tells her about her relationship with Zhao Yunfei, she might not be able to leave even if she wants to. However, just as Li Siyu turned around and took a step, before her footsteps landed, she heard Chen Guoshan's majestic voice, Miss, the matter is not yet clear, where are you going?
Li Siyu landed on the ground and was shocked.
That's right, seeing Yi Shuerhua and Lin Feng smiling and shaking hands, Chen Guoshan knew that Yi Shuerhua had exposed Lin Feng's betrayal of Li Siyu as fake, which proves that Li Siyu betrayed Lin Feng. Therefore, he has been paying attention to Li Siyu secretly. So Li Siyu wanted to escape, and Chen Guoshan saw it clearly, and immediately shouted. When Chen Guoshan spoke, everyone noticed Li Siyu and wanted to escape. And they found that Li Siyu was pale and seemed very nervous. Logically speaking, she was betrayed by Lin Feng, so she should be justified, but why did she seem as nervous as a thief with a guilty conscience?
Seeing this, all the guests in the hall have basically figured out who betrayed whom and who was slandering whom.
Among the guests, Zhang William frowned, with a gleam in his eyes.
He didn't expect Li Siyu to want to escape? This is clearly a guilty conscience. Doesn't this woman know that this will ruin her plan?
Li Siyu felt that everyone around her cast questioning eyes on her, and she became even more nervous. She turned around and stammered, saying to Chen Guoshan, I
have something to do. I'm leaving first. Leave? I haven't proved that you've abandoned Lin Feng, you can't go anywhere.
At this moment, Yi Shuerhua looked at Li Siyu with a cold look and almost ordered her. Li Siyu was so scared that her body trembled, and her voice was about to cry, Miss Yi, you
just let me go.
Yi Shuerhua smiled coldly, let you go? I didn't let you go, it was you who didn't let yourself go. Since you want to frame others, you must know that those who harm others will eventually harm themselves. Having said that, Yi Shuerhua came to the 70-inch TV screen in the living room, turned on the TV, and used her mobile phone to directly connect to the TV screen wirelessly to cast the screen.
Everyone looked at the big TV screen curiously, wondering what Yi Shuerhua wanted to do. As Yi Shuerhua's mobile phone screen was cast, a mobile phone video appeared on the screen. This video seemed to be the video of Zhao Yunfei and Li Siyu's secret meeting in the hotel.
Seeing this video, everyone completely understood who had betrayed whom.
Moreover, many of them knew Zhao Yunfei.
They knew very well that Zhao Yunfei had a secret meeting with a woman in a hotel a few days ago, and was caught by Yi Shuerwa on the spot and announced their breakup. Unexpectedly, the woman Zhao Yunfei had a secret meeting with in the hotel was Li Siyu. It can be said that everyone in the hall thought Li Siyu was dirty. Even Zhang William, who had just spent the night with Li Siyu last night, felt that she was too dirty to describe. After projecting the hotel video, Yi Shuerwa put away her phone.
Then, she looked at all the guests in the hall and said, "Have you all seen the video? I believe everyone knows what kind of woman this woman is."
Many guests in the hall angrily cursed, "How shameless!
It's obvious that she is having an affair with another man, and she is accusing others of abandoning her. The scenes in this video really pollute my eyes."
Amid the curses of many guests, Li Siyu's face turned pale, her whole body trembled, and she was completely in a state of collapse. She would never have thought that Yi Shuerwa would actually broadcast the unbearable video of her and Zhao Yunfei in the hotel in public. This made her suddenly become a dirty woman.
A joke and shame for everyone.
This made Li Siyu wish there was a crack in the ground so that she could hide in it. Everyone's ridicule and scolding made her unable to speak of the pain and torture. "Security, drive this shameless woman who deliberately makes trouble out." At this moment, Chen Guosheng shouted. Then, two tall and mighty security guards walked in quickly from outside the villa.
"Bodyguard," two security guards came forward and twisted Li Siyu's arm.
Li Siyu was in so much pain that she almost cried and screamed, "It hurts.
Let me go, let me go."
However, no matter how she struggled or screamed, she could not escape the security guard's grasp. On the contrary, the pain became worse. In this way, in front of everyone's eyes, Li Siyu was twisted and sent out of the villa living room by two security guards. Listening to Li Siyu's screams in the distance, no guest in the hall sympathized with her. On the contrary, they all felt that Li Siyu had brought it upon herself. After Li Siyu was driven out, the living room returned to its original calm. At this time, Chen Guoshan smiled and said to all the guests, "Dear guests, the troublemakers have been driven away, the misunderstanding has been resolved, and now we can have a good drink to celebrate." After speaking, Chen Guoshan raised the wine glass in his hand. All the guests in the hall also felt that it was a great pleasure to drive Li Siyu away, and they raised their glasses one after another. "Cheers! Cheers!" Among the guests, Zhang William, who also raised his glass, drank a glass with a gloomy face.
He was in a very bad mood.
He originally thought that he could use Li Siyu to ruin Lin Feng's reputation at the birthday party so that he could not become Chen Jiayi's boyfriend. But he did not expect Yi Shuerwa to appear halfway and put Li Siyu and Zhao Yunfei in an affair. The video was played in public. This made his plan fail completely. Similarly, his parents Zhang Hao and Su Feng were also depressed. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to become a scumbag in everyone's eyes, they did not expect a reversal, which proved Lin Feng's innocence.
How could they not be depressed?
The birthday party ended with everyone eating, drinking, and having a pleasant conversation.
The guests left the villa manor in luxury cars.
Soon all the guests left, except Lin Feng and Yi Shuerwa. Lin Feng looked at the time and he was going back, so he said goodbye to Chen Guoshan and his wife, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm going back."
Chen Guoshan and his wife nodded.
Chen Guoshan looked at Chen Jiayi and Yi Shuerwa on the side and said, "You can see Lin Feng off." The reason why he asked Yi Shuerwa to see Lin Feng off was that he knew that Yi Shuerwa and Lin Feng knew each other. Chen Jiayi and Yi Shuerwa took Lin Feng to the parking lot of the villa manor. That's right, the Chen family's huge villa manor has a parking lot that can park dozens of cars.
This is a real manor villa, and the parking lot is larger than some of the wealthy villas in Jiangnan City.
In the parking lot, although the guests' cars have left, there are still more than a dozen luxury cars parked. In addition to Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz and Yi Shuerwa's Ferrari, there are also Maserati, BMW, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Bugatti and other luxury cars.
These luxury cars alone can show the strength of the Chen family as a wealthy and powerful family.
Qin Feng has already got on the Mercedes-Benz to wait for Lin Feng. And Lin Feng is still talking to Chen Jiayi and Yi Shuerwa. Lin Feng said to the two women, "I'm going back first, goodbye, two beauties." Chen Jiayi said, "Goodbye." Yi Shuerwa also raised her hand and waved to Lin Feng, "Goodbye." Lin Feng turned around and was about to get in the car. Chen Jiayi seemed to think of something and said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you did a good job today, but our contractual relationship remains unchanged, don't think wrongly." Chen Jiayi was reminding Lin Feng that her father announced at the party today that he was her boyfriend, and he should not take it seriously.
Lin Feng smiled in his heart, thinking wrongly? What a joke, he has always had crooked thoughts, okay? Not having crooked thoughts is impossible. Ever since he signed the boyfriend contract with Chen Jai, he has never thought about being a real contract boyfriend. Instead, he has taken Chen Jai in his arms. Now even Chen Jai's parents have admitted that he is Chen Jai's boyfriend. Chen Jai actually told him not to have crooked thoughts. How is this possible? So, Lin Feng said to Chen Jai with a smile, "You are thinking wrongly. Are you going to book a room in a hotel and roll on the sheets a few times?" You. Chen Jai was immediately furious, and had the urge to tear Lin Feng apart. Seeing Chen Jai being teased by him, Lin Feng had already laughed and got into the Mercedes-Benz. Then he asked Qin Feng to drive. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz driving away, Chen Jai couldn't help stamping her feet and said angrily, Lin Feng, you stinky exile." Although she cursed Lin Feng, she didn't know why she was not angry with Lin Feng at all. Then, Chen Jai remembered that her cousin was around, and remembered the nonsense Lin Feng had just said. She was a little embarrassed to say to Yi Shuerhua, "Cousin, Lin Feng is just so frivolous, don't be surprised." Yi Shuerhua certainly didn't find it strange, but when she saw Lin Feng teasing Chen Jai, she didn't know why she felt a little inexplicably lost. "No, you two have a really good relationship," Yi Shuerhua said absent-mindedly. Chen Jai smiled and whispered to Yi Shuerhua, "What do you mean by good relationship?" "Lin Feng and I are not really boyfriend and girlfriend." Yi Shuerhua was stunned for a while before she reacted and asked, "Jai, what do you mean?" Then, Chen Jai told her that she had asked Lin Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend in order to oppose her parents' request for her to be with Zhang William. After hearing this, Yi Shuerhua's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared on her face. "So, you are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend in front of everyone?" Chen Jai was a little surprised. Why did her cousin seem so excited and happy after hearing that she and Lin Feng were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend? But she didn't think much about it. In her opinion, it must be her cousin who thought that pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend was really funny. She nodded to Yi Shuerhua, "We have signed a boyfriend contract, but I didn't expect that my parents would agree to let him be my boyfriend." Then, she frowned and said, "No, it seems that I need Lin Feng to have less contact with my parents, otherwise it will be troublesome if my parents really treat him as my boyfriend. It seems that I have to find an appropriate time to terminate the contractual boyfriend relationship with Lin Feng. What do you think, cousin?" Chen Jai suddenly asked, which made Yi Shuerhua stunned, and then she had to nod, "Well." Although she was answering Chen Jai's words, she was thinking about one thing in her heart. If Jai and Lin Feng terminated the contractual boyfriend relationship, would she have a chance? On the way back to Houting Garden, Qin Feng said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you really have to thank Missy this time. If she hadn't helped you, I'm afraid you would have had some trouble at the party this time." Lin Feng said, "It is undeniable that Yi Shuerhua helped me a lot this time, but your boss, Uncle Chen, is not so easy to fool. Once Li Siyu can't produce evidence that I betrayed her, I believe Uncle Chen will still drive her away." Qin Feng did not deny it. Chen Guoshan's knowledge is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It is impossible for Li Siyu to use him as a gun. "Lin Feng, on the way to Chen's house, someone wanted to cause a car accident to murder us. I will report it to the boss and the lady again. We must find out who is behind the scenes." Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although he quickly found the mastermind who secretly directed the truck driver to commit murder after Lin Feng reminded him that day. However, the other party was wearing a mask, and his true face could not be seen at all. It can only be roughly seen that the masked man is about 50 or 60 years old. And the other party has martial arts, which is very strong. Finally, the two had a fierce battle on the rooftop, and Qin Feng failed to catch the murderer. Lin Feng said calmly, "No need to investigate whether the other party wanted to kill us by creating a car accident, or sent Li Siyu to slander me at the party. It was done by Zhang Hao and Zhang William, father and son." Qin Feng was a little surprised. "How do you know?" "Think about it, who doesn't want to see me and Chen Jai together the most? And if I die a violent death or become infamous, who will benefit the most?" Lin Feng said with a smile. Qin Feng said, "Of course it's Zhang William's family. No, I have to report this to the chairman as soon as possible." As he spoke, Qin Feng had already taken out his mobile phone. Lin Feng stopped Qin Feng, "Don't fight yet, don't tell your boss about this first, let's go to the Zhang family tonight. After finding the evidence, I will not only tell your boss, but I will also tell everyone in Jiangnan City." The reason why he and Qin Feng wanted to explore the Zhang family tonight was not because he made a rash decision on a whim. But when he was talking just now, his pupils shrank, and then he looked at something is going to happen to the Zhang family tonight. Something that concerns the life and death of the Zhang family. If he doesn't go to the Zhang family tonight, he will miss a golden opportunity. As long as he makes good use of this opportunity, he
he can not only avenge the Zheng family's murder of him, but also make the Zheng family collapse like a building.
Xin Feng's face showed surprise again. Lin Feng wants to visit the Zheng family at night?
Although the Zheng family is such a wealthy family, the security in the villa manor is extremely strict. But Qin Feng, who was born as an ace special guest, is not really worried about it. On the contrary, the more dangerous and challenging it is, the more interested Qin Feng is.
Okay, let's go to the Zheng family tonight.
As he spoke, the car had returned to Villa Number 1, Houting Garden.
As night fell, Jiangnan City was already lit up with thousands of lights.
The Zheng family occupies an area of tens of thousands of square meters of Villa Manor, and outside a high wall, there is a Mercedes-Benz parked. Lin Feng and Qin Feng are in the car. Qin Feng took out a square black scarf and covered his nose, mouth, and half of his face.
Then, he said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, you wait for me in the car, I will go into Zheng's house and come back."
Lin Feng said, "I will go with you, so that I can take care of you."
Qin Feng, who had his face covered, laughed, "Ha, brother Lin, this Zheng's house is not an ordinary villa manor. There are many elite bodyguards in it.
If you are not careful, you will fall into their hands, which will be troublesome. But it is different if I go in alone.
With my skills and hidden means, they can't find me at all. Even if they find me, they can't catch me."
Xin Feng's meaning is very clear, that is, if Lin Feng follows him in, it will not only be dangerous, but also become a burden to him.
Lin Feng looked at Qin Feng and said, "You really don't need me to go in with you, don't need my help?"
"No, you wait for me in the car, which is the best help for me." Qin Feng put his hands on Lin Feng's shoulders, with an expression of please. Lin Feng had to say, "Okay, I won't go in, then you have to be more careful." Qin Feng stretched out his right hand and made an okay gesture to Lin Feng. Then, Qin Feng opened the car door and got out. Then, like a cheetah, he ran towards the wall of the villa manor. He suddenly leaped up. He leaped up, and with one hand, he suddenly grabbed the edge of the 3 or 4 meter high wall. With his feet quickly kicking the wall, Qin Feng had already climbed up to the top of the wall. Then, he quickly jumped into the villa. Although Qin Feng jumped into the manor was too big, and not every corner was guarded by bodyguards. Moreover, their patrols would also have idle time, and when Qin Feng jumped into the manor, it happened to be the idle time of the bodyguard patrol. Then he took advantage of the flowers, trees, shadows in the corners of the villa, etc., and sneaked to the villa where Zheng Hao lived. Because the Chen family and the Zheng family have a close relationship, he had come to the Zheng family to protect Qin Guoshan in the past, so he knew which villa Zheng Hao lived in. After avoiding one patrolling bodyguard after another, Qin Feng finally came to the villa where Zheng Hao lived. He came to the back of the villa, where there were shadows, so he was not easily discovered. Then, he took out the smart glasses with night vision function from his pocket and put them on his glasses. These glasses with night vision function can immediately see everything clearly in the dark. Then, Qin Feng quickly and skillfully used the pipes on the outer wall of the villa and the window frames to climb up quickly. He knew that Zheng Hao lived on the 3rd floor of the villa, and he liked to stay in the study the most, and also to meet important people in the study. So, he climbed to the location of the study on the 3rd floor of the villa. He saw a window in the study. Half of the window was open, but the curtains were drawn in the window, so he couldn't see the situation in the study. So, Qin Feng carefully stepped from the outer wall pipe and landed on the exposed edge of the window, with his body close to the window glass. He came to the half-open window and heard no movement inside, as if no one was there. However, for the sake of caution, he did not enter the study immediately, but gently opened a small gap in the curtains. Then, he saw at a glance that behind the large desk in the study, there was a person sitting on a big chair, holding a cup of coffee and drinking it leisurely. And the person sitting in the study, drinking coffee leisurely, turned out to be Lin Feng. This shocked Qin Feng so much that he almost fell downstairs from the 3rd floor window. How could Lin Feng be in Zhang Hao's study? How did he get in? Qin Feng entered the study and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Why are you here?" Before he entered the villa, Lin Feng was clearly waiting for him in the car. And even if Lin Feng entered the villa, there was no reason for him to appear in the study of this villa faster than him? You have to know that he can arrive in this study so quickly because of his understanding of the Zheng family villa and his own ace special guest's strong skills. Could it be that Lin Feng knows more about the Zheng family? Is his skills stronger than his? Lin Feng did not rush to answer him, but pointed to the coffee machine in the study and said, "There is coffee there, get it yourself." Although he broke into the study of the Zheng family villa, it was common for Qin Feng to spy on the enemy and get into danger in the past. So, Qin Feng went over to get a cup and got a cup of coffee as if he was at home. After sitting down on the sofa and tasting the coffee, Qin Feng looked at Lin Feng and said, "You haven't told me yet, how did you get here?" Lin Feng said,
Because I know the Zhang family very well, and I am very skilled, so it is very easy to come here. That's right, Lin Feng was able to come to Zhang Hao's study so quickly. In addition to his divine eyes, he could see the distribution of buildings in the Zhang family and the patrol of bodyguards clearly. In addition, he had peerless skills and entered the villa without even the bodyguards noticing. It can be said that it was easy for Lin Feng to come to Zhang Hao's study. However, Lin Feng's understated answer to Qin Feng made Qin Feng feel that Lin Feng was too good at bragging. He didn't believe that Lin Feng was very skilled. If Lin Feng was very skilled, would he still need his 24-hour protection? Therefore, he felt that Lin Feng was able to get into Zhang Hao's study so quickly to drink coffee, and it must be that Lin Feng knew the geographical environment of the Zhang family very well. However, he did not expose Lin Feng's boasting, and said, "Well, you are very skilled, and you have a comprehensive understanding of the Zhang family. I should come in with you." Lin Feng naturally heard that Qin Feng did not believe that he was very skilled, but he did not explain much. At this moment, Lin Feng's ears twitched slightly, and he immediately said to Qin Feng with a serious expression, "Someone is coming, let's hide quickly." Qin Feng was stunned. Someone is coming? Why didn't he hear anyone coming? As an ace special agent, Qin Feng has extraordinary reconnaissance capabilities and amazing hearing. Even if the study door is closed, any movement on the third and second floors can hardly escape his ears. But Lin Feng actually said that someone was coming, which made him wonder where Lin Feng heard it from. Someone is coming. Lin Feng did hear someone coming, and he started from the first floor. Soon, the person was on the second floor. This time, Qin Feng heard the sound and was surprised. Someone is really coming. How did Lin Feng hear it? However, he didn't have time to ask more questions. He needed to find a place to hide. But when he looked around the study, he found that there was no place to hide. No need to look. No one can hide in the study. Let's hide outside the window, Lin Feng said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. Now there was only a window to hide. Just as he was about to walk to the window, Qin Feng found that he still had a cup of coffee in his hand, so he wanted to throw it into the study trash can. But Lin Feng stopped him and said, "This is cat coffee. It's very expensive. Don't waste it. Let's take it outside the window to drink." Qin Feng. But in the end, Qin Feng still took the coffee and went outside the window with Lin Feng. After all, throwing coffee in cups into the trash can is easy to be discovered. After coming to the outside of the window, Lin Feng and Qin Feng stood on the edge of the window, drinking civet coffee while enjoying the night view. In the study, the door soon opened and two people walked in. One was Zhang Hao and the other was Su Ping. Zhang Hao sat down on the big chair behind the desk, looked at Su Ping and said, "Old Su, what I asked you to do today, you didn't leave any evidence, right?" Su Ping said, "Don't worry, sir, Dai He is dead, the police will never find out that we did it. The bodyguard who protected Lin Feng fought with you, didn't he recognize your face?" Zhang Hao asked. Su Ping shook his head. "When I fought with him, I was wearing a mask, he couldn't recognize my face." "Well, have you moved Dai He's wife and children?" Zhang Hao asked. "I took a plane to Taigua this afternoon," Su Ping said. Zhang Hao's expression relaxed. "Well, you did a good job. Dong dong." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Hao said, "Come in." The door opened, and an old man in his 50s, dressed in black servant clothes, walked in and said, "Master, Mr. Li from Meihua Pharmaceutical is here and wants to see you." Zhang Hao looked strange and said, "Why did Li He come to see me?" Although he felt strange, Zhang Hao still said to the old man, "Housekeeper, ask him to come to the study to see me." "Yes, master." The old man retreated and closed the door. After about 1 or 2 minutes, a few minutes later, the door opened and a middle-aged man in a suit and with a big belly walked in. The middle-aged man closed the door and saw Zhang Hao. He immediately smiled and greeted Zhang Hao. "Good evening, Mr. Zhang." This middle-aged man was Li He, the general manager of Meihua Pharmaceutical, an important pharmaceutical company under Meihua Group. Zhang Hao nodded. "Li He, you are looking for me, is there something important in the company?" Li He did have something to ask Zhang Hao, and it was not a small matter. Since Zhang Hao asked, he didn't need to beat around the bush, so he said, "Director Zhang, I came here this time to find Director Zhang and ask him to allocate about 2 billion production funds to Meihua Pharmaceutical." Zhang Hao frowned slightly. 2 billion funds, this is not a small amount. Meihua Pharmaceutical uses it for research and development, or what else? Director Zhang, recently several provinces have placed orders with Meihua Pharmaceutical for vaccines worth 5 or 6 billion, but most of the vaccines produced in large quantities by Meihua Pharmaceutical last year have been left unsold, resulting in tight production funds this year. Li He looked embarrassed and continued, "But several provinces have placed orders with Meihua Pharmaceutical, the quantity and amount are huge, and the funds of Meihua Pharmaceutical,
plus the deposits paid by several provinces, are not enough for production. Then, Li He looked at Zhang Hao and said, "So, I came to Director Zhang to ask for money."
Zhang Hao nodded.
The amount of vaccines is 5 or 6 billion, this is a big order, and Zhang Hao knows that the profit of vaccines is extremely high. This big order can make at least more than half, 3 or 4 billion is not a problem. However, it is impossible for the parent company, Meihua Group, to allocate 2 billion yuan of production funds to Meihua Pharmaceutical. Because Meihua Group has to run 3 major businesses, namely beauty, medical care, and pharmaceuticals, at the same time, there is basically no extra funds.
Unless the company's reserve funds are used,
but the 5 billion reserve funds have been trapped in the stock market by Zhang William, and all the money has been lost.
So Zhang Hao asked Li He, "Can't we borrow money from the bank?"
"We have already borrowed 3 billion yuan in the first half of the year, and the bank is already urging us to pay."
"They will not lend us another 2 billion yuan.
Li He said helplessly.
"Besides loans, is there any other way?" Zhang Hao asked immediately.
Li He saw this and knew that Director Zhang had no money and could transfer it to Meihua Pharmaceutical. After frowning and thinking, Li He suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Hao, "There is another way, unless."
Zhang Hao heard that Li He had a way, and asked quickly, "Unless what?"
Li He looked at Zhang Hao and said, "Mr. Zhang, the solution is to replace the expired vaccines that were accumulated last year with new production dates and ship them out as new."
Zhang Hao couldn't help but ponder, will it be okay to ship out the expired vaccines?
Li He said, "The vaccine's effectiveness will be discounted, but it won't cause much harm to the human body." Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, and he was really tempted. Meihua Group couldn't come up with 2 billion, and Meihua Pharmaceutical had also taken orders from several provinces and received deposits. If it didn't produce and ship on time, Meihua Pharmaceutical would not only not make money, but also have to pay compensation for breach of contract. And if it followed Li He's method of shipping old vaccines as new, then Meihua Pharmaceutical would not only save 2 billion in production funds, but also make a huge profit of 50 to 60 billion in net profit. 50 to 60 billion is very much needed for the Meihua Group, which is currently short of funds. Zhang Hao clenched his fists and made a decision immediately. "Li He, let's do what you just said, but this matter is of great importance and must not be known to anyone, otherwise not only Meihua Pharmaceutical will be in trouble, but Meihua Group will also suffer." "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will keep it strictly confidential and never let outsiders know,"
Li He said solemnly.
Zhang Hao nodded. "Well, if you do a good job this time, I will take out 300 million to reward you and the management of Meihua Pharmaceutical."
"Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Li He's face showed joy and said immediately.
Zhang Hao looked at Su Ping and said, "Old Su, please see Li He off for me."
"Yes, sir." Su Ping agreed. Li He also bowed to Zhang Hao and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Zhang, I'm leaving."
Then, Li He and Su Ping walked out of the study. At this time, there was a small gap in the corner of the curtain on a window, and you could see the dark night outside. But if you look closely, there is a mobile phone camera in the darkness of the curtain gap that almost blends into the dark night. This mobile phone camera was recording everything in the study room through the gap in the curtains. That's right, the mobile phone camera that was recording the study room through the gap in the curtains was Lin Feng's phone.
He recorded everything that Zhang Hao, Su Ping, and Li He said in the study room.
Zhang Hao in the study sat for a while, then left and went to rest. Then, Lin Feng and Xin Feng, who were hiding outside the window, returned to the study from outside.
Xin Feng was surprised and said, "I didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so bold that he dared to use the old as the new. This is deceptive and illegal. Those who need the vaccine will have serious consequences because the effect is greatly reduced."
Lin Feng smiled and said, "So, if I record what they do, I can save many innocent people." Xin Feng nodded. "That's right, Zhang Hao and Meihua Group are so black-hearted, we must not let him harm the people."
Then, he said to Lin Feng, "Let's go back now." "Go back?" Lin Feng didn't seem to mean to go back immediately, and said, "Since we are here, why are you in such a hurry?
Besides, Mr. Zhang's coffee is so delicious, of course I have to drink a few more cups."
Xin Feng.
So, next, Xin Feng and Lin Feng drank coffee in Zhang Hao's study. After drinking to their heart's content, the two left the study through the window. Coming to the edge of the window, Xin Feng whispered to Lin Feng, "When you go down the pipe on the outer wall, be careful." Although Lin Feng knew that he could not fall down, he still nodded to Xin Feng. Then the two of them each hugged a pipe on the outer wall and slid down. The two of them hid and ran quickly under the trees in darkness, avoiding the bodyguards patrolling the villa one by one, and finally climbed over the wall and left the villa. Then, the two got on the Mercedes parked outside, started the car and left, ending this night visit to the Zhang family.
5 days later, Meihua Pharmaceutical Warehouse.
Inside the huge warehouse, countless boxes of drugs can be seen. These drugs are all filled with vaccines. Meihua Pharmaceutical General Manager Li He and several company executives, led by a group of employees, walked into the warehouse. A senior executive said to Li He with a smile on his face, "General Manager, according to your instructions, there are a total of 5 million boxes of vaccines in the warehouse, all printed with new dates, and there will be no problems." Li He walked to a pile of dozens of boxes of drugs, more than 1 meter high. He checked the medicine box and saw the new date printed on it. A few days date. The expired drugs suddenly have a validity period of half a year. Well done. Li He nodded with satisfaction after reading it. Several company executives and employees all showed joy on their faces. Li He then asked several executives, "Can we ship and send the goods?" An executive said respectfully, "The goods will be loaded on the truck at 12 noon, and will be delivered to major hospitals in several provinces on time at 8 o'clock tonight." Li He looked at his watch and said, "There are still 10 minutes to load the goods. You all keep a close eye on it. There must be no mistakes in this shipment." "Yes, General Manager." Several executives immediately answered loudly. Outside the warehouse, in the wide open space, there were trucks queuing up and slowly driving towards the warehouse. Millions of boxes of vaccines in the warehouse were about to be loaded on the trucks, a busy scene. However, at this moment, the sound of woo-woo-woo sirens resounded throughout the area. Then, police cars and vehicles from other departments, no less than 20 or 30 vehicles, appeared in front of the warehouse of Meihua Pharmaceutical and stopped. All the loading trucks stopped. In the warehouse, Li He and other executives and employees all panicked when they heard the sirens. Li He asked several executives, "Why are there sirens? Is there a police incident at Meihua Pharmaceutical?" Several executives looked confused. They had no idea what was going on. At this moment, police cars and vehicles from various departments parked outside the warehouse got off police officers and other department personnel. A police officer led a group of police officers into the warehouse. Li He pretended to be calm and asked the police officer, "Excuse me, Mr. Police, what happened? Who is the person in charge here?" The police officer looked at Li He and asked. Li He had a bad feeling and said, "I am the person in charge of Meihua Pharmaceutical. We received a report that Meihua Pharmaceutical illegally produced drugs. Now we have to take the relevant personnel back for investigation." After that, the police officer said to the police officers on the left and right, "Take him and other Meihua Pharmaceutical executives back for investigation." Click. Li He and several company executives were handcuffed and taken to the police car. Even the other employees were taken away for investigation. The biggest news in Jiangnan City that day was the exposure of Meihua Pharmaceutical's illegal use of unqualified and expired vaccines as newly produced qualified vaccines. Millions of boxes of vaccines in Meihua Pharmaceutical's warehouse were sealed on the spot. Meihua Pharmaceutical's general manager Li He and company executives were all arrested and investigated. As the video of Zhang Hao's conversation with Su Ping and Li He in the study appeared on TV and the internet, Meihua Group, the parent company of Meihua Pharmaceutical, was also investigated. Zhang Hao, the chairman of the group, and his wife Su Feng were also taken away by the police. Meihua Group and Meihua Pharmaceutical were caught in the cusp of discussion in one day. The news media, newspapers, and the internet were full of voices cursing Meihua Group and Meihua Pharmaceutical. In one day, Zhang Hao and his wife and his Meihua Group became black-hearted businessmen and enterprises, and were not tolerated by society. In the next 10 days, all of Meihua Group's beauty, medical, and pharmaceutical businesses began to collapse. Because of the impact of the issue of passing expired and unqualified vaccines as newly produced qualified vaccines, a large number of orders of Meihua Group were lost. In less than half a month, Meihua Group went from being one of the largest companies in Jiangnan City to a company with serious losses and a large number of employees fleeing. In the end, Zhang William, the young master of Meihua Group, announced the bankruptcy of Meihua Group on TV and promised to sell Meihua Group's assets to repay Meihua Group's creditors. On the sofa in the living room of Villa No. 1, Houting Garden, Lin Feng and Qin Feng ate melon seeds while watching Zhang William on TV, announcing the news of Meihua Group's bankruptcy with great sadness. After watching it, Lin Feng turned off the TV. Qin Feng looked at Lin Feng with admiration and said, "Lin Feng, you are really amazing." With just one video, Meihua Group, a giant company of the Zhang family, has become notorious and despised by everyone, just like a building has completely collapsed. That's right, when Meihua Pharmaceutical was preparing to ship out millions of boxes of drugs that day, a large number of police officers and other department staff suddenly appeared, arrested Li He and other company executives, and sealed the warehouse. This is Lin Feng, who reported Meihua Pharmaceutical with the video shot outside the window of Zheng Hao's study that night. This is a serious matter that concerns the health of millions of people. All departments attach great importance to it, so there is a sensational joint action. Lin Feng said calmly, the video only accelerated the collapse of the Meihua Group. What really caused the collapse of the Meihua Group was the greed, black heart and moral destruction of Zheng Hao and some people in Meihua Pharmaceutical. For the sake of money, people's health and safety can be ignored. It is only a matter of time for such a conscienceless enterprise to go bankrupt.
Xin Fengshan thought it was true and nodded.
The Zheng family collapsed, and Lin Feng also settled a matter. Zheng Hao sent someone to murder him, and Zhang William asked Li Xiyu to smear and slander him at the Chen family party. The revenge was finally avenged. Lin Feng then remembered that he should bring his parents and sister from the countryside to Jiangnan City.
So Lin Feng said to Xin Feng, I'm going back to my hometown in the countryside in the next few days. You don't have to follow me back to the countryside. Go back to the Chen family first.
Xin Feng disagreed. No, I am responsible for protecting you as a bodyguard 24 hours a day.
Wherever you go, I will go. Otherwise, if something happens to you, the eldest lady will definitely fire me. It's not that you can't go to the countryside with me, but if the food isn't good and you're not used to the accommodation, don't blame me for not reminding you.
Lin Feng said.
Hey, what's the countryside? Can it be compared with the missions I had before?
Eating dry food when hungry and resting in the mud when tired for days and nights, these are all commonplace. Xin Feng smiled indifferently.
Lin Feng nodded. Okay, then you go back to the countryside with me. Xin Feng asked curiously, Lin Feng, is there anything important that you are going back to the countryside for this time?
Lin Feng said, this time I go back, one is to see my hometown, and the other is to bring my parents and sister to live in Jiangnan City.
What a good son and a good brother.
Xin Feng patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say much. Being filial to his parents and caring for his sister have always been his inner wishes.
At night, in a room in a rental building,
Zhang William, with thin and haggard facial muscles and stubble on his mouth, sat at a table, gnawing on a piece of bread. This was his dinner. Ever since the Zhang family and the Meihua Group got into trouble, Zhang William has been suffering and under great pressure. In just 20 days, he changed from the cool and handsome eldest son of the Zhang family to a haggard, stubble-covered refugee.
The Meihua Group went bankrupt, and even the Zhang family villa and manor were auctioned off to compensate for losses to all parties.
Now he, poor and destitute, even worse than ordinary people. While chewing bread, his eyes flashed with resentment and hatred.
He was unwilling to fall into such a miserable situation.
He hated the person who secretly filmed the conversation between his father and Su Ping and Li He, pushing the Zheng family into an irreparable disaster. It was this person who secretly filmed the video that caused the Zheng family to be in such a desperate situation.
However, Zhang William still doesn't know who the person who filmed the video is. Dong dong.
At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The ordinary knock on the door made Zhang William, who was chewing bread, subconsciously nervous. This reaction was the psychological shadow brought to Zhang William after the incident of Meihua Group.
Who?
Zhang William said with a trembling voice.
William, I am your Uncle Su.
An old man's voice came from outside. Zhang William put down the bread in his hand, got up and opened the door of the rental house.
Outside the door stood a man in black clothes, a hat and a mask. Uncle Su, come in quickly.
Zhang William said hurriedly.
The visitor entered the room and Zhang William closed the door.
The person who came in took off his hat and mask. It was Su Ping, the most important master of the Zhang family. The reason why he wore a hat and mask was because he was wanted for participating in Dai He's murder of Lin Feng by driving a car.
How did Uncle Su find out? Can my father be released? Zhang William asked anxiously.
Su Ping's face was solemn. The trial of the vaccine case of the master and Li He will be held tomorrow, but the news is not good for them.
They are likely to be sentenced to heavy penalties.
In addition to a huge fine, they will also have to go to jail. Zhang William's face changed, and he sat on the chair all of a sudden, as if he was exhausted. This made Su Ping feel a little bit reluctant.
Master, don't be sad, I will accompany you, and the Zhang family will definitely make a comeback.
Zhang William gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I must find out the person who caused our Zhang family so much misery.
I want revenge.
When he said this, he clenched his hands into fists, and his whole body was shaking because of hatred and anger.
Master, I have worked hard and have found this person.
At this time, Su Ping said in a calm voice with deep murderous intent.
Who is he?
Zhang William raised his head suddenly, his eyes like a wolf about to devour someone.
Su Ping said, he is Lin Feng.
Luo County, a county with only 200,000 people, is a small county with average economy. However, the county has everything from hotels, guest houses, bars, supermarkets, residential areas, and even high-end apartments. At this moment, a luxury Mercedes-Benz arrived at the parking lot of the largest hotel in the county, the Galaxy Hotel. Lin Feng and the cool Qin Feng wearing sunglasses got out of the car. The two entered the Galaxy Hotel. Before returning to Luhua County, Lin Feng had asked Qin Feng to book a room at the Galaxy Hotel online. After the two showed their ID cards and registered, the front desk staff gave them room cards. Because they were two grown men, they booked a double-bed luxury suite. The two came to the hotel room and put down their backpacks. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and complained to Lin Feng, "We are already at the doorstep. I really don't understand why you still want to stay in the hotel. Can't you just drive home directly?" Lin Feng disagreed and said, "Although my home is just outside the county town, we drive back in a Mercedes-Benz, which is too eye-catching." Lin Feng's hometown is a village on the outskirts of the county. Although there are people in the village who do business outside, make a lot of money, and drive luxury cars back. But Lin Feng is just a college student, and his parents run a small restaurant in the village. Suddenly driving a Mercedes-Benz back, it will definitely cause a lot of discussion among the whole village, and there will even be various speculations. And Lin Feng can't tell them that he has made hundreds of millions from Saipiao and the stock market through the divine eye ability. Therefore, Lin Feng thinks it is better to keep a low profile. Of course, he can also say that the Mercedes-Benz belongs to Qin Feng, but it is better not to drive the Mercedes-Benz back. Therefore, he booked a room at a hotel in the county town and decided to park the Mercedes-Benz at the hotel and take a car back tomorrow. The two took a short rest and then went to the second floor of the hotel for dinner. After finishing his meal and returning to his hotel room, Lin Feng turned on his computer and began to browse the international stock market index. Since the last time he entered the international stock market and made a huge profit of 1.4 billion from the Meihua Group's stock float, Lin Feng had not traded stocks for some time. He couldn't help but feel itchy. Anyway, he had nothing to do tonight, so Lin Feng decided to choose a stock float and buy it at the opening tomorrow morning. As Lin Feng's divine eyes were turned on, all the stock floats on the computer screen immediately changed rapidly. Finally, a stock float with a rise of up to 500% appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. The company of this stock float was called Aligua International, is a giant enterprise in Xia country. Lin Feng, you are going to invest in stocks again. I wonder which stock you are interested in. At this time, Qin Feng came over and saw Lin Feng looking at the stock market index, so he asked. Lin Feng said, "I chose a stock that will most likely rise tomorrow. This stock is Ali International. You can buy some to try." Qin Feng immediately came closer, looked at the screen, found Ali International, and said, "It only rose by 0.2% today. The growth trend does not seem obvious?" Lin Feng said, "Maybe there will be a miracle. Of course, if you think it may not rise, then don't buy it." However, Qin Feng thought about it for a while and said, "I will buy it. I have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in investing in stocks in the past 6 months. I hope I can have good luck this time." The reason why Qin Feng decided to buy is because the last time Lin Feng and Chen Guoshan made a 10 billion bet, he made 10 billion in 2 days from 100 million, which was made by investing in stocks. Therefore, he believes that in addition to luck, Lin Feng must have a high talent for investing in stocks. "Well, you will have good luck." Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng has known through his divine eyes that Ali International will announce tomorrow that it will negotiate a merger with Penguin International, so the stock price rose by 500% in one day. However, a few days later, the two giant companies finally announced the failure of the merger for various reasons, and the stock price plummeted. It is precisely because of the foresight and grasp of the information that Lin Feng is so confident. The next morning, after Lin Feng and Qin Feng got up, they had breakfast at the hotel and returned to the room. The international stock market just opened. Lin Feng directly used all his funds of 600 million to buy Ali International stocks. Qin Feng also bought Ali International stocks using the mobile phone stock app. After buying, Lin Feng did not look at it anymore and turned off the phone directly. Because he knew that the highest point of Ali International stocks would reach the highest point before the market closed today. He only needed to sell the stocks before the market closed. And he was also going to set off to see his parents and sister. Lin Feng came to Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Did you buy any stocks?" After Qin Feng bought the stocks, he was looking at other stocks. When he heard Lin Feng's question, he looked up and replied, "I bought 100,000. This is my monthly salary, which I have invested in Ali International. If it falls, I will have nothing to eat this month." Qin Feng's salary as a bodyguard of the Chun family is not low.
Qin Feng found that the laptop on Lin Feng's desk was turned off and asked, "Have you bought it too? How much did you buy?"
Lin Feng said calmly, 600 million.
Qin Feng's eyes widened. 600 million. Are you crazy? If the stock price falls, won't you suffer heavy losses? However, Lin Feng said very calmly, even if I lose all 600 million, can I make the money back at such a young age?
Moreover, if the stock price falls, my 600 million may become 1 billion or 2 billion.
Crazy. It's too crazy. This is the only thing Qin Feng wanted to say in his heart. Don't be in a daze, come with me to my house.
Lin Feng's words made Qin Feng come back to his senses from his surprise. Qin Feng said, got up and followed Lin Feng out of the hotel room. The two left the hotel, stopped a taxi on the street, and took it to the suburbs of Lin Feng's hometown Meihua Village. Meihua Village, a village of no more than 1,000 people, is located on the outskirts of the county. Because the mountains in the village are all planted with green plums, in winter, the plum blossoms are as bright as snow, blooming all over the mountains and fields, like a picture scroll, beautiful beyond words. Therefore, the village is named Meihua Village. In recent years, the lives of the people in Luhua County have been getting better and better, people's wallets have been bulging, and various consumptions have become active. Among them, rural tourism has become popular in recent years. Meihua Village is very famous for its plum blossoms, so it has also become a popular attraction for rural tourism in Luhua County. Because of the rise of rural tourism, the small village has built inns, homestays, food streets, and specialty shops. Lin Feng's parents also took advantage of the rural tourism and opened a small restaurant in their own home.
Gah!
The taxi stopped in front of a two-story restaurant with a sign that read Fengshui Restaurant.
This Fengshui Restaurant is the small restaurant that Lin Feng's parents opened 2 years ago.
Lin Feng paid the fare and got off the car with Qin Feng.
Fengshui Restaurant, this restaurant has your name on it, is this the restaurant your family opened? Qin Feng looked at the restaurant sign and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, yes, this is my family's restaurant, Feng is my name, Shui is my sister's name. Lin Shui is his sister's name.
His parents took one character from each of their two children's names as the name of the restaurant.
In their eyes, this pair of children is everything to them. Because it was Saturday, Fengshui Restaurant was quite lively.
A dozen tourists who were obviously from other places sat at 2 or 3 tables. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing an apron, poured tea for these tourists with a smile on her face, and talked to the guests from time to time with a loud smile. This middle-aged woman with a smile on her face was Lin Feng's mother Zhang Hehua. Hearing the footsteps at the door, Zhang Hehua thought that there were guests coming, and just shouted, "Welcome." Before she could say the 2 words visit, Zhang Hehua saw Lin Feng and Qin Feng.
Lin Feng.
Then, Zhang Hehua's face was full of smiles, and she was so happy. She also called out to her husband who was cooking in the kitchen, "Dad, our son is back." Lin's father, who was cooking in the kitchen, replied, "Mom, let our son come in to help, the guests are waiting for dinner." However, Zhang Hehua looked unhappy and ignored her husband. Instead, she said to Lin Feng, "Son, I'll go in and serve the dishes. You must be very tired after coming back. Sit down first." Lin Feng said to his mother, "Mom, I'm not tired. You sit down and take a rest. I'll go in and serve tea." Zhang Hehua kept saying, "I'm not tired. I'll go serve the dishes." Although she said so, she still felt warm in her heart that Lin Feng was so caring and considerate to her. However, Lin Feng pushed his mother to sit on a chair and introduced Qin Feng. "Mom, this is my classmate Qin Feng."
"So you are Lin Feng's classmate? Then classmate, please sit down."
Zhang Hehua immediately greeted Qin Feng warmly. Qin Feng hurriedly said, "Auntie, you're welcome." But Lin Feng had already walked into the kitchen. In the kitchen, a middle-aged man in a white chef's uniform and a white chef's hat was holding the handle of an iron pan with one hand, shaking the dishes in the pan, and holding a spatula in the other hand, stir-frying quickly from time to time. His face was focused and his eyes were bright. His style as a chef was fully displayed. The chef who showed his skills in the kitchen was Lin Feng's father, Lin Yu.
"Lin Feng, you're back." Lin Yu, who was cooking, glanced at Lin Feng and said.
Lin Feng hummed, then picked up the 2 dishes that his father had cooked and walked out. Because there were guests outside, the father and son did not chat too much, and they were busy with their own things. Until all the dishes ordered by the guests were served, Lin Yu fried 3 or 4 more dishes, and he and his son Lin Feng took them to an empty table in the hall. The father and son sat down, and Zhang Hehua and Qin Feng also went over to sit down. The guests eat their own food, and Lin Feng and the others eat theirs. The guests over there were drinking and chatting. Lin Feng's table was also chatting.
The small restaurant in the countryside is not as particular as in the city. Lin Feng, why are you back today?
Lin Yu asked while putting a piece of lean pork in his son's bowl. Lin Feng said, I haven't been back for several months, so I came back to see you.
What's good to see? You study hard in school and have a promising future, which is better than anything else.
Lin Yu put a piece of fat pork into his mouth and ate it with relish. Zhang Hahua patted her husband's sturdy shoulder and complained, How can you talk like that?
How come there is nothing good about our son coming back to see us?
Lin Yu suddenly seemed to become a docile cat. Apart from eating his fat pork, he dared not say a word in return. Seeing this, Lin Feng wanted to laugh.
This is the funny food chain relationship in their family.
Lin Feng and his sister are afraid of their father is afraid of their mother, and their mother protects Lin Feng and his sister.
It can be said that one thing conquers another.
But no matter who conquers who, there is no doubt that the family's feelings are very warm and deep. Lin Feng persuaded his mother, Mom, Dad is right, he just wants me to study hard. Seeing that her son was not angry, Zhang Hahua smiled, Anyway, Mom hopes you come back to see me more often.
Lin Feng said, Mom, this time I came back to see you, and I also took you to live in Jiangnan City.
No, son, it will cost a lot of money for us to go to a big city like Jiangnan City. It won't be too late for us to go there after you graduate and get a job. Zhang Hahua smiled and said to her son. Needless to say, she understood Lin Feng's words of taking them to live in Jiangnan City as going to Jiangnan City for fun. Going to Jiangnan City for fun, the fare, accommodation, food and other things will cost a lot of money.
Of course, Zhang Hahua was reluctant to waste this money.
Mom, I'm not asking you to go to Jiangnan City for fun, I'm asking you to live in Jiangnan City in the future. Lin Feng knew that his mother had misunderstood his meaning as soon as he heard it, so he explained to her. This time, not only Zhang Hahua, but also Lin Yu, who was eating fat pork, was shocked.
Live in Jiangnan City in the future? This is not a joke, right?
However, the couple saw Lin Feng's serious expression and didn't think he was joking at all. They realized that their son was serious. Zhang Hahua looked at her son and began to complain, Son, if we move to Jiangnan City to open a restaurant, we will have to pay a lot of rent first, but now we open it at home, so we don't have to pay rent. In addition, customers in the city have higher requirements and competition is greater.
It is still unknown whether we can make money.
And Yushware and I are still studying, and all kinds of expenses are necessary.
We really can't afford this risk.
She said the truth.
Even Lin Yu couldn't find any reason to object.
At this moment, a middle-aged man in a well-dressed dress from a table next to her said to Zhang Hahua, Boss, if your restaurant is open in Jiangnan City, I dare say it will be extremely popular. Zhang Hahua and Lin Yu were a little puzzled.
Zhang Hahua had doubts in her heart and asked the guest, Can it really be popular? Of course it can. The guest said with certainty, I am from Jiangnan City.
Although Jiangnan City has a variety of delicacies, those delicacies either rely on seasonings or frying and cooking, but the things made have lost their original fresh and sweet natural taste.
At this point, the guest picked up the dish on the plate on the table and said, And the dishes made in your restaurant have a natural taste that big cities don't have. This is the delicacy we have always wanted. The other guests at the same table also nodded in agreement. That's right. These country dishes are much more delicious than the big fish and meat in the city. If you open a restaurant in Jiangnan City, we will definitely go to support you.
Hearing this, Zhang Hahua and her husband Lin Yu showed joy on their faces, and repeatedly said to the guests at the table, Thank you all for your love. Then, with a joyful look on her face, Zhang Hahua said to Lin Feng, did you find that Jiangnan City is most in need of farmhouse restaurants like ours, and you saw the business opportunity, so you asked us to open a restaurant in Jiangnan City?
Lin Feng.
He wanted to explain, but his father had already spoken, Mother, our son is a student of the prestigious Jiangnan University.
It's nothing strange that he can see this business opportunity. Eat some meat quickly.
After saying that, Lin Yu put a piece of lean meat into his wife's bowl. Needless to say, Lin Yu also felt that the reason why Lin Feng wanted them to live in Jiangnan City was because he saw the business opportunities of farm-style dishes in Jiangnan City. Although he pretended to be nothing, it could still be seen that he was very proud of his son. When Lin Feng heard this, he and Qin Feng were speechless. There was no way. Lin Feng could only say, Yes, I saw that there are very few farm-style restaurants in Jiangnan City, so I asked you to open a restaurant in Jiangnan City, so that the business will be very good. Okay, we will listen to you this time and go to Jiangnan City to open a restaurant and make our Meihua village farm-style dishes famous. Zhang Hahua said confidently with a bright smile.
Who wants to open a restaurant in Jiangnan City and make our Meihua village farmhouse dishes famous?
Suddenly, an old man's voice came from outside the door. Then Lin Feng and the others saw an old man walking in. The man was about 60 years old, with sparse white hair, a fat and fleshy face, and a slightly plump appearance. He was wearing a black suit, leather shoes, and his hands behind his back, which was quite stylish. Lin Fei recognized that the old man was a villager named Lin Bagua. He was also a famous old man in the village. The reason why he was famous was that his son Lin Chang made money by opening restaurants, KTVs, and internet cafes in the county. Even in Meihua village, there were more than a dozen inns and homestays built by his son. He was considered one of the richest people in Meihua village. The son was rich, and the father was also proud. Therefore, Lin Bagua walked in the village every day, and the villagers were polite to him. And every day, Lin Bagua would brag in front of some villagers about how great his son was and how many hotels and bars he had opened.
Of course, Lin Feng's small restaurant is also a place he often visits and brags about.
Lin Feng doesn't like Lin Bagua, who brags about everything and is extremely vain. Of course, he also hates his son Lin Chang, who makes a lot of money. Because before Lin Chang became rich, he did a lot of bad things and was a scoundrel. Even though he has become a rich boss after whitewashing, he still has a group of strong men under him to handle some shady things for him. Therefore, the people in Meihua village are full of awe for Lin Chang. Zhang Hao saw Lin Bagua coming in and greeted him with a smile. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out it's you, old man. Come and take a seat." Lin Bagua was not polite either. He sat down carelessly, looked at the dishes on the table, and said, "These wild vegetables from the mountains look very fresh. I wonder how they taste?" Zhang Hao said, "Old man, wait, I will get you a bowl and chopsticks so you can try them." After that, Zhang Hao went into the kitchen, took out the bowl and chopsticks and put them in front of Lin Bagua. "The old man, try them." Lin Bagua picked up some wild vegetables with chopsticks and put them in his mouth. After the old man finished eating, he reacted mediocrely and said, "The wild vegetables taste okay. But it can't be compared with the dishes made by my son's chef in the county hotel." Lin Bagua's words not only made Zhang Hao feel bad. It was the table next to them from Jiangnan City. The guests also looked at Lin Bagua with strange eyes. Needless to say, in their opinion, Lin Bagua was talking nonsense. Zhang Hao forced a smile on her face and said, "What the old man said is that how can the farm dishes of my small restaurant compare with the dishes made by the chef of Qiangzi Hotel in the county town? Hao, our Qiangzi has always liked your daughter. This year your daughter will graduate from high school and will be 20 soon. As long as she agrees to be Qiangzi's wife, Qiangzi can immediately arrange for you to be a chef in the hotel." Lin Bagua looked at Zhang Hao and Lin Yu and began to brag. "Qiangzi has a hotel, a bar, a KTV, an internet cafe, and several houses in the county town. There are also more than a dozen homestays in our village. If your daughter marries my Qiangzi, she will be a rich wife waiting to enjoy the good life. When your son graduates, Qiangzi can arrange for him to be a manager in the hotel, so that your family can benefit from it." After hearing this, Lin Feng understood clearly that Lin Bagua came to the door today just to let his sister marry Lin Chang after graduating from high school. His sister Lin Chuanxue, because she is very beautiful and has an outstanding temperament, not only is she unmatched by any girl in the village, but she is also a school beauty even when she is studying in high school in the county. And it is precisely because of this that Lin Chang, who is rich in the village, has fallen in love with Lin Feng's sister since he was young.
His father Lin Bagua often comes to Lin Feng's small restaurant and tries to get close to Lin Feng's family.
However, Lin Feng's parents did not think of marrying their daughter to Lin Chang just because Lin Chang is rich. This is because although Lin Chang is rich, he has a bad reputation.
In addition, Lin Chuanxue has excellent academic performance.
Lin Feng's parents also want to send her to college like Lin Feng.
They don't want her to become a wife early after graduating from high school.
Therefore, no matter how Lin Bagua tried to make insinuations in the past, Lin Feng's parents pretended not to know. But today, it was made clear that Lin Chuanxue wanted to marry Lin Chang, and asked Lin Feng's parents to work as chefs in Lin Chang's hotel, and Lin Feng would be arranged to be a manager in the hotel after graduation.
This is the first time for Lin Bagua.
Needless to say, Lin Chang can't wait. After all, Lin Chang is already 34 years old this year. Now that he has a job, he is naturally anxious to start a family. Lin Bagua talked about it, but Lin Yu and his wife remained silent.
Of course, they were unwilling to let their daughter marry Lin Chang.
But Lin Chang, not only no one dared to mess with Meihua village, but also he was a bully in Luhua County. Who knows what Lin Chang would do to Lin Chuanxue if he didn't agree? It was not right to not agree, and it was not right to agree. Lin Yu and his wife were in a very difficult situation. However, at this moment, Lin Feng spoke up. "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, my Chuanxue won't marry your son."
"What, won't marry? What's the reason?"
Lin Bagua looked at Lin Feng in surprise, with a hint of anger in his voice. It seemed that Lin Feng's disagreement was disrespectful to him. When Lin Yu and his wife heard Lin Feng reject Lin Baoguo, they secretly said in their hearts that it was bad. If Lin Chang knew that Lin Feng didn't agree, not only would Lin Chuanxue be in danger, but Lin Feng would also be in danger.
Grandpa, Lin Feng didn't mean anything else.
He just wanted his sister to grow up and go to college before getting married. Zhang Haohua quickly tried to smooth things over and explained to Lin Baoguo. However, Lin Baoguo frowned and said, "But if Chuanxue continues to study in college for another 4 years, Xiangzi will be 38 years old.
Isn't that too long? Otherwise, Chuanxue will marry Qianzi after graduating from high school and then go to college?" Hearing such a ridiculous proposal,
Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Uncle Lin, even if your son waits for another 4 years, my sister will not marry your son.
Let your son give up this idea."
"What did you say?" Lin Baoguo immediately glared at Lin Feng. Needless to say, he was angered by Lin Feng's words. Zhang Haohua and Lin Yu were both sweating for Lin Feng. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so impulsive and directly confronted Lin Baoguo.
Now they couldn't even try to smooth things over. How could they not be anxious?
However, Lin Feng was not afraid of Baoguo's glare at all, and said word by word, "I tell your son to give up this idea, my sister will never marry your son."
Well said. This is the first time I see such a conceited old guy. He actually wants to force someone's sister to marry him. He is not still living in a feudal society? Such a person is really living a dog's life. The guests eating next to him couldn't stand it anymore, and when they heard Lin Feng's angry rebuke to Lin Baoguo, they all applauded. Lin Baoguo was so angry that he trembled all over, pointed at Lin Feng and his parents, and said angrily, You wait." After that, the old man looked ugly and left the restaurant angrily. After Baoguo left angrily, Zhang Haohua was frowning, and Lin Yu was silent, looking like he was worried. The reason why they were worried was that Lin Feng had angered Lin Baoguo because he refused Lin Chuanxue to marry Lin Chang. In their opinion, Lin Baoguo would tell Lin Chang about this after he returned. If Lin Chang knew about it, how could he let Lin Feng go? They were all worried about Lin Feng. The guests finished their meals one after another and paid the bill to Zhang Haohua. Before leaving, these people told Zhang Haohua that they would definitely go to support her when she opened a restaurant in Jiangnan City. And they didn't just say it, they really left their mobile phone numbers. Zhang Haohua felt better and smiled to see off these enthusiastic guests. After seeing off the guests, the restaurant became quiet again. Zhang Haohua sat down on the chair, the smile on her face disappeared, and she sighed. Lin Feng naturally knew why his parents were worried. He smiled and said to his parents, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Why are you so sad when I come back?" Zhang Haohua sighed and said, "You made Lin Baoguo so angry, how can I not be worried? That Lin Chang is a troublemaker, he will make trouble for you if he knows about it." After that, tears flashed in Zhang Haohua's eyes.
This pair of children are her flesh and blood.
If something happens, how can she live? Look at you, you are sad when you talk about it. Don't worry, I am here, I will never let Lin Chang touch our son and woman. Lin Yu took a tissue from the table and handed it to his wife. Lin Feng felt a little guilty. If he had known that his parents would be so worried about him, he should not have confronted Lin Baoguo in person just now. Instead, he dealt with Lin Baoguo behind his back. But what he did was done, and it is impossible to change it. The only thing he can do now is to let his parents not worry about him. Lin Fei looked at his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, if you are worried that Lin Chang will harm me, there is no need to worry. My classmate Qin Feng is my best brother. He is a famous martial arts family in Jiangnan City.
He is very skilled in martial arts.
No one can hurt me with him around."
Hearing this, Zhang Haohua and Lin Yu looked at Qin Feng at once. Although Qin Feng was indeed strong and sturdy, Zhang Haohua was still a little worried and said, "Lin Chang has a group of strong men under him, all of whom are fierce and vicious, and they also have steel pipes and long knives.
Can you really beat them alone?"
Qin Feng did not expect that Lin Feng actually said that he was a child of a martial arts family. But facing the doubts of Lin Feng's mother, Qin Feng, as an ace special guest, said he could not accept it. Then, he looked at the corner of the wall, where there was a shoulder pole leaning against it, which was about the width of a palm and about 1.5 meters long. This is a shoulder pole that every household in the countryside has, and it can even carry a load of 200 kilograms. It is strong and tough. This is a shoulder pole. Qin Feng immediately stood up, picked up the shoulder pole in the corner, and said to Lin Feng's mother, "Auntie, you don't mind losing a shoulder pole, right?"
Zhang Haohua was puzzled. "Classmate, what's wrong?"
Qin Feng said, "If Auntie doesn't mind losing a shoulder pole, I can use this shoulder pole to let Auntie see how good my martial arts are." Zhang Haohua and Lin Yu looked at each other, and they were both puzzled. Can this shoulder pole show how powerful Qin Feng's martial arts are? Although she was full of doubts, Zhang Haohua still nodded to Qin Feng. It doesn't matter if we lose a shoulder pole. There were indeed several shoulder poles at home, so losing one shoulder pole was not a big problem. The problem was, what did Qin Feng want to do with this shoulder pole? Seeing Zhang Haohua agreed, Qin Feng looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, help me. Lin Feng took the shoulder pole from Qin Feng's hand and said to Qin Feng, what do you need me to do next? Qin Feng did not answer immediately, but moved the tables and chairs in the hall to both sides, leaving a large space. Then, Qin Feng stood in the middle of the cleared space, with his legs apart, his knees slightly bent, his hands clenched at his waist, and took a standard horse stance. After getting into a horse stance, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, use the shoulder pole in your hand and hit me on the back with all your strength. Zhang Haohua and Lin Yu's faces changed, and they shouted in unison, no. The reason why they tried to stop him was that they felt that if Lin Feng's carrying pole really hit Qin Feng's back, Qin Feng's spine would be broken. This was no joke, it would cost lives. However, Qin Feng's face was calm, and he said to Zhang Haohua and his wife with a smile, Aunt and Uncle, please rest assured. I can withstand this carrying pole hitting my back. He was not bragging when he said this. In the army, he had broken bricks with his hands, and was whipped and hit with sticks. His body and bones had already been trained to be extremely tough, and he was not afraid of a blow from a carrying pole. Qin Feng looked at Lin Feng and roared like a tiger, Lin Feng, come on. Lin Feng naturally knew that Qin Feng could withstand a blow from the carrying pole, and he immediately clenched the carrying pole with both hands. Then, Lin Feng swung the carrying pole in his hand and hit Qin Feng's back. Bang! There was a horrifying sound. Zhang Haohua, who was watching, screamed in fear. Then there was a snap, and the pole that hit Qin Feng's back broke into two pieces. Half of it was in Lin Feng's hand, and the other half fell to the ground with a snap. Zhang Haohua was so scared that her face turned pale and she gasped for breath, while Lin Yu also widened his eyes in horror. However, the pole was broken, but Qin Feng didn't change his face or breathe, as if nothing had happened. He put away his horse stance and clasped his hands to Zhang Haohua and Lin Yu. Auntie, uncle, Qin Feng has made a fool of himself. Zhang Haohua and her husband Lin Yu came back to their senses from the shock. Zhang Haohua asked, classmate, are you really okay? Qin Feng smiled, don't worry, auntie, I'm fine. After saying that, Qin Feng patted his chest with his palm, I'm strong. Zhang Haohua and her husband saw this and finally confirmed that Qin Feng was okay, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, the two looked at the broken half of the pole on the ground, and were extremely shocked. The pole was broken, but the person was fine. Qin Feng's kung fu was very strong. They were originally worried that Lin Chang would retaliate against Lin Feng, but after seeing Qin Feng's strong kung fu, they felt relieved. Qin Feng and Lin Feng moved the tables and chairs back to their original positions. Mom, will Xiao Shuai come back tomorrow? Lin Feng arranged the tables and chairs and asked Zhang Haohua. Zhang Haohua said, she has to make up lessons today. She said that she will not come back because of a classmate's birthday in the evening. She will come back tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded. His sister is already in the third year of high school and will take the college entrance examination soon, so she often has to make up lessons. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyelids jumped, and then his pupils contracted. With his divine eye ability, he immediately saw that his sister Lin Xuechuan attended a female classmate's birthday tonight and was drunk by her classmates in KTV. Then, he was handed over to several men in black by his female classmates, got into a black Audi, and disappeared into the night. Finally, the drunk Lin Xuanxue was sent to a hotel room by the men in black, and a bald man with shining eyes, a gold necklace around his neck, and tiger and leopard tattoos on his arms appeared. Seeing this bald man, Lin Feng recognized him at a glance. This was Lin Chang, who had always wanted to take advantage of his sister. Lin Feng's divine eyes made the picture disappear, and Lin Feng returned to reality. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Lin Chang, you dare to touch my sister. My sister and parents, those are the most important people in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Chang dared to touch his sister, which was a violation of his reverse scale. Anyone who violates his reverse scale must die. At the head of Meihua village, there is a luxurious 3-story villa. Although the grade of this villa cannot be compared with the villas in the city, it is still very conspicuous and luxurious in a rural area like Meihua village. This is the villa of Lin Chang's family. At this moment, on the sofa in the living room of the villa, Lin Bagua's face has not improved. Thinking of what Lin Feng said to him in Lin Feng's restaurant, he felt like he was holding back a breath and felt very uncomfortable. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called his son Lin Chang immediately. If he couldn't let out this breath, he would feel uncomfortable. The phone rang twice, and Lin Chang answered the phone. His voice was loud and he was a person who was used to being bossy,
Dad, call me, have Lin Yu and Zhang Haohua agreed to marry Lin Xuanxue to me? Lin Bagua snorted and said unhappily, Xiangzi, don't mention it. Just now, I went to their house and told them about marrying Lin Xuanxue, and her parents didn't dare to say a word. It was that Lin Feng who actually. Dad, what's wrong with that Lin Feng? Lin Chang's voice became cold on the phone. Bagua said angrily, he said he will not marry his sister to you, and he wants you to give up this idea. Ah, you're quite arrogant. Lin Chang sneered on the phone, Dad, since this kid doesn't want to accept my toast, I'll teach him a lesson. Who has the final say in Meihua village? Bagua gritted his teeth in hatred, son, you must teach him a lesson. Your dad almost fainted because of him. Dad, don't worry. No matter whether they agree to marry Lin Xuanxue to me or not, as long as I like a woman, I must get her. Hee, wait until the rice is cooked, and I will have to agree even if they don't agree. On the phone, Lin Chang was determined to win and laughed sinisterly. Bagua's eyes lit up and he said, Son, do you have a way to make it a done deal with Lin Xuanxue? Dad, after tonight, I promise that Lin Yu, Zhang Haohua and the others will beg us to marry their daughters. Really? That's great, I'm going to humiliate them then. Dad, that's it, I'll let Lin Jiang and the others teach Lin Feng a lesson and let you vent your anger. Okay, son, that's it. Bagua hung up the phone with a smug and fierce look on his face. Lin Feng, you just wait and see. Before he knew it, it was past 4 in the afternoon. The tourists in the village gradually came down from the mountain and were even preparing to leave. However, at this moment, a white BMW drove into Meihua village and stopped in the parking lot not far from Fengxue restaurant. The appearance of this BMW still attracted the attention of the villagers. They all speculated who was in the car. At this moment, the 2 doors in front of the BMW opened and 2 girls got out of the car. 2 beautiful girls in their 20s. A girl in a fashionable beige long skirt, with long curly hair, a beautiful and breathtaking face, wearing sunglasses, a smooth nose bridge, perfect nose wings, and beautiful lips as red as cherries. She was tall and beautiful in a beige long skirt, with a waist that could not be grasped, milky skin, slender legs, and a pair of high heels of the same color as the skirt. The whole person was fashionable, beautiful, and temperamental, impeccable, and perfect. The other girl, compared to the beautiful girl in the beige dress, was much inferior. This girl wore a fashionable t-shirt and jeans, shoulder-length hair, and a face that could be rated 8.5 points, but she was heavily made up, and besides being a bit tacky, her temperament was far from comparable to that of the girl in the beige dress. The girl in the beige dress took off her sunglasses, her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes were like autumn water, and there was a ray of clear and cool light like spring waves, which made her look more like a fairy, as if a fairy from the sky had fallen to the earth. This girl really looks like a fairy. Girls in big cities are different, with this temperament, this beauty, and this dress, so beautiful. Look at the BMW this girl is driving, she must be a lady from a wealthy family in the city. The women in the surrounding villages saw the girl taking off her sunglasses, and they were envious and jealous, and left while talking. The girl in the beige dress with outstanding temperament looked at Lin Fang's small restaurant, especially at the restaurant signed Fengxue restaurant. Liang Shirqin, I really don't understand what's so good about this remote Meihua village. And, I don't know what's so good about that Lin Feng that you're nostalgic for. The girl with shoulder-length hair looked at Fengxue restaurant, curled her lips and said to the girl in beige skirt. There was a lot of disdain in her tone. Liang Shirqin didn't say much, but said to her, Zhang Xian, let's go over and take a look. My Miss Liang, you are the daughter of Jiangnan City, the artistic flower of Jiangnan Film and Television Academy, and the popular new star in the film and television industry. Do you really want to renew your relationship with this poor boy Lin Feng? Zhang Qian said to Liang Shirqin with a pleading look. She and Liang Shirqin were classmates from junior high school to college. They both grew up in Luhua County, and their families were also very prominent. Liang Shirqin's father was originally the county lord of Luhua County. Later, he was promoted continuously and is now the lord of Jiangnan City. Zhang Qian's father is a wealthy businessman with a big business. Both girls have very good family backgrounds. In addition, they studied together and were admitted to Jiangnan Film and Television Academy at the same time, so they are also good friends. However, one thing must be said here, that is, Liang Shirqin, Zhang Qian and Lin Feng were classmates in high school. In particular, Liang Shirqin and Lin Feng were deskmates. Although they spent 3 years in high school together, they eventually lost contact because they were admitted to different universities. Or Liang Shirqin contacted Lin Feng, but he deliberately alienated her. Later, she heard that Lin Feng was in love with a girl named Li Siyu, so she never contacted her again. This time she returned to Luhua County from Jiangnan City to see her elderly grandmother.
But after visiting her grandmother, she finally drove here with Zhang Qian to Meihua village, which is very close to the county town. Although she said she came to see the plum blossoms in Meihua village, what plum blossoms are there to see in August and September? She came more to visit Lin Feng's hometown and Lin Feng's restaurant. In the winter of her senior year in high school, Lin Feng brought her to his small restaurant and ate the delicious meals made by her mother. Even though more than a year has passed, Liang Shirqin still remembers his mother's warm smile. Of course, what Liang Shirqin remembers most deeply in her heart is the snow-white plum blossoms that bloomed all over the mountain that year. There was also a plum blossom he picked and pinned in her hair, and the sentence he said, "She is as prosperous and elegant as a plum blossom." All the good memories and emotions rippled in Liang Shirqin's heart. However, she slowly calmed down her emotions. Although Zhang Qian didn't want her to have too much relationship with Lin Feng anymore. But Liang Shirqin still wanted to go to Lin Feng's small restaurant and sit down. After all, Lin Feng's mother had warmly entertained her in the winter of her senior year. She still remembered this warm mother's kind and cheerful smile clearly. Although she knew that she and Lin Feng could not return to the good times in high school, she still wanted to go to that small restaurant. So, she said to Zhang Qian, "Okay, you are the only one who talks too much. Let's go and sit down. It's not a big deal. Let's go." After that, Liang Shirqin took Zhang Qian, who looked reluctant, and walked towards Lin Feng's small restaurant. But before they took a few steps, they saw 7 or 8 strong and sturdy young men with unfriendly expressions on their faces. Some of them were holding weapons such as steel pipes in their hands and walked into Lin Feng's restaurant. Liang Shirqin had a hunch that these young people who looked like they were not good people, entering Lin Feng's small restaurant, "I'm afraid there would be no good things?" Zhang Qian seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and said to Liang Shirqin, "Shirqin, it seems that Lin Feng's family has provoked some people who should not be provoked. We should not go there." However, Liang Shirqin's eyes were firm and fearless, and she said, "No, I want to go and see. If Lin Feng's family is in trouble, it will be troublesome." After that, Liang Shirqin walked towards Lin Feng's small restaurant. Some villagers also noticed something was wrong and quietly walked towards Lin Feng's house to watch the excitement. It was almost evening, and Lin Yu and his wife were busy in the kitchen for the guests to eat in the evening. And Lin Feng and Qin Feng were not idle either, wiping the table and sweeping the floor, preparing and busy for the guests to eat in the evening. While sweeping the floor, Qin Feng doubted himself, is he now a bodyguard or a restaurant sweeper? Or both? However, sweeping the floor is also a trivial matter for Qin Feng. He also thinks this sweeping job is pretty good. At this time, footsteps were heard from the gate, and quite a few people came in. Lin Feng and Qin Feng looked up and saw 7 or 8 young men coming in. They all looked unhappy, and 2 or 3 of them were holding things like steel pipes. Feng and the others guessed that this group of people might be here to cause trouble. The leader of this group was a man about 37 or 38 years old, with short hair and a similar appearance to Crow and young and dangerous. He wore a gold necklace around his neck and a string of zenwood beads on his right wrist. Lin Feng recognized this man as Lin Jiang at a glance. He was Lin Chang's cousin. He was fat and, like Lin Chang, he was not a good guy. Everyone in Meihua village was afraid of him. Lin Chang had more than a dozen inns and bed and breakfasts in the village, all of which were handed over to him for management. He also established a Meihua village chain and company. The 6 or 7 people who came with him were the security guards of this inn chain company. They were security guards who protected the safety of the inn's guests, but in fact they were all idle hooligans. Hearing the noise, Zhang Haohua came out of the kitchen, and when she saw Lin Jiang, her face was obviously shocked. Then, she smiled again and said to Lin Jiang, "Isn't this my nephew Lin? You're hungry so quickly today, come and eat?" Lin Jiang smiled coldly, "Aunt Jiang, you're right. I'm hungry very quickly today. Hurry up and prepare delicious food for us. It must be delicious fish and meat. Money is not a problem." Zhang Haohua nodded quickly, "Nephew Lin, I'll ask Lin Feng's father to cook it." After that, Zhang Haohua was about to go to the kitchen. However, Lin Feng stopped her and said, "Mom, wait a minute." Zhang Haohua was startled. She didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do. Lin Jiang and his men had already sat down around a table. They also wanted to know what Lin Feng wanted to do. Lin Feng looked at Lin Jiang and said, "It's fine for you to eat delicious food, but you have to tell me what dishes you want." Lin Jiang laughed, "You are such a nerd whose brain is damaged by reading so much that you can't even think flexibly. If I ask you to serve the dishes, it means it's your restaurant. Bring me all the dishes you can bring out. I want them all." The others all laughed when they heard Lin Jiang scolding Lin Feng as a nerd. Qin Feng couldn't stand the arrogance of Lin Jiang and his friends anymore. He clenched the broom tightly and wanted to teach Lin Jiang and his friends a lesson. However, Lin Feng stopped Qin Feng with his eyes. There are a total of 30 dishes in our restaurant. The most expensive ones are the traditional roasted 3 yellow chicken, wild vegetable health tea, stone ground rice noodles, and steamed rice with radish and fragrant rice.
The total cost is 300 yuan.
Please pay first, we'll cook again. Lin Feng listed the restaurant's signature dishes and prices in one breath.
However, Lin Zhang's face immediately turned ugly, and he looked at Lin Feng and said, "What did you say? We pay first, and then you cook for us?"
Lin Feng's face remained calm, and he said, "That's right, pay first and eat later. This rule has long existed in the city."
Of course, Lin Feng asked Lin Zhang and his friends to pay first and eat later, not because there was such a rule in the city, but because Lin Zhang and his friends were really famous. How many restaurants in the village didn't let them eat and drink for free?
But everyone ate and drank for free, but because Lin Zhang was not a pushover, no one dared to ask him for money. Lin Feng certainly didn't want to be like everyone else and tolerate Lin Zhang and his gang eating and drinking for free.
"Boy, are you still afraid that Brother Zhang won't pay for the food?"
A young man with the word tattooed on his arm immediately stood up from his chair and pointed at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng smiled coldly, looked at the arrogant young man, and said, "I'm sorry, you really got it right. You guys have been eating and drinking for free in various restaurants in the village, and you have long been famous.
My small restaurant is small and the profit is thin, please forgive me."
"What did you say, you little brat?
When did we eat and drink for free? Try to talk nonsense again?"
Immediately, the 6 or 7 young men around Lin Jiang all shouted. Zhang Haohua saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly said to these angry young people, "Don't be angry, eat first and pay later, I'll go to the kitchen to cook." But before Zhang Haohua took a step, Lin Feng's cold voice rang out without any room for negotiation. "No, if anyone doesn't pay first and eat later today, then please leave."
Zhang Haohua's eyes widened suddenly, and ordered to leave.
She has run this small restaurant for more than 2 years, and she has always greeted and seen off guests with a smile.
But she has never driven a guest away. What's more, Lin Feng drove away Lin Zhang.
Several villagers who were watching the excitement outside the gate, as well as Liang Shiqin and Zhang Qian who had just arrived, were also very surprised by Lin Feng's order to leave. At this time, Lin Zhang, who had been sitting on the chair, finally lost his temper. He suddenly lifted his big hand and overturned a table. With a bang, the table fell to the ground, and the teapot, chopsticks, soy sauce, and other things that were originally placed on the table were all smashed all over the floor. When Lin Zhang flipped the table, the other young men immediately shouted as if they had received an order and rushed to Lin Feng, wanting to hit him.
Zhang Haohua was shocked. Ling Yu in the kitchen heard the noise and ran out of the kitchen.
Seeing that the people brought by Lin Jian wanted to hit his son, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with anger. He turned around and went back to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife to fight with the group of people. When Lin Yu returned to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife, facing the attack of several gangsters, Lin Feng did not change his face, as if he had not seen it. Seeing that these gangsters were about to attack Lin Feng, at this moment, Qin Feng, who was holding a broom in his hand, had a gleam in his eyes. A strong fighting spirit suddenly broke out from him. The next moment, Qin Feng's figure was like a cheetah, attacking.
Bang!
A gangster who rushed in front was hit in the face by the whistling broom. The gangster let out a wail, and Qin Feng's attack broke the broom head. Then, Qin Feng used the remaining broomstick to hit several hooligans on the head like lightning.
The hooligans wailed and ran away.
Qin Feng whipped the broomstick in his hand until several sections of the stick were broken, and then he stopped hitting the hooligans. The faces, hands, and bodies of the hooligans were hit countless times by Qin Feng's stick, and bruises were clearly visible. They all grimaced in pain, and they also hated Qin Feng in their hearts.
Several hooligans retreated to Lin Jiang.
Lin Jiang's eyes were burning with rage. He didn't expect that in Meihua village, there would be someone who dared to fight with his people.
This clearly showed that he, Lin Jiang, and his cousin Xiangzi were not taken seriously.
A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he snatched the steel pipe from a hooligan's.
He stepped out, looked directly at Qin Feng, pointed the steel pipe in his hand at Qin Feng, and said, "Boy, I want you to be finished today." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiang ran forward with the steel pipe in his hand, and smashed Qin Feng's head with the steel pipe in his hand. Zhang Haohua in the hall, the villagers outside the gate, Liang Shiqin, and Zhang Qian all cried out when they saw this scene.
Swish! Seeing that the steel pipe in Lin Jiang's hand was about to make Qin Feng's head explode. At this moment, Qin Feng made a lightning move and suddenly grabbed Lin Jiang's steel pipe, the wrist of the pipe. Then, Qin Feng twisted his palm hard, and a sound of bone breaking sounded.
Lin Jiang's face changed drastically, and he screamed, "Ah!"
The steel pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound.
Qin Feng hit Lin Jiang's crotch with his right knee.
Lin Zhang's face turned green in an instant, and he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound in pain. As soon as Qin Feng let go, Lin Zhang's whole body went limp, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden, covering his crotch with his hands, and then screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Lin Yu rushed out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife in each hand. He happened to see this scene and was stunned. Lin Jiang rolled on the ground and wailed. The other gangsters were all covered with bruises on their faces, hands, and bodies. He couldn't help but be stunned. He just went back to get a kitchen knife. Why did these villains come out and all of them were injured and wailing? At this time, Lin Feng walked up to Lin Jiang, who was wailing and rolling, and said, "Do you want to eat now, or get out of here?" Lin Jiang had a painful look on his face, but he gritted his teeth and said to Lin Feng, "Boy, you dare to hit me, you are done. Xianzi will avenge me." Qin Feng, it seems that some people haven't tasted enough punches, you can give him another punch. Lin Feng looked at Qin Feng and said calmly, "Yes." Qin Feng agreed, picked up the steel pipe from the ground, and walked towards Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang had just seen Qin Feng's ruthlessness, and kicked him in the crotch with a kick, almost bursting his crotch. Now seeing Qin Feng coming with a steel pipe in his hand, he was so scared that his face turned pale. If he didn't leave at this time, the steel pipe in Qin Feng's hand would break his bones. Lin Jiang, regardless of the pain in his body, immediately got up from the ground and ran towards the door like a stray dog. When several gangsters saw Lin Jiang running away, they all followed him and ran away. After a while, they disappeared without a trace. Several villagers who were watching the excitement at the gate immediately clapped their hands and cheered, "Good fight! Finally, someone cleaned up these bastards." Needless to say, these villagers had all been bullied by Lin Jiang and his gang. Several villagers walked into the restaurant and helped Lin Feng's family clean up the mess. Zhang Hahua and Lin Yu also came to their senses and immediately thanked the villagers for their help. These villagers waved their hands and said it was their duty. However, they were also worried that Qin Feng would teach them a lesson. If they get rid of Lin Jiang and his people, Lin Jiang will cause trouble to Lin Feng's family again. After these villagers helped to clean up, they left. When Zhang Hahua sent these villagers out, she found two girls standing outside the restaurant. She didn't care much at first, after all, there were often tourists in Meihua village. But when she was about to turn around and go back to the house, she suddenly felt that the girl in the beige dress looked familiar. This made her look at Liang Shiqin twice more, and then she suddenly remembered, pointed at Liang Shiqin, and said, "You are Lin Feng's classmate Liang Shiqin, right?" The reason why she could remember Liang Shiqin, in addition to Liang Shiqin being very beautiful, there was another important reason. That is Liang Shiqin, the only girl Lin Feng brought home. Liang Shiqin didn't expect that Lin Feng's mother actually remembered her. A faint blush appeared on her face, and she smiled and nodded to Zhang Hahua. "Hello, auntie." Zhang Hahua smiled and said, "Are you here to see Lin Feng? Come on, come to my house and sit down." After that, she enthusiastically grabbed Liang Shiqin's hand and walked towards home, and also shouted to the house, "Lin Feng, Shiqin is here to see you." Hearing this, Liang Shiqin's pretty face became even redder. She originally came to Meihua village to take a look, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to return to Meihua village. This made her suddenly at a loss, and she said to Zhang Hahua, "Auntie, I have something else to do, I have to go back." It's not that she didn't want to see Lin Feng, but she thought that Lin Feng already had a girlfriend. What was it for her to meet Lin Feng? A third party? Meeting her first love? She felt very embarrassed. So, she wanted to leave before Lin Feng came out. Then, she broke free from Zhang Hahua's hand and ran towards her car like she was escaping. Zhang Hahua was surprised and shouted, "Shiqin, why are you leaving?" "Auntie, I'll come next time." Liang Shiqin ran to the BMW, answered, opened the door and got in. Zhang Qian got in the car right after her. She complained to Liang Shiqin, "Before you met Lin Feng, you wanted to see him every day. Now he's in the house, but you want to run away. I don't know what you're thinking?" Liang Shiqin's cheeks were hot, and even her ears were red. At this time, she saw Lin Feng coming out of the restaurant, and she quickly started the car and fled as fast as possible. Lin Feng looked at the BMW going away and heard his mother say that Liang Shiqin left without entering the house. His thoughts unconsciously returned to the 3 years of high school. He and Liang Shiqin were deskmates. She was a girl with an excellent family background and academic performance, while he was from an ordinary family and had average academic performance. The two of them could be said to have a huge gap. But as they spent time together day and night, her beauty, kindness, thoughtfulness, and various advantages still made him fall in love with her unconsciously. However, he did not dare to tell Liang Shiqin about his feelings. Because she was too outstanding. At that time, her father had just been promoted from the county magistrate of Luhua County to the mayor of Jiangnan City. He felt that he and Liang Shichin had no future at all. 3 years of high school passed like this, and the two of them spent time together day and night, but their feelings were never expressed. Then, the two were admitted to different universities. Although they were in Jiangnan City, the distance between them was getting farther and farther. He learned that Liang Shichin became the most popular art flower in the whole school at Jiangnan Film and Television Academy. Although she was still a student, she participated in several films and TV series and became popular in Xiagua, becoming a popular new star of the new generation. This made Lin Feng feel more distant from her. Although Liang Shichin called him after entering college and even wanted to meet him. But Lin Feng refused. He deliberately distanced himself from Liang Shichin. It was not that he did not like her, but that he felt that he was not worthy of her. Or her future was bright, and he was destined to be very ordinary. There was no way the two could be together. So, Lin Feng chose to forget Liang Shichin, and later found Li Siyu to fall in love. And he also told Liang Shichin that he had a girlfriend. Doing this was to make her completely forget him and move towards her bright future. This was the previous Lin Feng. In front of Liang Shichin, who was full of dazzling light, he could only feel ashamed. But Lin Feng now would not think so. Now he has the ability of divine eyes and billions of wealth. This made him no longer like before. Even if he met the woman he loved, he would not dare to say it, and watched her leave. Liang Shichin was his first love. He would never let her miss him like this in his life. Lin Feng, why didn't Shichin come in and sit for a while before leaving? Zhang Hahua was still wondering. Lin Feng said to his mother, "Mom, maybe Shichin really has something urgent to do. I'll let her come next time. Come and sit down." Zhang Hahua advised, "Next time Shichin comes, you must treat her well." Lin Feng nodded. He and his mother returned to the restaurant. Lin Feng returned to the restaurant and saw Qin Feng holding a mobile phone, his eyes shining and his face full of joy. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, Qin Feng pulled him aside and said with a beaming face, "Lin Feng, the Ali International you asked me to buy will announce a major news at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and will negotiate a merger with Penguin International. Affected by this merger news, Ali International shares are floating, and it seems to have taken a rocket in the afternoon. Now it has risen by 500%, and my 200,000 has become 1 million, hee. Lin Feng then remembered the floating of his own shares. It seems that everything is as predicted by his divine eye ability. Today, Ali International really announced the news of merging with Penguin International. And it is about to close, and the increase of 500% is also the highest point of Ali International today. So, Lin Feng said to Qin Feng, sell all your Ali International shares now. Qin Feng thought he had misheard, and said to Lin Feng, sell now? Lin Feng said with a serious expression on his face, yes, sell them all now. Qin Feng was a little puzzled, but Ali International stock is still rising. Everyone is greedy. Qin Feng had lost hundreds of thousands in the past 6 months, and he finally caught a good stock, so of course he wanted to make a fortune. So he was a little reluctant to get out so soon. Lin Feng seemed to know what he was thinking, and said, greed will only lead to greater losses. You should stop in time when the stock is rising, instead of regretting not selling when it falls. After saying that, Lin Feng no longer cared about Qin Feng. He had said everything he should say. If Qin Feng was still unwilling to sell, Lin Feng would have no other choice. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the international stock market software, and without any hesitation, he directly sold all of his 600 million Ali shares. The sold shares were quickly bought by other buyers, and the amount in Lin Feng's account suddenly increased from 600 million to 1.6 billion. In just one day, he easily made 1 billion. Seeing that Lin Feng made 1 billion, Qin Feng was jealous and admired him very much. Earned 1 billion in one day. Isn't this a stock trading genius? Qin Feng made up his mind that he would follow Lin Feng to trade stocks and make a fortune in the future. Seeing that Lin Feng decisively sold the shares, he gritted his teeth and also sold all his shares, cashing in more than 1 million. Less than half an hour after the two cashed out, Qin Feng, who had been holding his mobile phone to check the stock float, suddenly shouted to Lin Feng, it fell. Ali International actually fell. Lin Feng knew it a long time ago because of his divine eye ability, so he was not surprised at all that the stock float of Ali International would fall. So, he said to Qin Feng, do you think it's right for me to ask you to sell the shares now? Qin Feng once again admired Lin Feng and nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, I listened to you and sold all the shares, otherwise I would cry now. Lin Feng patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said, remember to stop when you are ahead next time.
Then, Lin Feng glanced at his parents who were busy in the kitchen, and whispered to Qin Feng, I made that old man Bagua very angry today, and you beat Lin Jiang and others so badly that they ran away. And my sister Lin Chuanxue is still in the county town. I am worried that Lin Chang will retaliate against her, so you and I will go to the county town tonight to bring my sister back. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. If that Lin Chang dares to touch your sister, I will destroy him for you. Now Lin Feng is not only the one Qin Feng wants to protect, he is also the white hair who can make Qin Feng rich. Therefore, Lin Feng's affairs are his Qin Feng's affairs. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that he had brought Qin Feng to make money by speculating in stocks this time, which gave him a brother who could go through life and death with him. Night came quickly. Some tourists who did not leave and stayed in the homestay in Meihua Village would find restaurants in Meihua Village to eat. There were also a few tourists who came to Lin Feng's restaurant to eat. There were not many guests. After seeing them off, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng told his parents that he and Qin Feng had something to do in the county town, and asked his parents to close the shop and rest early to prevent Lin Jiang and his people from causing trouble again. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Lin Jiang had just been beaten up during the day and would never dare to cause trouble again. But just in case, he still asked his parents to close the shop early. Zhang Hahua was also very worried when she heard that Lin Feng and his friends were going to the county town. She repeatedly told Lin Feng and his friends to be more careful. If she didn't know that Qin Feng was a strong martial artist, she would never let Lin Feng go to the county town at night. Lin Feng said goodbye to his parents, rode on his family's motorcycle, took Qin Feng with him, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away with a series of coquettish sounds coming from the exhaust pipe. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Starry Sky KTV. This is the most luxurious KTV in Luhua County, in a private room. A group of high school girls are singing, drinking, laughing and playing. One of them is a long-haired girl wearing a white-collar school uniform and a knee-length skirt. She has a particularly sweet smile, beautiful and pure. This girl is Lin Feng's sister Lin Chuanxue. Sitting next to her is also a long-haired girl with an ordinary appearance. She keeps persuading Lin Chuanxue to drink. Lin Xuechuan can't refuse, so she has to pick up the wine glass and toast with the girl. After Lin Xuechuan finished a glass, the girl immediately filled her glass. Come on, Chuanxue, let's drink again. Feng Yuan, I can't drink. Today is my birthday, just drink with me. Feng Yuan, this is the last glass. The two girls drank another glass. Feng Yuan immediately filled Lin Chuanxue's glass with wine. Lin Xuechuan can't drink, and after 2 glasses of wine, her face has begun to turn red. She waved her hands quickly. Feng Yuan, I really can't drink this time. At this time, a girl had just finished singing a song, and Lin Xuechuan quickly grabbed the microphone and started to sing. She wanted to use singing to avoid drinking. The melody of the music sounded, and Lin Xuechuan ordered a song 1,000 Miles Away by Jay Chou. Her voice was sweet and moving, and her singing was particularly ancient, which made the other girls in the box intoxicated. Just as Lin Xuechuan was concentrating on singing and the other girls were listening in fascination, Feng Yuan quietly took out a small pill from her pocket and secretly put it into the wine poured for Lin Xuanxue. After singing a song 1,000 Miles Away, Feng Yuan and the other girls applauded loudly. Xuanxue sings so well. She's worthy of being the most beautiful singer in our Luha High School. Xuanxue will definitely be a singer in the future, more popular than Fei Wong. The compliments from several girls made Lin Xuanxue feel a little embarrassed, and she said, how can I compare with the Queen of Pop? Feng Yuan picked up the wine glass and said to the other girls, come on, let's have a toast to Xuanxue who sings so well. I wish her to become a big star in the future. The other girls picked up their glasses and said to Lin Xuanxue, I wish Xuanxue to become a big star in the future. Although Lin Xuanxue didn't want to drink anymore, everyone raised their glasses and it was hard to refuse the kindness. She had to pick up her glass of wine. Although I may not become a singer in the future, thank you all the same, and I also wish Feng Yuan a happy birthday. Cheers! Everyone clinked their glasses together. Everyone finished the wine in their glasses. After drinking the wine, Lin Xuanxue sat on the sofa feeling a little dizzy. And the others then they sang, drank, and laughed. But Lin Xuanxue felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Finally, the lights, music, and the faces of several classmates in the box became increasingly blurred. Finally, her eyelids closed and she knew nothing. At 10:30, Feng Yuan carried the unconscious Lin Xuanxue on her back and walked out of the Starry Sky KTV. The other girls were also a little drunk. They said to Feng Yuan, we will take Xuanxue back to the school dormitory with you. However, Feng Yuan said to them, you all drank too much. Go back in the car and have a good rest. I have called someone to take me back to the school dormitory. The girls actually drank a little too much and needed to go home and have a good rest. This is why only Fang Yuan carried Lin Xuanxue out of the KTV, because they were lucky enough to be able to walk. One girl looked around with her eyes half drunk. Fang Yuan, why didn't I see the car you called to pick you up? Fang Yuan remembered that the person had told her that the car that would pick her and Lin Xuanxue up was a black commercial vehicle with a license plate number of. She suddenly saw a black commercial vehicle parked on the roadside about 7 or 8 meters away from the KTV. The license plate was exactly. Fang Yuan's face showed joy, and she immediately said to the girl, "Xia Xiaoyu, the car that will pick me up is over there. I'll go over first. You guys take care of yourselves." After that, Fang Yuan carried Lin Xuanxue on her back and walked towards the commercial vehicle. Several girls waved to Fang Yuan as she left. Bye. Then, they walked in another direction. Fang Yuan carried Lin Xuanxue on her back and came to the commercial vehicle on the roadside. She stretched out her hand and knocked on the door twice. The door opened, and 2 tall men in black clothes got out from the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat. Seeing the 2 tall men in black, Fang Yuan seemed a little nervous, and said to them, "I have already done everything that Boss Lin asked me to do. The one I am carrying is Lin Xuanxue." The man in black standing on the left nodded and said coldly, "Well, you did a good job. Now you can hand over this Lin Xuanxue to us." After that, the man in black and another man lifted Lin Xuanxue on Fang Yuan's back and laid her down in the back seat of the car. Fang Yuan looked at the 2 men in black and stammered. Boss Lin said that after the matter is done, he will give me 10,000 yuan. A man in black took a bulging envelope from the car, handed it to Fang Yuan, and said, "This is 10,000 yuan. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened tonight. Do you understand?" Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, and she took the envelope and said to the man in black, "Understood, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The 2 men in black turned around and were about to get in the car. At this moment, a luxury Mercedes-Benz drove out from a small alley in front and blocked the front of the business car. Then, 2 young men got out of the Mercedes-Benz. The 2 young men were Lin Feng and Qin Feng. The 2 men in black and Fang Yuan were shocked and didn't understand why this Mercedes-Benz blocked the front of the business car. "Hey, your car is blocking my car," a man in black shouted angrily to Lin Feng and the other man. However, in response to him, Qin Feng suddenly attacked like a cheetah. Seeing Qin Feng's sudden attack, the man in black knew that Qin Feng was looking for trouble. The man in black immediately raised his fist and swung at Qin Feng. However, who is Qin Feng? He is an ace special agent who has rolled in a pile of dead bodies. How could an ordinary person be his opponent? Bang! Qin Feng punched out, and his fist flew like a meteor, hitting the man in black on the temple. The man in black was knocked unconscious on the spot. Another man saw his companion being knocked down, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he raised his fist to attack Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's figure flashed, his hand was as fast as lightning, and his palm suddenly strangled the man in black's throat. The man in black couldn't breathe immediately, his face flushed, and he was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Feng looked at him coldly and said, "Did Lin Chang send you to tie up Lin Xuanxue? You can choose not to tell me, but I will break your neck." The man in black, who was speechless, nodded quickly, meaning that Lin Chang sent them. Qin Feng retracted some of the strength in his hands and asked, "Where is he now?" "Brother Chang is in room 08 of Huahai Hotel," the man in black said weakly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng punched him on the temple, and the man in black groaned and fell to the ground. Fang Yuan only realized when she saw this that Qin Feng was here to deal with the 2 men in black. Then, she screamed and tried to escape. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and suddenly like a cheetah, he leaped up with a swish and chopped down with a palm, hitting Fang Yuan on the back of the head. Fang Yuan screamed and fell to the ground unconscious. Because it was late at night, there were no pedestrians on the road in the small county town, and the music in the KTV was loud, and no one knew what was happening outside. Lin Feng carried his unconscious sister down from the business car. Qin Feng carried the unconscious Fang Yuan and the 2 men in black into the black business car. After doing all this, Lin Feng said to Qin Feng, "I'll send my sister back, and I'll leave it to you to deal with Lin Chang of Huahai Hotel." Qin Feng nodded. "Lin Feng, don't worry, just leave this Lin Chang to me." Qin Feng got on the business car and drove away to Huahai Hotel. Lin Feng carried the unconscious Lin Xuanxue and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Just as Lin Feng was carrying Lin Xuanxue towards the Mercedes-Benz, 2 girls came out of the Starry Sky KTV. One was a beautiful girl in a beige long skirt, and the other was a girl in jeans, t-shirt and shoulder-length hair. The 2 girls were Liang Shiqin and Zhang Qian. As soon as the 2 girls walked out of TKV,
they immediately saw Lin Feng holding Lin Chuanxue and getting into the Mercedes-Benz not far away.
Isn't this Lin Feng? Zhang Qian was a little surprised to see Lin Feng, and whispered to Liang Shiqin, why is he here?
Liang Shiqin's expression was a little uncomfortable, and there was a sad look in her eyes. The reason why she came to the KTV was that Zhang Qian wanted to sing and dragged her here. Unexpectedly, just after singing and coming out of the KTV, she saw Lin Feng holding a girl and getting into the Mercedes-Benz.
Liang Shiqin lowered her head sadly and whispered to Zhang Qian, let's go.
In fact, she had known for a long time that Lin Fei already had a girlfriend. Therefore, it was expected that Lin Feng was holding this girl, and it was very likely that she was his girlfriend. But when Liang Shiqin saw with her own eyes that Lin Feng was holding other girls in the car, she still felt sad. So, she wanted to leave with Zhang Qian quickly.
Miss Liang, I know you want to escape, but they have already left.
Zhang Qian pointed to the Mercedes-Benz that had already left, and shook her head to Liang Shiqin. Liang Shiqin then realized that Lin Feng had already driven away in the Mercedes-Benz.
Shiqin, you should give up now. No wonder this Lin Feng has never taken you to heart.
It turns out that he has found a lady from a rich family.
What is there to miss about such a man who eats soft rice?
Zhang Qian said unhappily. Needless to say, Zhang Qian regarded Lin Chuanxue as Lin Feng's girlfriend, and also regarded Lin Feng's Mercedes-Benz as the luxury car of rich lady Lin Chuanxue. Because Zhang Qian knew that Lin Feng, who ran a small restaurant at home, could not afford a luxury car worth millions.
After hearing Zhang Qian's words, Liang Shiqin felt even more depressed.
Needless to say, she also regarded Lin Chuanxue as Lin Feng's girlfriend.
The two women walked towards the BMW in the parking lot outside the KTV. Room 08 of Huahai Hotel.
Lin Chang, who was bald, wearing a gold chain around his neck and a nightgown, was sitting on the sofa in the room, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and tasting it. In addition to Lin Chang, there was also a fat middle-aged man in the room, who was Lin Jiang. Xiangzi, this Lin Feng brought back that kid beat our brother so badly, you must avenge me. Lin Jiang said very unwillingly after telling what happened in Lin Feng's restaurant today.
Lin Chang put down the red wine in his hand and said with a smile, my cousin, this kid who beat our brother, I will make him pay the price. But after tonight, Lin Chuanxue is mine, and Lin Feng is also my future brother-in-law, you can't hurt him.
Although Lin Jiang was unwilling, this nephew was actually his boss, so he had to answer, yes, Xiangzi.
Dong dong.
At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Chang looked at the door, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, they should have brought Lin Chuanxue back. Xiangzi, then I won't disturb your good things, I'll leave first. Lin Jiang stood up from the sofa and said. Lin Chang nodded, go, open the door for them.
Yes.
Lin Jiang agreed and walked towards the door. Lin Chang took out a cigarette from a box of Zhonghua on the table, lit it with a lighter, and started smoking. Thinking that he could get what he wanted tonight and get Lin Chuanxue, his blood boiled. In order to get Lin Chuanxue, he sent people to threaten and bribe Lin Chuanxue's best female classmate Fang Yuan, asking her to drug Lin Chuanxue in the KTV and get her drunk, and then let his men take Lin Chuanxue to the hotel. He didn't believe that the Lin Feng family would not agree to this marriage after the rice was cooked. Of course, if Lin Feng and the others dared to disagree, he also had his own way to make what happened tonight as if nothing had happened.
In Luhua County, he still had this trick.
Lin Jiang came to the door and opened it with a click. The moment he opened the door, someone outside kicked him. Before Lin Jiang could react, he was kicked out by the person outside. With a bang, Lin Jiang smashed the glass table in front of Lin Chang and smashed it to pieces. Lin Chang, who was puffing away at the cigarette and enjoying the intoxicating smell, was also startled.
Then, he saw a tall young man wearing sunglasses walking into the room, with a strong aura.
And this man in sunglasses was not his subordinate at all.
Who are you?
Lin Chang threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, stomped on it with his slippers, pointed at the man and said angrily.
This man in sunglasses was Qin Feng.
Qin Feng pushed the door with his hand, and it slammed shut. He was going to close the door and beat the dog.
Qin Feng took off his sunglasses, hanging on the collar, he looked at Lin Chang and said, are you Lin Chang?
Lin Chang raised his head, yes, I am Lin Chang. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistakes, maybe I can forgive you. Qin Feng raised a smile at the corner of his lips. These bullies who have occupied small counties are used to being domineering and really think that I am the best in the world.
However, since he is a bully, it is not surprising that he is so arrogant.
Qin Feng looked at Lin Chang coldly and said, I was sent by Lin Feng to settle accounts with you.
You dared to kidnap his sister, so you should know what the consequences will be? After hearing this, Lin Chang was not afraid, but laughed wildly, ha, consequences? In Luhua County, no one dares to talk to me like this. You are the first. I will let you know what the consequences will be if you anger me."
As soon as the words fell, Lin Chang clenched his palms into fists and hit Qin Feng with a whoosh. Before he became famous, Lin Chang was a notorious vicious thug with rich practical experience.
2 or 3 ordinary people were not his opponents.
He still had some skills, so he didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. Seeing that Lin Chang's fist was about to hit Qin Feng's face. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. With a flash of his head, Qin Feng easily avoided Lin Chang's punch. The next second, Qin Feng's punch was as fast as the wind and hit Lin Chang's chest. Lin Chang felt that his chest was hit by a sledgehammer, and the amazing force knocked him back. With a bang, Lin Chang fell on a chair and fell over. Qin Feng rushed forward, grabbed Lin Chang's collar, lifted him up, and then swung his fist, hitting him in the face, left and right. Lin Chang shouted loudly at first, but later, his face was beaten like a steamed bun, his lips were like a hot dog, and he couldn't even make a sound. It was not until Lin Chang could no longer withstand the blows from Qin Feng's fists and fainted that Qin Feng threw him to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Jiang, who had smashed the glass table and was injured and unable to stand up, was so frightened that his face turned pale and he closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Qin Feng ignored Lin Jiang, who was pretending to faint, picked up the box of Zhonghua cigarettes that Lin Chang had placed on the table, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then picked up the lighter and lit it. He took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, then turned around, opened the door, and left in style. After Qin Feng came out of the Huahai Hotel, he did not drive the business car again, but stopped a taxi on the side of the road and returned to Meihua village.
The next morning,
Lin Xuanxue woke up, her head still aching slightly.
Then, she found herself lying in her room at home. How did she get home? She couldn't remember anything.
She didn't know anything after she got drunk in KTV last night.
She thought it might be Fang Yuan who sent her back. But shouldn't they send her back to the school dormitory?
Shaking her head, Lin Xuanxue had no idea. Then she got up and walked out of the room.
"Xuanxue, you're up. Why did you drink so much last night? Fortunately, your brother picked you up."
Zheng Hahua was carrying 2 bowls of noodles and put them on the table.
"This is breakfast for you and your brother. You can eat it after you wash up."
Lin Xuanxue frowned and said, "My brother picked me up last night."
"When did my brother come back?"
With a creak, the door of a room opened, and Lin Feng walked out and said, "I came back yesterday." Then, Lin Feng walked into the bathroom and started brushing his teeth and washing his face.
Although Lin Xuanxue was very curious, how did my brother know that I was drunk in KTV? Could it be Fang Yuan who called her parents?
Or maybe her parents called her, but she was drunk and Fang Yuan answered the phone, so her brother went to the KTV to pick her up. Lin Xuanxue didn't dare to ask more, because her brother never let her drink, so if she asked, she would only be scolded.
After Lin Feng finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, Lin Xuanxue asked him in a flattering way, as if she had done something wrong, "Brother, are you done washing up?"
Lin Feng just hummed, and his cold look made Lin Xuanxue know that her brother was still angry with her. After Lin Feng walked past her, Lin Xuanxue stuck out her tongue. It seemed that she would be scolded again later. After Lin Xuanxue went into the bathroom to wash up, she saw her brother sitting at the table, eating noodles. Her mother had already gone downstairs to work, and Lin Xuanxue sat opposite her brother, picked up the chopsticks, and took a mouthful of noodles. Then she glanced at her brother. Her face was still as cold as before. She opened her mouth and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have drunk last night."
Lin Feng finished a mouthful of noodles, looked up at his sister and said, "Do you know how dangerous you were last night? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been betrayed by your good sister Fang Yuan and sent to Lin Chang's bed." With a snap, the chopsticks fell from Lin Xuanxue's hand onto the table. She was completely shocked. After finally coming back to her senses, Lin Xuanxue looked at her brother and said, "Brother, you said Fang Yuan betrayed me and wanted to send me to Lin Chang?" Lin Feng nodded. He then took out his mobile phone, opened a video recorded last night, and put it in front of Lin Xuanxue. Lin Xuanxue watched it.
In the video, Fang Yuan carried the unconscious Lin Xuanxue on her back to the business car, handed Lin Xuanxue to 2 men in black, and took the money in the envelope from the men in black, as well as Fang Yuan's conversation with them.
All were recorded by the mobile phone. After watching the video, Lin Xuanxue was shocked again. She didn't expect that Fang Yuan, whom she had always regarded as a good sister, would do such a thing. This is really too much.
Lin Xuanxue took out her mobile phone from her pocket, found Fang Yuan's mobile phone number, and was about to call.
Lin Feng said, "Why are you still calling her? Do you think she will feel guilty for what she has done?" Lin Xuanxue couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Yes, why did she call Fong Yuan? To ask for an explanation? To let Fong Yuan know how bad what she did was? But Fong Yuan even took the money and handed Lin Xuanxue over to the man in black. Would she still have a guilty conscience? Obviously not. There's no need to call. I have dealt with all those who had bad intentions towards you last night. Lin Feng took back his mobile phone and said lightly. Lin Xuanxue looked at her brother in surprise again. She said after a while, "Brother, did you deal with Lin Chang too?" Lin Feng started to eat noodles, and said while eating, "He is the mastermind behind the scenes, of course I will not let him go." Lin Xuanxue was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Lin Xuanxue knew what kind of person Lin Chang was. He was a bully in Luhua County and had done many bad things. The problem was that Lin Chang had always kept some idle men around him. How could her brother deal with him? Moreover, even if there was no one to protect Lin Chang, Lin Feng would be able to retaliate against him. But afterwards, Lin Chang would never let it go and would bring people to the door. So, Lin Xuanxue was very worried and said to her brother, "Brother, did you beat Lin Chang?" Lin Feng responded with a him while eating noodles. Lin Xuanxue was no longer calm this time, and hurriedly said to Lin Feng, "Brother, don't eat noodles, go back to Jiangnan City soon. If you don't leave, Lin Chang will bring people to cause trouble." Now it was Lin Feng's turn to look at Lin Xuanxue in astonishment. Could he still eat noodles properly? However, he also knew that Lin Xuanxue was really worried about him, fearing that he would suffer at the hands of Lin Chang. So, Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and said to his sister, "Xuanxue, not only will I not run away, but I will, and Lin Chang and his gang of villains must all receive the punishment they deserve." Lin Xuanxue was dumbfounded. Is her brother stupid? Lin Chang is now rich and powerful. He is a whitewashed entrepreneur with a wide network of contacts. He can get along with both black and white people in Luhua County. How easy is it to deal with Lin Chang? Then, Lin Xuanxue seemed to have thought of something. She stood up and came to her brother and put her jade hand on Lin Feng's forehead. After touching it, she touched her own forehead. Then, she said to herself in some confusion, "You don't have a fever? But why are you talking nonsense?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Could it be that my sister thought I had a fever and was talking nonsense? At this moment, the sound of a car came from downstairs, and 2 sirens sounded. Needless to say, it was a police car. The sound of the car was downstairs of Lin Feng's house. Lin Xuanxue couldn't help but be curious and said to Lin Feng, "Brother, it seems that a police car came to our house." Lin Feng said calmly, "It seems that someone is the first to complain. Let's go down and take a look." Lin Xuanxue also had no mood to eat noodles, and nodded to her brother. The brother and sister went downstairs. When Lin Feng and his sister arrived on the first floor, they saw their parents entertaining 2 police officers and a young man who was not wearing a police uniform. Seeing this young man, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Gao Wei." The young man was about the same age as Lin Feng, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was majestic and handsome. When the young man heard Lin Feng shouting, he also shouted happily, "Lin Feng." The two then walked towards each other. The reason why Lin Feng knew this young man was because he and Lin Feng were classmates in high school. Gao Wei said to Lin Feng, "Because there are too many training courses in Jiangnan City, you came to the police academy to find me several times, but I didn't have time to see you. I'm really sorry." Lin Feng joked, "You will be a policeman who will protect the safety of the area in the future. Naturally, you must strengthen your training and study hard. Of course, you can't neglect your studies like me." Gao Wei laughed, "Lin Feng, you will also be a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded in the future, so don't make fun of me." Both of them laughed. Lin Feng was chatting with his old classmates. At this moment, one of the 2 police officers, a dignified middle-aged police officer, stood up and said to Lin Feng, "Lin Chang and Lin Jian were beaten at Huahai Hotel last night. 2 men and a female student in a business car were also beaten. They reported that you were involved in this incident. We are here to take you back to the police station for investigation." This middle-aged police officer was Gao Wei's father, Gao Yan. As his name suggests, he was upright and dignified. He was the deputy director of the Luhua County Industrial Safety Bureau. The information revealed by Lin Feng can be said to have completely shocked Gao Yan and his son and Lin Xuanxue. Of course, Gao Yan was a police officer. As a police officer, everything depends on evidence. Before there is evidence, all statements can only be regarded as inferences and guesses. Lin Feng, what you said does not rule out the possibility, but handling cases requires evidence. Gao Yan looked at Lin Feng with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Needless to say, he also hopes that Lin Feng has evidence. Once there is evidence, it proves that what Lin Feng said is true.
Then this 10-year mystery can also be solved and the truth will be revealed.
This is also what the police want to see.
Lin Feng looked at Gao Yan with a calm gaze and said, "Once, Lin Jiang came to my restaurant for dinner and drank too much. He told me the truth about Guo Kunman's disappearance that year. He said that it was raining heavily that night, and Guo Kunman and Lin Chang had a dispute over cutting corners in the construction of the playground. Guo Kunman threatened to report to the higher authorities, and Lin Chang killed Guo Kunman in anger. After killing Guo Kunman, Lin Chang wanted to destroy the body, so he took advantage of the rainy night and drove the excavator himself to bury Guo Kunman's body under the playground."
At this point, Lin Feng looked at Gao Yan and his son, and said,
Lin Jiang was at the scene at the time. He realized that this matter was out of the ordinary. In order to prevent future incidents and protect himself, he secretly used his mobile phone to take a video of Lin Chang driving the excavator to bury Guo Kunman's body, and the video has been saved on his computer at home in Meihua Village.
These specific clues mentioned by Lin Feng were certainly not blurted out by Lin Jiang when he drank too much in his restaurant.
Instead, Lin Feng was able to see what would happen in the past and the future through his divine eye ability, and he watched all the details of the mystery from 10 years ago, just like replaying a movie. So he knew everything clearly, such as Lin Chang killing people and burying bodies in the playground, and Lin Jiang secretly taking videos.
Gao Yan's eyes lit up after listening to what Lin Feng said. This clue from Lin Feng was too useful and too important. As long as Lin Jiang left evidence of Lin Chang's killing and burying bodies, solving the case and arresting Lin Chang would be a done deal. This clue was very important. "I will report your clue to the commander immediately." He looked a little excited and said to Lin Feng,
"You go back first, and tell your friends not to come to the police station yet.
I will notify you separately."
Needless to say, Gao Yan has put all his thoughts on the disappearance of Lin Chang and Guo Kunman.
Lin Feng nodded, "Uncle Gao, my sister, and I will go back first."
Gao Yan said to Gao Wei, "You send Lin Feng and his sister back."
Gao Wei nodded, "Yes, Dad."
Gao Wei and Lin Feng and his sister walked out of the police station, and Gao Wei asked Lin Feng and his sister to get on his car. The car drove to Meihua Village. Gao Wei, who was driving on the road, said to Lin Feng in the co-pilot seat, "Lin Feng, if we can really find out that the case of Guo Kunman's disappearance was done by the bully Lin Chang, it will cause a sensation in the entire Luhua County, and it may even alarm the entire South China province."
South China Province is the province where Luhua County is located, and Jiangnan City is the capital of South China Province.
Lin Feng said confidently, "It will definitely cause a sensation in the entire county, and the entire South China Province." According to Lin Feng's divine eye ability, the case of Guo Kunman being killed and buried in the playground was originally solved by Gao Yan 2 years later. After the case was revealed, it not only alarmed the entire South China Province, but also the whole country. Gao Yan was commended for this case and promoted 3 levels to become the chief of the Jiangnan City Police Station. Lin Feng used his divine eye ability to reveal clues to Guo Kunman's disappearance to Gao Yan in advance. Therefore, the truth of Guo Kunman's disappearance, which had been a mystery for 10 years, was revealed 2 years in advance. It can be said that Lin Feng's divine eye ability, in a sense, changed some major events in the original world at a certain time.
Back at Fengshui restaurant in Meihua Village, Lin Feng's parents were relieved to see their children coming back so soon.
Gao Wei stayed in Meihua Village that day, and the 2 old classmates naturally had a lot to say. About 2 hours later, 2 police cars arrived in Meihua Village.
Gao Yan and several police officers got off the car.
2 of the police officers also took Lin Jiang to Lin Jiang's home.
Many villagers went to watch, including Lin Feng's mother Zhang Hehua. A police officer carried a computer host from Lin Jiang's home. Then, Gao Yan and the police officer, Lin Jiang, got on the police car and left Meihua Village.
The news of Lin Jiang's arrest caused quite a stir in Meihua Village.
However, the villagers almost unanimously applauded Lin Jiang's arrest.
After Zhang Hehua came back, she was also very happy and told Lin Feng and Gao Wei everything. Lin Feng and Gao Wei knew that Lin Jiang had confessed everything about the body buried in the playground. Gao Wei had lunch at Lin Feng's house before leaving. He was also anxious to go back and find out whether Guo Kunman's disappearance was really as Lin Feng said.
Not long after Gao Wei left, a series of beeping sounds came from the exhaust pipe of a motorcycle.
Hearing the sound of the motorcycle exhaust pipe, Lin Feng in the building smiled.
Xin Feng is back. And the building Lin Chuanshui in the room asked Lin Feng curiously, "Brother, listening to the sound of the motorcycle, it seems to be the broken and old motorcycle in our family?"
"Yes, it is our motorcycle.
Let me introduce you to someone,"
Lin Feng said to his sister.
Lin Chuanshui asked curiously, "Brother, who do you know?"
"It was him last night. He saved you and helped you teach Lin Chang a lesson," Lin Feng said. While talking, the brother and sister came to the first floor. Xin Feng had already sat down in the building. Lin Feng's mother learned that he had not eaten lunch yet, so she served him food and asked him to eat. At this moment, Xin Feng was holding a chicken leg in his hand and eating it with relish. Lin Feng and his sister walked over, and Lin Feng smiled and said, "Xin Feng, it seems that you are really lucky. You have a chicken leg to eat as soon as you come back." Xin Feng said while eating the chicken leg, "I helped you beat Lin Chang and drove your motorcycle back. Isn't it right to eat a chicken leg?" Lin Feng and his sister laughed. Lin Feng said, "It should be. If it's not enough, I'll ask my mom to give you a chicken leg." Xin Feng said, "That's about right." At this time, Lin Feng introduced Xin Feng to his sister. "His name is Xin Feng. He saved you last night and taught Lin Chang a lesson." Lin Xuanxue bowed slightly to Xin Feng and said, "Brother Xin Feng, thank you for saving me last night and helping me teach the bad guys a lesson." Xin Feng waved his hands and said, "Xuanxue, you're welcome. To be honest, I still have to rely on your brother for a living. It's my duty to save you and help you teach the bad guys a lesson." This made Lin Xuanxue a little confused. How could this big brother rely on my brother for a living? This made her unable to help but ask Lin Feng, "Brother, what does brother Xin Feng mean by relying on you for a living?" Lin Feng smiled and said, he was joking. Lin Xuanxue believed it and didn't ask any more questions. That afternoon, Lin Feng received a message from Gao Wei. He took the computer host from Lin Zhang's house and found evidence of Lin Chang's murder and burying the body. He had already arrested Lin Chang. By the evening, Lin Feng had seen news about Guo Kunman's disappearance appearing online. On Weibo, forums, and self-media, more and more information about the case was being published. After all, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. The police escorted Lin Jiang back to Meihua village, and Lin Chang, the tyrant of Lua, was also arrested. In this era of extremely developed internet, these things were originally very easy to spread. In addition, Lin Chang was related to the 10-year mystery of Gui Kunman's disappearance. Even if only some clues were revealed, it would immediately cause a sensation on the internet. The news that Guo Kunman, a teacher who disappeared 10 years ago, was killed by the bully Lin Chang in Luhua County and buried in the playground quickly became a hot search on a certain Weibo. In 2 days, this news became a topic of concern and discussion among the people of Xiagua. Media reporters from all over the country rushed to the Luhua County Police Station and Luhua Middle School for interviews. For this reason, the police station held a special press conference and released some issues that the people were concerned about, such as the police have arrested Lin Chang and have obtained evidence that Lin Chang killed Guo Kunman and buried the body. It was also announced that the body of Guo Kunman buried under the playground will be excavated in the near future. 2 days after the press conference, the playground of Luhua Middle School was under martial law, and ordinary people were not allowed to approach. The police excavated the playground. On the same day, the police excavated Guo Kunman's body and held a press conference to announce it. The police began to arrest all suspects related to Guo Kunman's murder. The truth of the 10-year mystery of Guo Kunman's disappearance was finally revealed and successfully solved. The bully Lin Chang and his gang, who were full of evil and harmed one side, were all arrested and brought to justice. 2 months later, Lin Chang was sentenced to death, and his gang members Lin Jiang and others were sentenced to varying terms of imprisonment for participating in murder, bullying, and injuring others, but that's a story for another time. The bully who harmed the people was eliminated, and the people of Luhua County applauded. That day, in Fengxue restaurant, Zhang Hahua and her husband Lin Yu were also smiling. At lunch, Zhang Hahua was in a good mood and cooked a table of delicious food, just like a festival. This surprised Lin Feng and his sister who came down from upstairs to eat. Lin Xuanxue asked her mother, "Mom, what holiday is today? Why do you cook so many dishes?" Zhang Hahua smiled and said, "Although today is not a holiday, it is more worth celebrating than a holiday, because the bullies Lin Chang and Lin Jiang in our village have all been busted by the police. We can finally stop suffering from these villains." At this point, Zhang Hahua smiled at her daughter, "And there will be no villains to disturb you in the future, so you can study peacefully." Lin Xuanxue nodded. The villains Lin Chang and Lin Jiang were finally caught by the police. In the future, she can finally study quietly without being harassed by Lin Chang. Lin Feng's siblings, parents and Xin Feng sat down in front of the table full of delicious food, and then everyone began to eat happily. The sound of cheers and joyful laughter continued to ring in the restaurant. Just as they were eating happily, the sound of a car was heard outside the door. Then a young man with a briefcase in his hand walked in. "Gao Wei, you come at the right time, come and eat." Lin Feng recognized that it was Gao Wei who came in, and immediately greeted him warmly. Yes, it was Gao Wei who came in. Gao Wei smiled and said, "You are eating so happily,
then I will come to join in the fun. Zhang Haohua immediately moved a stool for Gao Wei, and took out a new pair of bowls and chopsticks, and said to Gao Wei, I've been waiting for you to join in the fun, otherwise I'm afraid that I won't be able to finish all the dishes on the table. Gao Wei said, don't worry, auntie, I will help you finish this table of dishes together. Everyone laughed. At this time, Gao Wei looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, before finishing this table of delicious food, I have something important to tell you. Hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Wei, and their expressions became more serious. Lin Feng said, Gao Wei, what's the important thing? Tell me. Gao Wei suddenly opened the briefcase on his knees and took out a very bulging envelope from the briefcase. The envelope seemed to have 2 pieces of stone in it, and it had a rectangular shape. Gao Wei placed the bulging rectangular envelope on the empty space on the table in front of Lin Feng, and said, Lin Feng, this time the case of Gui Kunman being killed and buried in the playground has been solved, and the truth has come to light. The clues you provided are the key among the keys. There are 200,000 yuan in this envelope, which is the reward money announced by the police 10 years ago for anyone who provides major clues. Originally, the chief police officer and my father wanted to hand the money to you in person, but the case of Gui Kunman was so big and had such a big impact that they have been unable to get away until now. Moreover, they are afraid that they will cause trouble to you when they come, and they are afraid that media reporters from all over the country will flock to you and affect your normal life. In order to protect the privacy of the whistleblower, my father asked me to give you the reward money. Zhang Haohua and Lin Yu were so surprised when they heard this. They knew that their son provided important clues to solve Gui Kunman's case, and the police also rewarded their son with 200,000 yuan. This is so glorious. They were very proud of what their son had done. Although Lin Feng did not lack the 200,000 yuan, he provided such an important clue to the police, so he was indeed qualified to get it. Okay, I'll take the bonus. Lin Feng picked up the envelope and said to Gao Wei. Then, Lin Feng handed the envelope with the money to his mother and said, Mom, this money is for you. Zhang Haohua looked at her son giving her the 200,000 yuan bonus, and her heart was filled with joy. I can't tell how happy and touched I was. Seeing Zhang Haohua smiling with tears in her eyes, but not taking the money in her son's envelope, Lin Yu couldn't help but touch her arm gently with his hand and said, Why don't you take your son's money? Zhang Haohua finally reacted, took the envelope from her son's hand, and said to Lin Feng, Son, I'll save this money for you when you get married. Auntie, this is a good idea. Gao Wei praised immediately. Xin Feng also echoed, Yes, let Lin Feng quickly marry a wife. Lin Feng. Then everyone started to eat happily again. After lunch, Gao Wei was going back to the county town, and Lin Feng went out to see him off. Before getting on the bus, Gao Wei said to Lin Feng, do you know that Liang Shichin is back? Lin Feng certainly knew that Liang Shichin was back. He did not answer Gao Wei, but asked him, What's wrong with Liang Shichin coming back? Lin Feng, do you still need to hide it in front of me? Others don't know that you like Liang Shichin, but I know that you like her, and I also know that Liang Shichin likes you too. Gao Wei looked at Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Xu Feng has booked a private room at the Galaxy Hotel tonight and invited Liang Shichin and some old high school classmates to dinner. He also invited me. Don't you want to meet Liang Shichin? Xu Feng. This man was the monitor of Lin Feng's class when he was in the 3rd year of high school. He was the son of the richest man in the county. He had a wealthy family and excellent academic performance. Because of this, he was also very arrogant. And this arrogant monitor has always liked Liang Shichin. It is said that because Liang Shichin applied for Jiangnan Film and Television Academy, Xu Feng also applied for Jiangnan Film and Television Academy. His pursuit of Liang Shichin can be described as desperate and crazy. And this time Liang Shichin came back to the county town, and Xu Feng also came back to the county town. In Lin Feng's opinion, this is definitely not a coincidence? Lin Feng looked at Gao Wei and said, I'm afraid that if I go, they won't welcome me. Gao Wei patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Don't worry about this. Xu Feng invited Liang Shichin to dinner this time, fearing that others would not know. Not only did he invite old classmates and come back from other places to attend, he also asked me to help him invite old classmates to attend. At this point, Gao Wei looked at Lin Feng and said with some concern, I'm afraid that if you go and see Xu Feng and Liang Shichin together, you will feel uncomfortable. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, Gao Wei, don't worry about this. What time is the dinner tonight? I will attend on time. Gao Wei was stunned, then a smile appeared on his face, and he said, The dinner is at 8 o'clock tonight. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed to attend the dinner, Gao Wei was very happy. He didn't want Lin Feng to give up Liang Shichin just like that. Gao Wei drove away. Lin Feng returned to the restaurant.
Seeing that his parents had already cleared the dishes and wiped the table, Lin Feng said to them, Mom and Dad, I have something important to tell you. Hearing that their son had something important to say, Zhang Hahua and her husband Lin Yu both sat down on chairs in the hall. Zhang Hahua received a 200,000 yuan reward because her son provided important clues to the police. In her opinion, the important things her son wanted to tell them must be related to the Guokunmen case and helping the police to defeat the gang of villains Lin Chang. She looked at her son expectantly like a student listening to the teacher telling a story in class, and said, Son, if you have anything important to say, tell me. Seeing that his sister was not on the first floor, Lin Feng shouted to the second floor, Chuanxue, come down quickly, brother has something to tell you.
I know, I'll be down right away.
Lin Chuanxue replied from upstairs. After a while, the sound of going down the stairs was heard, and Lin Chuanxue came down from the second floor.
Lin Chuanxue looked at Lin Feng and said, Brother, what do you want to talk to me about?
Lin Feng pointed at the stool and said, Sit down, I'll tell you slowly. Although Lin Chuanxue had doubts in her heart, she still sat down on the stool.
Lin Feng then looked at his parents and sister and said, Mom, Dad, Chuanxue, I want to take you to Jiangnan City to settle down in the next few days. I wonder if you have anything to say?
Although he told his parents about moving to Jiangnan City as soon as he came back a few days ago.
But his parents mistakenly thought that they wanted them to open a farmhouse restaurant in Jiangnan City.
In addition, Baogua appeared later and made a lot of nonsense, so Lin Feng didn't have the opportunity to tell his parents about moving to Jiangnan City. Now there is no one else to disturb him, so Lin Feng decided to tell them about the move. Zhang Hahua and Lin Yu both smiled and said, Lin Feng, you said before that what Jiangnan City lacks most is farmhouse restaurants like ours.
We are also willing to try Jiangnan City, so we have no objection to going to Jiangnan City.
Lin Chuanxue frowned slightly, looked at Lin Feng with some embarrassment, and said, But what about me, brother, going to school?
I'm about to take the college entrance examination.
Lin Feng said, Don't worry about this. I have already found someone to find a famous high school for you in Jiangnan City where you can transfer to.
You can continue your studies when you arrive in Jiangnan City. Lin Chuanxue left Luha High School and went to Jiangnan City. The first thing to solve was the problem of studying.
However, this was not difficult for Lin Feng. He only made a phone call to Chen Guoshan, the owner of this wealthy and powerful family in Jiangnan City, and immediately found a school for Lin Chuanxue, and it was a famous high school that many rich people could not enter.
Since Lin Feng was already in Jiangnan City and found a good school for her, Lin Chuanxue's face showed joy, and she immediately said, Then I am willing to go to Jiangnan City with my brother. Jiangnan City is the capital of a province after all, and its prosperity and bustle are far beyond the reach of Luhua County. Of course, Lin Chuanxue is very yearning.
Okay, since there is no problem, Chuanxue and I will go to the school to handle the transfer procedures, and go to Jiangnan City tomorrow. Lin Feng said to his family. Zhang Hahua, her husband, and Lin Chuanxue had no objections. So, not long after lunch, Lin Feng drove a motorcycle and took Lin Chuanxue to the county town to handle the transfer procedures for Lin Chuanxue. Along the way, Lin Chuanxue asked Lin Feng a lot about Jiangnan City High School, and of course asked a lot about where there are fun places and delicious food in Jiangnan City. She was as happy as a little girl. After completing the transfer procedures at school, it was already past 4 p.m. Lin Feng took Lin Chuanxue to the mall to buy some clothes and shoes that she liked. Because it was not easy for her parents to make money by running a small restaurant, the sensible Lin Chuanxue had not bought too many clothes and shoes in the past, and the clothes and shoes she bought were relatively cheap. So this time when she went to Jiangnan City, Lin Feng bought her clothes and shoes, all of which were of good quality and high price. When Lin Feng paid, Lin Chuanxue learned that she had spent more than 10,000 yuan on clothes and shoes, and immediately pulled her brother to leave.
This price is too expensive.
Lin Feng pulled her back, then took out the bank card and asked the cashier to swipe the card. The cashier, who was well-dressed and had delicate makeup, handed the bank card and payment slip to Lin Feng with a smile on her face. Sir, the total is 10,050 yuan.
This is your bank card. Please take it. Welcome to visit next time.
Lin Feng took the bank card and payment slip and put them in his pocket.
Then, he said to Lin Chuanxue, who was still in a daze, Let's go.
Lin Chuanxue came back to her senses, carrying bags filled with clothes and shoes, and followed Lin Feng out of the mall. As soon as she walked out of the mall, Lin Chuanxue couldn't help but ask Lin Feng, Brother, how do you have so much money to buy me clothes and shoes? Lin Feng said calmly, Brother won a big prize in the lottery.
We have been walking for the whole afternoon.
I will take you to my hotel room to rest. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon and the sky was getting dark, so he decided to take Lin Xuanxue to the Galaxy Hotel to rest. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Lin Xuanxue was even more surprised. Her brother had booked a room at the Galaxy Hotel? The Galaxy Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Luhua County and the only 5-star hotel. This room costs at least several hundred yuan a day. And it only takes half an hour to get to Meihua Village by car. Lin Xuanxue didn't understand why her brother had to book a room at the Galaxy Hotel. It was such a waste. And spending money lavishly like this was not the brother she knew before. Because the family was not rich, she and her brother had always been frugal and never spent money lavishly. And it was the first time that Lin Xuanxue saw Lin Feng being so generous today. So, Lin Xuanxue couldn't help but ask her brother, "Brother, did you win a lot of money from the lottery?" Lin Feng got on the motorcycle, started the engine, and answered nonchalantly, "Yes, a lot." Then, he said to Lin Xuanxue, "Come on, hold on to my clothes." Lin Xuanxue was still thinking about how much her brother said a lot. When she heard her brother asking her to get on the car, she quickly agreed, got on the motorcycle, and grabbed Lin Feng's clothes with one hand. With the sound of exhaust pipes, the motorcycle drove to the Galaxy Hotel. Hotel, luxury room. When Lin Xuanxue was in the luxury room of the hotel booked by her brother, she couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Feng was lying on the bed where Qin Feng slept, pointing at the Simmons mattress where he originally slept, and said to Lin Xuanxue, "That bed is for me, you sleep on mine first, and I can sleep on Qin Feng's bed." Lin Xuanxue realized that this hotel room was not just booked, but had been booked for some time. And Lin Feng has been staying in Meihua Village for the past few days, and this hotel room has been empty all the time. How much money is wasted? Lin Xuanxue is a frugal girl. Seeing her brother waste luxury like this, she doesn't know how distressed she is. Lin Feng, who was on the Simmons mattress over there, had already fallen asleep with a snoring sound. Although Lin Xuanxue had many questions, she didn't disturb her brother when she saw that he was asleep. Then, she also took a rest on another Simmons mattress. Lin Feng slept until 7 o'clock in the evening and woke up, and saw that his sister on the other Simmons mattress had not woken up yet. Lin Fei did not wake her up, but went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out after washing up, Lin Xuanxue was already awake. Perhaps the noise of him washing up in the bathroom woke her up. Lin Feng asked his sister to go to the bathroom to wash up and wake up. After Lin Xuanxue washed up, she immediately became much more alert. Then Lin Feng looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, so he took Lin Xuanxue to attend the dinner party set up by Chu Feng. In the largest box of the Galaxy Hotel. In the magnificent and luxurious villa, a huge round table can be seen, with more than 10 young people sitting. Among them are Gao Wei, Liang Shiqin, and Zhang Qian. And the young man sitting next to Liang Shiqin's seat is particularly eye-catching. He is wearing a suit, shirt, and tie, with a rosy face and high spirits, just like a young talent. This young man dressed like a young talent is Chu Feng. Chu Feng specially invited Gao Wei and other old classmates this time, calling it a reunion of old classmates. In fact, his focus is still Liang Shiqin. First, in the name of the reunion, he can invite Liang Shiqin to dinner and bring the two closer. Second, he wants to use this reunion to declare that he and Liang Shiqin have an unusual relationship. Speaking of which, Chu Feng and Liang Shiqin are both studying at the Jiangnan Film and Television Academy. If he wants to get along with Liang Shiqin, he doesn't have to go through so much trouble. But in fact, although he and Liang Shiqin are in the same school, they rarely have the opportunity to get along. Because Liang Shiqin has to film in addition to attending classes, and she deliberately keeps a distance from Chu Feng. Therefore, Chu Feng, like other students present, did not have any special relationship with Liang Shiqin, at most they were classmates. Of course, Chu Feng would not say these. This was also the reason why he rushed back to the county town immediately after learning that Liang Shiqin had returned to the county town to visit her sick grandmother. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to spend more time with Liang Shiqin and deepen their relationship. Therefore, Chu Feng had put a lot of effort into this dinner tonight. Everyone is here, managerly, let's order the dishes. Chu Feng saw that more than a dozen classmates had already arrived, and he gave himself face, so he said to the female manager of the hotel who was wearing a professional OL outfit. "Yes, Master Chu." Manager Li replied immediately. As the son of the richest man in the county, Chu Feng had come to the Galaxy Hotel for dinner many times in the past, so his dinner was also hosted by the female manager of the hotel. Manager Li placed 2 thick ordering books on the table in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng picked up the menu and smiled at Liang Shiqin, saying, "Shiqin, you order the dishes." He cared so much about Liang Shiqin in front of all the classmates, which clearly told Liang Shurqin how important she was in his heart. Even Manager Li saw that Chu Feng was interested in Liang Shurqin. She immediately smiled and said to Liang Shurqin, Mr. Chu doesn't ask anyone else to order food, but you.
This is obviously too partial. The female manager's joke immediately drew laughter from all the classmates at the table.
In fact, these classmates all knew that the focus of Chu Feng's dinner this time was Liang Shurqin. He wanted to use the dinner to show off his relationship with Liang Shurqin and his love for her. So, they cooperated in acting. Seeing the classmates joking and laughing, Chu Feng wanted this effect. Immediately, he said to the female manager with a righteous face, Manager Li, Shurqin is the most important person in my heart. Of course, I have to let her order first. If he doesn't express his love to Liang Shurqin at this time, when will he wait? However, Liang Shurqin did not show how happy she was about Chu Feng's affection. On the contrary, she said to Chu Feng calmly, it doesn't matter to me.
Ask other classmates what dishes they like. Chu Feng couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment on his face.
He didn't expect that his flattery was in vain. Gao Wei at the table was very disgusted with Chu Feng's constant flattery of Liang Shurqin. Seeing that Chu Feng was frustrated, he was in a good mood. He looked at the door of the box from time to time.
Why didn't Lin Feng arrive yet?
He told Lin Feng that the dinner was at 8 o'clock, and also sent the box door number to Lin Feng on WeChat.
But Lin Feng hasn't shown up yet?
This made him worry that Lin Feng would back out and dare not come to the dinner. At this time, Chu Feng had recovered from the embarrassment, and then said to the classmates around the round table, Dear classmates, take a look at what dishes you like to eat, just order them. After that, Chu Feng said to Manager Li, give all my classmates a menu book and let them order the dishes.
A menu book for each person? How is this done?
Manager Li has been working in the hotel for so long, and he has never seen such an operation.
However, there are exceptions to everything.
If it were someone else, Manager Li would say that there are not so many menu books, and would let them take turns to look at the menu books and order food.
But Chu Feng is different. The son of the richest man in the county is the owner of the Galaxy Hotel and is also friends with Chu Feng's father.
So, Manager Li immediately said, Mr. Chu, wait a moment.
I'll have someone bring the menu book.
After that, Manager Li took out the walkie-talkie from his OL pocket and said, Number 8 Xiao Lu, take the 11th order book immediately. Menu sheets, come to VIP box number 1.
Yes, manager. A female voice answered on the intercom.
Manager Li put away the intercom and smiled at Chu Feng. Mr. Chu, the menu sheets will be here soon.
Chu Feng nodded.
About a minute later, a young waitress came to the box with a dozen thick menu sheets in her arms.
Manager Li, these are the menu sheets you wanted.
The waitress said to Manager Li, a little breathless. Manager Li then handed the menu sheets to every guest at the table one by one. Then, she asked the waitress to do other things.
Chu Feng said to all the students, just tell Manager Li what you like to eat.
All the students nodded in agreement.
However, after looking through the menu, they didn't know what to order. Although Chu Feng asked them to order, they couldn't order expensive food, nor cheap food.
And they also knew that the key person in Chu Feng's dinner today was Liang Shurqin. The key point was what she liked and what she ordered. They were here to cooperate with the acting, so of course they couldn't steal her limelight. Otherwise, Chu Feng would definitely hold a grudge against them.
So although they were looking through the menu, no one ordered anything.
This made Manager Li, who was holding the ordering machine and wanted to enter the name of the dish, feel a little embarrassed.
At this moment, footsteps were heard and someone walked into the box. Dear students, I'm sorry, I'm late. A voice followed.
Everyone sitting around the table immediately turned their eyes to the person who spoke.
Lin Feng. Everyone recognized Lin Feng immediately and exclaimed in surprise.
Liang Shurqin and Zhang Qian were a little surprised.
Why did Lin Feng come to this dinner?
And the two women also recognized that Lin Xuanxue next to Lin Feng was the woman who Lin Feng hugged in the Mercedes-Benz at the entrance of the KTV last night. Lin Feng brought his girlfriend to the dinner.
Is he here to show off?
Zhang Qian's face was angry, while Liang Shurqin lowered her eyelashes, pretending to be nothing. Chu Feng frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
Why did this poor boy come? The other classmates also had some embarrassment on their faces.
Of course, they knew that Lin Feng and Liang Shurqin had been deskmates for 3 years in high school. And they also knew that Lin Feng had always secretly liked Liang Shurqin. Chu Feng set up this dinner for Liang Shurqin.
Wouldn't it be a mess when Lin Feng came? Lin Feng, did you go to the wrong box?
At this time, Chu Feng concealed his displeasure and deliberately asked Lin Feng in a teasing tone. When Lin Feng heard Chu Feng's words, he knew that he didn't want to see him at this dinner party. However, the more Chu Feng disliked it, the more Lin Feng wanted to attend this dinner party. He smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Chu is hosting a banquet for old classmates at the Galaxy Hotel tonight, and I am fortunate to be invited. Of course, I have to attend Mr. Chu's dinner party. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, But Lin Feng, I'm really sorry, I don't think I invited you to the dinner party. Chu Feng, you asked me to invite more classmates to get together, so I invited Lin Feng.
He was invited by me.
At this time, Gao Wei spoke to Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at Gao Wei all of a sudden, and he was so annoyed in his heart. However, he did tell Gao Wei to ask him to invite more old classmates to attend the dinner party tonight. But he never expected that Gao Wei actually called Lin Feng, whom he didn't want to see the most. Chu Feng, Lin Feng is also our classmate.
Let's get together when he comes.
Liang Shiqin glanced at Chu Feng and said.
Chu Feng did not expect Liang Shiqin to speak for Lin Feng.
This made him feel jealous. In order to pursue Liang Shiqin, he applied to Jiangnan Film and Television Academy, but she always kept a distance from him. Just now, he asked Liang Shiqin to order the dishes in order to put her first, but she still refused. And now, as soon as Lin Feng appeared, he just said a few more words, and Liang Shiqin spoke for Lin Feng.
The treatment between him and Lin Feng was immediately judged.
Even the other classmates at the same table felt that Liang Shiqin's concern for Lin Feng was very obvious, while her relationship with Chu Feng seemed very ordinary. Although Chu Feng was angry in his heart, he smiled on the surface and said to Liang Shiqin, Shiqin is right. Since we are old classmates, it is a good opportunity to get together.
Then, he said to Lin Feng, please sit down.
Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Chu.
At this time, Zhang Qian said to Lin Feng, don't you want to introduce the beauty next to you?
As soon as Zhang Qian said this, Chu Feng and other classmates immediately set their eyes on Lin Xuanxue.
Lin Xuanxue's pure beauty made them secretly admire in their hearts. This girl is fresh and refined, pure and elegant. Pure and lovely, what a beauty!
Chu Feng and other classmates were more or less jealous of Lin Feng, who had such a pure and beautiful girl by his side. However, Chu Feng thought about it and thought that this pure and beautiful girl might be Lin Feng's girlfriend.
He seemed to have seen a great opportunity. If Liang Shiqin knew that Lin Feng had a girlfriend, wouldn't she break her feelings for Lin Feng?
Chu Feng knew that Liang Shiqin had rarely met Lin Feng after she was admitted to Jiangnan Film and Television Academy, but her feelings for Lin Feng had never been broken. Now, if Lin Feng brought a girlfriend, it would just be a good opportunity for Liang Shiqin to break his feelings. Thinking of this, Chu Feng smiled and said to Lin Feng, when did you get such a beautiful girlfriend?
Why didn't you tell us? Are you afraid that we will your girlfriend?
Although Lin Feng hadn't said that she was his girlfriend, Chu Feng had already decided that she was his girlfriend. It was clearly said to Liang Shiqin so that she would give up on Lin Feng. When Lin Xuanxue heard Chu Feng say that she was Lin Feng's girlfriend, her face suddenly flushed, and she was embarrassed.
At this time, Gao Wei smiled and said, Mr. Chu, you are wrong. This is Lin Feng's sister, Lin Xuanxue.
Sister! Chu Feng and Zhang Qian said in surprise. Liang Shiqin, who was at the table, had a certain spirit in her eyes that were originally a little gray. She looked at Lin Feng and the pure and lovely Lin Xuanxue beside him, and felt inexplicably happy in her heart. It turned out that this girl was Lin Feng's sister, not his girlfriend.
Didn't I misunderstand him last night?
Lin Feng looked at Chu Feng and Zhang Qian, and finally his eyes fell on Liang Shiqin's face, and said, Yes, she is my sister.
It seems that he said this to everyone.
But when he said this, he stared at Liang Shiqin, and everyone else could clearly feel that he was clearly talking to Liang Shiqin. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes, he just stared at Liang Shiqin. Liang Shiqin's eyes also met his eyes, and the two looked at each other, just like lovers staring at each other. The other students at the table were all stunned.
The feelings between the two were too obvious. Why did they feel like they were being fed a handful of dog food?
Chu Feng saw Lin Feng and Liang Shiqin looking at each other, their eyes exchanging affection.
He was very nervous.
She was so crazy that she wished Lin Feng would disappear immediately.
Well, since everyone is here, please order now.
Manager Li has been in this private room for almost an hour. If she doesn't order, she will fall asleep. She didn't expect Chu Feng to invite classmates to dinner, and it would be so troublesome.
There is another order sheet for each person, and they keep talking endlessly. Will they be able to eat if this goes on? Chu Feng reacted and said immediately, Yes, everyone, order quickly, don't keep Manager Li waiting.
Manager Li smiled awkwardly, No. Chu Feng took the lead in ordering a few dishes, all of which cost 200 or 300 yuan each, which is already very luxurious in a small county. The classmates at the table thought to themselves, it's no wonder that he is Mr. Zhang, the richest man in the county is generous. Of course, in their opinion, Chu Feng ordered such expensive dishes to entertain Liang Shurqin. So, in a sense, they were able to have a big meal today that was not cheap, and it was Liang Shurqin's help. They also ordered a dish each. With Chu Feng's generosity, they didn't need to be polite and ordered a dish priced at 200 or 300 yuan each. This made manager Li's face smile with joy, as if he had drunk honey. It seemed that his hard work tonight was worth it. The dishes ordered by this table were all expensive. After the dozen people ordered, this meal cost at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. While manager Li was inputting the names of the dishes on the ordering machine, he asked Chu Feng and others, "Do you have any other dishes to order?" Chu Feng and the others had ordered, leaving Lin Feng and Lin Xuanxue without ordering. At this time, Chu Feng saw that Lin Feng and his sister had not ordered yet, so he deliberately wanted to show his generosity in front of Liang Shurqin, and said to Lin Feng, "You and your sister haven't ordered yet. Take a look at the menu and see what dishes you like. You don't have to save money for me. Just order whatever you want." Lin Feng took a menu from a classmate next to him, looked at Chu Feng, and said a little embarrassedly, "Mr. Chu, order whatever you want. Is this not good?" Hearing this, Chu Feng thought with contempt in his heart, "A poor boy is a poor boy. You can tell at a glance that he rarely eats in such a high-end hotel." Although he despised Lin Feng in his heart, Chu Feng showed a tolerant smile on his face. "It doesn't matter, just order whatever you want. I can still afford this meal. 9,999 yuan for sturgeon caviar, 500 grams of white truffles at 1,500 yuan per gram, 5 or 6 lobsters at 1,000 yuan per pound. A bottle of Lafite, not too old, but worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Listening to the names of dishes Lin Feng ordered to manager Li, not only Chu Feng was dumbfounded, even the others were shocked. Manager Li looked at Lin Feng with astonishment in his eyes. The reason why they were so surprised was that the dishes ordered by Lin Feng were all top-notch and precious ingredients. Sturgeon caviar, white truffles, lobsters, Lafite, these are all local tyrants' food. Manager Li did not expect that Lin Feng would order such expensive ingredients as soon as he opened his mouth. If Chu Feng and others had ordered a dish for 200 or 300 yuan before, it was considered expensive. Compared with these caviar, truffles, lobsters, and Lafite, it was simply worthless for a pig to eat. Chu Feng regretted it so much. If he had known that Lin Feng would order such top-quality and expensive food right away, he would never let Lin Feng order whatever he wanted. Now that Lin Feng ordered such expensive dishes, he didn't know how to get off the stage? "Master Chu, are you going to order all these dishes?" Manager Li finally came to her senses and asked Chu Feng tentatively. The reason why she asked Chu Feng tentatively was because Chu Feng's father, the richest man in the county, had never ordered 9,999 yuan sturgeon caviar and 1,500 yuan per gram white truffle when he came to the hotel for dinner. The most luxurious thing he had ever ordered was Lafite of not very old at 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. So, she wanted to make sure Chu Feng really wanted to order it? Because she was not sure if Chu Feng had so much money to order such top quality and expensive ingredients. Manager Li's questioning made Chu Feng even more embarrassed. He said he would not order it, but Haikao had already boasted. If he said he would, even if he took out all the money on him, including several bank cards, he would not have enough money to pay for these dishes. Don't underestimate him as the son of the richest man in the county. His father, the richest man, has a market value of less than 1 billion, and actually has less wealth, only close to 200 to 300 million. Chu Feng can spend even less, 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month is no problem. Compared with ordinary people, he is rich. But when it comes to eating ingredients such as caviar and white truffles that only the truly top rich people can afford, Chu Feng suddenly becomes a poor man. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't speak, anyone could see that Chu Feng couldn't afford such expensive ingredients. Therefore, Manager Li tactfully said to Lin Feng, "Handsome boy, how about ordering something else?" However, Lin Feng did not order other dishes. Instead, he looked at his sister, Liang Shurqin, Gao Wei, and other classmates and said, "Have you ever eaten caviar, white truffles, and Lafite? Do you want to try them?" The reason why lobster was not mentioned was that although lobster was expensive, many people had eaten it. Hearing what Lin Feng asked, the other classmates thought to themselves, "Isn't this nonsense? 99.99 caviar, 1,500 per gram white truffles, and over 10,000 Lafite, who wouldn't want to eat it? The question is whether you can afford it? If you can't afford it, why eat it?" Everyone was silent. Lin Feng nodded and said, "So you have never eaten caviar, white truffles, and Lafite, and you also want to try it?" Zhang Chen finally couldn't help it and said, "Lin Feng, you know that no one here can afford it, why are you still saying these things?"
Lin Feng smiled, I'm not doing anything, I just want everyone to have a taste. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Manager Li and said, according to what I said just now, 99.99 sturgeon caviar, 500 grams of white truffles at 1,500 per gram, 5 or 6 lobsters at 1,000 per catty, and a bottle of Lafite at 10,000 or 20,000. Manager Li almost thought he had misheard and stared at Lin Feng in a daze. The others at the table were also stunned. Liang Shirqin roughly calculated in her mind that the top quality ingredients ordered by Lin Feng would cost nearly 800,000. 800,000 for a meal. This is simply extremely shocking. She has already prepared, and after eating this super luxurious meal, she will pay Lin Feng with her bank card. As a popular female star of the new generation of Xia country, she can still afford the 800,000. Chu Feng was so scared that his face turned pale as paper. Lin Feng ordered these top-quality ingredients. Was it Lin Feng who paid for it, or him? If he paid, he would definitely not be the. So, at this time, Chu Feng no longer cared about his face, and said to Lin Feng, I'm sorry I can't pay for these expensive ingredients you ordered. If you want to order, I'm afraid you have to. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng said, I have to pay for it myself, right? No problem, this meal, just consider it as my treat for everyone. After that, Lin Feng took out the bank card from his pocket, handed it to Manager Li, and said, according to the dishes I just ordered and the dishes that everyone ordered before, calculate the total amount, and then pay the money first. Seeing Lin Feng take out the bank card, Manager Li realized that Lin Feng was serious. Then, her eyes sparkled, and her fingers quickly entered the names of those precious ingredients on the ordering machine. After a skilled operation, Manager Li was stunned. She slowly raised her head, looked at Lin Feng and said, caviar, white truffles, lobster, and Lafite add up to a total of 766,000 yuan, and the dishes ordered before are 4,000 yuan, which adds up to exactly 800,000. Hiss. Chu Feng and the other classmates at the table were shocked and took a breath. 800,000, for them, this is definitely not a small amount of money. Only Liang Shirqin was still calm. This was because she had already calculated this account in her mind. Together with the film's salary she earned, it was enough to pay for this meal. But Lin Chuanxue couldn't be calm. Her face changed color. When she heard that her brother was going to spend 800,000 on a meal, she first thought about where her brother would get so much money to pay. And without so much money to pay, he asked others to make 800,000 precious ingredients, which would go to jail. Brother. Lin Chuanxue nervously pulled Lin Feng's clothes by his elbow, almost crying. Lin Feng saw his sister's look. How could he not know why she was nervous? He smiled at his sister and said, don't worry, I won't be arrested and put in jail for having a meal. After that, Lin Feng said to Manager Li, swipe my card. Manager Li nodded quickly, yes. He took the bank card from Lin Feng's hand, took out a POS machine from another OL's pocket, swiped the bank card, and operated it. Then Manager Li handed the POS machine to Lin Feng, politely, Mr. Lin, please enter the password. Lin Feng immediately entered the password on the POS machine and handed it back to Manager Li. Then the transaction was successful, and Manager Li tore off the UnionPay form for Lin Feng to sign. After signing and taking the UnionPay form, Manager Li relaxed. Then she smiled so sweetly that it was charming. She bowed slightly, held the bank card in both hands, and said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, you have paid 800,000 yuan. The expensive ingredients you ordered will be served soon. I wish you a pleasant meal. Lin Feng smiled and nodded to Manager Li, thank you. Manager Li walked briskly, full of youthful vitality, and left the box. Chu Feng, Liang Shirqin, Zhang Chen, Gao Wei and others at the table realized that Lin Feng really spent 800,000 yuan and ordered expensive foods such as caviar, white truffles, and Lafite. Lin Chuanxue was even more dumbfounded. When did her brother become a local tyrant? The lobster, caviar, white truffle, Lafite, and other dishes were brought up by the waiters one by one. More than a dozen waitresses poured wine and tea, and the service was very thoughtful. Chu Feng and others felt that they were treated beyond the VIP level. Even Chu Feng, the son of the richest man, had never seen such a grand reception from more than a dozen waitresses when he came to the Galaxy Hotel with his father. Needless to say, this meal that cost 800,000 yuan received a high-standard reception from the hotel. At this time, Manager Li came back again, with a warm smile and a loud voice, and said to Lin Feng, Master Lin, try the caviar quickly, is it to your taste? At the same time, she said to a waitress standing behind Lin Feng, Xiao Chun, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you pour Lafite for Master Lin? Yes, Manager Lee, the waitress agreed. Although she had already poured half a glass of Lafite into Lin Feng's cup, she had to pick up the Lafite and fill Lin Feng's cup with it after the manager said so. Master Lin, if you need anything from us, just tell us. Our hotel will do its best to serve you. Manager Lee lowered his posture and said politely, just like a servant. Seeing Manager Lee being respectful to Lin Feng and treating him like a distinguished guest, Chu Feng, who was originally the host, was embarrassed. He was even more jealous. He originally wanted to show off in front of his classmates and Liang Shiqin today. As a result, before he could show off, Lin Feng had already snatched away all the limelight. Now Lin Feng has completely taken control of the home court and has become the only focus of this dinner. Seeing Liang Shiqin always looking at Lin Feng, and her eyes were filled with tenderness that she had never had for him before, Chu Feng's hatred in his heart was so deep. But he was tormented in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Who made Lin Feng able to afford a meal of 800,000 yuan? Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of something. He couldn't even afford this meal of 800,000 yuan. And Lin Feng's family has never been rich, so how could he afford such a luxurious dinner? This made Chu Feng suddenly suspect that there was something wrong with the money Lin Feng paid for the meal. Chu Feng seemed to have found Lin Feng's weakness, and he wanted to ask Lin Feng about it later. Maybe Lin Feng's money came from an illegal source. If so, there will be something interesting to watch. Lin Feng looked at Manager Lee and said, Manager Lee, with so many of you watching us, we will feel uncomfortable while eating. How about this, you go out first, and I will call you if I need you. Manager Lee immediately showed a respectful smile on his face. Okay, Master Lin, I will ask all the waiters to go out first, and tell us if there is anything. Lin Feng nodded. Manager Lee then walked out of the private room with a dozen waitresses. When leaving the private room, Manager Lee was thoughtful and gently closed the door of the private room. Lin Feng looked at everyone at the table and said, now everyone doesn't have to restrain themselves, eat quickly. A group of classmates nodded to Lin Feng and said yes. Of course, it was their first time to eat caviar, white truffles, and other precious ingredients, so they tasted them with some curiosity and caution. Then, their faces showed expressions of surprise, beauty, and admiration. Needless to say, caviar, white truffles, lobster, and Lafite brought them an ultimate feast for their taste buds. Even Chu Feng was captivated by these top-quality ingredients and enjoyed himself. Soon, a classmate raised his glass to toast Lin Feng. Lin Feng, since graduating from high school, everyone has gone their own way. Today, we finally meet again with you. I toast you a glass. As this classmate toasted, the rest of the classmates also stood up and raised their glasses to toast Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we also toast you a glass. Chu Feng, who was originally the host of the dinner, was ignored by all the classmates. Lin Feng smiled and stood up, raised his glass and said, okay, let's have a drink for our reunion. Liang Shiqin, Zhang Qian, Gao Wei, and Lin Chuanxue also stood up and raised their glasses. Seeing everyone stand up and raise their glasses, Chu Feng was embarrassed to not stand up, so he had to stand up and raise his glass to toast Lin Feng. Amid cheers, everyone raised their glasses and drank them all. Then everyone sat down, and the atmosphere began to become lively. Eating, chatting, and drinking began to become lively. Chu Feng saw that everyone was in the mood to chat, so he knew the time had come. So, he coughed lightly, looked at Lin Feng, and asked casually, Lin Feng, a man should be revisited after 3 days of absence. Wait, you have been in college for less than a year, and you have made a lot of money, treating us to such precious caviar, white truffles, and Lafite. I wonder if you can also help us classmates make some money, we will be very grateful. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the other classmates were also eager to try, and said to Lin Feng with a smile, Lin Feng, have you made a fortune? Now that we have found a way to make money, let our old classmates make a little money. When we make money, we will not forget that you helped us. Even Liang Shiqin, Zhang Qian, and Gao Wei looked at Lin Feng. Did Lin Feng really make a fortune? Lin Feng saw his classmates, and they all wanted him to help them make a fortune together. He stretched out his hands, pressed his hand downward, and said, Dear classmates, please listen to me. Chu Feng and the other classmates immediately quieted down and looked at Lin Feng. Especially Chu Feng's eyes flashed. He wanted to hear where Lin Feng got so much money. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't you want to know how I have so much money? Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Hearing this, all the classmates' expressions became more focused, and they looked at Lin Feng without blinking, as if they would miss the opportunity to make a fortune if they blinked. Lin Feng said, Let me tell you all here, I won the lottery a few days ago. The prize money is not much, only 10 million. I won the lottery. The prize money is 10 million. All the classmates at the same table were surprised. But this answer is also the most logical. Otherwise, Lin Feng, who was still very poor in high school,
would never have so much money in less than a year in college.
Only by winning the lottery can one become rich overnight.
But the prize money of 10 million is too much.
This is a fortune that many people cannot earn in their entire lives. Lin Feng's luck is too good.
Chu Feng finally understood that Lin Feng was so generous tonight because he won 10 million by buying lottery tickets.
This is really dog luck.
He felt as if he had eaten grapes, and he was so sour. Lin Feng looked at all the surprised classmates and said, I have already told everyone the way to make a fortune.
If you still want me to help you get rich, then I can only ask you to buy a few more lottery tickets. Classmates. It was 9 o'clock in the evening.
After finishing their meal, Lin Feng, Liang Shiqin, Gao Wei, Chu Feng and others walked out of the Galaxy Hotel. From the faces of the classmates, including Chu Feng, there was an expression of endless aftertaste, and also a hint of shock. The endless aftertaste on their faces was naturally the endless aftertaste of the top quality and precious ingredients at the dinner just now. And their shock was that Lin Feng won 10 million in the lottery and became a real local tyrant. The poor boy in the past suddenly became the local tyrant they envied. Whether it was envy or lamenting the unpredictable changes in life, there is no doubt that this meal tonight was worth it. It can be said that it was not in vain, and it was not in vain in this life. No matter where they go in the future, they will have an extra bragging capital. This meal seemed to have made them spiritually and in the matter of eating in unprecedented sublimation. As for Lin Feng, he will also become a version of their story that they can proudly tell others in the future, saying that my classmate became a multimillionaire just after entering college.
Life needs bragging, and bragging is everywhere in life.
When they arrived outside the hotel, several classmates expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thank you for your hospitality tonight.
We will never forget this meal tonight. Thank you. These old classmates came over and shook hands with Lin Feng and said goodbye. Some of the students whose families were relatively well off even said to Lin Feng, did you drive here? If not, we will take you here. Before Lin Feng could speak, Chu Feng smiled and said to this classmate, Zhou Jun, look at what you said. Lin Feng is now worth tens of millions. How could he not have a car?
Not only does he have a car, but it must be a luxury car, a top-notch luxury car. At this point, Chu Feng saw a luxury Mercedes-Benz worth millions parked not far away, and immediately pointed at the Mercedes-Benz and said, it's like this multi-million Mercedes-Benz luxury car, with top-notch configuration. At this point, Chu Feng deliberately looked at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, am I right? The reason why Chu Feng pointed at the multi-million luxury car and said these words. In the final analysis, it was jealousy and competitiveness. Tonight, Lin Feng spent 800,000 yuan on a meal, stealing all his limelight. Then, Lin Feng broke out that he won 10 million yuan in the lottery, which made Chu Feng extremely jealous. It can be said that Chu Feng was beaten and abused by Lin Feng tonight. So, when the classmate named Zhou Jun asked Lin Feng if he had there is a car, Chu Feng found a point of attack to counter Lin Feng. It has not been long since Lin Feng won the 10 million lottery, and he probably hasn't had time to buy a car. And even if he bought a car, can it compare to the 500,000 or 600,000 domestic BMW he drove? The other students all looked embarrassed. Gao Wei heard the thorn in Chu Feng's words, and he was a little angry, and said to Chu Feng, what do you mean by this? Chu Feng was very thick-skinned and laughed, Gao Wei, don't get excited, I just said that Lin Feng is now a multimillionaire, and millions of luxury cars are a piece of cake for him.
Am I wrong?
Even Liang Shiqin couldn't listen anymore, so she walked up to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, I drove the car and I'll take you back. Lin Feng spent hundreds of thousands to treat everyone to a meal, and Chu Feng was one of them. After the meal, he didn't thank Lin Feng, and he was also sarcastic and mocked Lin Feng. This made Liang Shiqin look down on Chu Feng and disgusted him, so she came out to rescue Lin Feng. She took out the electronic lock of the BMW from her handbag and pressed it. The BMW parked not far away immediately made a chirping sound and was unlocked.
Liang Shiqin personally sent Lin Feng home, which made other students envious.
But Chu Feng felt like he was bitten by thousands of poisonous snakes and was almost crazy with jealousy. He originally wanted to embarrass Lin Feng by saying that he didn't have a luxury car, but Liang Shiqin actually wanted to send Lin Feng home in person. For Chu Feng, this was simply a chance for Lin Feng and Liang Shiqin to get along. He was stunned for a moment. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He took out a Mercedes-Benz electronic lock from his pocket and pressed it lightly. Not far away, the most expensive Mercedes-Benz worth millions in the entire parking lot made a chirping sound, and the lights flashed. It seemed to tell everyone that Lin Feng was the owner of this luxury car. Now, everyone was stunned. This luxury car worth millions actually belonged to Lin Feng. Chu Feng suddenly widened his eyes in horror, his old face was hot, as if he had been slapped hundreds of times.
My face hurts.
He never thought that the luxury car he used to mock Lin Feng was actually Lin Feng's car. Seeing everyone looking at him with playful and teasing eyes, Chu Feng really wished there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into.
Tonight, his face is gone, all lost.
Lin Feng opened the electronic lock of the Mercedes-Benz, a gentlemanly smile appeared on his face, and said to Liang Shirqin, who was still a little surprised, "Let me take you there. You've been drinking, and it's dangerous for a girl to drive at night."
All the classmates around.
They knew that Lin Feng had also been drinking.
He clearly wanted to take the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Liang Shirqin and create opportunities.
He also said that it was dangerous for girls to drive at night.
Shameless. Cunning. However, all these classmates smiled and were very tactful, and did not expose Lin Feng's trick.
Only Chu Feng clenched his hands secretly, and the hatred and anger in his heart could not be described as bitter and vengeful. However, at this moment, how could he control the situation?
Liang Shirqin came back to her senses.
She had already drunk some wine, and the blush on her pretty face became even more attractive. She murmured, But
what about my car? This is easy, lend me your BMW first, and I'll take Lin Feng's sister back."
At this time, Zhang Qian took the car keys from Liang Shirqin's hand and said with a sly smile, "After tonight's feast of caviar, white truffles, lobster, and Lafite, Zhang Qian, who had always looked down on the poor boy Lin Feng, has completely changed her opinion of Lin Feng. In her eyes, Lin Feng is definitely a good boyfriend worthy of Liang Shirqin." So, when Zhang Qian saw that Lin Feng wanted to send Liang Shirqin back, she not only did not stop him, but also pushed him. After Zhang Qian said this, she went over and took Lin Chuanxua's hand and said, "Sister Chuanxua, I will take you back to Meihua village." Lin Chuanxua said, "My brother has booked a room at the Galaxy Hotel, so I won't go back to Meihua village tonight."
Zhang Qian was stunned, and then a smile appeared on her face. "Then I will take you to the county town and come back later to rest?" Lin Chuanxua looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look.
Lin Feng said, "Just go with Zhang Qian."
Lin Chuanxua nodded and followed Zhang Qian into Liang Shirqin's BMW.
Lin Feng extended his hand and said to Liang Shirqin, "Let's go.
I'll take you back." Gao Wei and the other classmates smiled and said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, I wish you happiness tonight.
A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, you must cherish it.
When you get married, remember to invite us to the wedding." Hearing the jokes and naked hints of the classmates, Liang Shirqin blushed and almost bled.
She lowered her head and hurriedly got on Lin Feng's Mercedes. Lin Feng did not forget to smile and wave to them. "Thank you for the blessings, old classmates, I will cherish the good time tonight." After that, Lin Feng got on the Mercedes, started the car and left the Galaxy Hotel. Gao Wei and the other classmates watched Lin Feng Liang Shirqin back in the Mercedes-Benz. They all smiled. "I really envy Lin Feng, he can spend a good night with the goddess tonight. When will it be our turn for such a good thing?
It seems that we will be single dogs for the rest of our lives."
Everyone laughed and said goodbye to each other, and got into the car and left.
All the classmates drove away.
Only Chu Feng hadn't left yet.
He was filled with hatred, jealousy, and anger.
Liang Shirqin was the goddess he had liked since high school. It can be said that his feelings for Liang Shirqin had reached a point where he could not extricate himself. Now watching Lin Feng and Liang Shirqin leave in the same car, and even sending Liang Shirqin home,
Chu Feng thought about it and knew what would happen to the two after Lin Feng sent Liang Shirqin home.
Liang Shirqin was his. No one could get Liang Shirqin except him. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a terrible and crazy light. Then, he remembered that Lin Feng won 10 million in the lottery, and thought to himself, this kid won 10 million, pretending to be a rich man in front of him, and also seduced the person he liked. Since he has so much money, squeeze all of his money out.
Let him have nothing left and become a poor boy again.
Thinking of this, Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and dialed a number.
The phone rang twice and was answered. A man's cold voice came from the phone. "Chu Feng, is there something wrong with calling me?"
"Chu Xiong, bring a few people to the Galaxy Hotel.
There is a big deal." Chu Feng's eyes flashed coldly and said to the phone, "Okay, I'll go there now."
The man on the phone said only a simple sentence and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng walked to his BMW in the parking lot and got in the car. He found a box of Zhenghua and a lighter hidden in the car, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. The exhaled cigarette flew out from the open window.
Although he never smoked in front of Liang Shirqin in order to maintain a good image of a young man. But behind people, Chu Feng is a heavy smoker.
About 10 minutes later, Chu Feng had almost smoked 4 or 5 cigarettes.
Finally, a black Audi arrived at the Galaxy Hotel. and parked next to Chu Feng's BMW.
A man with long hair got out of the car, just like Mike's long and thick hair.
The curly man.
The man was wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, with a cold face and a black leather jacket.
He exuded a cold aura like a dark messenger.
The black leather jacket and long-haired man got into Chu Feng's car and sat in the passenger seat. After getting in the car, the long-haired man took the cigarette that Chu Feng had placed on the dashboard, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then took the lighter and lit it.
He took a deep breath and exhaled a wisp of smoke. In the smoke, the long-haired man said, "Chu Feng, what's the big deal?"
Chu Feng said, "Help me solve a person, and after solving him, the money on him will belong to you." After saying this, Chu Feng looked at the long-haired man. The man also looked at Chu Feng, and after a while he said, "Chu Feng, although your father spent a lot of money to hire a lawyer, so that I could be released from prison a year early. However, if you want me to solve a person, it is possible that I will go to jail again and never get out.
10 million, will you do it?" Chu Feng directly quoted the price.
The long-haired man was named Chu Xiong. He is Chu Feng's cousin, 30 years old this year, a well-known ruthless character, who once dominated the entire underworld of a certain city. But he is extremely cruel, and once accidentally killed someone, and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. Chu Feng's father spent a lot of money on him and hired a lawyer to allow him to be released from prison early. In other words, Chu Xiong has been out of prison for less than a month. Chu Feng's father has factories, bars, brick factories, and sand fields in Luhua County.
Many places need underworld figures like Chu Xiong, so they recruit him under their command.
This is also the reason why he spent a lot of money and hired lawyers to sue Chu Xiong. Just because he was released from prison not long ago, Chu Xiong knew how serious the consequences would be for himself if he solved a person. If Chu Feng's father had not been kind to him, he would not have come at all, let alone said these to Chu Feng. However, at this moment he heard Chu Feng offer a price of 10 million.
He sneered, "Chu Feng, although my uncle has a net worth of over 100 million, I don't believe you can come up with 10 million. If there is nothing else, I will go back first."
After saying that, Chu Xiong was about to get out of the car. "Chu Xiong, it's not that I'm giving you 10 million, but the person I want you to solve has 10 million.
Why, my dad has done so many things for you, and you can't help me once?"
Chu Feng said with a cold smile. Chu Xiong frowned and looked at Chu Feng.
Chu Feng's father had done him a favor, so he had to sit back in his seat and said, "Okay, tell me who you want to deal with. What's the matter with the 10 million?
5 minutes later, Chu Feng told Chu Xiong how Lin Feng had robbed his woman, how he won a jackpot worth tens of millions, and how he drove a luxury car worth millions. After that, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with hatred, and he said to Chu Xiong, this kid even robbed my woman, and in front of so many classmates, do you think I should take revenge?"
Chu Xiong didn't say anything.
If it was really as Chu Feng said, this Lin Feng was really hateful. No man could stand it, someone else robbed his woman, let alone in front of so many people. Of course, what attracted Chu Xiong's attention more was that Chu Feng said that this Lin Feng won a jackpot worth tens of millions. 10 million, and it was from a poor boy.
Chu Xiong was moved. He didn't have any hobbies, he only loved money. For money, he could even give up his life.
The reason why he was in prison for 10 years was actually because he killed someone for money. And taking 10 million from a poor boy is much less risky than taking 10 million from a rich man. He began to lose control of the madness in his heart. "Chu Feng, I will avenge you, but no one can die, just cripple him." Chu Xiong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He has been in prison for 10 years, and he doesn't want to die of old age in there.
He doesn't want to be sent to the execution ground to be fed with bullets.
What's more, he only wants wealth, not life. Although Chu Feng wanted Lin Feng to disappear from this world, Chu Xiong refused, and he had no choice. However, being able to cripple Lin Feng and make him a cripple was enough for him to vent his anger.
And if Lin Feng became a cripple, Liang Shiqin would never be with him. Okay, then cripple Lin Feng. Where is he? Number 28 Chunhua Street, Liang Shiqin's villa. Then let's go now.
After the two had a secret conversation in the car, Chu Xiong got out of Chu Feng's car and returned to the original black Audi. Chu Xiong got into the Audi, with a muscular man in black clothes in the driver's seat and 3 muscular men in the back seat.
The man in the driver's seat asked Chu Xiong, "Brother Xiong, where are we going?" "Villa number 28, Chunhua Street." The black Audi drove away from the Galaxy Hotel.
After the black Audi drove a long distance away, Chu Feng's BMW slowly followed from behind.
There is a villa at number 28 Chunhua Street. This is the villa of Liang Shiqin's family. However, as she went to Jiangnan City to attend university and her father became an official in Jiangnan City, this villa was almost uninhabited.
In a year, Liang Shirqin and her parents only came back to live a few times occasionally. Although the villa is often uninhabited, Liang Shirqin's relatives who live in the county often clean it up. Therefore, every time Liang Shirqin came back from Jiangnan City, she could move in immediately without having to do a big cleaning. Mercedes-Benz drove into the courtyard of the villa. Lin Feng and Liang Shirqin got out of the car. Lin Feng saw that the courtyard was full of various flowers and plants. The branches and vines of the flowers and plants climbed up the wall, covering a green area with various small red, white and yellow flowers, which was very beautiful. The bright moon in the sky quietly shone on the flowers on the wall, like a quiet and beautiful oil painting. In the courtyard, Lin Feng and Liang Shirqin, under the moon, were a pair, but it was like a romantic violin piece, full of happiness and sweetness. In the moonlight, Lin Feng's eyes fell on Liang Shirqin, who looked like a fairy, and her eyes were as charming as the stars in the sky.
Why did you come to my door a few days ago, but didn't go in?
Lin Feng looked at Liang Shirqin and asked. Liang Shirqin lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Didn't you tell me that you already have a girlfriend?" Hearing this, Lin Feng understood. He looked at Liang Shirqin with some teasing, and said, "Then you know I have a girlfriend, and you still go to me?" "Who went to see you?" "I went to Meihua village to see the plum blossoms." Liang Shirqin blushed and immediately explained.
"This is the first time I heard that someone went to see plum blossoms in August and September."
Lin Feng smiled evilly.
Liang Shirqin's lie was exposed, and she stamped her feet and said, "I don't care about you, you are so annoying." After that, Liang Shirqin took out the key from her handbag and walked towards the gate of the villa. Click, Liang Shirqin opened the door with the key, walked in and was about to close the door. At this moment, Lin Feng said to her, "I have broken up with that Li Siyu." Liang Shirqin, who was about to close the door, took her hand away from the door and turned to go in. Lin Feng had a triumphant smile on his face. It seemed that the news of his breakup with Li Siyu really worked. Otherwise, he might not even be able to enter Liang Shirqin's house. Lin Feng entered Liang Shirqin's house, villa, and closed the door. Liang Shirqin put her handbag on the sofa in the living room, then she walked to the table and poured 2 glasses of cold boiled water. Then, she took 2 glasses of cold boiled water, came to Lin Feng, gave one to Lin Feng and said, "Sit on the sofa." Lin Feng took the cold boiled water and sat on the sofa with Liang Shirqin. "Why did you break up with that woman? Didn't you tell me that you loved her very much?" Liang Shirqin took a sip of water and asked casually. In fact, she really wanted to know whether Lin Feng had really broken up with Li Siyu. If Lin Feng and Li Siyu had not broken up completely, she would not agree to let Lin Feng be with her. How could Lin Feng not know that Liang Shirqin was testing his feelings for her? "The reason why I was with Li Siyu was because I felt that I was not worthy of you." Lin Feng said the real reason. Liang Shirqin had a hint of surprise on her face. In fact, in high school, Liang Shirqin knew that Lin Feng liked her, and she also knew that he had been slow to express his feelings to her and kept his feelings deep in his heart. It was because he was from an ordinary family and felt ashamed of himself. She had always taken the initiative to care about Lin Feng, just because she didn't want him to have too much pressure. Even after going to college, she took the initiative to contact Lin Feng, wanting to continue their relationship. But things did not go as she wished, and later Lin Feng was with Li Siyu. This also made Liang Shirqin think that Lin Feng had fallen in love with another woman. So, she had to hide this feeling deeply. However, at this moment, she knew that Lin Feng was with Li Siyu because he felt that he was not worthy of her. "You are the flower of art at Jiangnan Film and Television Academy, and you are also a popular new generation star, and you are also the daughter of Jiangnan City Mayor, and I am just a poor boy. We are like one in heaven and one on earth." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with affection and a hint of helplessness. "And I don't want to hinder your bright future because of me, so I had to let go with pain." Liang Shirqin was shocked when she heard Lin Feng's words. It turned out that his feelings for her had not changed. It turned out that he didn't want to delay his bright future, so he let go with pain. Liang Shirqin's eyes were filled with tears. She stretched out her jade hand, held Lin Feng's hand, and said, "Lin Feng, from now on, you don't give up on me so easily, otherwise, even if I become the most dazzling person in the world, I will not be happy." Lin Feng nodded to her, "I will not be as stupid as before, I will always protect you and will not let you be sad for me." Liang Shirqin gently leaned her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, a happy smile on her face. "This is what you said, if you don't keep your word, I will never let you go." Lin Feng turned his head, kissed Liang Shirqin's beautiful and smooth forehead lightly, and said, "Well, keep your word." Liang Shirqin's pretty face was red, like a ripe apple. This was the first time that Lin Feng kissed her. Although she was indescribably shy, the two of them finally broke through the fog of love and knew each other's true feelings. She was very happy in her heart. At this moment, the two heard the sound of a car outside. Lin Feng's eyelids suddenly jumped and his pupils contracted. He could see with his supernatural eyes that Chu Feng and Chu Xiong were talking in the car in the parking lot of the Galaxy Hotel. After seeing all this, a sharp light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It turned out to be them. Then, he said to Liang Shirqin, it's getting late. You should go upstairs to take a shower and then go to bed early. Liang Shirqin nodded, okay, I'll clean up the guest room by the way, and you can rest here with me tonight. Ahem. Well, we are boyfriend and girlfriend now, and we are adults, can we sleep in the same room? Lin Feng was extremely shameless and raised unreasonable demands. Liang Shirqin glared at Lin Feng and said without any room for negotiation, even if you are my boyfriend, you are not allowed to have any random thoughts before you become my husband. Ah. You want me to wait until I become your husband before I can sleep with you, you. Lin Feng looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Liang Shirqin said righteously, of course, if you feel you can't do it, you can regret it now. After that, Liang Shirqin didn't wait for Lin Feng to regret, picked up her handbag and went upstairs. Lin Feng looked at Liang Shirqin's figure going upstairs, with a sly smile on his face. Why wait until I become your husband, I want to sleep with you tonight. At this time, Lin Feng heard the sound of cars outside stop, and someone got out of the car, closed the door, and walked towards the villa. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and a strong aura emanated from him. The unlocked door of the villa was pushed open. Then, a gust of wind blew in from outside. 5 masked men in black, holding daggers flashing with cold light, strode in. When they walked into the villa, the door was closed at once. Then, they quickly surrounded Lin Feng who was sitting on the sofa. The 5 masked men in black were Chu Xiong and his 4 men. Chu Xiong and his 4 men, who were wearing black leather jackets, covered their noses and mouths with black scarves to hide their identities, covering half of their faces. After they entered the villa and surrounded Lin Feng, they were surprised to find that Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa, but his face was surprisingly calm. Because ordinary people, if they saw a few masked men with knives breaking into their homes, they would definitely panic and even shout. However, Lin Feng did not. Not only did he not panic and shout, but he drank a glass of water in his hand very calmly. Chu Xiong, who was masked, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid is not simple. He can still be so calm in front of him. But even if he can still be calm now, he will beg for mercy later. It's not like he hasn't seen such a person who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Are you Lin Feng? Chu Xiong asked Lin Feng in a cold voice. Lin Feng put down the water cup, looked up at Chu Xiong, and said, You are Chu Xiong, right? Chu Xiong's eyes flashed with surprise. The other 4 masked men were also surprised. Oh my! How does this kid know the boss's name? Chu Xiong was masked. Of course, even if Lin Feng revealed his identity, Chu Xiong would not admit it. He said angrily, What Chu Xiong? I don't know who Chu Xiong is. I ask you if you are Lin Feng? Lin Feng nodded, I am Lin Feng. Then, he looked straight at Chu Xiong and said, Did Chu Feng ask you to deal with me? Chu Xiong and his 4 men were confused again. How could this kid know all this? Okay. It seems that you are still confused, I'll just tell you everything. Lin Feng sighed. Chu Xiong and the other 5 were even more confused. What did he want to say? Did Chu Feng tell you that I stole his favorite woman? Chu Xiong was silent, but it was equivalent to admitting it. Of course, silence or confession is fine. None of it matters. What matters is how Lin Feng knows all this. Why does he feel like everything about him is controlled by the other party? This makes him feel a chill down his spine. Lin Feng continued, Did Chu Feng say that I won the 10 million lottery prize and asked you to take my 10 million away? Chu Xiong's body shook and he almost fell to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is terrible. Lin Feng actually knows everything. Finally, Chu Xiong, who was shocked, looked at Lin Feng and said, How do you know this? Lin Feng smiled, Because Chu Feng told me all this. What? Chu Xiong and his 4 men were completely shocked. Chu Xiong still didn't understand, but why did he tell you this? Lin Feng said, Because he was afraid that you would compete with him for his father's billions of assets. Impossible. My uncle Chu Tian is still alive, and there is no dispute over property at all. Chu Xiong denied it. Lin Feng smiled coldly, Really? Do you think Chu Tian suddenly spent so much money, found so many connections, and hired a lawyer for you, just to help you out of uncle-nephew relationship? Isn't it? Of course not. The reason why he went to so much trouble to get you out of prison is because he has cancer, and it is already in the late stage. Impossible, my uncle is obviously very healthy. Don't rush to deny it. You can sneak into his bedroom privately. There is an envelope under his pillow with a medical diagnosis report. He has advanced cancer and all the information is on the report. He only found out about this 3 months ago. Chu Feng has read the report, so he is afraid that you will compete with him for the family property. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Chu Xiong was indescribably shocked. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. He has been in prison for 10 years, and Chu Tian didn't spend so much money to hire a lawyer to fight a lawsuit for him. How come a few months ago, he suddenly used connections everywhere, spent a lot of money to hire a lawyer to fight a lawsuit for him and get him out of prison? Is there really another purpose? Also, his uncle has rarely appeared recently. Although he seems to be fine, but he seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. He used to think that it was because of his uncle working too hard. Now thinking about it, it seems that he is really seriously ill, as Lin Feng said. Chu Xiong was extremely surprised. How did Lin Feng know this? Finally, Chu Xiong asked Lin Feng a question. But even if what you said is true, Chu Feng is my uncle's only son and the legal heir to my uncle's property. Why would he worry that I would take his property? Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. If Chu Feng is really Chu Tian's only son, he really doesn't worry about someone taking his property. But you are Chu Tian's son. What did you say? Chu Xiong was horrified, his eyes full of disbelief. How can he be Chu Tian's son? He is obviously Chu Tian's nephew. Lin Feng said calmly, this has to start with your father Chu Guang. Your father is infertile and cannot have children. Your mother once had an affair with your uncle Chu Tian, so she got pregnant with you. So your real father is Chu Tian. Of course, Chu Tian only learned about you from your mother in the past 2 years. After he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, he tried his best to get you out of prison, just to give you half of his property before he died. After hearing this, Chu Xiong was stunned. Of course, if you don't believe what I said, you can call your mother now and she will definitely tell you the truth. Lin Feng said calmly. Combining all these, Chu Xiong basically believed what Lin Feng said. However, he still took out his mobile phone and dialed his mother's number. The phone rang twice and then was answered. An elderly woman's kind voice came from the other end. Ah Xiong, you called me so late, is there something wrong? Mom, I want to ask you something. Ah Xiong, what do you want to ask? Is Uncle Chu Tian my real father, and am I his son? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and then a sigh came, saying, Ah Xiong, you know everything? That's right. Your Uncle Chu Tian is your real father. After hearing his mother's answer, Chu Xiong's eyes were stunned and he hung up the phone. Chu Tian is really his father. Chu Xiong finally got the real answer. Everything is exactly the same as Lin Feng said. So, Chu Feng asked him to deal with Lin Feng and robbed Lin Feng of 10 million. Needless to say, his intentions are extremely sinister. Chu Xiong, now you know why Chu Feng asked you to deal with me, right? Lin Feng looked at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong's eyes flashed with coldness, and he gritted his teeth and said, he wants to wait until I seriously injure you and rob you of 10 million, then call the police and let the police put me in jail again, let me sit in jail and die in there, so that no one will compete with him for his property. Smart! Lin Feng praised Chu Xiong without hesitation. Then, he looked at Chu Xiong and the other 5 and said, do you still want to destroy me and take my 10 million now? Chu Xiong pulled off the mask on his face, knelt down in front of Lin Feng with a thud, and said, Mr. Lin, Chu Xiong was ignorant and offended you. If it weren't for you pointing out the truth behind it, I, Chu Xiong, would have been framed by Chu Feng today and would have to spend my whole life in jail. Seeing that the boss had knelt down, the other 4 men also pulled off the mask on their faces and knelt on the ground. Lin Feng didn't expect Chu Xiong to have such a true character. He then stepped forward to help Chu Xiong up and said, Chu Xiong, you are being used by Chu Feng. I won't blame you. At the end, Lin Feng coughed lightly and reminded him, of course, Chu Feng wants to use you to deal with me, and he can also send you to jail, so that no one can compete with him for the family property. This person is as vicious as a snake and scorpion. If you let it go, I'm afraid he will come up with some vicious plan to harm you next time? Chu Xiong snorted coldly and said, Mr. Lin, please rest assured. There will be no next time. Tonight is the day of his retribution. I will make him completely useless. After that, Chu Xiong clasped his fists to Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin's kindness today, Chu Xiong will always remember it in his heart, and he will repay it one day. Lin Feng looked at Chu Xiong, who was full of chivalry, and had to learn from him to clasp his fists and say, Chu Xiong, then take care of yourself. Mr. Lin, take care of yourself. After saying this, Chu Xiong walked out with his 4 men. When leaving the villa, Chu Xiong did not forget to ask 2 men to close the door. He was really polite and full of respect for Lin Feng. A crisis was resolved invisibly. Of course, Chu Xiong, who left, would not know that the reason why Lin Feng knew his name and why he came was not because Chu Feng told him. All this.
It was Lin Feng's divine eye ability that knew everything they said in the car in the parking lot of the Galaxy Hotel. As for Chu Tian's terminal cancer and Chu Xiong's illegitimate son, these secrets were also learned by Lin Feng's divine eye ability. Then Lin Feng used these secrets to cleverly make up a story that Chu Feng did not hesitate to frame Chu Xiong in order to monopolize the family property. And this story is so reasonable that it is hard not to believe. In fact, the reason why Chu Xiong was convinced by Lin Feng's story was not only because the information was true. More importantly, Lin Feng discovered through the divine eye ability that after Chu Tian died a year later, Chu Feng did start to frame Chu Xiong in order to compete for the property. It can be said that the version of the story that Lin Feng told Chu Xiong was said by Lin Feng in advance. This is also the reason why Chu Xiong was completely convinced by what he said, which was impeccable. At this time, footsteps came from the stairs. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound, and his eyes lit up. He saw Liang Shirqin walking down the stairs in black silk pajamas. She had a head of slightly damp long hair, casually draped over her shoulders, her eyebrows were picturesque, her beauty was stunning, her neck was like snow, her collarbone was, and her skin was like milk. The smooth silk pajamas could not hide her tall and slender figure, and the belt was lightly tied, and her waist was so slender that it could not be grasped. Under the hem of the silk nightgown, there were slender legs, beautiful white feet, and pink cartoon slippers. Gulp! Lin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. Although he knew that Liang Shirqin was very beautiful and had a good figure. But when he saw Liang Shirqin in pajamas for the first time, he was still fascinated by her amazing figure, which combined the pure and beautiful styles of a woman. Liang Shirqin came to Lin Feng with a trace of doubt on her face and said to Lin Feng, why did I seem to hear someone coming just now? Then, she found that Lin Feng did not answer her, but stared at a certain towering part of her body. When she found out where Lin Feng was staring at her, her fair cheeks immediately flushed, and she stretched out her hand to twist Lin Fei's arm. You big hooligan, have you seen enough? Lin Feng cried out, Shirqin, please be merciful, it hurts. Liang Shirqin said unhappily, if you look again, I will dig out your eyes. Wow, Shirqin, are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Feng said with a smile. Liang Shirqin immediately stretched out both hands and tried to twist Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng suffered a loss. How could Liang Shirqin succeed again? He dodged Liang Shirqin's 9-in white bone claw immediately. Then, Liang Shirqin and Lin Feng chased each other in the living room of the villa. One shouted, don't go. The other shouted, come and catch me. They laughed and scolded, and it was very lively. Finally, Liang Shirqin finally caught Lin Feng. She ran a little out of breath. She was so exhausted that she didn't have the strength to twist Lin Feng's arm. Instead, she was held in Lin Feng's arms, and their bodies were squeezed together. They could hear each other's heartbeat. Liang Shirqin's beautiful face was as if she had been smeared with rouge. Lin Feng leaned over, Liang Shirqin closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. The wonderful feeling, like an electric current, spread from their lips throughout their bodies and reached their souls. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng picked up Liang Shirqin and walked upstairs. At this moment, there was a BMW parked on the roadside at an intersection about 100 meters away from the villa at number 28 Chunhua Street. Chu Feng was sitting in the BMW. He looked at Liang Shirqin's villa anxiously, with a cigarette in his hand, which had already burned to the. Why hasn't he come out yet? Chu Feng threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground outside the car window, where there were already more than a dozen cigarette butts. He really wanted to know if Chu Xiong had already destroyed Lin Feng? As long as Chu Xiong got things done, he could leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep tonight. If Lin Feng stayed at Liang Shirqin's house, then Lin Feng would definitely get Liang Shirqin completely. This was unimaginable for Chu Feng. Just when Chu Feng was extremely anxious, he saw several people walking out of Liang Shirqin's villa and getting on the Audi parked outside the villa wall. Chu Feng recognized the people who got on the Audi as Chu Xiong and his group. He was secretly happy in his heart. Have Chu Xiong and his group already dealt with Lin Feng? At this moment, the black Audi drove away. Chu Feng immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Chu Xiong's number. The phone rang only once before it was connected. Chu Xiong said in a cold voice, Chu Feng, if you want to know the result, follow my car. Without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, the phone was hung up. Chu Feng was furious for no reason. What is this Chu Xiong so arrogant about? If my dad hadn't gotten you out, you would still be in jail. Although he was annoyed, Chu Feng also wanted to know what Chu Xiong had done to Lin Feng. So, he started the car and followed Chu Xiong's car in front. The morning sun shone into the bedroom through the window. On the Simmons mattress, Liang Shirqin, whose skin was as smooth and tender as a peeled egg, rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder.
After last night's wind and rain, Liang Shirqin was as beautiful as a flower moistened by rain and dew.
She listened to Lin Feng, who was still sleeping soundly, snoring slightly, and whispered, "What a pig!" Although she cursed Lin Feng as a pig, she felt indescribably sweet in her heart.
She gave everything to Lin Feng.
From now on, Lin Feng would be the man of her life.
Who said pig?
I'm your future husband, please respect me. At this moment, the sleeping Lin Feng made a sound. Then, he rubbed Liang Shirqin's head with one hand. Rubbing Liang Shirqin's long hair as smooth as satin, Lin Feng opened his eyes.
You're awake. Liang Shirqin lightly hit Lin Feng with her pink fist. Someone said I was a pig, how could I not wake up?
Lin Feng smiled. Then, the two got up, dressed, and went into the bathroom to wash. Liang Shirqin had just finished washing up and walked out of the shower room when her cell phone rang.
Ling-a-ling. Which handsome guy called?
In the shower room, Lin Feng asked casually while wiping his face with a towel.
Of course it's a handsome guy. Liang Shirqin said deliberately.
Lin Feng finished washing his face, walked out of the shower room, and said to Liang Shirqin, "The phone is hung up." Liang Shirqin rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and answered the phone. "Hello, Zhang Qian, what's wrong?" When Lin Feng heard this, he knew that it was Zhang Qian who called, not some handsome guy at all.
"My aunt, are you still not up?"
Zhang Qian's helpless voice came from the phone.
"Zhang Qian, I'm up, come to my house." Liang Shirqin said. "Aunt, I've been waiting downstairs of your villa for more than an hour. If you don't get up, I'm going to call 120.
Zhang Qian complained on the phone.
Liang Shirqin was stunned. Call 120?
Who knows if you guys were too crazy last night? If something happens, call 120 and they can give you first aid.
Zhang Qian snickered on the phone. Liang Shirqin finally understood what calling 120 meant, and immediately said, "Zhang Qian, you dare to make fun of me? I'm going downstairs now, you wait." After that, Liang Shirqin slipped on her slippers and walked downstairs. Soon, there was a sound of fighting downstairs. "Zhang Qian, you are such a dog that can't spit out ivory. I won't forgive you today." "Shirqin, forgive me.
You've already fallen asleep, but you're still afraid of what people say.
You're too domineering. You still said, don't leave. I won't leave unless you don't hit me."
Lin Feng came downstairs, and Liang Shirqin and Zhang Qian finally stopped fighting.
"Brother!"
Lin Xuanxue, who was standing aside, shouted immediately when she saw her brother walking out of the villa. Lin Feng then remembered that he seemed to have forgotten his sister last night because of his hormones.
"Xuanxue, where did you rest last night?"
Lin Feng asked his sister with some guilt. "Lin Feng, you still have the nerve to ask. You didn't even give Xuanxue the room card, and you two were turned off when I called you, so I had to open another room with Xuanxue."
Zhang Qian said angrily.
Lin Feng looked embarrassed. Last night, he was only concerned with sending Liang Shirqin home, and he really forgot to give his sister the room card.
As for Zhang Qian saying that he turned off his phone, wasn't it to prevent others from disturbing him and Liang Shirqin? "Zhang Qian, thank you so much."
Lin Feng put on a smile. "How about I treat you to a big meal at the Galaxy Hotel at noon?" Zhang Qian thought of the 800,000 yuan big meal Lin Feng treated her to last night, and her face became much better.
She said, "Forget it, it's not too much trouble. Just open a new room and don't have to eat the big meal. It's too expensive." Lin Feng laughed. "Why are you afraid of eating me out of money?"
Zhang Qian said, "I'm not afraid of eating you out of money. I'm just afraid that Shirqin will blame me for eating her boyfriend out of money."
"Zhang Qian, it seems that you are itching again, right?"
Liang Shirqin heard this and immediately attacked Zhang Qian. Of course, she didn't fight by pulling hair and scratching her face, but she used both hands to tickle Zhang Qian's armpits.
Zhang Qian seemed to be very ticklish, and laughed non-stop. Seeing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. "When will you be able to grow up?" Ling-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly Lin Feng's cell phone rang.
Lin Feng picked it up and saw that it was Gao Wei calling.
Lin Feng answered the phone. "Gao Wei, what happened?"
"Lin Feng, let me tell you something. Around 12 o'clock last night, there was a car accident on the suburban highway.
My father's police and traffic police were dispatched. A BMW fell off the cliff on the highway.
After investigation, it was found that the driver was drunk and had a car accident.